20. Khattam visited Amman on 25 May, presumably to request assurances of U.S. and Israeli neutrality, and 2 days later Arafat was denied entry to Syria. 121 Sarkis made a last attempt on May 27 to head off confrontation by holding secret talks with Khalif and Kajami, AAL commander Khattab, Sunni Mufti Khalid, Shiite Imam Sadr, and Druze spiritual leader Sheikh Muhammad Abu Shakra, but the murder by unidentified assailants of Junblatt's sister on the same day polarized the atmosphere and aborted the dialogue. The violence resurged, resulting in a toll of 117 dead and 212 wounded on May 30 alone. 122 Syria and the PLO were now locked irrevocably onto a collision course. Muhsin had not ceased his verbal attacks on Junblatt, accusing him of conspiring against the national unity of the Palestinian people, and castigated the rejectionist Garai, J groups for supporting the narrow personal ambitions of Junblatt, who cannot replace Syria as the ally of the Palestinian resistance movement. 121 The rejectionists were wholly opposed to reconciliation with Syria by now. Hahash argued that the Syrian army was serving U.S. policy by eating up the PLO and LNM, and al-Haydaf referred to the capitulationist regime of Syria. 1-2 Under the influence of the Soviet group in Fatah, Filastin al-Thawra assailed the proponents of military intervention in Lebanon, who aimed to impose tutelage, containment, and dependence, and to take the King Hussein to the negotiating table. 12 On May 31 the PLO reported that Syrian and Ṣāyigh gunners were shelling its headquarters area and the refugee camps around Beirut with 160 mm mortars. 126 This followed a 3-day assault on the northern Maronite towns of Indkit and Kbayat, launched by the local AAL commander, Ahmed al-Mimari, in defiance of orders from the Joint Forces Command in Beirut. On May 29 Khalif voiced a general concern by accusing Mari of implementing a suspect plan to justify the entry of outside forces into the area. 127 The struggle for Lebanon. 391 Suspicion was well founded, as Syria dispatched 2 armored battalions across the border on 3 May 1, citing the clashes in the EK.AR region as the reason for the deployment. 128 Additional units followed the next day, bringing the total to 8,000 men and 200 tanks. 16. Ambition frustrated, sanctuary. PR served. PLO reactions to the latest Syrian deployment were swift. Fatah called for a total Syrian withdrawal from Lebanon and held Damascus responsible for any bloodshed that might ensue, and urged the League of Arab States to convene an emergency meeting of Arab foreign ministers. 1. The Palestinian left, LNM, and some Lebanese politicians such as defeated presidential candidate Ed described the Syrian intervention as military occupation and vowed to resist it with all means. 2. LNM leader Junblatt saw an Arab-Israeli plot to partition Lebanon into sectarian statelets, hinting at an alliance between the dominant Alawi community of Syria, the Lebanese Maronites, and the Jewish state. Seeking an anti-Syrian alliance, he and Fatah security officer Salama met the LF deputy commander, Bashir Jama'il, in secret on June 2, and was later joined by Khalif to meet President-elect Sarkis, but was unable to come to a satisfactory agreement with either. The PLO and its Lebanese allies were evidently unwilling to submit to Syrian pressure. Syria now prepared to assign its will by FORCE, based on the assessment that the remaining key players would favor its approach or take a stand of studied neutrality. In Lebanon, leading members of the Muslim establishment, including Karami, had distanced themselves from the LNM during May, while Shiite Imam Sadr had called frankly for action by non-Lebanese forces. 3 Syria also enjoyed the formal support of its own allies in the PLO and LNM Ṣāyigh, the Ba'ath Party organization in Lebanon, and 3 lesser Lebanese groups who issued a joint statement on 3 May 1. The AAL was firmly opposed, but its commander in the Big A Valley, Ibrahim Shahin, now broke away to form a pro-Syrian rival, the vanguards of the Lebanese army. Syria was equally keen to ensure Maronite neutrality, and offered private assurances that its troops would not enter areas held by the Lebanese front. For having tested this pledge by expelling the remaining Muslim inhabitants of Zayla, the Maronite camp declared its upon for the Syrian intervention on 5 June. 5 Most important, arguably, was the muted reaction of Israeli Defense Minister Peres, who stated bluntly that a military response to the Syrian intervention at this stage can only help. The PL 0.6 Encouraged by these reactions, the Syrian command planned to take physical control of Beirut. It was reluctant to employ its own forces, whether to ambition frustrated, sanctuary preserved 393. Avoid casualties and a domestic backlash in Syria, or to retain the means for further escalation if necessary, and was apparently confident in the ability of its Palestinian and Lebanese allies to achieve a quick decision and preempt Arab responses. 7 Syrian thinking was reflected by Musin, who offered the assessment that neither Ṣāyigh nor the PLA could possibly oppose Damascus, since the former belonged to the ruling Ba'ath party and 93% of the latter's personnel came from the Palestinian refugee camps in Syria. 8 The Syrian Command instructed its contingent in the Beirut area, some 1,500 Syrian commandos and 2,000 PLA soldiers, besides thousands of militiamen, to seize PLO and LNM offices in the western half of the capital and the adjacent refugee camps. 9 The PLO was fully informed of Syrian plans by supporters in Ṣāyigh and the PLA, and launched a preemptive strike on June 5. Under the overall direction of Khalaf. Most offices and detachments belonging to Ṣāyigh and the other pro-Syrian militias had surrendered by evening, almost without a shot, and the same took place in Tripoli, Sidon, Tyre, and a host of smaller towns over the next 2 days. Angered by this unexpected setback, the Syrian command responded with a full-scale offensive against the joint forces throughout Lebanon on 7 June. 10 In West Beirut, the Syrian representative to the Truce Committee, Muhammad al-Kolai, and military intelligence chief Ali al-Madani, along with Musin and PLA Chief of Staff Baderi, directed the attempt to seize PLO headquarters and control the rest of the city. PLA Task Force Commander Mahmoud Abu Marzouk ordered his units not to move, however, and by the end of the day his 3 battalions had declared their defection to the PLO. Syrian purges in 1975 of dozens of officers accused of communist or anti-Ba'athist sympathies had taken their toll of morale, contributing to the decision of PLA commanders to mutiny in June 1976. 12. Baderi and 90 Syrian commandos were taken prisoner, the Ṣāyigh field commander was killed, and Musin escaped to East Beirut, where the Phalanges party provided him with safe escort to Syrian lines in the Bekaa Valley. 13 From Damascus, his deputy, Sami al-Atari, furiously accused Fatah of seeking not only to partition Lebanon, but also to liquidate the Palestinian resistance and establish a Palestinian state in Lebanon. 14 The joint forces seized massive Ṣāyigh weapons stores, while the Syrian commando battalions at the airport and Khalda shelled the capital and refugee camps in revenge and imposed a FOOD and fuel blockade. The police and hospitals reported 290 dead, among them Fatah militia commander Javad Abu al-Shattar and Murad, commander of DFLP forces in the south, and 400 injured in the next 48 hours. 15 Syrian forces in the north were more successful, as an armored brigade occupied the coastal region from the border to Tripoli and inland to Indkit and Kbayat, leaving the Nahr al-Barid refugee camp isolated. The commander of one of 2 PLA battalions in the area had been in secret contact with Fatah since mid-May, and now led his unit in mutiny, while officers of the 2nd Battalion smuggled ammunition from the Lebanese air base at Klayat. 394. Fatah. 16 The Syrian army extended the blockade off OOD and fuel to Tripoli and the nearby refugee camps, but its principal effort came in central Lebanon. A fresh armored brigade crossed the border and drove up the Beirut-Damascus highway into the western mountain range, easily brushing aside joint forces outposts. It slowed at Mdairij, but a tank battalion secured control of Safar in the afternoon. The advance stopped abruptly, however, after the loss of 6 tanks and several personnel carriers to a hasty ambush on the outskirts of Bamdun. Unknown to the Syrians, a mere 30 militiamen, including a dozen teenage Fatah trainees, stood between them and the town of Alai, that controlled the main roads to Beirut and the rest of the Matun mountain. The LF tried to hammer the joint forces against the Syrian anvil with a battalion-sized attack on the western side of Alai, but were beaten back. 2 more mechanized brigades had entered Lebanon in the meantime, one of which pushed south towards Rashaya al-Wadi. The other climbed to Jazin and paused, and then resumed its advance to Sidon the next morning. Its lead battalion hastily withdrew after stumbling into an ambush in the main square, however, leaving behind 30 vehicles, including 18 tanks and personnel carriers, 60 dead, and 150 prisoners. 2 other battalions now deployed in the Abra and Al-Hilaliyah suburbs, and poured indiscriminate tank, machine gun, and artillery fire into the city and refugee camps below, killing 125 to 140 people and injuring 350 to 400 in the next 2 days. Shelling closed the port and reduced traffic on the coastal road to a trickle. The Syrian offensive stalled, allowing Arab political pressure to build up. Sadat had closed the Syrian embassy in Cairo and recalled Egyptian diplomatic staff from Damascus on June 5, and a joint Libyan-Algerian delegation arrived in Syria the next day to mediate in the conflict. Iraq responded to the Syrian offensive with the announcement that its own troops were massing on the common border, on their way to the front. 7 On June 9 an emergency meeting of the Ministerial Council of the League of Arab States decided to deploy an Arab Security Force, ASF, in Lebanon, composed of 3,600 soldiers from 8 member states, under the overall supervision of Egyptian Foreign Minister Fahmy. A meeting of Arab Foreign ministers the next day also praised the PLO for adhering to the various ceasefires and accords in Lebanon. 18 The arrival of the first Arab truce observers in Beirut on June 13 restored relative calm to the capital, although only 500 Libyan soldiers of the promised ASF followed on to June 1. They were joined by 500 Syrian commandos to form the nucleus of the ASP, while the remaining garrison of 1,500 Syrians left Beirut for the Bekaa Valley. Although major clashes ceased in the main cities, Syrian units continued to sweep the Bekaa Valley FOR guerrillas and their Lebanese supporters, while the latter responded with small-scale attacks that took a constant toll of Syrian troops and vehicles. 19 The PLO accused Syrian agents of planning to assassinate PLO and LNM leaders, while in Syria Fatah facilities were closed down and hundreds of members were detained. 20 The Syrian army also ambition frustrated, sanctuary preserved. 395 Prisoned dozens of PLA officers and soldiers, among them Qadisiyah Forces Commander Fakhri Shaktura and battalion commanders Saib al-Dashajiz and Abdullah Siyam, and recalled others whose loyalty was suspect to Damascus, among them Muhammad Qasim, Majid Sharar, and Jamal Abu Zayd. Units of the hidden forces that had not defected were returned to Syria on June 20, following further mutinies a few days earlier, but much of the 415 Artillery Battalion had already defected to the PLO in the Ain Shirazi el-Regdan. Syria had not offered an official explanation of its actions in Lebanon since June 5, but a fortnight later Assad maintained that the entire battle had in fact been an internal conflict between rival PLO factions. 22 He subsequently insisted that Syria had intervened to defend both the Palestinians and Lebanon, arguing that it had done so in response to an appeal by a summit meeting of Lebanese Muslim leaders at Aramuan, of which there was no record. Besides, he added, the Palestinians had no more right in Lebanon than Syria, and could not exclude it. 23 On the other side, Khalaf considered that Assad is trying to achieve what the Jordanian army failed to do in 1970-1. He described the Syrian intervention as an invasion intended to attain the U.S. aim of forming a Syrian-Jordanian-Palestinian Union. 24 The DFLP, which had tried hard to maintain good relations with Damascus, and was allowed in return to receive Soviet arms supplies through Syria up to March, and maybe later, now accused Syrian policy of leading to the partition of Lebanon. 25 Despite general hostility to the Syrian intervention, opinion within the PLO and LNM was divided regarding Arab mediation and negotiations with Syria. Khalaf and Kajami expressed willingness to accept Syrian demands for the return of Ṣāyigh to Beirut and other cities, albeit only after a full Syrian withdrawal from Lebanon, but the PFLP and other rejectionists demanded the expulsion of Ṣāyigh from the PL 026. Indeed, the PFLP and its allies sought Guerra el-Outrance. On 1 June 7 members of the PFLP's Lebanese sister party, the ASAP, killed the U.S. ambassador to Lebanon, Francis Meloy, and his bodyguard and driver. Their intention was to drag the USA into the Lebanese conflict, believing that this would trigger a wider war of national liberation and a second Vietnam. 11 days later, a Palestinian Ream hijacked a French airliner to Entebbe in Uganda, where they held 83 Israeli passengers hostage. When Israeli commandos freed the hostages and killed the hijackers in a dramatic rescue operation, the PFLP described their leader, Faiz Jabir, as the head of its Special Operations Branch, although the operation had in fact been conducted by Wadi Haddad. 28. The Siege of Tal Azietar. By then, attention was firmly focused elsewhere. On June 20, Shamon's Tigers militia launched a major offensive on the Tal al-Ziyaitar and Jisr al-Basha refugee. 396 camps in East Beirut, which were inhabited by 21,000 Palestinians and 10,000 Lebanese rural migrants. The camps had effectively been under blockade since the beginning of the year, when the last delivery of fresh FOOD was made. The Maronite militias sporadically allowed shipments of durable FOODs and other supplies, the last being on 24 April. 29. The local command prudently stockpiled FOOD to last 2,000 fighters for 2 months, while elected popular committees provided for the basic needs of the civilian population by redistributing stocks of grain, pulses, and other durables seized from warehouses in the outlying Dikwana and Mkalis neighborhoods. The defense consisted of 200 militia men, stiffened by 60 to 70 guerrillas and PLA soldiers who operated some 3 dozen support weapons. 30. There were FEW fortifications, however, and the 1-8 air raid shelters built by the PLO in 1975 could accommodate only 60% of the population of Tal al-Ziyaitar. 31. Jisr al-Basha lay on a steep slope and rocky soil that impeded similar construction, but its breeze block houses provided a better defense than the tin shacks of its larger neighbor. This became evident on the first day of the Maronite offensive, when up to 5,000 shells landed on the camps, damaging up to 70% of their housing. 32. For the first month, much of the battle around Tal al-Ziyaitar was in fact waged in Mkalis and other outlying areas that the defenders had seized to provide a protective shield. They gave little ground at first, repeatedly retaking buildings and high points lost to the Maronite forces. The balance was shifted by the entry of the Phalanges party in the battle on June 24, and again a week later when rebel F-Asians of the Lebanese army led by Fuad Malik and Antoine Barakat committed their infantry, armor, and artillery fully to the onslaught. Under pressure, the defense ceded Jisr al-Basha on June 29. The vengeful besiegers shot or hacked dozens of unarmed men to death, committed numerous acts of rape and looting, and then expelled the surviving refugees to West Beirut. Fatah and AAL artillery based in the Matun Mountains and Beirut now protected Tal al-Ziyaitar with a curtain of fire that was brought down with pinpoint accuracy on Maronite attack waves, but the defense was gradually pushed back into the camp perimeter by July 20. The PLO made several attempts to relieve Tal al-Ziyaitar or divert Maronite pressure during this period, but to no avail. The need to defend additional fronts, totaling some 120 kilometers in length, against the Syrian army stretched the joint forces to the limit, and the PLO was simply unable to muster sufficient reserves to support a breakout plan proposed by the camp command in late June. 33 Instead, the various members of the PLO-LNM coalition mounted a series of small attacks on Maronite lines in the Ain al-Rumana suburb and other areas, that revealed all the failings of poor command, training, coordination, and general lack of cohesion. The account submitted by one Fatah officer of an attack he commanded painted an eloquent picture. Taking part were 3 PFLP squads, 3 PPSF squads, 2 squads from Arsam al-Araba Pro Nasir Boss, 2 PFGC squads, the Martyr Hassan Salama Unit Fatah's Force 17, an AAL platoon, with an armored car and 2. Ambition frustrated, sanctuary preserved 397 personnel carriers, but the PLA did not arrive nor did the fire support. Halfway, the PFLP and PFGC withdrew, leaving the right flank empty and confusing the attack. The armored car refused to advance, and the Force 17 platoon fled. 34 Fatah relied increasingly on its own forces as a result, but experienced much the same difficulties. For example, a FORCE of 120 Fatah guerrillas and PLA soldiers melted away to a mere 20 by the time it reached its target of Monteverde, on the way to Tal al-Zaatar. On 1 July 35 a repeat effort the next day started more successfully, as a company of Fatah guerrillas occupied the slopes below Beit Miri, and bulldozers opened an earth road to allow a column of vehicles carrying support weapons and 250 Joint Forces fighters to advance on Kurtaza. 36 Syrian fire from Ain al-Siha broke up the attack, however, and the attempt was abandoned. 2 nights later, on July 4, some 200 Fatah and LNM militiamen attacked the villages of Dadun Anaraya, with the aim of circling around Kahala and cutting the main road to the major Fayyadiyya barracks below, but low levels of coordination, battle management, and fire support compelled the attackers to withdraw after a loss of 20 dead. 37 Even as the joint forces retreated from Dadun and Daraya, the Fatah commander in North Lebanon, Haj Hassan, led a surprise attack on the coastal town of Shaka in the hope of diverting Maronite forces away from Tal al-Zaatar. PLO Central Operations Room Chief Yazīd Ṣāyigh had opposed the plan, apparently because the PLO was due to meet Syrian and Maronite representatives at a meeting in Safar of the Arab Truce Committee on the same day, but the mixed FORCE of 400 guerrillas and militiamen had full control by early afternoon. 38 However, the breakdown of discipline among the joint forces attackers, many of whom turned to looting, and the death of Hassan and his deputy in an artillery barrage, allowed the Maronite forces to mount a devastating counter-attack. 39 Fatah's Galilee Battalion and mounted force intervened to prevent total rout, but the joint forces had lost 30 killed and over 20 out of 50 vehicles. 40 The triumphant Maronites seized 15 villages in the Kara region over the next week, including Infa and the major towns of Amayun and Turum, while Syrian units encircled the Nahr al-Barid refugee camp again. The plight of Tal al-Zaatar worsened steadily from mid-July onwards. Fatah patrols regularly made the dangerous journey through the wooded Beirut River Valley and Maronite lines around the camp to deliver reinforcements and combat supplies. A total of 75 volunteers and nearly 100 RPG-7 anti-tank rocket launchers arrived this way, but the retraction of the defense perimeter gradually reduced the flow. Rejectionist and leftist circles intimated darkly that the mainstream leadership was determined not to rescue Tal al-Zaatar in punishment for the hostility of its cadres to the PLO-phased political program, but there was little succor to be had from the Soviet group in Fatah either. A delegation of Fatah cadres from the camp who were caught in West Beirut pleaded with Central Committee Salah for a greater military effort, but he 398 reminded them angrily of their opposition to him during the Fational dispute in 1972 and accused them of continuing to support his former rival, Yahya Ashur. 41 The Joint Forces commander in the Aintura region, Amla, stubbornly refused requests from the PLO Central Operations Room to release any of his 1,600 men or his armor and artillery detachments to the battle for Tal al-Zaatar or to attack Beit Miri, arguing that he needed these resources to face Maronite and Syrian threats on 3 sides. In any case, the greatest pressure on Tal al-Zaatar was the shortage of water, food, and medical supplies. The entire camp had only 3 sources of water by the end of June, and was reduced to a single working tap from July 14 onwards. This lay on the front line, and up to 25 refugees were killed or wounded by sniper and machine gun fire every night for the next month as they tried to reach it. Malnutrition and dehydration were rife among children, while gangrene, tetanus, and loss of blood claimed a growing number of victims as antibiotics and plasma ran out, and compelled doctors to resort more frequently to amputation of injured limbs. 42 Salt water was now the only remaining means for sterilization. Yet flight was not an option. Maronite militiamen murdered over 90 civilians after seizing several buildings in Dikwana on 1 July 2. The defense refused to give ground after July 20, however, and grimly endured the bombardment for the next 23 days. Diplomacy frustrated. The general military stalemate was accompanied by the revival of diplomacy. Arafat had returned secretly to Lebanon on July 4, coming ashore at Sidon amidst Syrian rockets, and initiated a private dialogue with the Phalanges party over the next fortnight. The result was an agreement on 1 July 8 to establish a neutral buffer zone in Beirut and restore water and electricity supplies to both sides, followed by a ceasefire on 23 July. 43 However, Shamuen's militia prevented a planned evacuation of 100 wounded from Tal al-Ziyar on July 21 and the deployment of the ASF in East Beirut 4 days later. By now there were at least 400 dead and 500 wounded in the camp, and Arafat authorized the start of formal negotiations with Syria to obtain a truce. For its part, the Syrian government, which stated that it was now host to 1 million refugees from Lebanon, faced growing domestic opposition to its intervention and was equally interested in resolving the conflict. 44 A few dozen Syrian soldiers had deserted to the joint forces in June and many more were arrested. A number of units were withdrawn to Syria failing to obey orders, and the PLO and Iraq reported the defection of 2 combat pilots and the execution of 10 others. 45 As serious was Soviet displeasure, military shipments to the Syrian army were slowed in June, and in mid-July Leonid Brezhnev sent a stiff letter to Assad insisting on full withdrawal from Lebanon. 46 Once again, Palestinian opinion was divided over the negotiations with ambition frustrated, sanctuary preserved. 399. Syria. PFLP Central Committee member Taysir Kabae questioned the utility of talks with Syrian leaders who were bent on containing the PLO and eliminating the LNM, and expressed renewed fear of Tajim. 47 The PFLP was in the minority, however, and Fatah's Kajami, Abbas, and Gnaim were joined by the DFLP and PFGC in the meetings that started in Damascus on July 20, in the presence of Libyan envoy Jalud. 48 The formal agreement reached on July 29 provided for a general ceasefire, placed the Joint Higher Security Committee under a League of Arab States chair, and called for roundtable talks between the Lebanese protagonists chaired by President-elect Sarkis. The Syrian brokered constitutional document was endorsed as the basis for national reconciliation, and PLO-Lebanese relations would be regulated in accordance with the 1969 Cairo Agreement and the Syrian proposals of February 1976. 49 The status of the Syrian contingent in Lebanon was not mentioned, ignoring PLO demands that it be wholly withdrawn and replaced by the ASF. The PLO had implicitly acknowledged Syria as its guarantor in Lebanon, and agreed to separate discussion of its status and privileges from intra-Lebanese talks. The accord might have resolved the Lebanese conflict, but faced energetic opposition. The rejectionists opposed it bitterly on the Palestinian side. Junblatt gave the accord a cautious welcome, but protested that it allowed excessive Syrian interference in Lebanese affairs and renewed the call for a full withdrawal of Syrian forces. 5 degrees on the Maronite side. Frangieh maintained his opposition to the deployment of ASF contingents belonging to certain Arab states and insisted on complete PLO disarmament and the expulsion of all guerrillas and other personnel not registered by UNRWA as resident refugees since 1949. 51 Maronite forces also escalated sharply by launching a week-long offensive against Fatah positions on the Sunan Plateau on July 27, in which they incurred some 300 casualties, and later suffered substantial losses in major attacks on Fatah positions in the Al-Karmaliya monastery, to the east of Tripoli. 52 Most significant was the volte-face by Arafat, Khalaf, and other Fatah officials, whether because they were displeased with the concessions made by Kajami, Abbas, and name in Damascus or in order to circumvent the agreement and obtain better terms. Khalaf led the way on July 30, stating belligerently that the Syrian initiative of February 1, 976 could not be revived. His call for the expansion of the ASF to 6,000 to 8,000 men, with Egyptian support, and reaffirmation of the alliance with the LNM could only provoke Syrian ire. 53 Arafat now accused the Syrians of altering the text of the accord to include strong condemnation of the Egyptian disengagement agreement of September 1, 975 with Israel, and hurried to mend relations with Egypt. The Soviet group in Fatah was confident of Soviet support, especially after learning of Brezhnev's protest to Assad, and speculated that the USSR was about to land Cuban, Czechoslovak, or other Soviet bloc troops in Lebanon to assist the PL. 0.54 Abu Sharar reflected the self-confidence in a speech given in Moscow on August 1, in which he accused Syria of seeking to impose its tutelage over the PLO and 400. Noted acidly that the Syrian army could serve the Palestinian cause better on the Golan front than in Lebanon. 55 Filastin al-Thara meanwhile argued that Syria's intentions should be put to the test by ending the tacit alliance with the Maronites, restoring ties with the LNM, and lifting the siege of Tal al-Ziyaitar. 56 Taken against this backdrop, PLO support for the formation on August 1 of a splinter group headed by the commander of Ṣāyigh forces in Lebanon, Hannah Bathish, could only be construed by Damascus as an added gesture of defiance. This debate took place amidst a paroxysm of violence around the besieged pockets in East Beirut. The first target was Nabae, which had been struck by an average of 150 to 300 shells daily since 1 July 6, prompting an exodus that reduced its population from 30,000 in mid-year, down from 100,000 at the beginning of the conflict, to 15,000 by the end of July. The defense comprised a motley coalition of 36 groups, including several overtly Shiite gangs such as Fishyan Ali, Youth of Ali, that were responsible for numerous sectarian killings, mustering 1,500 lightly armed militiamen, of whom 500 belonged to Fatah. 10 Fatah officers had provided military leadership since the end of 1975, and, as in all areas of joint forces control, assigned responsibility for the defense of different sections of the defense perimeter to a separate FAtion. 57,000 of civilians, and hundreds of militiamen, accepted a Maronite offer of safe passage to flee to West Beirut at the end of July, and on August 1 an unexpected offensive by the Armenian Tashnak party from neighboring BMJ Hamyat inflicted some 200 dead on the remaining defenders. 58 Another 60 were killed in the final Maronite assault on August 5 and the surviving 150 to 250, including the Fatah commanders, fled as best they could. Numerous civilians were also killed, and the remaining 5,000 were stripped of their possessions and expelled to the west, leaving Nabae to the looters. Hardly had the joint forces received this blow than another followed in Tal al-Ziyaitar, where the situation had become desperate. Israel had recently delivered Super Sherman tanks and M3 armored personnel carriers to the Maronite militias, which were used to devastating effect. Buildings were brought down by firing point blank at their supporting pillars, causing the death of over 250 refugees sheltering in the basement of one building in Ras Al Oikwana on 24 July. 59 Some 1,000 inhabitants died in the 3 weeks to August 3, and another 1,000 were reported wounded, prompting Arafat to renew negotiations with the Phalanges Party. 60 As a result, the International Commissariat of the Red Cross was allowed to evacuate 334 wounded to West Beirut on 3 to 4 August, followed by 500 children a day later. Yet Bashir Gemayel, who had recently taken command of the Phalanges Party's Lebanese Forces militia, after a young defender from Tal al-Ziyaitar killed Falangist military commander William Hawi as he paraded his troops nearby, and Shaman joined forces to launch a final assault on Tal al-Ziyaitar on August 8. The new ceasefire agreement reached between Arafat and senior party officials in the presence of Arab mediators on August 10 was doomed, and the PLO anxiously concluded that Ambition frustrated, sanctuary preserved 401. The Maronite intention was to force it into renewed confrontation with the S. 61 army. The remaining 400 defenders of Tal al-Ziyātar were running short of ammunition and food, and finally lost the vital water tap that had kept the camp alive on August 10. Their fate was sealed when the local Ṣāyigh commander, Bilal al-Hassan, and some of his men surrendered their positions during the night in return for safe escort to Syrian lines. 62 Some 3,000 civilians had braved Maronite fire to flee on 9 to 10 August, and were followed by the remaining 9,000 to 12,000 2 days later. The Defense Command ordered the surviving fighters to break out through the Beirut River Valley. Fatah artillery provided cover and pinpointed the routes out, and 300 men and women finally reached safety in Alai after losing many comrades to Maronite ambushes. 63 The Phalanges Party had pledged the PLO not to harm Palestinians who surrendered to ASF representatives, and its loudspeaker vans relayed these terms to the camp in the morning of August 12, but between 1,000 and 2,000 civilians were shot or hacked to death in the next few hours. 64 Bulldozers came close behind, razing the camp and crushing anyone in hiding or too weak to walk. 65 Maronite militiamen and civilians from other areas arrived to take part in the massacre, and additional victims died at each of the 9 checkpoints that the terrified survivors had to pass on their way to West Beirut. The death toll in the 55-day siege stood at 3,50, of whom 450 had belonged formally to a PLO group and another 750 were armed volunteers, taking the camp's total for the entire conflict to 4,280. 66 The FALL of Nabay and Tal al-Ziyātar provoked angry reactions from most Palestinian groups. Caliph blamed Syria frankly, as did DFLP Deputy Secretary General Yasser Abd Rabbah. 67 Abd Rabbah had been invited to Damascus on August 6 in a bid to mend relations, but now stated that the Syrian leadership had broken a pledge to prevent such a massacre and accused it not only of pinning down the joint forces, but also of seconding senior army officers to Maronite headquarters during the siege. 68 The Syrian authorities retaliated by closing down DFLP offices in Damascus, but FA said an incipient rebellion in the PFGC, whose spokesman, Muhammad Abbas Zaidan, blamed the fall of Tal al-Ziyātar on the policy of appeasing Syria and negotiating with it. 69 The PFLP apparently sought a more dramatic response, as FOR-its gunmen attacked an Israeli passenger aircraft in Istanbul on 1 August 2 and inflicted 24 casualties, BEFOR being killed or captured. Syria meanwhile antagonized the LNM by opposing its participation in the meetings of the Arab Truce Committee. Junblatt's Druze-dominated Progressive Socialist Party responded by announcing the creation of a popular army in its strongholds in the Matun and Shub mountains, and the LNM by renewing its demand for replacement of the Syrian army with the ASF. 70 Junblatt also drew a new red line by rejecting Syrian demands for a joint forces withdrawal from the Ankara pocket, as it was known, and vowed to turn it into a second Tal al-Ziyātar if attacked. 71 Retention of Ankara now 402 became a rallying cry not only for the combined Palestinian and Lebanese left, but also for the Soviet group in Fatah, that viewed its command of the region, which it fondly called the Red Pocket, as a major embodiment of its status and political design. 72 This posed a problem for Arafat, who considered that Ankara deprived the PLO of badly needed combat resources and aggravated relations with Damascus. Not to mention the Maronites, still further. He pointedly reminded the other PLO and LNM groups on more than one occasion that they had contributed a mere 100 fighters out of 1,600 deployed in the region, and so did not bear the consequences of their stand, but was vehemently opposed. Yet Arafat was willing neither to undermine the alliance with Junblatt and the LNM, nor to relinquish the Ankara card without improving the terms of the final settlement. Caliph signaled the latter purpose dearly at the end of August by linking discussion of the Ankara pocket to a general political settlement, and by suggesting that a joint forces withdrawal should be matched by a Syrian pullback, a line also taken up by Philastin al-Thura. 73 PLO determination to reinforce its negotiating position was meanwhile reflected in the major effort devoted to bringing in reinforcement, combat materiel, and basic supplies for the nearly 2 million civilians living in areas under its control. Its mainstay was the sea bridge to Egypt that allowed it to bring in additional PLA troops, some 2,000 volunteers from the Palestinian university students' population abroad, an Iraqi commando battalion, and between 1,500 and 5,500 members of the Iraqi Popular Army, as well as weapons and badly needed artillery shells donated by Egypt, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, Algeria, and South Yemen. Saudi Arabia also provided flour and medical supplies, and several tankers of oil for the geothermal power station, while the PLO, LNM, and government ministries based in West Beirut purchased additional quantities of fuel, flour, and sugar from various Mediterranean suppliers. Up to 4 ships were arriving daily at Sidon, Tyre, Jiyah, and Tripoli by the end of August, with up to 7.500 tons of flour and several million liters of petrol being unloaded on peak days. The Israeli Navy interdicted a growing number of ships after mid-August and sank an arms-carrying ship in Tyre harbor and another loaded with flour in Sidon, but curiously only intercepted one of 43 military sailings organized by the PLO throughout this period. 75 Fatah engineers also connected West Beirut to the Jiyah power station with a makeshift grid, making up for the loss of electricity supplies from the eastern half of the 176 Cap 1 Ta. Still seeking to increase combat strength, Fatah provided funds to the LNM and its own sector commanders to put additional numbers of recruits on the payroll in late August. 77 On 2 August 1, the PLO also decreed compulsory military service for all Palestinian males in Lebanon aged 18 to 30. 7-8 This aroused the dismay of refugee families, who feared further disruption to education and income, while the PFLP viewed the decision as merely a cynical ploy to soothe the wounds of Tal al-Ziyar and exert pressure during the negotia. Ambition frustrated, sanctuary preserved. 403. Shins with Syria. 79 Fatah and the DFLP had already raised 2 battalions among the survivors of Tal al-Ziyar, and after additional debate the PLO Executive Committee and Central Military Command reaffirmed the mobilization decree with effect from 1 September. 80 The PLA was to provide training and receive 25 to 30% of the intake, the rest being free to choose which guerrilla group to join. 81 Implementation was half-hearted. However, giving credence to PFLP suspicions, the PASC military police allowed hundreds of youths to sail abroad and gave exemption papers to many others. Only the DFLP applied the decree with a will, detaining hundreds of often unwilling recruits at roadblocks around the refugee camps. 82 Hostile reactions from the public, Fatah and the PFLP compelled a halt, by which time the DFLP had 2,500 to 4,000 conscripts in its training camps, of whom it retained some 750. 83. Vicious circle. The PLO had stabilized its situation sufficiently by the end of August for Arafat to instruct Salama to renew the dialogue with the Phalanges party. This led to an understanding on ways of dealing with the Anchara pocket, prompting Falangist leader Yazīd to declare publicly that he would accept the Cairo agreement without modification if the PLO withdrew from the Kisruan Mountains. 84 Again, however, neither side was able to persuade its allies. Frangilla stated publicly that he wished to strip the PLO of its heavy weapons, permit only a token military presence in the refugee camps, and reduce the number of Palestinian refugees in the country to 120,000, from an estimated 300,000. 85 He had only 3 weeks left of his term, but provocatively reshuffled the cabinet and assigned the defense portfolio to Shammon, a decision that Prime Minister Karami did not recognize. On September 8, the Lebanese front raised the pressure by assigning that the government was entitled to modify or abrogate the 1969 Cairo Agreement at will. So the PLO was also worried by widening rifts among its Lebanese allies. Most damaging was the antagonism between the LNM and Imam Sadr, which stemmed in pan-From the inroads that his Amal movement had made in the past year among Shiites in the poverty-stricken suburbs of Beirut and in the south, who had previously been a major constituency of the LNM. Sadra's followers clashed with the militant wing of the PFGC near Tyre in early July, and his public support for the Syrian army later in the month deepened tensions. 8-7 His attitude was based on the belief that the underprivileged Shiites could only improve their lot under a unified central government, and on the FEAR that prolonged civil war might trigger Israeli intervention. This would lead to partition and the resettlement of the Palestinian refugees in the south, causing yet further dislocation to the Shiites. 88 The FALL of Nabe. 404. Brought matters to a head, as Falangist radio revealed that a local Amal official and the head of the Fishian Ali gang had negotiated safe passage for their followers and families. 89 A whispering campaign now targeted the Shiites generally as the treacherous community, Ta'ifat al-Ghadr, and the LNM forcibly closed several Amal offices on 1 August 1. The Palestinian left joined in the criticism, accusing Sadr of serving a Syrian Maronite alliance. 90 To curb the population exodus, the Joint Forces Command issued a formal ban 3 days later preventing families in the predominantly Shiite southern suburbs from leaving the capital. 91 Another serious rift was triggered by LNM insistence on expanding the parallel civilian administration, which it had formally established following the Syrian intervention in June. The administration had virtually no impact beyond AFEW parts of West Beirut, but Junblat tried to revive it in response to the FALL of Nabe, a defeat he blamed partly on Sadr and Shiite parliamentary speaker Kamal al-Azad. 92 This aroused the open hostility of a range of traditional Sunni and Shiite leaders, as well as some Sunni militia leaders in the Joint Forces coalition, many of whom resented the preeminence of the Druze Junblat. Several conservative members of parliament and religious leaders now formed rival groupings. Former Prime Minister Saib Salam met Falangist leader Yazīd, and on September 12 accused Junblat of wishing to fight on until the last Muslim and the last Palestinian in order to keep the Ankara pocket. 93 AAL commander Ahmed al-Khatib added to the drama by ending the alliance with the LNM and opposing its civilian administration. He also declared that he would place the AAL at the disposal of President-elect Sarkis and rejoin a reconstituted Lebanese army. 0 Junblat lashed back angrily, scorning those who are crawling on their bellies to Damascus. 95 The DFLP and other Palestinian leftists had been openly critical of the traditional Sunni leaders since June, and similarly labeled them as merchants of religion and lackeys of Damascus after the FALL of Na'ay Arafat. Conversely, was keen to prevent a further loss of Sunni support and wooed the traditional leaders assiduously. His close aide Hani al-Hassan lobbied, albeit futilely, tickets the formation of a broad national front comprising the LNM and its main Sunni rivals, the Islamic Assembly and the National Union Front. 9 Khalif meanwhile criticized the LNM for rejecting recent Syrian proposals for talks, and called on it to revise its stance and its practice. 98 What these stands revealed was that Fatah now sought a bilateral agreement with Sarkis that would circumvent Syria. Khalif signaled this by insisting that further talks with the Maronite camp and Syria were useless until a legitimate Lebanese government was in place, and by privately offering to hand the Ankara pocket over to the LNM and AAL as a means of defusing the crisis. 99 The PLO repeated this offer to Lebanese officials in the presence of Syrian military negotiators in Safar on 10-1 September 1, but the Syrians concluded that it was merely testing their resolve and did not intend to make serious 0100 concessions. Ambition frustrated, sanctuary preserved. 405. Arafat was indeed playing FOR time, but he also said growing internal resistance. Habash, FOR1, doubted the utility of Arab diplomacy and declared the PLO unconcerned with the mission of League of Arab States envoy Hassan Sabri al-Kolai. 101. He also criticized the defensive posture of the LNM and accused the PLO leaders of always making concessions, as if they had learned nothing from the experience in Jordan, and on September 5, possibly seeking to demonstrate the alternative, a PFLP team hijacked a KLM aircraft to Cyprus. 102 The Soviet group in Fatah also became more belligerent as the talks focused on the fate of the Anchorage pocket. Abu Sharar gave a clear example in a speech on September 6 in which he reiterated the rallying cry of no Syrian tutelage, insisted on full Syrian withdrawal, and renewed support for an intra-Lebanese dialogue as the means to end the conflict. 103 For its part, the LNM adamantly refused to cede on any matter of substance so long as Syria refused to recognize its special status and allow it separate representation at the talks. The outcome was graphically demonstrated when Colli succeeded in convening a further round of talks in Shudra on 1 September 7. Arafat agreed to withdraw from the Anchorage pocket under relentless pressure from Syrian Air Force Commander Jamil, who promised in return that the League of Arab States could supervise the withdrawal and that Syrian units would be placed under the ASF flag. 104 A storm of protest met Arafat on his return to Beirut, resulting in his retraction at the next round of talks on 1 September 9. The PLO chairman now demanded that Syria should conduct a dialogue with Jumblat and withdraw from Safar as a sign of goodwill, and ignored a subsequent suggestion from Syria for the PLO to present Anchorage to Sarkis as an inauguration gift on 23 SB 105. Eptom The latest failure convinced Syria of the need to decide the issue militarily. A timely attack by 3 gunmen claiming to belong to the unknown Black June organization on a hotel in Damascus on September 26 provided an ideal pretext. Syrian commandos captured the terrorists after they had killed a guest, and the authorities maximized the impact on public opinion by hanging them in a public square the next day. The incident was the work of the notorious Abu Nidal F-Ation led by Sabri al-Banna, but Syria disregarded this fact and the immediate PLO condemnation to launch an offensive on the Anchorage pocket on September 28. 2 brigades advanced along FOR axes, and the joint forces had ceded the entire area by October 2. Maronite forces tried to take advantage with a 2-battalion assault on Kmataya and Dar al-Washir on October 1, but were beaten back with heavy losses of some 150 dead in what proved to be their last offensive action of the war. 106 The Battle of the Mountain was finally over, both militarily and politically. The fact that the joint forces had lost a mere 1 killed and 40 wounded in 5 days of combat against the Syrian army, besides 15 dead in repelling the Maronite assault, belied claims of killing 180 Syrians and destroying 35 to 50 vehicles in the first 2 days alone. 107 The joint forces were also compelled to 406 leave behind nearly all their combat vehicles, artillery, and other equipment. A principal casualty of the rout was Area Commander Emla, who had bitterly opposed a negotiated withdrawal and most recently asserted that determined guerrillas could hold the rugged terrain of the Anchorage pocket against major attack for a whole month. Yet, as his detractors acidly noted, he had escaped early enough to leave by car before Syrian units cut the FEW roads out. His final orders were for every unit to fight and then withdraw as it saw fit. 108. The mainstream Fatah leadership was not displeased. It had given Amla all the rope he needed in the way of combat resources and operational leeway, as Wazir saw it, and he had obligingly hanged himself with it. 109 Amla was now relieved of command duties, and assigned to a nominal post in the PLO Central Operations Room. For Arafat, the loss of the Anchorage pocket had removed a political albatross from the PLO's neck and reopened the way for a substantive dialogue with Sarkis. So convenient was it, indeed, that the PFLP accused the mainstream leadership of taking an individual decision to order the precipitate withdrawal and of concocting a theatrical battle to disguise its role. 110 Sarkis, for his part, was equally interested in a reconciliation, feeling that further bloodshed would complicate the task of building a stable political order in Lebanon. He was also anxious to limit Syrian influence, and had recently rejected a Syrian proposal to sign a bilateral security pact. 111 Sarkis had opposed Syrian plans to retake the Anchorage pocket by FORCE, for both these reasons. 112 The PLO chairman and Lebanese president now held lengthy telephone discussions, followed by intensive meetings between their representatives. On October 8, the two sides approved a draft agreement consisting of four main elements: an immediate ceasefire to be policed by the ASF, which would also act as a buffer force, withdrawal of all other forces to the positions held prior to 1 April 3, 1975, reopening of all ports and roads and the return of public buildings and facilities to government control, and return of all displaced persons to their original homes. 113 Colli had arranged a new round of talks on October 9, and was present when the PLO and Lebanese delegations submitted a joint working paper to the astonished Syrian delegates. The document also proposed immediate reconciliation talks between the various Lebanese protagonists, followed by an orderly PLO withdrawal from the Matun Mountains and by implementation of the 1969 Cairo Agreement without, the PLO news agency stressed, Syrian involvement. 114 Taken aback, the Syrian side suggested consulting the Maronite Lebanese Front, which signaled its displeasure with increased shelling and firefights throughout the country. The PLO also said opposition from its own ranks, as Habash described its proposals as a cheap Syrian-US deal and denounced both the Shudara meeting and the very principle of 00115 Nagonaon. The PLO had mounted a diplomatic coup, nonetheless, which it translated into an official draft agreement with the Lebanese side at a follow-up meeting. Ambition frustrated, sanctuary preserved. 407. In Shudara on 1 October 1. As Colli happily announced to the press, the protagonists had reached 100% agreement. 116 Yet the Syrians were reluctant to accept the latest fait accompli, and requested a 2-day break for consultations in Damascus. Their leadership apparently considered that it was strong enough both to dictate terms and to extend its deployment throughout Lebanon, and had been preparing for a renewed offensive in recent days. 117 Khatam, Jamil, and Muhammad al-Colli, military intelligence, had received a high-ranking Falangist delegation in early October, and Syrian officers accompanied it on a tour of the Jazin area, to which the Maronite command had reportedly transferred a total of 580 fighters since mid-August. Also under Syrian escort. 118 The Syrian command was moreover responsible for an abortive attempt by guerrillas loyal to Jibril to assault offices held by the militant wing of the PFGC in Beirut on October 7. Syrian discomfort was evident, but terrorist attacks by the Abu Nidal F-Ation on the Syrian embassies in Rome and Islamabad on 1 October 1 again offered a pretext for military action. Blaming Fatah, the Syrian command launched a large attack on PLO positions west of Jazin at noon the next day. Its forces advanced cautiously at first, taking only one village in the first 2 days and finally stopping 6 kilometers short of Sidon on October 14. PLO eavesdropping on Syrian radio traffic showed that many commanders were reluctant to press forward, and halted at every sign of resistance. However, the weight of the Syrian offensive came in the Matun Mountains, where Bamdun was struck by an intense gun and rocket artillery barrage in the morning of October 13. Syrian infantry and commandos led the attack in most points in order to avoid anti-tank ambushes and flush out the joint forces, and conducted a successful encirclement at Bir el-Shmayya on the second day. Combat was bitter in some sectors. The angry Syrians shot a number of prisoners and threw others to their deaths from rooftops, but the bulk of the 800 defenders had retreated by the morning of 4 October. U9 chaos reigned for the next few hours. The various joint forces contingents withdrew hastily to Alai, but 30 members of Fatah's student battalion met a new defense line on their own initiative. They might have remained alone had Wazir not arrived at midday and promptly ordered up guerrilla reinforcements. The Syrian forces were still securing their flanks, and did not reach the new defense line in time to continue their advance before dark. Nor did they renew the attack the next morning, because Assad had accepted a general ceasefire after Arab intercession. This was a triumph for Arafat, whose order of the day at the beginning of the battle for Bamdun had exhorted the joint forces to stand firm for between 24 and 48 hours, in order to allow sufficient time to mobilize Arab diplomatic intervention. 120 They had done so, at a cost of 50 killed or captured, and 2 days later Assad, Arafat, and Sarkis joined Sadat, Kuwaiti Amir Jabir al-Sabah, and Saudi King Khalid in the Saudi capital, Riyadh. The PLO scored an additional victory when the other Arab leaders agreed not to invite King Hussein, despite vigorous lobbying by Assad. The meeting declared a general 408 ceasefire in Lebanon with effect from 2 October 1, and agreed to change the ASP mandate from peacekeeping to peace enforcement, for which purpose its strength was to be increased to 30,000. The Lebanese government was to regain control over all ports, borders, and public buildings and installations, while the PLO was to implement the 1969 Cairo Agreement within 45 days of the establishment of the expanded ASP, now designated the Arab Deterrent Force, ADF. 121. Last-minute disputes still threatened the agreement. The PLO argued vehemently against having more than token Syrian participation in the ADF, but its Arab allies were either unwilling to contribute troops or faced Syrian and Lebanese opposition. The 25,000 Syrian soldiers already in Lebanon were incorporated into the ADF, with Saudi, Sudanese, and South Yemeni units bringing the total to 30,000. 122. The PLO also faced opposition within its own ranks. The PFLP was again the most vociferous, having accused the mainstream Fatah leadership even during the battle for Bamdun of conducting negotiations solely in order to assure its withdrawal. It now launched a virulent campaign against Syria and the Riyadh Agreement, and an editorial in Al-Hadaf asked plaintively why not attack the Syrian army instead of remaining on the defensive. 123. In blissful obliviousness to reality, another essay in the same issue argued for a comprehensive people's war, and the extermination of enemy forces. 124. However, the peace process could no longer be derailed. A full Arab Summit conference in Cairo on 25 to 26 October formally endorsed the Riyadh Agreement, and joint committees hammered out timetables for the withdrawal of combatants and the deployment of the ADF. An informal ceasefire was already in force between the joint forces and the Syrian army, but exchanges of fire still took place with Maronite forces in various parts of the country. The two halves of Beirut were struck by some 2,000 shells in one last night of indiscriminate bombardment, but an unusual calm finally descended on the capital at daybreak on 2 October 1. PLO guerrilla units were transferred to the south over the next week, taking strength there to 4,000 to 4,500, besides 2,000 on garrison duty elsewhere. The ADF only commenced deployment in the Beirut area on November 10, having started with Tripoli and Sidon 2 days earlier, and then extended into the Matun and Shub Mountains and the Maronite heartland. Hostilities at last over, the PLO could take stock of the cost of 18 months of civil war. Fatah and loyalist PLA units had lost 900 dead and the smaller Palestinian groups another 900, while the various parties of the LNM suffered a total of 700 to 900 deaths. 125. Especially painful for the PLO was the loss of veteran personnel, including over a dozen brigade and battalion commanders. The Maronite forces had incurred a comparable toll of at least 3,000 dead, but Syrian losses remained unknown. 126. The civilian population had suffered the most grievous losses, totaling some 14,000 dead, of whom 9,000 QLLOO were killed by Maronite or Syrian action and 3,000 to 5,000 by ambition frustrated, sanctuary preserved. 409. Joint Forces fire. The PLO Social Affairs Institution, which paid monthly stipends to Lebanese and Palestinian families who had lost a member due to hostile action, had 100,000 cases on its registers at the end of the war. 127. Yet horrendous as the toll was, the Lebanese conflict was far from over. 17. The resolution provided by the Riyadh and Cairo summit conferences for the Lebanese conflict provided welcome relief for the PLO, but left its mainstream leadership facing a triangle of interrelated political challenges. Its central purpose was to develop an independent diplomatic strategy, in order to gain a formal role in the Middle East process and ultimately obtain tangible rewards, but this depended on its ability to preserve institutional autonomy in the face of Arab, especially Syrian, pressures and to contain internal opposition. PLO ambition to become the key power broker in Lebanon had ultimately been frustrated, effectively ending its direct intervention in the reshaping of Lebanese state and society. This by no means indicated a complete loss of influence or an end to manipulative politics, quite the contrary in FACT, as the PLO had undeniably become an integral actor in the new balance of power in the country, but it encouraged continued movement towards a more self-contained and clearly demarcated Palestinian statist framework. For the next year, however, the PLO was principally engaged in a complicated holding action, extending the truce in Lebanon and containing the damage done to relations with Syria, while conducting a discreet diplomatic dialogue with the US. The Middle East peace process had been in hiatus since the conclusion of the Sinai II military disengagement agreement between Egypt and Israel in September 1975, but the electoral victory of Democratic presidential candidate Jimmy Carter in November 1, 1976 signaled imminent reactivation of U.S. diplomacy in the region. The immediate problem for the PLO, however, was to safeguard its base in Lebanon against various physical threats. The first came from Israel, which had not ceased its military pressure on the south at any point during the Lebanese conflict. Its launch of the Good Fence policy in mid-July had signaled the shift to overt intervention in Lebanese affairs, which it reinforced in August by opening new gates in the border fence at Kafr Kila and Ramesh. The PLO and LNM paid little attention at the time, prompting the PLO Planning Center to raise the alarm in a special report to Arafat on September 2. The rival members of the local Joint Forces Command were guilty of indifference and laxity towards Israeli activity, it charged, and of being more interested in acquiring political influence and competing for control over the distribution of food and other supplies to the civilian population. Not only had they allowed the Israeli-backed Maronite soldiers from Clay to extend to Ramesh and Dain. A ceasefire, not a truce 411 IBL, but their belated decision to impose a total blockade on the two villages had compelled the inhabitants to deal with Israel. One Israeli policy was intended in large measure to preempt a return of PLO forces to South Lebanon. This became evident in October, as the tripartite negotiations in Shudara to end the civil war were met by a sharp escalation of hostilities by Israel's Maronite allies in the south. Shammon, acting as defense minister, had secretly sent Major Said Haddad to lead army personnel in the south at the end of August, and the Lebanese front reportedly reinforced his command with 500 militiamen who traveled from Unia through Israel in early October. 2 Haddad's forces shelled major border towns repeatedly from 7 October onwards, and responded to the Riyadh conference 10 days later by occupying Hanin, from which they expelled 200 Muslim families, Marjuyun and Aishia. This severed the PLO's principal route between its bases in East and West Lebanon that did not pass through the Syrian zone of control, and threatened a link-up with Maronite forces in the Jazin district. The attacks coincided with expressions of Israeli concern that the Riyadh agreement would lead to the deployment of 30,000 Arab troops in Lebanon and to a guerrilla build-up in the south. 3 Thoroughly alarmed, the PLO quickly obtained assurances that the Syrian army would not move against it, and then hurriedly retook Aishia on October 19, but failed to regain Marjuyun. 4 An informal truce now held, and the PLO prudently kept the bulk of its forces at a distance from the border and refrained from military activity that could be interpreted by Israel as aggressive. Equally worrying for the PLO was the potential threat from Syria. The central aim of Syrian policy in Lebanon was to restore stability and central control, which meant denying Israel any pretext for wider intervention in the south and halting Maronite support for partition or alignment with the Jewish state. Ensuring PLO adherence to Syrian priorities and limitations was essential in both cases, and to this end the Syrian leadership pressed its Palestinian counterpart on for distinct issues. Most important was the demand for strict implementation of the 1969 Cairo Agreement, in pursuit of which Syria also sought the repatriation of PLO forces that had arrived in Lebanon during 1976 and the surrender of heavy weapons acquired since the beginning of the year. Its Earth parallel objective was to reassert its influence within the Palestinian political arena, by obliging the PLO to reinstate its proxies. The PLO was well aware of Syrian aims and their consequences, but, as Fatah Central Committee Khalif reluctantly admitted, the legitimacy granted to Syrian policy in Lebanon by the Riyadh and Cairo summit conferences necessitated compliance. 5 The dilemma for the mainstream leadership was to secure adherence by the militant guerrilla groups to the accords, while working at the same time to postpone implementation and reduce its scope and impact. Syrian pressure commenced immediately after the Riyadh conference with the demand for the dismissal of key PLO media officials, under the guise of ending hostile propaganda and building goodwill. 6 The PLO successfully 412 resisted this demand, but its media now emphasized the importance of developing close ties with Syria. 7 Syrian pressure also compelled Arafat to retract a statement in which he confirmed that the USSR had suspended arms shipments to Syria during the summer as a sign of displeasure with the intervention in Lebanon. 8 More serious was Syria's insistence on the return of its Palestinian proxies to their positions in the main cities and refugee camps. Besides Ṣāyigh, this affected the PFGC, whose leader Jibril had been confronted with a simple choice by Assad during a meeting in March, to remain aligned with the rejectionist front and Iraq, or to support Syrian policy in Lebanon. 9 As Jibril later explained to his followers, it was imperative for the Palestinians to avoid the fate of the Kurdish rebellion in Iraq, which collapsed after the loss of Iranian backing in spring 1975. The strategic alliance with Syria was therefore indispensable. 10 Ṣāyigh's Secretary General Musin similarly insisted on the need to coordinate Palestinian military action with Syria. 1 The PLO was reluctant to rehabilitate Syria's proxies, prompting Musin to describe its leadership in early November as deviationist. 12 Its continued prevarication prompted the Syrian command to order demonstrative deployments by the Arab Deterrent Force, ADF, in various parts of Lebanon over a 3-day period in mid-November. 13 The PLO finally relented, allowing Jibril to return to Beirut on 1 November 7, followed by Musin a week later. The militant wing of the PFGC, led by official spokesman Muhammad Abbas Zaidan, had openly opposed the Syrian intervention and now sneered that Jibril had returned to Beirut on top of a Syrian tank. 14 Jibril, conversely, accused the militants of extorting protection money and main gangs robbing and looting under the guise of confiscations during the Lebanese conflict. 15 He probably commanded only a minority of the rank and file in Lebanon, but now reconstituted an obedient Politburo and requested the PLO to arrest his rivals, whom he described as queer and morally deviant. 16 For their part the militants complained of persecution by Syrian troops with the assistance of Jibril's followers, and on November 23 2 people died in a clash between the two factions in the Ain al-Hilwa refugee camp. 17 Fatah had prevailed upon the DFLP to relinquish control over Ṣāyigh offices in the Beirut area following clashes on November 17, and signaled its goodwill by dissolving the anti-Syrian faction it had met in August, the leadership of the Palestinian organization. A number of Ṣāyigh members, including at least one battalion commander and several section heads, refused to return to the FOLD and instead joined Fatah. 18 Relations with SA/QA remained tense, and the Syrian-dominated ADF demanded PLO assistance in restoring Ṣāyigh and PFGC offices still held by rejectionist groups in Tripoli. 19 The tension erupted in a gun battle between Ṣāyigh and a large crowd of angry refugees and rejectionists attending a funeral in the Nahr al-Barid camp on December 6, in which 10 civilians and 10 to 15 Ṣāyigh members died. 20 Musin reacted by calling for radical change in the composition of the PLO Executive Committee, but he and Arafat successfully resolved the dispute on 12 December. A ceasefire, not a truce. 413. Burr, having met FOR the first time since May. 21 The next day Ṣāyigh deployed 300 men, including Syrian soldiers in guerrilla uniform, to Beirut and Sidon. Tensions persisted, however, as the PFGC and rejectionist groups clashed in Tripoli on December 28 and Syrian checkpoints arrested guerrillas transiting through the Bekaa Valley. 22 The persistence of incidents reflected tensions over implementation of the 1969 Cairo Agreement. In early November, the Syrian command appointed Lebanese Colonel Ahmed al-Hajj to command the ADF. He promptly called on the PLO to surrender its heavy weapons by December 5. The PLO complained that his appointment violated the stipulation that a non-Lebanese officer should head the ADF, and on December 2 Arafat stated that the existing accords allowed the PLO to deploy certain types of weapons for the defense of the refugee camps. 23 Musin countered with a blunt argument, the Palestinians are not free to keep tanks or heavy artillery, we do not need them in the camps, all we need are simple, ordinary weapons to defend ourselves. 24 He also stated that it is no longer necessary for PLO forces to be based in South Lebanon in order to infiltrate into Israel. They may be in North Lebanon or Syria instead. I do not insist on the return of the guerrillas to the Arqab and do not think it necessary for us to have a dense presence in the Arqab or direct, daily combat tasks. 25 Syrian checkpoints of the ADF intensified searches of PLO personnel and vehicles over the next few weeks, and Fatah guerrillas were subjected to harassment towards the end of the month. 26 Under constant pressure, the PLO and LNM transferred most of their AR to the AAL, but the ADF responded to the subterfuge by seizing AAL barracks in the main cities and arresting its commander, Ahmed al-Khatib. On January 26, 1977.27 the PLO also repatriated some 1,000 men of the PLA Ain Jalut forces and 850 of the reconstructed Qadisiyah forces, including 100 to 300 defectors from the Syrian-controlled Hittan forces and several hundred new recruits from Lebanon, to Egypt by mid-January. 18 Remaining PLA defectors took advantage of an amnesty to return to Syria, leaving barely 600 PLA personnel and PLF/PLA militiamen under PLO command in Lebanon. As the PLO reduced its military presence in the main cities, the ADF extended its presence to the southern town of Nabataya on 23 January. 19 The Fatah commander for South Lebanon, Said Maraga, apparently attempted to oppose the latest deployment, and was severely wounded on the same day in an ambush by unidentified gunmen probably belonging to Ṣāyigh. Fatah Central Committee member Naim still insisted publicly that we do not fear the Syrian presence in Lebanon, and indeed regard such presence as protection for us, but his words rang hollow. 30 PLO FERs and Syrian insistence on asserting complete control were also linked to renewed tensions with the Maronite Lebanese front. East Beirut was shaken by a series of bombings and shootings, with 50 people being killed and 46 wounded by a single car bomb on January 3 alone. The death of FOR 414 Maronite militiamen in Dora the next day triggered a wave of sectarian murders and a mutiny of Maronite soldiers at a Lebanese army barracks, by the end of which some 100 Muslims had died. 31 The Phalanges Party added to the tension in mid-January by renewing its call for the abrogation of the Cairo Agreement and the elimination of armed PLO presence in the south, while a Lebanese front conference called AFEW days later for redistributing the Palestinian refugees to other Arab states. This was accompanied by a constant stream of virulent anti-Palestinian statements from Maronite leaders and factions. 32 The affiliated Lebanese Forces militia meanwhile proposed decentralization of the Lebanese political system, a term Syria understood to mean partition. 33 It responded by ordering the ADF to deploy in East Beirut on January 22, and to take control of Anya and other illegal ports along the Lebanese coast. Walking the tightrope. Continuing Syrian pressure and renewed violence in Beirut posed a serious challenge for the PLO, which was convinced by the beginning of 1977 that a real opportunity was in the offing for it to gain a role in the Middle East peace process. Sadat and King Hussein revealed Arab expectations at the beginning of January by calling for the resumption of the Geneva Peace Conference. Their joint statement reaffirmed recognition of the PLO as sole Palestinian representative and insisted that it should participate in the talks as an independent interlocutor and on equal footing with other delegations, adding that the process should lead to the creation of an independent Palestinian entity. 34 Syria had ended its boycott of Egypt by now, and the two countries formed a joint command. Musin gave a remarkable indication of the shift in Syrian thinking by stating frankly that in rerum for liberating some land we may accept a truce with Israel, for a longer or shorter period, and we may cancel the embargo on dealings with it. Assad was less direct, but endorsed the establishment of a Palestinian state in the territories occupied by Israel in 1967, if that is what the Palestinians want. 3. Anticipating the revival of U.S. diplomacy in the region, the mainstream PLO leadership initiated a private dialogue with a handful of dovish Israelis. On January 1, retired Israeli General Matityahu Peled revealed that he and unnamed PLO officials had agreed the principles of peace. These contacts had taken place in various European capitals over the preceding year under the overall supervision of Fatah Central Committee member Abbas, although PLO spokesmen stoutly denied the fact. Abbas and the senior Fatah representative in the Gulf, Salim al-Zaynan, were publicly known only to have formed a committee in February 1976 to persuade Arab governments to allow the return of Jewish citizens who had emigrated to Israel after 1948. 3.7. As significant was the start of a hesitant dialogue between the PLO and Jordan. King Hussein revived thought. 415. Of a Jordanian-Palestinian federation on 1 January 1, and in mid-month received PNC Speaker Khalid Al-Fahim and Fatah Revolutionary Council member Hani Al-Hassan. 38 The PLO Central Council gave its stamp of approval to the dialogue on January 22 and Fahim and Abbas made a second visit to Amman in mid-February, despite a recent Jordanian statement rejecting the return of guerrilla units to the kingdom. 39 Arafat took PLO diplomacy further by meeting UN Secretary-General Kurt Waldheim in Damascus on February 5. The PLO opened offices in several foreign capitals, including Vienna, Helsinki, Tokyo, and Ankara, in the next FEW weeks. Waldheim, Austrian Chancellor Bruno Kreisky, and Romanian President Nicolae Ceausescu became active intermediaries for the PLO in its attempts to extend diplomatic feelers to the US or Israel. The PLO envoys to the UN and London, Zudi al-Tarazi and Said Hamami, also sent out political signals, for instance by advocating a federation of Palestinian and Jewish states. Arafat built on the rapidly growing momentum of these moves to announce towards the end of February that the PLO now sought a Palestinian state and was willing to attend the Geneva Peace Conference. 4 degree from Damascus, Name hurriedly stressed that the PLO would not negotiate on the basis of UNSCR 242, but Arafat's statement clearly signaled PLO willingness to coexist with Israel. The most serious sign that the PLO was having an effect came on 7 February, when the new U.S. Secretary of State, Cyrus Vance, hinted that it could gain a seat at the peace talks. The main obstacle, he explained, was that its national charter failed to recognize Israel or to accept UNSCR 242 and 338 as the basis for negotiation. 41 It transpired that Arafat was meeting Egyptian Foreign Minister Ismail Fahmy in Cairo on the same day to discuss possible amendments to the PLO charter. 42 Their attempt failed, but it was obvious by now that the PLO viewed a Palestinian state implicitly limited to the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, and Gaza Strip both as a viable goal and as a means of limiting any Jordanian role. The latter concern prompted PLO spokesman Abd al-Muhsin Abu Mazar and Arafat's close aide Hani al-Hassan to attack Sadat for proposing a Jordanian Palestinian Confederation on 20 February. At the same time, Fatah Central Committee member Kajami confirmed that the PLO would indeed attend the Geneva Peace Conference and subsequently establish an independent state if these steps were guaranteed by the US and other parties. 43 The implications of these various statements were not lost on the rejectionist guerrilla groups. They had forfeited the opportunity to derail the dialogue with Jordan by boycotting the PLO Central Council on 22 January, partly because the meeting was held in Damascus, which they still considered as enemy territory. In their bid to counter Fatah influence, the rejectionists opposed increasing the number of independents in the PNC and blocked formal representation for the Palestinian branch of the JCP, which openly preferred negotiation with Israel to the much-vaunted armed struggle. 44 The rejectionists demanded near 416 equivalent proportional representation in the PNC instead, a contradiction in terms that obscured their junior role and ignored the difficulty of assuring an equitable distribution of seats without general Palestinian elections. PFLP Secretary General Habash had suffered a major heart attack in mid-January, but found the strength a month later to give a stark reminder of the rejectionist mood. He warned that the peace talks were intended to wipe us out finally, and promised ominously that we will do everything to harm the enemy, no matter where. 45 This was not an empty threat, as 5 Palestinians had been arrested a month earlier while preparing to shoot down an Israeli El Al-Passan. Foot 46 GER01 Rukra. The PLO was equally concerned to display its moderation and sense of responsibility, and announced that it had foiled a terrorist attack by the Abu Nidal F-Ation in mid-January. Its Fatah-dominated leadership was proving able to contain the political challenge posed by the rejectionists, but FA said a greater threat when they revived their feud with Syria and its Palestinian proxies. Fierce clashes broke out between the militant wing of the PFGC and Gibral's followers in the Shatila and Burj al-Barajana refugee camps on 101 February 1, with the PFLP and ALP and Ṣāyigh joining opposite sides. Fatah had previously provided the PFGC militants with discreet military and financial backing and offered them shelter and identity cards in order to offset Syrian influence, but the eruption of fighting in the camps alarmed it. 47 Arafat quickly deployed the PASC military police and banned the other groups from putting their forces on the alert. 48 Syrian patience had already run out, however, and the ADF was instructed to prepare to assault the Fakhani district and Shatila and Burj al-Barajana camps in the early hours of 1 February 4. The Syrian command suspended the offensive only after last-minute intercession by Saudi Arabia, the U.S. administration, and other parties. Fatah strove to defuse the tension by condemning the erroneous behavior and despicable acts of the rejectionists, but the Syrian authorities retaliated by further restricting Palestinian activity and permanently closing down the Fatah military academy near Damascus. The ADF tightened identity checks and weapons searches of Palestinian personnel around Lebanon, hampering the PLO reinforcement and resupply effort during the clashes that broke out in the south in the next FEW weeks. The Syrian command also deported dozens of officers of the PLA Hittan and Qadisiyah forces, who had originally come to Syria from Gaza or the Ain Jalut forces, back to Egypt because their loyalty was deemed suspect. Worse was still to come. The Iraqi-Syrian FEUD had sharpened since the attempt to assassinate Syrian Foreign Minister Khattam in December 1, 976 and Defense Minister Mustafa Tlas in January 1, 977, prompting an even closer alliance between Iraq and the Palestinian rejectionists. 52 The rift resulted in bloody clashes between Ṣāyigh, the PFGC, and ALP in Nabatāya on 6–7 March, leaving 25 dead and 35 wounded. The clashes highlighted the climate of deepened distrust and sharpened polarization within the Palestinian arena. The rejectionists had taken note of 417 repeated references in recent weeks by Egyptian President Sadat to PLO readiness to recognize Israel and of his calls for formal us-PLO dialogue. They reasoned, and their information suggested, that where there was smoke there was fire. A statement by U.S. President Carter on 1 March 6, in which he called FOR the first time FOR the creation of a Palestinian homeland within the framework of Jordan or by other means, indicated the existence at least of an indirect US-PLO dialogue. 53 The trend was confirmed during the 13th session of the PNC, held in Cairo on 1–20 March after a hiatus of nearly 3 years. Addressing the council in his capacity as head of the PLO political department, Kajemi explained that the current goal was to compel Israel to withdraw from the territories occupied in June 1, 1967, and to establish an independent Palestinian state on the territory liberated in this way. He reaffirmed that the PLO was willing to attend a peace conference in Geneva, effectively acknowledging that its goals would be attained through negotiation with Israel. As significantly, Kajemi formally linked the notions of a Palestinian national authority or independent state to a specific territory for the first time, the West Bank and Gaza Strip, rather than the whole of Mandate Palestine. PFLP Central Committee members Taysir Kabae and Bassam Abu Sharif took the unprecedented step of stating their willingness to accept what they disparagingly termed a mini-state as the first step towards liberating the whole of Palestine, but the PFLP finally voted against the modified political program and resumed its boycott of the PLO Executive Committee and Central Council. The Rejection Front also reiterated its strong exception to dialogue with Jordan, and renewed its call for the overthrow of the Hashemite monarchy. 54 Arafat and King Hussein had in failed to resolve their differences during private meetings in Cairo on 6–9 March, and the revival of plans for ultimate confederation between Syria and Jordan led the suspicious PLO to suspend the dialogue. The rejectionists also pursued their feud with Syria at the PNC, which the PFLP urged to expel Ṣāyigh from the PLO. The militant wing of the PFGC denounced the reconciliation with Syria vociferously, and roundly condemned the PNC for continuing to recognize Jidal as leader of the group. 56 Once again, intra-Palestinian rivalries were played out against a backdrop of further violence in Lebanon. The Israeli-backed Hadad forces occupied Qaim on 1 February 7, but were stopped short of El Bl al-Saki in a defensive action that cost the life of a Fatah battalion commander, and were also repulsed at Bent Jabal a week later. Israeli escalation was partly a response to the build-up of guerrilla forces in the south to a strength of 4,000 to 4,500, but the timing also suggested a desire to preempt PLO engagement in the peace process. 5 Prime Minister Rabin indicated this in January by stressing that there would be no Palestinian mini-state and no talks with the terror organization called the PL. 58 The assassination of LNM leader Kamal Jinblat on March 16 in circumstances pointing to Syrian responsibility led to a wave of sectarian killings in the Shuv region, while a series of explosions struck both halves of Beirut in mid-418 month. Violence returned to the south on March 30, when the Hadad forces occupied a string of 6 border villages, triggering a substantial civilian exodus. After several chaotic efforts, Fatah retook the whole area in a well-executed counterattack on April 6. Hadad was wounded and abandoned by his men, and had to be extricated by Israeli troops. Fatah built on this success to retake Dibon and Qaim 3 days later, but stopped short of Marfwiun in order to avoid provoking renewed Israeli intervention. Israeli escalation in the south worried the Syrian command, prompting Defense Minister Tlis to visit Syrian units in Lebanon on April 2. The next day his deputy, Naji Jamil, met Arafat in Nabataya and agreed to facilitate the movement of guerrilla reinforcements during the forthcoming battle. 59 However, the thaw in relations was soon threatened by the Palestinian rejectionists. The PFGC militants attacked Syrian troops in various areas on 1 April 3 and provoked heavy clashes in the Fakhani district on 23 to 25 April, leading to the death of some 50 people, including 12 Syrian soldiers. These tactics seemed to pay off, as the rival wings of the PFGC agreed to part ways on April 23. The militants formed the Palestinian Liberation Front, PLF, and selected the 28-year-old Zaydan as Secretary General, and on 1 May 4 the Rejection Front welcomed the PLF into its ranks and expelled the PFGC. Partly as a consequence of constant rejectionist violence, Syria resumed its pressure on the PLO to implement the 1969 Cairo Agreement. A Party Disengagement Committee had been formed in mid-March to negotiate the details, but quickly stalled over the question of the defense of the refugee camps. The Lebanese and Syrian delegations insisted that only the PASC military police could remain, with a strength of 1 officer to every 750 inhabitants, and that its armament should consist only of light infantry weapons, with one light machine gun and one anti-tank rocket launcher to every 750 inhabitants. President Sarkis also pressed the PLO to relocate the survivors of the Tal al-Ziyaatar refugee camp in order to allow the original inhabitants of Dahmer to return, but there was little progress on this issue. 2-0. The Syrian attitude was gradually shifting, however, in response to the refusal of the Maronite Lebanese Front to consider changes in the Lebanese political system. National Liberal Party leader Shamoun pushed matters to a head in early May by proposing the division of Lebanon into two wilayas, a throwback to the Ottoman administrative unit that lay somewhere between a province and a state. 61 The threat of partition alarmed Syria, which was further incensed by a Maronite ambush in the north on May 14, in which 27 Syrian soldiers died. The electoral victory of the Likud party in Israel on 1 May 7 polarized the situation in Lebanon. Iraq extended its feud with Syria by encouraging the Palestinian rejectionists to renew their attacks on Syrian proxies. The PFLP and PFGC clashed in the Ain al-Hilwa refugee camp on 22 May 1, leaving 20 casualties. Over a dozen people died when the rejectionists resisted attempts by PFGC and Sa'ika guerrillas to deploy in the Tyre and Zerani districts in the first half of June, and as many people were killed when the fighting spread to a ceasefire, not a truce. 419. Nabataya, Sidon, and the Burj al-Barajana refugee camp in the next fortnight. The violence peaked on 1 July 7, with up to 29 dead and 50 wounded in various areas. The PLO meanwhile sought to circumvent Syrian pressure to implement the 1969 Cairo Agreement by initiating a separate dialogue with Lebanese President Sarkis and Prime Minister Salim al-Hus in mid-May. Fatah Central Committee members Abbas and Gnaim also met senior Falangist official Emin Jamayil in late June, following renewed calls by his younger brother and Lebanese Forces Commander Bashir for the redistribution of the Palestinian refugees in the country to other Arab states. The PLO offered on 1 July 1 to establish a demilitarized zone in the border region, and declared a unilateral ceasefire in the south a fortnight later. 62 Syria viewed PLO overtures to the Maronite camp with some suspicion, fearing a Palestinian attempt to circumvent implementation of the 1969 Cairo Agreement, that could in turn give the Lebanese Front a pretext to oppose Pax Syriana. 63 PLA commander Budayri reflected Syrian displeasure by stating publicly in mid-June that the PLO needed new leadership and reorganization, by force if necessary, in order to restore good relations with both Lebanon and Jordan. 64 Abu Said, a former Fatah officer working for Syrian intelligence, raised the pressure by hijacking a Kuwaiti passenger aircraft to Damascus on July 8. He demanded to confront members of the Fatah Central Committee, but released his hostages unharmed and disappeared into Syrian custody 3 days later. 65 Yet Syria also had good reason to improve relations with the PLO. It was worried by the sharp deterioration of Egyptian-Soviet relations and the realignment of Egyptian foreign policy towards the U.S. The outbreak of the brief border war between Egypt and Libya on 21–24 July heightened Syrian concern. Pro-Syrian and rejectionist groups alike had mobilized an estimated 500 volunteers to fight for the Libyan army by August 4, and Gaddafi received Jibril, Habash, and Hawatmah twice over the next month. 6 It was against this background that Syria, the PLO, and Sarkis finally reached an understanding on implementation of the 1969 Cairo Agreement. The Shudara Accord, as it was known, envisaged 3 phases: redeployment of PLO forces, removal of PLO heavy weapons from the cities and refugee camps, and the return of the Lebanese army to the south. The ADF command announced that Phase 1 had been fully implemented by the end of July, and supervised the removal of 152 crew-served weapons and 125 tons of ammunition from PLO stores in the Beirut area on 8–13 August. 67 The weapons represented a mere fraction of the hidden arsenal and many were obsolete or non-operable, but the ADF declared itself satisfied that it had eliminated the surplus. The guerrilla groups also dosed down 71 offices and vacated 14 arms depots in Beirut and other cities. Fatah Central Committee member Khalaf, who had played a key role in the accord, revealed that the Syrian leadership had promised to release some 200 prisoners, mainly rejectionists and Iraqi volunteers, issue passports for PLO officials, and reopen PLO offices and facilities in Syria. 68 He added firmly that we will not permit the revolution to be swept again into the 420 tribulations of internal struggles, neither in the Lebanese arena nor in the Arab 69 arenas. The Lebanese front was quick to decry Syrian complaisance towards the PLO, and refused to conduct parallel disarmament. The Maronite militias and press intensified their anti-PLO rhetoric. The more extreme polemicists promised that whoever kills a Palestinian will enter heaven. 70 The PLO and LNM quickly cited Maronite obstructionism as reason to postpone further disarmament in Sidon and Tripoli, and the government suspended plans to deploy army units in the south in mid-August, as called for in the third phase of the Shura Accord. Begin raised the stakes by revealing that the Maronite militias had received military and financial aid worth £100 million from Israel in the preceding year, reportedly including 110 tanks, 5,000 machine G-.0, 12,000 rifles, and training for 500 militiamen at IDF camps. 71 The IDF and Hadid forces shelled the border region repeatedly over the next fortnight, and on August 27 the Lebanese front added to the tension by stating its formal opposition to the Shura Accord and renewing its call for the expulsion of the Palestinian refugees from Lebanon. The PLO withdrew its offer to pull back its forces from the southern border, while Syrian intelligence was suspected of mounting the wave of bombings that struck East Beirut in the next fortnight. The U5 PLO dialogue, now you see it, now you don't. As in February-April, military escalation in South Lebanon in August reflected Israeli hostility not only to the recent Syrian PLO understanding regarding the Cairo Agreement, but also to the indirect dialogue that was obviously underway between the mainstream Palestinian leadership and the U.S. administration. An early indication of the progress of these contacts was the growing anxiety of King Hussein, who requested assurances from President Carter in May that a Palestinian homeland, if established, would not include the East Bank of Jordan. 72 PLO expectations were raised significantly on June 27, when the U.S. Department of State formally confirmed the need for a homeland for the Palestinians whose exact nature should be negotiated between the parties. 73 An intermediary relayed a private message from the PLO to the White House on July 26, in which it expressed willingness to live in peace with Israel in return for a U.S. commitment to an independent Palestinian state unit entity, that might moreover be linked to Jordan. 74 Shortly after Carter called on the Palestinians to renounce their aim of destroying Israel, in order to gain a place at the eventual peace talks. The dialogue was still neither formal nor direct, but it now dealt with substantive issues. On August 1 U.S. Secretary of State Vance started a 13-day tour of the Middle East, at the end of which he stated that the PLO might at last be willing to accept UNSCR 242. 75. The U.S., he added, might accept the EMIR. A ceasefire, not a truce. 421. Gens of some FORM of Palestinian state in the occupied territories after a 10-year transitional period. 76 Privately, Carter had already instructed Vance to approve PLO attendance at peace talks together with Arab nations, if it accept UNSCR 242 and 338 as the basis for negotiation. For their part, Fatah Central Committee members Khalaf and Katerni publicly confirmed that the PLO was willing to accept a modified version of UNSCR 242 and, Kajami added, to abandon the armed struggle. 77 The main PLO concern was to alter the wording of UNSCR 242 so that it would deal with the Palestinian issue not only as a refugee problem, but also as one of self-determination. Carter was willing to accommodate PLO concerns by allowing it to state its reservations when accepting UNSCR 242, and by assuring the PLO that the Palestinian question will not be on the agenda. 78 Vance discussed various formulations for an appropriate PLO statement with Sadat and Egyptian Foreign Minister Fahmy, who had received suggested drafts from the PL. 0.79 The PLO mainstream leadership attempted to shroud these exchanges in secrecy, airing Syrian opposition in particular. Assad had come to the conclusion following the Likud party's electoral success in Israel that the Geneva Peace Conference was unlikely to convene in 1977 after all, and on June 21 suggested the formation of an Arab rejection front comprising Iraq, Libya, and Algeria, with Syria as its nucleus. He was moreover adamant that the Arabs should form a single delegation in order to combine their strength and prevent separate deals with Israel. 80 The indirect exchange of messages between the PLO and Vance in August deepened his suspicion that the PLO would accept UNSCR 242 in order to gain attendance as a separate delegation at the peace talks. Unknown to him, Vance had indeed suggested just such a trade-off to Carter. Assad now suggested that the PLO did not need to attend the Geneva Peace Conference at all, arguing that it could be represented by the League of Arab States instead, so long as Israel recognized Palestinian. H8. 1. NGTS. SAICA Secretary-General Musin expressed Syrian ire with public attacks on Egypt and Saudi Arabia in early September, which were met by an unusually direct counter-attack by Fatah Central Committee member Khalid al-Hassan, who frankly praised both states. 82 Israeli Prime Minister Begin had already responded to the progress of the US-PLO dialogue by granting legal status to 3 settlements that an ultranationalist Jewish group, Gush Emunim, Bloc of the Faithful, had illegally constructed in the West Bank. He announced plans for up to 12 more settlements, and approved 3 more following the Vance tour in the region. Israeli Defense Minister Ariel Sharon, who had aroused Jordanian concern earlier in the year by proposing to establish a Palestinian state in Jordan, with Israeli help, revealed an even more ambitious settlement plan at the end of August. 83 From this point onwards, political developments raced with military escalation. On 1 September 3 the U.S. Department of State explained officially that 422. The status of the Palestinians must be settled in a comprehensive Arab-Israeli peace agreement. This issue cannot be ignored if others are to be solved. To be lasting, a peace agreement must be supported by all of the parties to the conflict, including the Palestinians. This means that the Palestinians must be involved in the peacemaking process. Their representatives will have to be at Geneva for the Palestinian question to be solved. 84. Arafat immediately welcomed the statement and confirmed that the PLO would accept UNSCR 242, albeit with suitable modifications. Kajemi went further, stating that the PLO would accept both the resolution and the right of Israel to exist if the Jewish state recognized Palestinian rights. The PLO aimed to establish an independent state in the occupied territories, he added, and would pose no threat to Israel. Fearful of a breakthrough in US-PLO relations, Israel resumed its military escalation in South Lebanon. 86 Over the next 2 weeks, the IDF and Hadad forces shelled civilian targets in a wide radius on a daily basis, UN Truce Observe reported 917 shells on 16 to 19 September alone. 87 Israeli armor also intervened when an attack by the Hadad forces on Qayyim was beaten back on September 20, and was engaged in close combat by PLO guerrillas. Fatah gunners rocketed northern Israel in response, and increased the volume of fire thanks to the loan of a Syrian Army BM-21 multiple rocket launcher. 88 The IDF accepted a US-brokered ceasefire and withdrew in the morning of 25 September, and an elated PLO confirmed the truce that evening. 89 In the following weeks it allowed the Lebanese army to regain control of its barracks in Tyre, Nabataya, and Tibnan, but still refused to withdraw from the border region, citing the constant Israeli threat. Despite its positive response to the U.S. statement of 1 September 3, the PLO remained unable or unwilling to make the concessions required by the U.S. administration. Its overtures to the U.S. had aroused opposition from a wide coalition, including the USSR and its allies in the Palestinian arena. The Soviet leadership had expressed its disquiet to Arafat during the Vance tour of the region in August, and invited him to Moscow for talks at the end of the month. 90 DFLP Secretary General Hawatma was more forthright, stating in mid-September that he expected internal alignments to change, in order to isolate the line of the centrist right that is kowtowing to Egyptian Saudi-US plans. 91 Syria also renewed its public criticism, and Musin explained that the rift with Arafat was over. Policy towards the US. 92 Under growing pressure, and perhaps expecting to extract more from Carter, the mainstream leadership directed a special meeting of the PLO Central Council on September 26 not to accept UNSCR 242 until amended. Carter reacted to the setback by questioning the PLO's status, arguing that it was a substantial, but not exclusive, representative of the Palestinians. He had not yet reversed policy, however. On October 1 the US and USSR issued an unprecedented joint statement of the principles for Middle East peace. The key. A ceasefire, not a truce. 423. Passage, as far as the PLO was concerned, confirmed the commitment of the superpowers to the resolution of the Palestinian question, including ensuring the legitimate rights of the Palestinian people. 2 days later, Carter received a message from Arafat informing him that the PLO was willing to relinquish its demand to be directly represented at the peace conference, and to nominate a U.S. citizen of Palestinian origin to represent the Palestinians instead. 93 It therefore came as a considerable shock to the PLO when the U.S. effectively retreated from its joint statement with the USSR on October 4 after coming under intense Israeli pressure. Still hoping doggedly to revive the dialogue, Arafat instructed the PLO Planning Center to draft various formulations for acceptance of UNSCR 242 and scheduled a meeting of the Executive Committee to discuss them in mid-November. 94 The meeting was never held. On November 9, in a speech to the Egyptian parliament, Sadat took the world by surprise with the announcement that he was willing to go to Jerusalem in order to make peace with Israel. Arafat was present as a special guest, but had not been informed in advance of Sadat's intentions. He faced bitter accusations on his return to Beirut for having appeared on Egyptian television, visibly shaken but joining in the standing ovation of the president. His explanation that he was unsure of what Sadat had just said and applauded merely out of politeness failed to sway his critics, whose suspicion deepened when he refused to condemn Sadat publicly in the next few days. A statement issued by the Fatah Central Committee on 1 November 7 did little to reassure the other guerrilla groups. It called on the Egyptian president to reconsider his intended visit to Jerusalem, but in a notably moderate tone. 95 Israel meanwhile heightened the sense of crisis with renewed attacks on South Lebanon. Its air and artillery strikes had killed 78 people and wounded 175, almost entirely civilians, in the Tyre district on 8 to 9 November, and renewed the onslaught on 1 November 2. The PLO came under pressure from Syria and traditional Muslim leaders in Lebanon to pull back from the border in order to avoid further violence. 96 By then all the actors in the Middle East had paused to consider the implications of Sadat's initiative. 18. Rearguard action. On 1 November 9, 1977 Sadat marked a turning point in the history of the Arab-Israeli conflict by addressing the Israeli Knesset in Jerusalem. His determination to pursue his diplomatic initiative shattered the PLO's strategy of balancing relations with Egypt and Syria while cultivating a political dialogue with the U.S., and threatened to take Palestinian and Arab divisions to breaking point. Arafat summarized the outlook in his typically personalized style: "I was on the mountaintop, but Sadat threw me into the valley." The characteristic response was to attempt to play all sides and prevaricate in the hope that a change of circumstances would enable the PLO to resume its original strategy. To pursue this course required a greater degree of internal control than ever before, however, the more so if the mainstream leadership was to resist political intervention by Arab states. Consequently, the period following Sadat's visit to Jerusalem was one of political flux and military tension in the Palestinian arena, as it was throughout Lebanon and in the wider region. The immediate dilemma for the PLO was how to preserve an independent diplomatic option in the face of intense pressures to align itself frankly with an anti-Egyptian Arab coalition and abandon contacts with the US. This was demonstrated when the Syrian, Algerian, South Yemeni, and Libyan presidents and the PLO chairman met in Tripoli on 2–5 December. Arafat was privately unwilling to sever ties with Egypt, but nonetheless signed a closing statement that denounced Sadat for grand treason and declared an embargo on meetings of the League of Arab States in Cairo. 2 The statement called on all Arab states to suspend diplomatic and economic relations with Egypt, cease official aid, and boycott Egyptian individuals or companies dealing with Israel. The signatories announced their intention to form a steadfastness and confrontation front, and pledged that aggression against any member of the front would be regarded as an aggression against all. The Tripoli meetings also witnessed attempts to assert Arab influence over the PLO. The Iraqi delegation, which subsequently stormed out of the conference without signing the closing statement or endorsing the Steadfastness Front, suggested that the PLO should be prohibited from receiving funds from any source without the approval of a supreme command to be set up by the anti-Egyptian coalition. 3 Gaddafi posed a more serious challenge by unilaterally inviting the leaders of all the guerrilla groups to attend the Tripoli conference in their separate capacities, thus challenging the authority of Arafat and his 425 representative status as PLO chairman. The Libyan leader also intervened in the drafting of a unity statement, that was signed both by the PLO and by the individual groups. The text went beyond denouncing Sadat to include blanket rejection of UNSCR 242 and 338 and the Geneva Peace Conference, and reiterated that there could be no peace, no recognition, and no negotiation with Israel. 4 The PFLP crowed that the phased political program adopted by the PNC in June 1974 had finally been overturned, and a fortnight later announced that it was ending its 3-year boycott of the PLO Executive Committee and Central Council. Arafat had declined to put his name to the Tripoli document. Khalif signed for Fatah and the independent Hamid Abu Sida for the PLO Executive Committee. He also refused to withdraw PLO representatives Said Kamal and Ahmed Sidki al-Dajani from Cairo, claiming that they no longer performed official duties there, although in reality they continued to conduct a discreet dialogue with Sadat on his behalf for the next FEW years. Arafat's unwillingness to sever ties with Egypt brought growing Syrian pressure. Outwardly, the PLO moved closer to Syria following a token offer from Assad in mid-December to permit the re-establishment of guerrilla bases on the Golan Front. Palestinian and Syrian media also announced the formation later in the month of 3 joint committees for information, political, and military affairs. Another hollow gesture. 5 More revealing, if melodramatic, was a private letter from Arafat to Fatah cadres in Egypt at the end of December, in which he complained that he and 10,000 fighters in Lebanon said the threat of assassination, implicitly by S. In the event, the physical threat came from Iraq, not Syria. On 4 January 1978, gunmen belonging to the Abu Nidal Foundation killed the PLO representative in London, Said Hamami. Hamami had played a key role since 1972 in contacts with dovish Israelis, and had repeatedly sent up trial balloons on behalf of Arafat suggesting coexistence with Israel. Iraqi-backed rejectionists took the battle to South Lebanon by preventing Ṣāyigh and PFGC guerrillas from deploying in the Tyre and Sidon areas on January 27. Sidon went on strike in protest, prompting Walid Junblat, who had assumed leadership of the LNM after the assassination of his father Kamal, to warn the PLO of the damage being done to its relations with the Lebanese. The PLO promised to evacuate armed personnel from population centers, but failed to do so, prompting a protest strike in Nabataya. Fatah finally interceded to secure the deployment of Ṣāyigh and the PFGC in mid-February, following further clashes near Tyre. Iraqi-inspired violence was not yet over, however, as the Abu Nidal Foundation murdered Yusuf al-Sibai, a leading Egyptian writer and confidant of Sadat, during a conference in Cyprus on 1 February 8. The PLO's margin for political maneuver was growing steadily narrower. Carter's national security advisor Zbigniew Brzezinski had at the end of December 1977 signaled the end of its incipient dialogue with the U.S. eloquently, if simply, as bye-bye PLO. This prompted an improvement of PLO relations. 426. With the USSR. Fatah Central Committee member Khalif stated in late January 1, 1978 that we consider the Soviet Union to be one of our biggest friends in the world. The Arabs cannot stand fast in the battle without the Soviet Union, and in early March Arafat headed a delegation to Moscow to request military assistance. 7 Yet the intention behind this apparent alignment remained to impress the US with the centrality of the PLO in Middle East politics. To demonstrate the impossibility of ignoring it, Fatah ordered a dramatic raid on the Israeli coast on 1 March. 810 guerrillas landed south of Haifa and commandeered a civilian bus, which they drove towards Tel Aviv. A firefight erupted at a roadblock at Herzliya, in which 9 guerrillas and 36 Israelis, all but 2 civilians, died. Wazir, who had masterminded the raid with Arafat's approval, argued that it had shown the ability of the revolution to reach wherever it wishes. 9 Israel promised to retaliate, and the PLO prepared for an assault on South Lebanon. The area had enjoyed relative calm in the last 3 months of 1977, in part because the PLO and LNM adopted a flexible policy towards the border villages under Maronite control, allowing free movement of civilians and goods and concluding neutrality pacts. However, the Israeli-backed Hadad forces escalated steadily following the start of the Egyptian-Israeli peace process, and on March 2, 1978 clashed sharply with the guerrillas' for control of Yarun and Marun al-Ras. The Fatah naval raid brought tensions to a head, and the IDF launched a major assault along the entire length of the border at midnight on March 14. The invasion FORCE consisted of mechanized and armor units with an overall strength of 25,000 to 30,000 men and 300 tanks, according to PLO estimates, while some 2,000 guerrillas held the target area, besides another 2,000 in the rest of South Lebanon and up to 3,000 Palestinian and Lebanese militiamen in main towns and refugee camps. 10 The declared Israeli objective was to drive the guerrillas away from the border and establish a security belt 7 to 10 kilometers wide along its length. 1 Official spokesman expected the operation to last 36 to 48 hours, but stated that the IDF would remain in Lebanon until satisfactory security arrangements were made. Despite PLO convictions to the contrary, physical elimination of the guerrilla loss was only a secondary Israeli objective. 12 This was reflected in the slow, methodical advance of the IDF, which reached the limit of its declared security belt on 1 March 8, some 48 to 60 hours behind schedule. The guerrillas resisted fiercely in AFEW positions, especially around Bent Jabal and Taiba, but withdrew after brief skirmishes in some other sectors. PLO artillery units lost only 1 gun during the entire operation. In the Arqab, rough terrain and landmines were the main obstacle to the Israeli advance, with the IDF losing 22 vehicles on the first day alone. 13 Israel was already under international pressure to halt its offensive, but, after pausing for 24 hours, the IDF suddenly made a rapid armored movement to occupy the entire area south of the Litani River. Whether the change of tactics and objectives reflected the desire to inflict heavier casualties on the guerrillas and drive their artillery completely out of 427 range, or had been the intention all along remained unclear. 14 The guerrillas scattered in considerable confusion and thousands of civilians fled as the IDF closed in on the Tyre district. Only some of the larger Fatah and PLA units still held their ground, and the timely appearance of Arafat, Wazir, and Chief of Staff Yazīd Ṣāyigh on the outskirts of the city helped to shore up the defense. The FALL of Burj Rahal and Al-Abbasiyah in the evening brought the IDF within sight of the strategic Kazmiya Bridge, which commanded the coastal road from Tyre to the north, but it still faced determined resistance from remnants of Fatah's Jarmuk battalion and suspended its advance. The UN Security Council passed a ceasefire resolution on March 20, which was accepted by Israel the next day and the PLO a further day later. What Israeli Chief of Staff Yazīd Ṣāyigh now called a small war was over. The IDF had lost 1 dead and 1 prisoner, while killing at most 65 guerrillas and capturing a dozen. 15 The Lebanese and Palestinian civilian population had paid the highest price, as usual, with press reports of L000-2,000 dead, although a preliminary count showed 176 dead and 392 wounded, among them 75 Lebanese villagers killed in a single airstrike on a mosque in Abbasiyah. 16 The invasion had also caused the flight of 285,000 civilians, who crowded into schools, sports stadiums, and municipal facilities in Sidon and Beirut. 17 Beyond providing relief, the task for the Lebanese government and the international community was to secure implementation of UNSCR 425, which called for a complete Israeli withdrawal from the south. To assure this, the resolution envisaged the deployment of an international peacekeeping force along the border and the restoration of full government control. The UN Interim Force in Lebanon, UNIFIL, was duly assembled over the next fortnight, and assumed control from the IDF of a large swathe of territory by April 29. The IDF completed its withdrawal on June 12, but handed 23 of the 37 remaining villages over to the Hadad forces, now renamed the South Lebanon Army, SLA, instead of UNIFIL. The IDF had achieved its main operational objectives, but the PLO also boasted that it had seriously delayed the Israeli advance and prevented occupation of the Tyre pocket. Ṣāyigh explained that the PLO's Higher Military Council had instructed its forces to resist as long as possible before retreating, and then to wage a guerrilla campaign behind Israeli lines. 18 The position of the enemy was difficult as a result of this method, despite the intensity of his forces' firepower, he argued, adding that this was one of the FEW occasions in which the enemy has confronted Arab forces that are determined to fight, and Israel will now be compelled to revise its calculations. 19 PLO performance had been far more mixed, in reality, although it could still assert that merely emerging from the battle intact was a victory. 20 Palestinian insistence that the Fatah raid had substantially disrupted Egyptian-Israeli peace talks also lacked credibility, as Israeli Prime Minister Begin flew to Washington to hold a new round of discussions with Carter on March 1. As U.S. National Security Council staff member William Quandt observed, continuing hostilities in Lebanon over the 428 next FEW months were a continuing irritant in US-Israeli relations, but the peace process was not brought to an end. 21. The battle in the south had other strategic consequences for the PLO. The 5,000 UNIFIL soldiers met a sizable buffer that kept PLO forces at a considerable distance from the border in most areas, except for an 8-kilometer gap opposite Maruyun, where the guerrillas and Hadad forces still faced each other directly. The PLO was moreover disappointed, but hardly surprised, that its allies in the Steadfastness Front had done little to assist it besides offer diplomatic support and modest arms shipments. 22 Syria permitted the transit to Lebanon of PLO volunteers from other Arab states and arms from Algeria, but also detained or refused entry to many others. Iraq hurriedly sent a commando battalion to Lebanon on March 24, but prevented volunteers from joining the PLO, while the Jordanian authorities similarly prevented up to 800 volunteers from leaving the kingdom. 23 Some 3,000 recruits eventually reached the PLO during March and April, of whom 600 joined guerrilla units on a permanent basis. 24 Of equal significance for the PLO was the marked improvement in relations with Syria, and, on the negative side, the revival of Maronite objections to the 1969 Cairo Agreement. The two developments were connected. Maronite army officers and the Lebanese forces militia had instigated fierce battles with Syrian units of the ADF around Beirut in early February and again in early April, and Shammon posed a direct political challenge to Pax Syriana by calling on April 12 for internationalization of the Lebanese crisis. The Syrian explanation of Maronite escalation. In the words of Ṣāyigh Secretary General Muhsin, was that Israel planned to create pressures inside Lebanon in an attempt to raise tension and push matters to a new eruption of the civil war, with the FORMist aim of exerting pressure on Syria to moderate its steadfast opposition to Sadat and his capitulationist policy and liquidationist ventures. 25 Syrian suspicion deepened when it transpired in mid-April that the Lebanese Defense Ministry was secretly paying the salaries of FOM1ER army personnel now in the ranks of the SLA, including Hadid, and maintained regular contact with the Israeli-backed militia. The discovery of the arrangement with the SLA led to a government crisis, and to the resignation of the Hus cabinet on 1 April 9. 4 days later a special parliamentary committee called for a complete halt to guerrilla action and the dissolution of all armed forces not directly loyal to the state. 26 The committee also considered that the passage of UNSCR 425 and deployment of UNIFIL effectively superseded the 1969 Cairo Agreement and abrogated it, although this was not a binding opinion. The PLO Executive Committee issued a restrained response, reiterating respect for Lebanese sovereignty and renewing the pledge not to intervene in domestic politics, but argued that the parliament lacked the power to undo accords concluded between the executive and the PLO and ratified by Arab summit conferences. The Palestinian armed presence and action have a pan-Arab character and role in the Arab-Israeli conflict and are 429. Not the private internal affair of this Arab country or that, it stressed, and no one has the right to decree this fateful national issue so long as Zionist occupation of Arab land persists. 27 Arafat later promised Hus, who resumed his post as prime minister on 1 May 5, to uphold the ceasefire in the south, facilitate the UNIFIL mission, and repatriate the volunteers who arrived in Lebanon after the Israeli invasion. Khalif repeated the commitment to the ceasefire following anti-PLO protests in Qana and Jwaya on May 21. Internal struggle and Arab intervention. The strategic consequences of the Israeli invasion were obvious enough, but no less important was the internal struggle it precipitated within the Palestinian movement. An immediate question was why the mainstream leadership had risked provoking a massive Israeli response. Misjudgment was a fader, as the PLO apparently believed that Israel would exercise restraint for fear of jeopardizing the peace talks with Egypt. Ṣāyigh later admitted that reports of the IDF build-up on the border after Fatah's naval raid were so inflated that we tended not to take them seriously. 28 The prevalent assumption was that Israel would retaliate much as it had in the past, possibly with extensive air strikes. Muhsin confirmed that the Israeli assault exceeded Palestinian expectations by stating that we noticed from the first moment that the Israeli operation in South Lebanon was not merely a response to the recent heroic guerrilla operation near Tel Aviv, but instead was a considered and deliberate plan waiting for a 2. 9. Pretext. Conversely, internal opponents of the mainstream PLO leadership believed that it had intended from the outset to provoke Israel into pushing the guerrilla forces back from the border. The aim of Arafat and his colleagues, this line of reasoning went, was to weaken the PLO militarily in order to win a free hand in making the major political concessions required for it to join Egypt in the US-sponsored peace process. As PFGC Secretary General Jiral caustically observed, the eyes of the leadership are so constantly fixed on Sadat that they have developed a squint. 30 The fact that Arafat, echoed by Ṣāyigh and PLO representative Shafiq al-Hut, offered at the end of April to guarantee Israeli security in Rerum for Palestinian statehood only confirmed rejectionist suspicions. 31 Fatah Revolutionary Council member Naji Ayyish shared this outlook, arguing that the death of only 45 guerrillas during the March invasion showed that what had taken place was not a real battle but a brilliant trick. In his view, the rightist PLO leadership, affiliated to the reactionary regimes of Egypt and Saudi Arabia, had stage-managed a withdrawal and deliberately introduced a UN buffer force in the border region. 32 Syed Maraga, now deputy head of the Central Operations Room, privately concurred, and was to accuse his superiors several years later of having had advance knowledge of the precise extent of the Israeli invasion. 33. 430. Whether Arafat was guilty of such cynical manipulation or not, the rejectionists sought to preempt any tendency to political moderation by mounting a guerrilla campaign against IDF units in South Lebanon. PFLP Secretary General Habash argued that the extent of losses inflicted on Israel and the damage to its stature offer us a living example of the value of such confrontations. Warming to his theme, he asked rhetorically, "Why don't we start so that this line spreads throughout the Arab region around Israel? From the borders of Lebanon and the borders of the Golan and the borders of Jordan and inside every city in Palestine? What would happen to Israel?" The beginning of the loosening calcula, the beginning of the collapse. 34 This was at best a flight of fancy. The PFLP and its Lebanese offshoot, the ASAP, had formed the grandly titled Popular Resistance Front to liberate the South from occupation and fascism during the invasion, but this proved ineffective and short-lived. 35 Its first act was to accuse the PLO leadership of having decided to withdraw remaining guerrilla forces in the night of March 18, in the absence of the PFLP and ASAP representatives, and also to blame the Arab Steadfastness Front FOR inaction and Syria FOR impeding the arrival of volunteers. 30 Fatah played the major part in the guerrilla campaign in FACT, but it did so largely as a means of securing formal contact with the UNIFIL command. The UN had originally arranged the ceasefire and the deployment of UNIFIL with the Lebanese authorities, not the PLO. Only after UN Secretary-General Kurt W. Aldame visited Arafat at his Beirut headquarters on 1 April 7, followed by UNIFIL commander Emmanuel Erskine 6 days later, did Fatah quietly wind down the guerrilla campaign. In public, Arafat still insisted that the attacks would continue until the IDF had withdrawn completely from Lebanon, but Foreign Minister Kajemi stated more candidly that the PLO would facilitate any measures and arrangements taken at the Arab or international levels to ensure an immediate and unconditional Israeli withdrawal. 3 Fatah meanwhile regrouped the small number of guerrillas who had remained in hiding behind Israeli lines and smuggled weapons into areas under IDF control before they were transferred to UNIFIL control. This allowed it to claim the right to maintain bases 35 in all, including small PFLP and DFLP detachments, with an eventual peak strength of 700 guerrillas in the buffer zone. Rules of conduct were gradually developed and liaison officers appointed by both sides, and it became customary for UNIFIL to return guerrillas and weapons caught in violation of standing arrangements. 3-8 The PLO was not alone in recognizing the implications of the modus vivendi it had established with the UN. Israeli Chief of Staff Ger noted publicly that the UN ceasefire had made the PLO a de facto party to any agreement affecting South Lebanon. 39 The Palestinian rejectionists came to much the same conclusion, and viewed the understanding reached by the PLO and UN in April as confirmation that Arafat sought to ingratiate himself with the international community by preventing attacks on Israeli targets. Unable to attack the IDF, the rejectionists saw more political reward in turning against UNIFIL instead. 431. Attempts by the French battalion of UNIFIL to expand its zone of operations around Tyre in the first half of April provided a convenient pretext for the rejectionists and their Lebanese allies to initiate clashes, that ceased only after intercession by Fatah. Iraq also entered the scene, arranging the transfer to Lebanon of over 120 volunteers recruited by the Abu Nidal Foundation. Their orders were to attack UNIFIL and disrupt the ceasefire, but Fatah forces took the entire contingent into custody on 1 April 7. 40 Investigation revealed that Alush and Muhammad Atta had secretly provided the newcomers with accommodation, transport, supplies, and FAK military passes, and both men were immediately arrested on orders from Arafat and Wazir. The arrest of Alush and Atta was an unprecedented step, despite the gravity of their action, and provoked strong internal reactions. Central Committee members Khalif and Nimr Saleh protested openly, as did the Secretary of the Fatah Revolutionary Council, Majid Abu Sharar, and Muhammad Abu Mazar, head of its Foreign Relations Department. Even more unusual was the public condemnation of the arrests issued by Musa al-Amla and Moraga, who urged Fatah units to offer support to the dissident guerrillas. 41 Protests also came from the other guerrilla groups and leftist Lebanese parties, and were published in the daily newspaper of the Lebanese Communist Party, Al-Nida. Arafat relented, and ordered the release of Alush and Atta. Alush promptly fled to Baghdad, where he was appointed to the leadership of the Abu Nidal F-Ation, but Atta remained in Beirut. 42 Caliph now averred that we do not accept the Abu Nidal F-Ation among us and joined Hail Abdul Hamid in questioning Atta regarding his role. 43 Abu Sharar, arguably the most influential figure in the pro-Soviet group, rather than Soleh, similarly persuaded Amla, Maraga, and other allies to leave Alush and Atta to their fate lest Arafat find cause for a wider crackdown. 44 The Central Committee made a show of its unity by appearing at a passing out parade at the Fatah Military Academy on April 27. Although the mainstream leadership had reasserted its control, the episode encouraged its opponents. Among them was Iraq, which regarded the PLO and South Lebanon as convenient battlefields to wage its continuing feud with Syria. On 1 May 5, a week after Assad and Arafat had announced the formation of a committee for strategic coordination, the Abu Nidal F-Ation murdered the PLO representative in Kuwait, Ali Yassin. The rejectionist groups renewed their attacks on UNIFIL at the same time. The French battalion commander was wounded and a PLO liaison officer narrowly escaped injury when the car they were traveling in near Tyre was ambushed by the PLF on May 2. The UNIFIL command responded by relocating its headquarters from Zerani to Ras al-Naqoura in the SLA zone of control, much to the embarrassment of the PLO and Syria, but the PFLP probed UNIFIL positions again on 3 and May 13. Running out of patience, the Syrian government warned the guerrillas that to persevere in armed activity in the south would constitute an act of collusion with Israel and give it the pretext to hit Lebanon. 45 According to Jibril, Syria wished to 432. Close the windows in the south that might allow Israel to bring its military preponderance to bear. He later added that Syria also considered that deployment of UNIFIL and implementation of UNSCR 425 would deny the Maronite camp the means to blackmail it with the threat of triggering Israeli intervention. 46 Rejectionist behavior was not simply the result of Iraqi instigation, but it usefully revealed the close connection between the political and ideological polarization of the Palestinian arena, on the one hand, and Arab rivalries and the beginnings of the Second Cold War, on the other. At one level, organizational struggles intensified between the guerrilla groups and within each, while at another abroad, if fractured, alliance of self-declared leftists and militants emerged across the Palestinian movement. A case in point was the PLF, the core leadership of which consisted mainly of Palestinian refugees from Syria. Although Zaydan was nominal Secretary General, he had to share effective authority with the West Bank Hamtalat Yaqub and Abd al-Fattah Ghanem in a formal triumvirate, and also faced constant challenges from the three other Qatars who together formed the collective leadership. 47 The combination of regional differences and personal ambition encouraged ultra-left politics, as well as putting the function and viability of the PLF in question. By coincidence, prominent members of the Fatah leftist F-Ation such as Abd al-Rahman Mali had also grown up or studied in Syria, and knew the PLF leaders well. They maintained a secret dialogue with the PLF and provided a modest supply of funds and arms until the Iraqi connection became more important. 48 The PLF reciprocated by publicly adopting the cause of the Fatah leftists in 1978 and by issuing FAK military identity cards and travel passes to members of the Abu Nidal F-Ation and supporters of Alush, to the intense annoyance of Arafat. Like the PLF, the extremist behavior of the PFLP was also due to the combination of internal instability and ideological dogmatism. Looking back on this period in April 1, 981, the FO Earth General Conference of the PFLP admitted that, following the end of the Lebanese conflict in October 1976 and the deployment of Syrian peacekeeping troops, a new opportunistic leftist current emerged that demanded confrontation with the ADF. The conference report now revealed that Politburo member Walid Kadira, who had secretly instigated the leftist split of March 1, 972, and a group of university graduates from Egypt had led the ultra-left tendency in 1977.49. Kadyrov was exposed at that time as an agent of the Lebanese Tzini Bureau and fled the country. As if one scandal were not enough, the PFLP discovered at the end of 1977 that another Politburo member, Yunus Bujairami, was responsible for a number of armed robberies in Lebanon since 1976. 5 Further investigation showed that he had ordered the murder of FELO Politburo member Abd al-Rahim al-Tayyib and his wife, for which crime he was executed. Little changed in PFLP rhetoric, however. Speaking in December, Habash castigated the rightist leadership of Fatah and the PLO for adopting policies. 433. Convenient to the defeatist reactionary Arab regimes, and described the PLO, Egypt, and Syria collectively as capitulationist. 51 He insisted that the PFLP no longer conducted external operations, which activity was the work of former members. Wadi Haddad in fact died of cancer on March 28, 1978, but the PFLP's Lebanese offshoot, the ASAP, was implicated in an attack on passengers awaiting an El Al flight at Orly Airport in France on 20 May. 52 The real threat, Habash now argued, was that the PLO leadership still clings to the illusion that it can extract a certain political settlement of the Palestinian cause. This illusion was evident in its insistence on maintaining covert links with Egypt, its attempts at reconciliation with Jordan, statements implying willingness to recognize Israel, and flirtation with the U.S. 53 For Habash, the PLO pledge to halt guerrilla activity in South Lebanon in June confirmed these suspicions and effectively suspended the 1969 Cairo Agreement. 54 The Palestinian rejectionists now gained an unexpected ally. The DFLP had criticized the Fatah-dominated PLO leadership for seeking to join the U.S.-sponsored peace process during 1977, and in May 1978 moved into open alliance with its former adversaries in the rejection front. Secretary-General Hawatma explained this as a response to the readiness of some bourgeois Palestinian forces that straddle the pinnacle of political power in the PLO to adapt to the apostasy of Sadat, that is directly tied to the plots for a liquidationist U.S. peace settlement. 55 He attacked the autocratic style of leadership in Fatah and its monopoly on PLO decision-making, and decried what he described as the division of the Palestinian movement into acceptable and unacceptable groups. In the view of the DFLP, PLO policy was influenced by the higher sections of the petite and middle bourgeoisie in the diaspora, who were dispersed and lacking in social cohesion, and so they ally themselves with their Arab class counterparts. The solution suggested by the DFLP was to impose collective leadership in the PLO and to deprive the Palestinian right of its monopoly on decision-making. Foiling the role of the right occupies pride of place in the national agenda, it concluded. 56 The DFLP cemented its opposition by signing a joint memorandum with the four rejectionist groups on 24 May. The signatories took the PLO leadership to task for trying to obtain a share in the promised settlement and gain a seat on the American train. They also condemned PLO policies in Lebanon, which sought to control the LNM by creating fictitious and grassroots organizations to pressure it from within, and curried favor with suspect traditional personalities and groupings and conceded to government and UN demands affecting South Lebanon. Certain PLO leaders were guilty both of propagating the reactionary Arab position and instigating to explode the Palestinian revolution from within, and of belittling the importance of the Arab Steadfastness Front. The memorandum complained bitterly, and repeatedly, that PLO policies were the result of autocratic, individual decisions, implicitly by Fatah and by Arafat himself. 58 To rein in the PLO chairman and Fatah, the opposition demanded the 434 formation of a committee comprising the leaders of all the guerrilla groups and a handful of senior PLO officials and independent figures to supervise national decision-making. 59 If nothing else, the joint memorandum served to persuade Arafat that he said a concerted political campaign. Adding to his anxiety was the knowledge that the leftist faction in Fatah was busily regrouping and, indeed, had secretly elected a shadow central committee in early 1978.60 Abd al-Rahman Mar'i and Ilyas Shufani, a Palestinian researcher who held token responsibilities in the western sector, emerged as leading figures in a loosely organized clandestine party. They were closely allied to Amla, who had his own secret network in Fatah guerrilla units, and to Abu Sharar and Solah of the pro-Soviet group. Another leading figure was Sami Abu Quaik, still nominally head of organization in Jordan, who maintained covert ties from his office in Damascus to the Abu Nidal Foundation in Baghdad. Other small groups within this internal coalition were the self-styled Palestinian Communist Workers' Party, which drew support from Fatah University students and intellectuals and enjoyed discreet, if non-committal backing from Central Committee member Khalaf. Arafat was aware of the situation in Fatah, and also that the leftists were secretly coordinating their political position with the DFLP and the rejectionists. 61 On May 6 he issued Legislative Decree No. 1 modifying the Fatah Revolutionary Penal Code of 1974, in which he outlined procedural rules for arrest, investigation, and trial and effectively granted himself the powers of military prosecutor. 62 The reason for the step became clear on June 19, when two Fatah cadres, Ali Salim and Mahmoud Diabas, were put on trial for having provided shelter and transport to the Abu Nidal Foundation dissidents smuggled into South Lebanon by Alush and Atta in April. Salim and Diabas, both veterans of the siege of Tal al-Ziyātar in 1976 who now headed the Fatah branch in Dahmer, were executed immediately after the trial. This act, as much as any other, convinced the rejectionists, themselves responsible for most of the internecine violence to date, that Arafat and his colleagues would resort to military means in the drive for political control. The PLO chairman was also suspected of ordering an attempt on July 25 on the life of Hannah Muqbil, a Palestinian writer close to Alush, prompting Habash to imply, in a public speech, that the executions were a response to the ASAP attack at Orly Airport in May. 63 He added that the mainstream leadership was using violence to turn the internal debate about the peace process from a political battle into a military one. In order to silence us. 64 For his part, Arafat was reacting to what he insisted was essentially an Iraqi-inspired challenge. The PLO Executive Committee issued a statement on 1 June 6 formally accusing Iraqi intelligence of murdering its representative in Kuwait 2 months earlier, to which Iraq responded a fortnight later by recalling the commando battalion it had sent to South Lebanon in March. Clashes also broke out between the ALF and PFGC in the Ain al-Hilwa refugee camp. 435. On 2 June 1, and the rejectionists defied PLO policy by opposing the deployment of Lebanese army troops in the UNIFIL zone in early July. As tensions sharpened, the PLO Executive Committee publicly declared on 1 July 1 that Iraqi complicity in the attacks and media broadcasts of the Abu Nidal Foundation constitute the declaration of a war of extermination against the Palestinian people and its revolution and leadership. 65 The PLO demanded the surrender of Sabri al-Banna in order to avert bloodshed, but the ALF and PLF replied to the implicit threat by taking 40 UNIFIL troops hostage the next day. Fatah retaliated by occupying PLF offices and bases and arresting PLF personnel in most parts of Lebanon over the next 2 days, and released them only after their leadership pledged to moderate its behavior. As the FEUD deepened, an unidentified Iraqi official accused Arafat of resorting to violence in order to stifle internal dissent, and complained that pro-Syrian and pro-Soviet guerrilla groups had joined the campaign to avenge the execution of communists in Iraq and to divert attention from internal Palestinian conditions. 66 Fatah responded on 1 July 6 with a long diatribe in which it revealed that the Iraqi authorities had closed all of its offices in the country but one, diverted 60% of funds donated by the Iraqi public to Fatah to the Ba'ath Party's own Bureau of the Armed Struggle, confiscated arms shipments from China worth $50 million and FOOD, medicine, and uniforms worth another $30 million. and expropriated arms manufacturing workshops and a large pool. Tri-FA Room 67. An internal circular sneered that Iraq was unable to do anything but able and ineffective organizations such as the ALF or else subvert and buy off an agent such as Banna. 68. It also likened Saddam Hussein to Israeli Prime Minister begin in their shared determination to shed the blood of the strugglers of Fatah. Warming to its theme, Fatah regarded Hussein and the rest of the Takriti clan as the spiritual heirs of Nuri al-Said, the detested Prime Minister of Iraq under the Hashemite monarchy who had been hanged and then disinterred and torn to shreds by the mob during the Revolution of July 1958. If the Palestinians could not regard Nuri al-Said as a national hero, it concluded, then they are incapable of seeing the features of a national hero in the face of Saddam the Takriti. 60. The feud now degenerated into open violence, as gunmen assumed to belong to Fatah fired at the Iraqi embassy in Beirut on 1 July 7. Over the next month, Iraqi diplomats in London, Paris, Karachi, Beirut, and Tripoli, Libya, were targeted by unidentified assailants who killed 3 persons and wounded a third, while the Abu Nidal Asian and Iraqi intelligence struck back with the assassination of the PLO representative in Paris, Is al-Din al-Khalak, and his assistant, and or bystanders outside the PLO office in Islamabad. Amidst the tit-for-tat killings, the Israeli Mossad killed a PFLP cadre in Athens on August 19, while 2 passengers died in a gun attack on an El Al bus in London the next day. The Abu Nidal Asian then declared a truce, presumably on Iraqi orders. Iraq also played down the defection to the PLO in early September of its former ambassador in Sweden, General Hassan al-Nakib, appointed by Arafat as his 436 military advisor, and ignored an attempt by Fatah to engineer a split in the ALF. 70. During the same period, Fatah guerrilla units had clashed with the rejectionists and DFLP in the Nahr al-Barid and al-Badawi refugee camps in North Lebanon on July 30, leaving 3 dead. Renewed fighting in Badawi 3 days later left 50 casualties, as Fatah closed down opposition offices, and 8 people were killed or injured when the dashes spread to Dahmer, Tyre, and Sidon on 1 and August 10. 7. Worst was the explosion in a basement ammunition depot that brought down the building housing PLF headquarters in Beirut on August 13, killing 135 civilian inhabitants, 37 PLF members, and 16 Fatah members. Whether the tragedy was the result of accident or design, the PFGC was widely suspected of a revenge attack on the breakaway PLF. It was against this background that Fatah revived a proposal it had originally made to the PNC in January 1, 1977 for the unification of Palestinian military forces. And not surprisingly, the opposition saw this as an attempt by Fatah to impose its political will, and objected that unity required collective decision-making in the PL. 0.73 The rejectionists clashed with the PFGC on 1 August 7 and renewed their attacks on UNIFIL in the south, ceasing only when Fatah intervened 4 days later. Syria was increasingly alarmed by the internecine Palestinian violence, not least because it also faced a growing military challenge from the Maronite camp. On June 13, militiamen loyal to the ambitious young commander of the Lebanese forces, Bashir Gemayel, killed Tony Frangieh, elder son of former President Suleiman and head of the rival Maratha militia, as well as his wife, daughter, and 30 guards, servants, and passers-by in the northern town of Lohdin. As Syrian pressure on East Beirut mounted, Israel signaled its concern by sending combat aircraft over Beirut on July 6 and August 8, and then struck a Fatah training camp outside the Burj al-Barajana refugee camp on August 21. This followed a series of airstrikes since May that had gradually extended from the south to Dahmer, and was accompanied by shelling against guerrilla bases and civilian targets in the Tyre and Nabataya districts during August and September. Anxious to contain further violence on at least one front, Syria instructed Ṣāyigh and the PFGC in mid-August to start a formal dialogue with the PFLP, which had resisted pressure from its rejectionist allies to take the military offensive against Fatah. 74 Fatah meanwhile committed itself in a joint statement with the PFLP to democratic dialogue, and held reconciliation talks with the other guerrilla groups. Salvaging a diplomatic option. The readiness of the mainstream PLO leadership to respond forcefully to the opposition and Iraqi intervention was a token of its determination to defend its ability to act autonomously with regard to the peace process. However, any 437 success it might have achieved was jeopardized by the announcement that the latest round of peace talks at the U.S. presidential retreat in Camp David had produced an agreement between Egypt and Israel. On 1 September 7, Sadat and Begin signed a general statement of the principles of peace, including an outline for Palestinian autonomy in the West Bank and Gaza Strip, and a detailed framework agreement for further negotiations on a final Egyptian-Israeli peace treaty. 75 Syria, Algeria, Libya, South Yemen, and the PLO hurriedly relaunched the National Steadfastness and Confrontation Front on September 23, this time as a formal structure with a supreme leadership, political and information committees, and a joint military command. 76 As if to emphasize this resolve, the Syrian Air Force challenged Israeli fighters over Lebanon the next day, but lost FOR aircraft. Fatah sought a more dramatic response. On September 30 the Israeli Navy sank a trawler loaded with explosives and inflammable fuel that a Fatah team was attempting to sail into Eilat harbor. 77 The Camp David Accords coincided with the increasing instability of the imperial throne in Iran, a threatening combination that prompted Iraq and Syria to set aside their bitter rivalry. On October 26 Iraqi Vice President Hussein and Syrian President Assad signed a national charter that brought their countries into military union. The surprise reconciliation greatly enhanced their combined influence, which they exerted to considerable effect during the Arab Summit Conference that was held in Baghdad on 4–5 November. Saudi Arabia, Jordan, and other Arabs of America, as the Palestinian opposition called them, had adopted a studied neutrality since the Sadat visit to Jerusalem but now found their position untenable. 78 Yet they remained reluctant to break completely with Egypt. At their insistence the conference stopped short of denouncing Sadat so long as he had not concluded a peace treaty, much to the disgust of the Steadfastness Front. 79 The final statement simply resolved not to approve the two Camp David Accords, not to deal with their results, and to reject their political, economic, legal, and other effects. 80 The oil-rich states also pledged to give annual grants of $1.58 billion to Syria, $1.25 billion to Jordan, and $250 million to the PLO over the next 10 years. The Palestinian occupied territories were to receive an additional $1.50 million annually over the same period, $50 million of which would be dispersed by the PLO alone and the remaining $100 million, much to its dismay, jointly with Jordan. 81 Despite the deepening polarization of the Arab position, the mainstream PLO leadership had not given up its attempt to construct an autonomous diplomatic option. Arafat hoped that the references in the Camp David Accords to Palestinian autonomy might offer scope for discussion, and sent a secret inquiry to this effect to the U.S. administration shortly after the signing ceremony. 82 He was more circumspect in public, but in an obviously staged interview published on October 24 asserted that I, as a leader, confirm that we are not nihilists, because nihilism means defeat whereas the revolution deals with reality. This is why the PNC has declared that the PLO has the right to establish its independent state on any part of Palestinian soil that is liberated or 438, from which there is an Israeli withdrawal. Arafat exaggerated actual PNC resolutions, but his purpose was to stress that the PLO has the right to participate in all international conferences or meetings that deal with a just and comprehensive solution of the Palestinian cause, allowing the Palestinian people to exercise their national rights in complete freedom on their own land. 83 The declaration of the Iraqi-Syrian National Charter 2 days later took Arafat by surprise, and threatened to constrain his margin for political maneuver severely. The PLO responded by reviving the dialogue with Jordan, in the hope of devising a new diplomatic track. Like Arafat, King Hussein was also interested in the possibility that the Camp David Accords might offer an opportunity to join the peace process, and submitted a list of 14 related queries to the U.S. administration. 54 Mutual concern at the influence of the new Iraqi-Syrian axis encouraged Jordan and the PLO to mute their differences over Palestinian representation and ultimate ownership of the West Bank, in order to develop a diplomatic partnership and preserve their joint relevance to the U.S. This was not an easy option, however, as a wide Palestinian front comprising the rejectionists, DFLP, pro-Syrian groups, and Fatah Central Committee members Khalaf and Kajemi had opposed resumption of the dialogue with Jordan since the beginning of the year. 85 The bourgeois nationalist wing of the PLO, as Hawatmeh saw it, intended to resolve the conflict in the framework of a weak and distorted Palestinian entity tied to Jordan, coupled with the resettlement of the Palestinian refugees. Half our people, in the Arab countries with multiple Arab nationalities. 86 The opposition continued to insist that reconciliation could not take place unless Jordan joined the Arab Steadfastness Front and granted the PLO full freedom of political and military action in the kingdom. The conclusion of the Camp David Accords allowed Arafat to alter direction. Accompanied by Gaddafi, who had become increasingly critical of the PLO chairman's refusal to cut completely with Arab reaction and wished to curb any excessive moderation on his part, Arafat met King Hussein in the Jordanian border town of Ramtha on 22 September. 8 Further meetings took place during the summit conference, at times in the presence of Assad and Iraqi President Ahmed Hassan al-Bakr. As the dialogue developed in the following weeks, Fatah Revolutionary Council member Hani al-Hassan justified PLO policy. Dialogue with Jordan in the wake of Camp David is a confrontation that the Palestinian Revolution may not avoid. If Jordan maintains its adherence to the Baghdad Summit Conference and the stand against Camp David, then that is an important step towards defeating Camp David. We wish that Jordan would shift from a position of questioning the accords to one of rejection. Our plan for dialogue aims to defeat Camp David through the non-participation of Jordan in the accords and by shooting down the Palestinian autonomy conspiracy. 88. 439. Hassan also revealed that Romanian President Ceausescu had warned the PLO in April that Jordan will become the center of political action if the Palestinians do not negotiate with the Israelis. Had we gone to Jordan for dialogue 8 months ago, it would have been possible to set Palestinian preconditions, he complained, but now Jordan has become the center of political action of the Baghdad summit and its spoiled child. The problem lay with the opposition, which does no more than raise the slogan of opening the Jordanian borders without taking on the difficult negotiations and alliances that permit us to reach that goal. 89 An added consideration he did not mention was the PLO's continuing need for a conduit to transfer funds to the West Bank. This was a primary reason for PLO interest in the conciliation talks that had taken place in early 1977, as a result of which it was able to deposit donations from the Gulf monarchies, Algeria and Libya in Jordanian banks, with government approval. 90 The PFLP and DFLP reacted to the budding dialogue with growing ire. Habash averred adamantly that diplomacy would not return the guerrillas to Jordan, and called on the Palestinian masses to conduct a political and military struggle against the Israeli enemy from Jordan. 91 An official memorandum from the DFLP Politburo to the PLO Executive Khamenei in mid-December detailed the conditions that Jordan would have to meet for a viable dialogue: a general amnesty for political prisoners and exiles, the lifting of restrictions on travel to and from the kingdom for PLO personnel, permission to open offices and recruit, and the right to establish guerrilla support bases on Jordanian territory. 92 However, this opposition was undercut by clear indications of Iraqi and Syrian support for the PLO-Jordanian dialogue. ALF Secretary General Abd al-Rahim al-Ahmed now declared it consistent with the National Unity Program approved by all guerrilla groups at the end of October. 93 PFGC Secretary General Jibril also grudgingly approved the dialogue, while continuing to demand the release of Palestinian detainees in Jordan and the right to establish guerrilla bridges to supply our people inside the occupied territories with the means to multiply military operations. As usual, SAICA Secretary General Musin gave the most articulate and reasoned account of Syrian thinking. Speaking on the eve of an official visit to Amman in late November, he asserted that Jordan had fulfilled PLO conditions for a dialogue. It had resolved its position regarding the Camp David Accords and Anwar Sadat's regime clearly and fully, and proved its positive stance with complete clarity with respect to the Rabat decisions, confirming its commitment to regard the PLO as sole legitimate representative of the Palestinian people and to the right of the Palestinian Arab people to self-determination and to the establishment of an independent state on its national soil. 95. Speaking on a later occasion, Muhsin added that the Jordanian regime still retains its role and influence in the West Bank, and so the continuation of the 440 state of enmity and conflict between us in such a sensitive phase will open up a gap through which the Zionist enemy and agents of Sadat may slip to propagate the autonomy plan and Sadat's policy of surrender. 96. It was therefore imperative to spare no effort to ensure that Jordan sides with the camp of steadfastness represented by Syria, Iraq, and the PLO, and moves further and further away from the camp of surrender represented by Egypt. 97. Reflecting this stance, PNC Speaker Khalid Al-Fahim and Muhsin joined Fatah Central Committee members Abbas and Khalid Al-Hassan on official visits to Amman on 25 to 28 November and 16–20 December. On the latter occasion the two sides agreed a draft framework for joint action. 95. Among other things, the document committed the PLO to conduct any political activity in the kingdom in accordance with Jordanian law, avoid anything that might give the enemy Israel any pretext to implement his plots against Jordan, and develop a joint diplomatic position. The opposition saw this as abdication of the right to mobilize Palestinians in Jordan and launch military activity against Israel, and suspected an attempt to allow the Jordanian government to negotiate on behalf of the PL. 0.99 An equal cause for alarm was that the document acknowledged a Jordanian role in the occupied territories and advocated an effort to neutralize Israel's friends, which the opposition interpreted as a signal to the US. 100 Syrian and Iraqi endorsement of the PLO. Jordanian dialogue did not indicate support for the diplomatic strategy of Fatah, however. Far from it, in FACT, as a statement from the Syrian-backed Jibril in early September showed. The prevalent approach, as he labeled the mainstream PLO leadership, has gambled that Sadat's policy will present it with a political solution to the Palestinian cause in the shape of an independent Palestinian state. It believes that political affairs are as simple as 1 + 1 = 2, so long as Egypt is the Arab center of gravity and the US stands by it. The PLO leadership had only played the game of finesse and rejection. He added, after Sadat had failed to deliver and Israel had insisted on excluding the PLO and rejecting any transition from Palestinian autonomy to full self-determination. 101. It followed that Fatah proposals for Palestinian military unity were unacceptable, since there could be no Tajik without a clear political program to which all parties within the PLO adhere, and after which the fighters become an instrument for the implementation of that political program. 102. Arafat indeed considered, with great bitterness, that Anwar Sadat robbed us of our state when he refused to go to the Geneva Peace Conference in 1977, because, as it transpired later, he had already decided to go to Jerusalem. Yet he persevered in his effort to preserve a diplomatic option, while maneuvering to defuse internal opposition. Fatah reflected the latter concern at the end of October by permitting the PLO Central Council to pass a political program for national unity that emphasized the principles of collective leadership and joint decision-making. 103 This had little practical impact, as Arafat immediately 441 displayed his disregard for proper consultation and consensus politics by unilaterally approving talks between Fatah Central Committee member Khalaf and the Maronite Lebanese Front. The revelation in mid-November that Palestinian businessman Hazib al-Sabak and historian Walid al-Khalidi were still pursuing these contacts prompted DFLP Secretary General Hawatma to comment angrily that these meetings make a mockery of the unity of the Palestinian position and of collective decisions. The ink is not yet dry on the signatures of the leaders of all the guerrilla groups and the revolution on the joint political program and organizational principles, FORMist of which is respect FOR collective leadership and a united decision and an end to the policy of individual monopoly. 104 The convening of the Arab Summit Conference in early November deepened divisions within the Palestinian movement, not least because it provoked competition for control over the $300 million in annual assistance promised to the PLO and the occupied territories. Hawatma observed wryly that some in the revolution may believe that the sums allocated by the Baghdad summit to the PLO will act as an inducement to buy the armed forces of the guerrilla groups and to confiscate democratic relations between them. 105 Privately, however, all groups sought a share of the funds, and for this reason demanded changes in the PLO system of representation and decision-making with greater force than ever. Outwardly, this was reflected in increased opposition to the semi-secret diplomacy of the mainstream leadership. The private dialogue with Lebanese Maronite leaders provoked sharp criticism from Ṣāyigh Secretary General Muhsin, who asked rhetorically, if we refuse dialogue with Sadat because he has dealt with the Zionist enemy, how can we accept dialogue with Shammon when he commits the same crime? 106 The opposition was also injured by the continued activity of PLO representatives in Cairo, and were unimpressed when Arafat claimed that this was solely in order to look after the interests of 20,000 Palestinian university students and I-50,000 refugees in Egypt. 107 Their suspicions deepened when the PLO chairman received U.S. Senator Paul Findley several times in December, reportedly to discuss means of securing de facto PLO recognition of Israel. The left makes its bid. Growing suspicion of the mainstream PLO leadership prompted the emergence of a broad coalition comprising all the guerrilla groups except Fatah during autumn 1978. Crucially, this embodied an unprecedented alliance between Syria, Iraq, the guerrilla groups backed by both governments, and the Palestinian left. The most telling indication was the reconciliation between the PFLP and Syria. The PFLP still maintained that the Syrian intervention in Lebanon in 1976 had denied total victory to the PLO and LNM over the fascist forces, and regretted Syrian reluctance to expose the role of 442 Arab reaction headed by Saudi Arabia. 108 It also noted Syrian unwillingness to take a clear stand against the dangerous role of the Palestinian right and its relations to the Saudi-Egyptian axis, and the attempts to detonate the Palestinian arena. Yet there was sufficient coincidence of outlook for Assad to receive Habash on September 25, and for the Syrian authorities to respond positively over the next few months to PFLP requests for the release of prisoners, delivery of arms shipments through Syrian ports, safe passage for guerrillas, and freedom to operate in the Palestinian Refugee 0109 community. As Syria moved into a tacit alliance against Fatah, it extended the relaxation of controls to the guerrilla groups backed by its former adversary, Iraq. ALF members were now allowed to transit through Syria. For the first time in a decade, the PLF developed close working ties with Syrian intelligence and obtained special training, while continuing to receive funds and arms from Iraq. 110 Muhsin now insisted not only on collective leadership in the PLO, but also on participation by all guerrilla groups, implicitly including the PLF and PPSF, which remained outside the executive committee. The DFLP was another beneficiary of the alliance with Syria, which it used to compensate for the deterioration of its relations with Iraq. It was avidly seeking Soviet recognition as the principal communist force in the Palestinian arena, which prompted it to side openly with the Iraqi Communist Party in the face of a severe crackdown by the ruling Ba'ath Party. 112 The DFLP believed that the USSR was leading a global counteroffensive against US imperialism, and offered both political and practical support. In Iran, for example, it assisted the KGB by training, arming, or contacting leftist groups. 113. Soviet gains in the Third World impressed the Palestinian opposition deeply. After a one-week visit to Moscow by Habash in November, the PFLP Central Committee issued a statement calling FOR a strategic alliance between the USSR and the Progressive Arab States to FOIL the Camp David Accords. 114 It, too, was impressed by the persistent successes achieved by the USSR and the Socialist Bloc countries on the economic, social, and political levels, and noted the rise of working-class struggles around the world, the increasing number of peoples struggling against imperialism, and the radical social transformations promoted by many anti-imperialist governments that were now set on the path towards progress, democracy, and construction of socialist society. 5. Little wonder that the Palestinian left was disinclined to submit to Arafat's autocratic leadership or Fatah's monopoly of PLO decision-making. As Hawatma put it, there is a certain line in the ranks of the revolution and the PLO that moves to the right of the Steadfastness Front and the Syrian-Iraqi Charter, more and more, towards the reactionary and right-wing Arab forces and regimes. 00 Whose plans demand the building of bridges with the Lebanese Front in Lebanon and with King Hussein in Jordan, while retaining a network of relations with reactionary Arab states, even those that 443 have declared their support for Sadat. This line is dangerous and must be stopped immediately and without hesitation. 116. The growing confidence of the Palestinian opposition and the implications of its alliance with Syria, especially, were not lost on Arafat and his allies within Fatah. For the first time ever, Fatah did not have a ready alliance with which to enter the PNC, which was due to convene in late January 1979 after a 2-year hiatus caused by the inability to agree a common political program. It was against this background that the PLO chairman resorted to draconian measures to preempt the internal challenge. On January 3, Fatah gunmen attacked a PPSF office in Sidon, killing 1 member and wounding 2. 4 DFLP members died 2 days later when their office in the Nahr al-Barid refugee camp was attacked. PFGC personnel were luckier, escaping unscathed after a firefight at the nearby Badawi camp on January 7. The clampdown extended to the PLO Research Center, as gunmen of Arafat's bodyguard briefly detained several of 46 employees who had signed a petition protesting the behavior of their director. The DFLP was in little doubt about the significance of what it proclaimed were hysterical and bloody police acts that light the fire of Palestinian civil war. 117 A subsequent report by its Central Committee insisted that the Palestinian right was under Saudi and Egyptian pressure, and had resorted to violence against the left to prove its moderate credentials. 118 The DFLP appeared confident that the PNC would reveal the isolation of Arafat and impose a fundamental change in relations within the PLO. To reinforce its political standing at the meeting, the DFLP resorted to the well-tried tactic of mounting a suicide operation against the northern Israeli settlement of Madalat on January 13. It claimed that 3 of its guerrillas had taken 230 hostages to demand the release of Palestinian prisoners. The guerrillas and 1 Israeli died when the IOF stormed the building. Other groups shared the confidence of the OFLP that the outcome of the internal debate would favor the opposition. Speaking to a group of PFLP trainees in this period, Habash issued a clarion call for PLO reform. As you know, Palestinian decisions, whether on the Palestine subject or on the simplest organizational, financial, or military issues, are taken in an individual manner. There can be no strong national unity that mobilizes all the guerrilla groups if the situation continues. The PLO budget, means of disbursement, external assistance, and its distribution, and ending with the issue of military and political decisions, that is, to cease combat or continue it. All the guerrilla groups used to find themselves faced with the announcement of decisions in which they had not taken part and which they did not fel were their own decisions. 119. Habash concluded that the time has come to conduct a serious battle with the aim of correcting conditions in the PLO. The battle now is against the Palestinian right. And we in the PFLP wish to create an effective Palestinian. 444. Democratic Progressive Axis. 12. 0. An added reason for optimism was that Fatah Central Committee members Saleh, Khalaf, and Kajami, supported by 1 or 2 colleagues,
similarly demanded reform. Habash envisaged the convergence of 5 leftist and rejectionist organizations that cooperate with Ṣāyigh and the PFGC, plus the beginning of cooperation with this axis in Fatah to lay the basis for a program of struggle to rectify the situation of the resistance movement. 121 Opposition hopes were raised further by the arrival in Damascus of Iraqi Foreign Minister Tariq Aziz for consultations with his Syrian counterpart Abd al-Halim Khattam in advance of the PNC. The two ministers received a succession of high-ranking delegations from the various guerrilla groups. Following long meetings with Fatah leaders on 13 and January 14, Aziz affirmed that we respect the political and organizational independence of the Palestinian resistance movement and of every legitimate political entity, whether a party or organization or regime, but when it comes to essential national issues that affect the Arab Fatah as a whole, then no Arab party has the right to monopolize the Fatah decision. 122 This was a clear warning to Fatah. Over the next few days Aziz and Khattam manned an operations room outside the PNC meeting hall, from which they coordinated every move with the opposition. 123 As Hawatma later recalled, the revolutionary and democratic nationalist forces enjoyed ideal conditions for rectification. Internally in the form of 7 Palestinian guerrilla groups united in their political and organizational stand, and externally in the presence of the Steadfastness Front and the Syrian-Iraqi National Charter that blocked and suspended Syrian-Iraqi rivalries within Palestinian and Arab politics. We resolved on the red line of reform, the key to which was reform of leadership and the formation of a PLO executive committee in which the majority would be firmly nationalist, and in which the leftist and democratic forces would take their role. 12. Leftist hopes were rudely shattered, however. Hawatma recounted the shock of the left when, at the last minute, Muhsin, Jibril, and Salah entered the PNC. And said to Arafat, "We are with you in forming any leadership you see fit." To his utter dismay, the Fatah delegation from one end to the other, from right to left, stood up to dance and sing. Fatah is a revolution against the enemies. Hawatma noted in disgust, the enemies who were outside the hall were the DFLP and PFLP, the pioneers of democratic reform. 125 He concluded bitterly that Arafat draws his power and autocracy from the Fatah tendency towards factional class hegemony. And Fatah in all its currents exercises its narrow self-interested hegemony within PLO institutions and trade unions and mass unions according to the rules of the bourgeois game, based on expropriating democratic rules within the Palestinian front. 126 The left had misjudged the nature of factional politics within Fatah and the emotive power of the call for the independence of the Palestinian decision in the FACE of the alliance with Syria and Iraq. It was unable to secure the entry of the PLF and PPSF to the PLO. 445. Executive Committee or Central Council, although each took 2 of the PNC seats nominally assigned to independents. The PFLP expressed its dissatisfaction by renewing its boycott of the Executive Committee and Central Council, and declared itself in alliance with the Abu Nidal Fation so as long as there is agreement on political issues. 1-2-7. Buoyed by its last-minute success, the mainstream PLO leadership resumed the official dialogue with Jordan in the hope of developing its diplomatic strategy. Kajami abandoned his previous objections to head a delegation to Amman on February 27, and Muhsin headed the following delegation on March 4. Arafat held discussions with King Hussein in the northern Jordanian town of Mafraq 3 days later. 128 PLO diplomacy ground to a sudden halt on March 13, however, when U.S. President Carter announced that Egypt and Israel had at last concluded a peace treaty following intense negotiations since February 21. He still held out some hope of bringing the PLO into the peace process, suggesting on March 23 that the U.S. might talk to the PLO if it accepted UNSCR 242, even with reservations, but received no response. 129 Saudi Arabia and Jordan proved similarly unwilling to support Sadat, despite visits by U.S. National Security Advisors Zbigniew Brzezinski. Apparently convinced by now that Arab reactions did not matter much,
Carter presided as Sadat and Israeli Prime Minister begin sign the peace treaty on the White House lawn on March 26. Palestinian reactions were immediate. Habash, Hawatma, Musin, and PPSF and PLF leaders Samir Gusha and Talat Yaqub visited Baghdad on March 24. Habash, Hawatma, Jibril, and ALF leader Abd al-Rahim al-Ahmad next visited Tripoli on April 4. For its part, Fatah attempted to mount a naval raid on Israel on March 28, but the guerrilla team was intercepted at sea and captured. Central Committee member Khalif now warned that the Black September organization might resume its terrorist operations, while Arafat revealed the extent of his peak by threatening to cut off the hands of the U.S. and reiterating the importance of relations with the USSR. 130 Speaking at a press interview in the same period, he pointedly observed that the PLO operated in the most dangerous region of the world, the region of petroleum. 131 His political aide, Hani al-Hassan, drove the point home by directly threatening U.S. interests in the region, including oil in the Gulf. 132 Fatah lost 10 guerrillas in infiltration attempts against Israel in mid-April, while the PLF lost 3 men and killed 3 Israeli civilians in a subsequent attack on Nahariya, but these efforts only underscored the PLO's lack of a credible military option despite Khalif's attempt to blame the Arab states for placing obstacles in its way. 133 The Eagles of the Revolution Organization, a front for Ṣāyigh and Syrian intelligence, meanwhile claimed a handful of terrorist attacks in Western Europe, and wounded 1 passengers boarding a flight to Israel at Brussels airport on 1 April 6. More significant was the emergency conference of Arab foreign, economy, and finance ministers that convened in Baghdad on March 29, in the absence of representatives of Egypt, Oman, Sudan, and Djibouti, Saudi Arabia and the 446 other Arab monarchies were reluctant to take extreme steps at first, but submitted to the militant mood and agreed to impose a range of severe new sanctions on Egypt. These included the recall of ambassadors, severance of diplomatic relations, and a total political and commercial boycott covering all forms of aid, loans, and assistance. Egypt was to be expelled from the League of Arab States, which would move its headquarters lock, stock, and barrel from Cairo to Tunis. At the same time, the oil-rich Gulf states promised to end the flow of oil through Egypt, and to dissolve their formal investment organizations in the country, including a $1.4 billion stake in the Joint Defense Company, the Arab organization for industrialization. The rift in Arab ranks was complete, confronting the PLO with one of its most serious dilemmas ever. 19. The FAKHANI Republic. The signing of the Egyptian-Israeli peace treaty posed a strategic dilemma for the PLO, which had made a sustained effort since 1973 to gain a direct role in the US-sponsored peace process and place Palestinian statehood on the negotiating agenda. Its strategy had necessarily depended on bridging Arab divisions and utilizing its Soviet, Third World, and other international connections to impress US policymakers with its relevance, but the deep polarization of the Arab state system and the intensification of the Second Cold War between the superpowers at the end of the 1970s encouraged the Palestinian internal opposition and made the conduct of autonomous PLO diplomacy dangerous, if not impossible. The mainstream leadership did not relinquish its core objectives, nor did it abandon its basic assumptions about the means to attain them, but it was obliged to retrench politically. The major consequence was to reinforce the statist transformation of the PLO. Statism was at once a defensive and an assertive response to the dilemma. The historic window of opportunity to join the peace process had closed conclusively, depriving the mainstream PLO leadership of any strategic initiative and leaving it struggling for direction. Centralization of internal control was a natural response to political intervention from the militant Arab states and the USSR, and from the resultant assertiveness of the Palestinian opposition, and went hand in hand with certain patterns of political institutionalization. This process was greatly assisted by the massive influx of Arab funds after the Baghdad summit of November 1978,
as the availability of resources enabled the Fatah-dominated PLO leadership not only to employ patronage on an unprecedented scale in the pursuit of cohesion among the rank and file, but also to extend its version of rentier politics to a much wider public constituency than before. Besides, the official recognition of the PLO as sole legitimate representative of the Palestinians by the Arab states, and to a lesser degree by the USSR, mitigated the effects of their interventions to some degree, and helped its leadership assert the organization as the principal depository of national identity and political will. The steady progress of its international relations enhanced its status still further. The statist transformation of the PLO built on well-established long-term trends, but in 1978-9 it was greatly accelerated as a result of external factors. The increased stake of regional and international actors in its political role was one, reflected as much in the evolving policies of European Community. 448. Members and pro-Western Arab states, such as Jordan and Saudi Arabia, as in the anti-US coalition promoted by the USSR and its Arab allies, or, after January 1979, by Islamic Iran. Another was the impact of Israeli, Egyptian, and U.S. policies towards the Palestinians in general and the inhabitants of the occupied territories in particular, the effect of which was to marginalize, if not altogether ignore, their nationalist claims and to strengthen their incentive to acknowledge the moral and political authority of the PLO. The declining ability for budgetary reasons of UNRWA to provide services to the refugee camps was another factor prompting the PLO to extend its rudimentary social welfare system, as was the Lebanese conflict, with its aftermath of social damage, economic dislocation, and reduced security role of the host state. 1 The conjunction of these factors enhanced the established pattern of statist political development. The mainstream leadership was in any case eager to portray the PLO as a capable and responsible quasi- or proto-state actor, in order to assert its credibility as a negotiating partner in the peace process. This required a physical and social base, however, which was to be secured primarily by consolidating the PLO's military presence and parastatal institutions in Lebanon, and subsequently by extending PLO influence in the occupied territories. In Lebanon, the intensification of Israeli attacks on the south after Spring 1979, the ever-present threat of Maronite assault, and the memory of Syrian intervention gave a powerful added impetus, assisting the mainstream leadership to militarize and bureaucratize internal relations further, dampen dissent within its own ranks, and contain the opposition. For its part, the opposition still contested the diplomatic objectives and strategy pursued by the mainstream leadership, but, crucially, conducted this struggle almost entirely within the statist arena provided by the PLO, which it ultimately sought to dominate. The PLO had become more than a state within a state in Lebanon, it was a state in exile, with an autonomy born out of the combination it enjoyed of territorial control in Lebanon, non-extractive financial resources, Arab aid, and international recognition. This was the age of the Fakhani Republic, as the PLO headquarters area in the West Beirut neighborhood of Fakhani was sometimes dubbed by its critics. Military transformation. Among the most obvious manifestations of the statist transformation of the PLO was the accelerated regularization of its armed forces throughout this period. The adoption of quasi-conventional FORCE structures and ranks since 1971 had been largely nominal, despite the influx of heavy weapons and resort to static defensive tactics during the Lebanese conflict of 1975-6. The Israeli invasion of South Lebanon in March 1, 1978 and renewed Maronite challenges in the center and north of the country led to a qualitative shift, however. The PLO, the Fakhani Republic 449, still held exclusive sway over a substantial enclave in the south, shielded from IDF or SLA attack by the UNIFIL buffer zone, and shared control of the coastal region as far north as Beirut, in which it also maintained a very considerable presence, with the Syrian units of the ADF and token units of the Lebanese Army and Public Security forces. It additionally had free access to areas of Syrian control in the Bekaa Valley and the north, where it maintained bases, training camps, weapons dumps, supply depots, and offices. The PLO generally left responsibility for civilian and economic affairs to Lebanese government agencies in the areas it held or shared, but effectively superseded the state in all other respects. Indeed, its parallel authority also remained palpable in West Beirut, where it coexisted with that of the Syrian-dominated Arab Deterrent Force, and where it maintained a large number of internal security offices, official representatives at the international airport, and a separate field telephone network connecting all PLO offices. 2 PLO autonomy in Lebanon was reflected in the major military build-up it conducted over the next 4 years, that was marked above all by major increases in armament and infrastructure and in the growing compartmentalization of combat and support services. The PLO considered itself formally responsible for the defense of the areas it held in Lebanon, but the battles of March 1, 1978 revealed, as Chief of Staff Yazīd Ṣāyigh subsequently argued, that Palestinian forces had not been sufficiently qualified for defense against the invasion, and our weapons were not integrated. 3 He was aware that the PLO could neither match the IDF nor wage a static defense against it, but argued that the guerrillas should magnify what strength they had. Through the dynamic combat use of firepower and forces, we face an enemy who possesses all that is developed and all that is new in the world, Ṣāyigh explained, and so we must have something in our hands that allows us, through proper concentration and proper use, to direct a blow with some impact too on the enemy's weapons. PLO ambition was not solely defensive, however. By summer 1980 Ṣāyigh was looking forward to the time when we in Fatah, and in the Palestinian Revolution generally, can attain the level of a regular army. In his opinion, regular warfare is in reality the best type of war to reach decisive situations rapidly. 5 He acknowledged that current Palestinian capability was limited, and so the provision of an air defense system against Israeli aerial attacks on Lebanon or even on guerrilla bases was too large a task for the PLO to undertake. 6 The answer in the meantime was to acquire heavy weapons that were mobile or easy to transport, to keep them on the move during combat, and to disperse and hide them and their attached supplies at all other times. 7 This also meant that the PLO did not have to build a highly developed military infrastructure, and would be less vulnerable to attempts to destroy its logistic and communications systems or its command structure. 8 In short, the principles of sudden concentration of firepower and quick dispersal characteristic of guerrilla warfare were to be applied to the use of heavy weaponry. This would not have been possible. 450. Though, had it not been for the buffer zone that separated the IDF and Israeli-backed SLA from PLO enclaves. The smaller guerrilla groups undertook a parallel, albeit more modest, military build-up, despite the misgivings of some. PFGC Secretary General Jibril had consistently opposed the acquisition of long-range weapons in the preceding decade. He was still arguing as late as 1977 that the Palestinians were compensating for their military shortcomings by extending the barrels of our cannon, and that the important issue in guerrilla war was not where our shells land but where our feet reach. 9 Yet he acknowledged after the Israeli invasion of March 1, 1978 that the border zone held by the IDF and SLA has somewhat impeded our ground operations against the enemy, and has driven us to acquire the heavy weapons that we used to fear acquiring. 10 The guerrillas had a duty to defend South Lebanon against Israeli attack, he added, and this required appropriate weapons and the ability to retaliate forcefully. In both cases, long-range artillery and rockets were the only way to reach Israel, literally over the heads of various buffer forces. We have started to shift from the tactics of guerrilla warfare to the tactics of semi-regular warfare, he later explained, and so we possessed field guns, multiple rocket launchers, and means of air defense and against Israeli gunboats, and possessed armor and tanks. 11. Expansion was evident in the increased number of combat units. Fatah had met 3 new battalions in autumn 1976: Sakur al-Tal, Ras al-Dashain, and Jarmakan in 1977 brought the first 2 together under a new brigade headquarters, the Ajay Nadain forces, which it designated as a strategic reserve. Arafat's bodyguard unit, Force 17, grew from a battalion in 1977 into a 7-battalion brigade equipped with tanks, artillery, and guided anti-tank and anti-aircraft missiles by 1980, taking the Fatah total to 5 brigades comprising a total of 26 nominal battalions, including several independent ones. Loyalist PLA troops were recalled from Egypt as the Maronite threat escalated in 1978-9, building up to another 7 battalions, along with 3 mixed Fatah PLA artillery units. 12 That said, the FACT that most nominal battalions were in FACT barely company size revealed the underlying statist drive, with its tendency towards bureaucratic aggrandizement. It also led to problems when officers and non-commissioned ranks who should have received instruction in small unit combat tactics which PLO FORSs should have excelled at, but in reality per FORMed poorly were instead sent abroad to attend battalion and brigade level training programs. The stress on regularization led in parallel to the appointment of officers with conventional military training to head most new formations. Yarmouk Forces officers commanded 2 of the 3 new guerrilla battalions, and 1 of the 2 new brigade headquarters that Fatah FORMed in 1976-80, as well as 1 of 3 joint Fatah PLA artillery battalions FORMed in 1978-9, the other 2 being headed by Ain Jalut Forces officers. Former Jordanian Army officers already commanded Fatah's Central Operations Room, Training Directorate, Military Intelligence, and Karama Forces. The extent of the reorganization and the Fakanel Republic 451. Regularization of Fatah command structures and in particular of the reliance on loyalist PLA officers whose place of origin, Gaza or pre-1948 southern coastal Palestine, set them apart from the vast majority of combat and civilian personnel in Lebanon suggested a conscious attempt to keep the military on a tight leash, given the escalatory potential FOR conflict in the south and the subsequent need to avoid confrontation with UNIFIL. The close PLA-Fatah relationship was cemented administratively in 1979 with the confirmation of the PLO Social Affairs Institution as the sole provider for all Palestinian armed forces, and with the effective subordination of Fatah engineering and construction services to those of the PLO. The smaller guerrilla groups similarly strove, as the official PFLP program urged, to promote the military in training, armament, and numbers. 13 The DFLP eventually organized 13 battalions, 8 infantry, 2 gun artillery, 1 rocket artillery, 1 air defense, and 1 security, into FOR nominal brigade headquarters, Galilee, Eastern, Central, and Western, to which were added the militia and reserves. 14 The other groups did not FORM brigades, but by 1980-1 the PFLP had 10 battalions and the PFGC 6, in each case attached directly to the Central Military Command. 15 One of its senior officials, Abd al-Rahim Maloug, was later to admit that it was no longer possible to wage guerrilla warfare, but argued that regularization had been made necessary by the FEAR of liquidation. 16 Actual battalion strength FOR all groups fluctuated sharply, averaging 60 to 150 men. On this basis even the minuscule ALF could claim 3 battalions, as well as artillery, mortar, and anti-tank sections. 17 The smaller groups still emphasized the primacy of guerrilla war as the means to reach total people's war, but adopted as much as they could of the regular designations and strove for advanced military skills. 18 All set up specialized support services and military departments to manage their increasingly regularized guerrilla units, and in 1978 the PFLP and PFGC each set up a military academy to train its personnel. Whatever the efforts of the smaller groups, Fatah still led the way. It obtained nearly 30 World War II vintage Soviet-designed T-34 tanks from Yemen in May 1979, and secured basic training for its crews in Syria. 19 Fatah personnel received additional armor training in Pakistan in the same year, and started the first of at least 3 similar courses in Hungary. 20 The guerrillas who took delivery of the first consignment of aging tanks were uncomfortable with the transition, but Arafat and W. Szāyigh explained that the purpose was to break the psychological barrier against using armor. 21 The T-34s were expendable, they added, and once their crews had received sufficient training the tanks could be replaced with newer versions such as the T-54/55.22. In the meantime they would provide mobile firepower to help protect the coastal region from recurring Israeli commando raids. Fatah also placed artillery along the coast and acquired FOR tracking radars in 1978-9 to repel Israeli naval attacks. 23 And added, unspoken purpose of these heavy weapons was to deter attack by the Lebanese army or Maronite militias. 24 Fatah was unable to acquire T-54/55s or more. 452 modem tanks in the event, but purchased another 60 T-34s from Hungary in early 1980 and a similar number a year later, besides obtaining a dozen or so BRDM-2 reconnaissance vehicles and BTR-60 armored personnel carriers in mid-1980, possibly through Libya or Algeria. 25 The pragmatic attitude towards the acquisition of armor was typical of Wazir, who believed firmly in acquiring experience and equipment whenever the opportunity arose. It was natural to see aging tanks as stepping stones to greater capabilities. Responding to a question about the direction of the Palestinian military in 1980, he argued that we work constantly to develop our means and capabilities in all fields. This naturally applies to armament and training forces and the raising of their combat efficiency and ability, and to reorganization in a form that suits the lessons we derive from every battle. 26 The development of Fatah's air arm, Force 14, offered a special example of this outlook. 32 pilots and 60 mechanics returned from courses in August 1, 1978 and another 150 were in training in Soviet bloc countries a year later. 27 To secure such capabilities, Wazir, Şāyigh, and Arafat developed close working ties with the defense ministries and general staffs of several Arab states, the USSR and its East European allies, Cuba, Yugoslavia, and, in Asia, China, North Korea, Vietnam, India, and Pakistan. The far-flung network of Palestinian military ties enabled the PLO to send an estimated 5,000 trainees of all ranks abroad in the next FEW years for instruction in a wide variety of military skills. The courses on offer ranged from air defense, engineering, and anti-tank combat, through armor and artillery, to aviation and naval operations. By 1980 the PLO had permanent slots on the general staff and commanders courses offered by several countries, and a fixed number of places on other courses. The USSR was accepting an annual intake of 200 Palestinian trainees by the late 1970s, besides another 100 from the DFLP. Şāyigh could boast in August 1, 1980 that, thanks to training at modest Palestinian facilities such as the Fatah Military Academy, which was reopened in the Shatila refugee camp in mid-1978 and abroad, 80% of the military cadres of the revolution, fighters and officers, have become militarily qualified or retrained following the experience they gained in combat. 28 This gave rise to the confident prediction that we should now direct ourselves towards forming a national popular army, which I hope we can achieve quickly. Because to do so will mean that we are very close to the point of military decision with Israel. 29 Şāyigh emphasized the combat potential of the military build-up, but the mainstream PLO leadership was equally interested in using it to reinforce its diplomacy. Its acquisition of training and arms cemented PLO ties with key international allies, and established a routine Palestinian presence at their military academies and embassies. The consolidation of military expertise and the accumulation of weapons and funds in TUM enabled the PLO to offer assistance to Third World states, which then backed its diplomatic démarches at the United Nations, Non-Aligned Movement, Organization for African Unity, and other. The Fakhani Republic. 453 multilateral organizations. Fatah, as well as the PFLP and DFLP, also assisted a wide range of revolutionary movements in its own capacity, this effort being overseen directly by Wazir through a dedicated liberation movement spooled in Riyadh. Among the beneficiaries were the anti-Shah groups in Iran, both Islamist and Marxist, Argentinian Montoneros, Salvadoran FMLN, Sri Lankan Marxist Tigers, Southern Thai Muslims, Fatanese, and the African National Congress, to name but a few. At times these ties conflicted with the formal relations maintained by the PLO with the governments directly affected, but in some instances such support was a useful means of pressure against states that were perceived to be aligned with Israel or that withheld recognition of the PLO. In any case, Ṣāyigh could boast quite accurately that we have widespread ties with friendly parties that are in need of specialists and to which we extend our help. We may be the only revolution that has such an abundance of specializations and wide relations around the world. 30. The consolidation of the trend towards regular armament and organization in 1978 permitted the PLO to expand its military assistance program significantly. Fatah had already sent crews to assist the Ugandan Air Force in 1976, and provided training for the bodyguard of Fidi Arnan. 31. It also sent the equivalent of an infantry company to Kampala to stiffen the Ugandan army during the Tanzanian invasion of March 1, 1979, but hurriedly extricated its contingent after suffering a dozen casualties in the rout. The PLO was more successful in Nicaragua, where Fatah delivered arms shipments to the Sandinistas after their victory and later provided helicopter and combat aircraft pilots for the war against the Contra rebels, as well as crews for the Aeronica civil airline. 3L. Indeed, Force 14 was a particularly useful instrument of Palestinian diplomacy, enabling the PLO to offer pilots and technical crews to third world states that would otherwise have had to wait years to build their own air forces. 33. In 1981 the Fatah Military Academy also received 100 cadets from newly independent Zimbabwe, which saw training for its officer corps from neutral parties. The PLO sought additional diplomatic benefits from the secondment of Palestinian personnel to other countries. By sending arms and pilots to Nicaragua, for example, it signaled its presence to the USA and implicitly offered an exchange, the start of a political dialogue in return for cessation of Palestinian military support for the Sandinistas. In the PLO's view, IR's ability to second qualified air personnel to third world states was a source of prestige, and lent credibility to its statist image. The striving for this image extended to the smallest details, from steel combat helmets and standard webbing for the guerrillas, to the guard of honor that took the salute when Arafat received foreign dignitaries at his Beirut headquarters. These trappings were meant to confirm the PLO as a quasi or proto-state actor. In crude strategic terms, PLO military assets were intended to defend the base in Lebanon until it could be traded for a seat at the negotiating table, at which point the state in exile would transform into a sovereign state in the West Bank and Gaza. 454. The politics of patronage, or neopatrilmonal bureaucratization. 34. Such a considerable investment in the military build-up was not without its drawbacks, leading among other things to the consolidation of what one critic later termed military and paramilitary bureaucratic elites throughout the Palestinian movement. 35. Indeed, the connection between military preparation and state building, both of which had developed for the strategic reasons discussed in previous chapters, had become integral by now. However, their precise forms and effectiveness cannot be fully understood without reference to the neopatrimonial dimensions of Palestinian politics, which became a dominant characteristic in this period. Inevitably the pattern was strongest in Fatah, partly because it commanded by FAR the greatest human and financial resources, and partly due to its extensive symbiotic relationship with the statist PLO apparatus, but it applied equally in most respects to all the smaller guerrilla groups. Deepening bureaucratization facilitated political management and propelled statist transformation, but the particular mode of the centralization owed much to the unique role of Arafat, who strove to concentrate the key means of control in his own hands. This was evident in his growing grip on military affairs. He was now the final arbiter in all appointments and senior promotions, and exercised additional control through his brother-in-law, Mutlaq Hamdan, who headed the Fatah military administration. Wazir was the only other Central Committee member who still exercised notable authority in the armed forces, but he was content, whether by political temperament or lack of choice, to complement Arafat's decisions. Ṣāyigh, who was a member neither of the Central Committee nor of the focused Corps, focused on administration, logistics, and planning, and cautiously refrained from areas of decision-making that he knew to be the PLO chairman's domain. Arafat left his colleagues little option. In his drive for control, he insisted on subjecting a widening range of administrative affairs to his personal review. This extended from the final selection of cadets to be sent on training courses abroad, through requests from officers for study leave or special medical treatment, to the requisition of such mundane sundries as ammunition or combat boots. Battalion commanders were obliged to travel to Beirut in order to submit both official and personal requests to Arafat or one of his aides, unless Wazir or Ṣāyigh could act in the matter, and spent much of their leave or absented themselves from their commands for this purpose. Indeed, the situation was no different for senior cadres of the paramilitary agencies, civilian organization, administrative departments, and social unions or other affiliated bodies, who were compelled to ascertain where Arafat was holding office on any given night in order to apply for various resources or obtain approval for appointments, electoral lists, and other matters. A major reorganization of Arafat's headquarters and archives in 1980 failed to expedite matters of this sort, and may instead have confirmed his headquarters as the necessary. The Fakhani Republic 455. Clearinghouse for all administrative transactions, large or small, despite the considerable delays involved. Even military radio traffic to the PLO Central Operations Room had to be sent in duplicate to his office from 1981 onwards. Key to Arafat's growing power was the control he steadily extended over Fatah and PLO finances. 36 The influx of major Arab assistance to PLO coffers after November 1978 in particular enhanced his neo-patrimonial capabilities greatly, and in turn reinforced his personal autonomy, both political and organizational, within the Palestinian movement as a whole. His financial control was not absolute in either case, but he manipulated the duality to gain leverage over his colleagues in the Fatah Central Committee and PLO Executive Committee alike. Arafat's ability to utilize resources in this manner depended on the loyalty of a handful of finance officers, who also made investments and managed secret funds according to his instructions. Crucially, they acknowledged his informal authority to limit the access to Fatah funds of other Central Committee members. The menacing deployment of Force 17 personnel outside their offices and forcible entry on a number of occasions was sufficient to intimidate the recalcitrant. 37 As a result, modest payments approved by certain Central Committee members, primarily Wazir and to a lesser degree Khalaf, would still be honored, but increasingly after 1979 no amount could be disbursed outside of agreed departmental budgets without the added signature of Arafat. Only he could comfortably grant major extra budgetary allocations, whether these were to would-be investors acting on his behalf, allied Lebanese militias, foreign officials, or Palestinian activists in the diaspora, to name but a few beneficiaries. By now, the extent and location of Fatah finances were a tightly guarded secret known only to the focused Corps, and in full detail possibly only to Arafat, who relied on his own private bookkeeping. The allocation of resources depended on an informal bargaining process, personal rather than collective, based on the moral authority and organizational clout of the individual concerned. Junior Central Committee members generally had at most a partial overall picture and even less control of assets, and correspondingly lower ability to obtain allocations. The secretiveness and informality involved in the acquisition and distribution of Fatah's financial resources may not have been entirely unusual for a guerrilla movement born in clandestinity, but the lack of a formal central budget enabled Arafat to assert himself as the principal arbiter in determining the amounts to be awarded to individual departments from one month to the next, increasing or decreasing budgets according to the need to forge tactical alliances with, or against, the Central Committee members directly concerned. This still left them considerable means to operate modest levels of patronage, whether by permitting subordinates to exaggerate operational expenses and inflate the payrolls of their agencies, or by approving requests for housing and medical allowances or for private loans, and therefore encouraged their acquiescence in the system. 456. The result was a classic case of planned corruption, in which the chief planner, distributor, and regulator of spoils guarantees his relevance to the system and, in the best of circumstances, his indispensability. To the extent that he is able to establish that the political game is about spoils, then his role as chief dispenser becomes crucial. 38. The emphasis on spoils focused the attention of many senior and middle-ranking cadres on acquiring access and prompted ostentatious displays of loyalty and subservience among some, and further eroded the value of professional competence and administrative rationality. Many cadres were bitter, but the power of the system was such that a generalized feeling of dependency and helplessness emerged and inhibited sustained counteraction or public criticism. A rare exception was the tract penned by Central Committee member Khalid al-Hassan, but this was published only after his death in September 1, 994, and even then spoke only in abstract terms, naming no names. However, its detailed analysis of the conduct of autocratic power and of the manipulation of funds took Arafat unmistakably as its primary. 139 Example. Subtle shifts in the internal balance of the Fondéing Corps helped Arafat. The reclusive Mahmoud Abbas had consistently refrained from building a power base, and insisted on distancing himself from the hurly-burly of Palestinian politics and administration in Beirut by residing in Damascus. Yet he retained a special, if little known, role in assuring a modicum of collective control over Fatah finances, and was not above strategically placing a long-standing COL league in the technical committee that supervised the flow of Arab funds through the joint Jordanian-Palestinian Committee for the support of steadfastness to the occupied territories. At the same time, he was equally willing to relinquish his post as head of the Palestinian side in the Steadfastness Committee to Wazir in early 1979. Wazir, for his part, had lost key supporters with the deaths of Walid Nimr in 1971 and Kamal Udwan and Muhammad al-Nayyar in 1973, and was under constant pressure from the Fatah left and its allies in the Central Committee, Soleh, Khalaf, and Kajemi. His assumption of direct responsibility in the Steadfastness Committee gave him considerable influence over the allocation annually of $100 million in joint funds and another $50 million in PLO funds, and allowed him to build an extensive, and virtually exclusive, political network in the occupied territories. Yet this came at a price, as from 1979 onwards Arafat progressively reduced the allocation of Fatah funds to Wazir's western sector, instructed the military administration, which controlled all personnel affairs, to impede or entirely block promotions and new appointments in the directorate, and subsequently poached his lieutenants. 40 Increasingly secure in his control of finances, the military, and appointments in general, Arafat actively encouraged the proliferation of parallel agencies and departments in virtually every sphere, all of which required central funding. Prime examples were the expansion of the Military Intelligence Branch and Force 17, which reached a nominal strength of some 1,500 by 1980 thanks to the Fakhani Republic. 457. The simple expedient of putting hundreds of Fatah members in the refugee camps on the payroll, FEW of whom actually had duties to perform. With their help Arafat secured his personal control of the Fakhani Republic, and Zion ally ordered arrests in other parts of West Beirut. In 1980 he also created the Political Security and Chairman's Security Agencies, implicitly rivaling the Unified Security Apparatus headed by Khalaf and Central Security Apparatus headed by Hail Abd al-Hamid. At some point in this period he also brought the two men into a new security committee, of which he made himself head, general delegate, or Mufawwid am, as an added means of limiting their authority. The availability of resources for institutional aggrandizement also encouraged excessive functional redundancy, a prime example being the proliferation of newsletters, periodicals, and research sections set up by competing agencies or even by vying departmental heads within the same agency. Resistance to duplication and institutional fragmentation was weak, since it offered increased opportunities for patronage and rent-seeking to a wider constituency. Arafat's colleagues on the Central Committee contributed to the situation by sharing his native distrust of institutional procedure, seeing in it the potential to constrain decision-making. Fatah's civilian organization was bereft of influence, headed by appointed, salaried cadres, many originally from outside Lebanon. It was overshadowed by the burgeoning paramilitary agencies and itself afflicted with creeping bureaucratization. The result was more than a classic case of patron-client relations, however, since the potential patrons relied not on personal wealth or social status to disperse favors but on second-order resources of bureaucratic office or political influence. In other words, they were bound by the system, within which bureaucratic as well as personal pyramiding assured the flow of resources from the leadership, while supposed clients could, and frequently did, beat the system by switching allegiances and retain some autonomy. 41 The availability of resources to certain key Fatah leaders encouraged competition among patronage arenas, but this decreased with time and gave way to a more stable clientelist system as Arafat concentrated control over resources in his own hands. Buttressing and extending the neo-patrimonial system at all levels were the extensive fringe benefits available to Fatah and PLO personnel. These included specialized medical treatment at private or foreign hospitals, housing rent assistance, advances on salaries for private expenditures, such as car purchases, and the per diems and travel expenses issued for missions abroad. The consolidation of ties with Soviet bloc countries offering an additional fringe benefit, rest and recreation leave for senior officers and officials at Communist Party facilities, or the equivalent for the less fortunate, namely attendance for varying periods on courses organized by communist youth organizations, cooperative associations, and party departments responsible for ideological and organizational training, among others. To secure the loyalty of the lower ranks, meanwhile, many members of Force 17, along with other PLO personnel and 458 Lebanese refugees and rural migrants, were given building grants and materials to construct cheap housing on state land in the southern suburbs. Starting in 1980.43 to these benefits were added the thousands of university seats and associated stipends that various Arab and foreign governments made available to the PLO, which in turn allocated the scholarships to members, supporters, or their children and other relatives. Graduates were expected to serve in PLO ranks for a specified number of years in return, but exemption from duty was another privilege that Arafat could grant. Ranking combat officers were often allowed to absent themselves from their units in order to attend courses or register as external students at the Beirut Arab University, for which their expenses were also paid. This may have been a positive trend in some respects, but it reflected the decline of military cohesion, the growing attraction of the capital and other main cities, and the deepening involvement of senior officers in the political affiliations and clientelist networks of the Fakhani Republic. Favoritism also offered opportunities for private gain to certain gatekeepers in Arafat's headquarters and to those instrumental to his system of control and investment, whose ability to obtain rewards grew as they became privy to his secrets. Other Fatah Central Committee members had the nominal authority to approve benefits for personnel in the departments they directed, but could not in reality assure payment by the relevant finance offices. It was Arafat who had eventually to give his added approval, upon personal approach, and who ultimately controlled disbursement. A further result of the prevalence of patronage and of the chairman's control of spoils was the spread of petty cronyism, as personnel in various departments and units took it upon themselves to report privately to him on the actions of his colleagues and of their own immediate superiors. Inevitably this practice was mirrored in the behavior of lesser officials and commanders, who kept watch on their own rivals in a similar manner. Although benefits were routinized, the manner of their allocation turned what might have been a straightforward procedure, operating on the basis of standard criteria for awards and loans, and repayment, into an entrenched and highly personalized system of patronage. Accountability had never been a strong point and now vanished for all intents and purposes. Numerous middle-ranking officials developed a vested interest in the system, padding expense claims or presenting them in duplicate or triplicate to more than one departmental boss, while their superiors entered into fraudulent contracts with commercial suppliers for a variety of goods, from FOOD and fuel to paper for printing presses, or inflated departmental and unit payrolls with non-existing personnel. Some military commanders exacted taxes on commerce in Tyre, Sidon, and similar centers. Senior paramilitary officials engaged in contraband and forgery, while trade in duty-free goods flourished as PLO missions abroad gained diplomatic status, some two-thirds of over 100 offices by 1982. 44. The shrinkage of the Lebanese state left, avoid that criminal networks and PLO. The Fakhani Republic 459. Security agencies filled, often to their mutual benefit, a particularly lucrative source of profit was the sale of weapons to local arms traders, another the recovery of stolen cars, for AFEE. 45. Indeed, the trade in smuggled goods from cigarettes to electrical appliances, drugs, counterfeit money, forged documents, and the like created a network of intermeshing interests between Palestinian guerrilla groups, Maronite and Muslim Lebanese militias, and Syrian units of the ADF, that extended to Syria, Israel, and beyond. In this manner, a Asian-ridden but distinct nomenclatura had emerged at the heart of the evolving Palestinian political class by the end of the 1970s. Encouraging the growth of this bourgeoisified bureaucratic category was the trend to place a substantial proportion of the rank and file on the payroll, a process known as THIRD-46 in addition to a basic salary, which in Fatah stood at LL 570, $200, a month in mid-1980. Members were entitled to marriage and cost of living allowances, social security, and an annual paid airfare for personnel whose families resided in other countries. This was the lowest basic salary among the various guerrilla groups and significantly less than the minimum level in the Lebanese civil service and army, but it was sufficient to make TAFRI the most common form of patronage, by means of which rival Fatah Central Committee members and lower echelon leaders constructed clientelist networks. The larger the number of FOL lowers, the greater the share of resources that could be obtained in the way of budgets, offices, income requiring rent, furniture and utilities, arms, vehicles, and other equipment. An informal estimate by the Central Committee placed the number of salaried personnel in Fatah paramilitary agencies alone at 100,000 by 1980-1, mostly in the Beirut area. According to Wazir, Fatah combat forces registered an additional 15,000 on the payroll, including administrative and support personnel, besides 25,000 militiamen, many of whom also received token payment. 48. The militia was moreover stiffened by 200 full-time personnel, officers, gun crews, and administrative, communications, and supply staff. 49. Bureaucratization was replicated in every sphere and at every level. TAFRI extended to the leadership and principal cadres of the civilian organization as well as the mass organizations, the unions of students, workers, women, and so forth, which had long been incorporated into the PLO. The fact that these bodies had always been intended as vehicles for political, rather than social, mobilization assisted this trend, since it emphasized securing loyalty rather than generating resources. The unions were considered an official extension of the PLO by the end of the 1970s, and had atrophied into bureaucratic appendages staffed by salaried apparatchiks. Whenever elections were due, Arafat intervened to determine the quota of seats to be given to other groups and to select Fatah candidates, occasionally after awarding a share of seats to one Central Committee member or another. 5 degrees. These trends were replicated in other departments. A survey conducted in 1981-2 estimated that 7,000 persons were employed in PLO administration, information agencies, medical services, orphanages and schools, some in Kuwait, and diplomatic missions abroad. 51. A. 460. Related study added that the PLO employed 10,000 non-military personnel, and that it had created a similar number of jobs indirectly. 5.2 These estimates did not distinguish Fatah membership from the PLO payroll, but the close intermeshing of the two structures and fusion of their core leadership made the distinction of little significance in this context. Parallel to the spread of THIRD-WORLDISM among its active membership, the patch-dominated PLO agencies provided the wider public constituency with basic social welfare. Directly responsible was the Social Affairs Institution until 1979, titled the Society for the Care of the Families of Martyrs and Prisoners, which was providing pensions and special assistance to well over 20,000 families by 1980.53. Social welfare provided an additional opportunity for patronage, whereas the families of military martyrs, anyone dying in combat or of natural causes while an active member of a PLO group, were granted a permanent stipend. The families of civilian martyrs, non-members killed in enemy attacks or crossfire, were given only a one-off payment in compensation, creating an incentive for them to request reclassification of their dead as military. It also ran 3 large orphanages, 1 daycare centers, and a society for the blind, besides paying the costs of secondary and university education for the children of deceased PLO personnel. Towards the end of the 1970s, the society commenced construction of a massive complex intended to accommodate 10,000 school children near Damascus. 54 Other PLO agencies provided additional services and employment. The Palestine Martyrs Society Workshop SAMID, founded in 1970, employed 5,000 full-time workers and administrative personnel in 46 workshops in Lebanon, and 5 in Syria, besides several thousand more who worked from home, mainly women producing clothing and embroidery, and offered vocational training to over 30,000 by 1982. 55. The General Union of Palestine Workers operated 7 consumer cooperatives with 25,000 members in the refugee camps of Lebanon, while the General Union of Palestine Women offered vocational training, literacy classes, and instruction in preventive health care and nutrition at 90 centers. 5. The PRCS and the various medical services of Fatah, the smaller guerrilla groups, and the PLA extended the social benefits by offering comprehensive health care at token cost to Palestinian refugee communities and host populations in Lebanon, Syria, and Egypt. In Lebanon alone, PRCS clinics treated 37,328 persons in the first half of 1980 and 425,682 in the same period of 1981.57. The dynamics of inclusion and exclusion. Yet, however widely the net of neo-patrimonial dispensation within the PLO and of status social benefits more generally was cast, access to the middle and senior ranks of the political class was severely restricted. The broadest distinction was between cadres from the refugee community in Lebanon, the Fakhani Republic 461, and the salaried personnel arriving from Jordan after 1971. FEW of the FORMET reached senior position in any section of the military, bureaucracy, civilian organization, or affiliated unions, while the latter held the vast majority of posts above a certain level. This was an inadvertent consequence of recent history as much as the result of deliberate policy. The PLO had moved lock, stock, and barrel to Lebanon, and so its key agencies were already staffed and institutional patterns established. Once there, the tendency to authoritarian control, natural in a guerrilla movement, and the marked disinclination to hold elections within the civilian organization or convene general conferences, weighed implicitly against local Palestinians, or Lebanese nationals, for that matter, who predominated in the civilian organization, and kept them from rising through the ranks. Frey reinforced this tendency by transforming unpaid volunteers into a growing petty salariat,
undermining the civilian organization and fragmenting or coopting potential sources of dissent within it. There were other, mundane reasons for differentiation within the broad salariate. Senior cadres and officers whose families resided in the occupied territories or Jordan had little hope of returning or securing commensurate civilian employment. Their residence in Lebanon, or wherever else they were posted, depended on affiliation to the PLO, as did the continued flow of their salaries. They had strong incentives both to remain in their posts, and acquiesce in neo-patrimonial expansion, and to resist the rise of local personnel, at least unless it meant the aggrandizement of their commands and their own promotion. The original Palestinian refugee or resident communities in the host countries concerned, conversely, generally enjoyed greater access to local and foreign labor markets. The post-1973 oil boom exerted a powerful pull on professionals as well as on skilled and unskilled workers, who migrated in large numbers to the oil-rich Gulf monarchies and Libya. Affiliation to a guerrilla group was not a primary economic choice, therefore. Nonetheless, it became part of the strategy of survival for poorer families, which were assured of a regular addition to remittances or other income and of insurance against loss of employment. Especially likely to join the payroll were the part-employed, students, and war widows, the greatest number of whom were among the survivors of Tal al-Ziyar refugee camp. The latter augmented the modest martyrs' stipends they received from the PLO social affairs institution by becoming office workers, radio operators, or organizational cadres and union officials. Lateral migration from the civilian organization to paramilitary agencies played a similar role, as duties were minimal and attendance only casually enforced, allowing members to pursue their studies or engage in other employment. Military commanders similarly became familiar with cyclic rises and drops in recruitment, for example from the refugee camps in Syria, where seasonal fluctuations in demand for agricultural labor affected employment levels. The overall consequence was high turnover rates in the lower levels of the salariate, an extrapolation from the experience of one frontline battalion. 462. Suggested that 25,000 persons may have rotated through Fatah combat units alone in 1978-81. 5. 8. Friday GH had become an added part of the financial safety net extended to the wider civilian constituency of the PLO, but its inclusionary impact still operated only at the lower levels of the apparatus. The parallel process of bureaucratization tended to impede upward mobility from the ranks, and stabilized membership at the upper levels of the apparatus. Wars and natural attrition took their toll, but there were sufficient numbers for the replacement of members to occur without drawing too heavily on local personnel, and circulation was largely kept within the bureaucratized elite. It was by no means homogeneous in its composition or cohesive in its politics, however, the most important cleavages deriving from differences in regional origin and professional formation, notably within the military. Their impact varied widely, and in many cases had become negligible by the end of the 1970s as the result of common combat experience and advanced training, but distinct patterns were still discernible in the concentration of combat officers. The most obvious rifts divided personnel from the Hebron and Nablus districts in the West Bank, the West Bank and Gaza, graduates of regular army and guerrilla training, and the PLA and Fatah. Hebronites predominated in the Yarmouk forces, while many officers in guerrilla and militia units originated from the northern West Bank. There were strikingly FEW Gazans in Fatah combat forces generally, but they naturally met a majority of the Egypt-based PLA Ain Jalut forces. However, the latter resented what they perceived to be their marginal standing, measured in terms of political recognition and access to material resources, compared to the Fatah faithful. These patterns were the result of intrinsic social and historical causes, but they lent themselves to manipulation for the purposes of internal control. The most significant instance, certainly in the case of Fatah, was the disproportionate number of Gazans assigned to key posts, senior finance officers Fuad al-Shabaki, Abu Usama Muhammad, and Zudi Said, military administration head Haj Mutlaq,
Social Affairs Institution Director Waheed Mtayer, and senior security officers Amin al-Hindi and Atif Bsessu. The proportion of Gazans in Fatah combat forces was strikingly low, in contrast, but they held several important commands: the Castle Forces, Haj Ismail Jabr, Bait al-Makdi's Battalion, Allah al-Afandi, and the Special Service, Majid al-Agha, among others. The concentration of officers of one regional or professional background or another in a given sector was not necessarily the result of a cynical policy or prejudice, as many in the rank and file believed, nor did it always signify lack of competence or undeserved appointments. As often as not, concentration was equally the result of the natural tendency to appoint acquaintances holding shared social values and political outlooks or met in common contexts, hometown, school, or training course. Cases in point were the gathering of Gazan security officers in the unified security apparatus headed by Khalaf, or Aforemeter. The Fakhani Republic 463. Jordanian army officers and cadres hailing from the Nablus district around Sale, who headed the Central Operations Room and the Western Sector's Supply Committee, formed in 1980. Yet the emphasis on personalized loyalties and fragmentary institutionalization characteristic of a neo-patrimonial system turned these bonds into a potential basis for cliquism and cronyism, and ultimately weakened political cohesion. Genuine patriotism was by no means foregone, whether because liberation and sovereign statehood had not yet been achieved, or because Palestinians still faced ever-present military threats in Lebanon and constant Israeli encroachment on land and economic resources in the occupied territories, but the idealism and elan of previous years were steadily being replaced by resigned indifference in the lower ranks of the salariat and civilian membership and cynical manipulation at leadership level. The existential and economic insecurity of poorer refugee families also meant that a new hierarchy emerged that despised the Palestinian agricultural day laborer in Nakar or the Bekaa Valley or the street trader or shopkeeper in Ain al-Hilway camp. The initial moral respect for those who sacrificed or belonged to the resistance gave way to respect for those employed by the PLO because they earned a higher income. 59. Besides rampant corruption and abuse of privilege, this trend was reflected in the growing number of young Palestinians, many of them junior cadres or militiamen from the refugee camps, especially Tal al-Ziyaatar, who now sought asylum in West European countries. The PLO was far from attaining its minimal national goals, but its political and institutional dynamics revealed the degree to which it had already made the transition from the period of revolutionary ascendancy in 1967–70 to a typically post-revolutionary phase of, in this case neo-patrimonial, state building. Yet it still faced a major task, to contest Israeli social control, and Jordanian influence, in the occupied territories, and so further its twin aims of securing participation in the peace process and placing Palestinian statehood on the negotiating agenda. Objective circumstances prevented straightforward statist extension to the occupied territories in the form of bureaucratized social services, but it provided the broad framework for the operation of corporatist organization and neo-patrimonial political management. 20. Extending the state in exile or capturing it. The growing importance for the PLO's diplomatic strategy of the extension of its state in exile to the occupied territories came clearly into play as it strove to reassert its centrality to the peace process in the late 1970s. This proved a daunting task, as it faced strenuous opposition from a range of actors. In the first instance, the PLO faced competition from the other two, well-entrenched statist centers, Israel and Jordan. That it was able to pose an effective challenge was due primarily to the deep social transformations that had taken place in the occupied territories since 1967, but equally to its ability, unlike its two rivals, to harness Palestinian nationalism. Even then the PLO was hamstrung by its own shortcomings, as lax security, slipshod organization, and perennial factionalism repeatedly undermined its effort to confront the Israeli military occupation with widespread armed resistance. These flaws were prompting frank, if privately expressed complaints from leading personalities in the occupied territories by 1979, but the potential damage was mitigated as the PLO increasingly emphasized political and social action. Its relative success in mobilizing the population of the occupied territories, and in attracting or co-opting the local leadership, moreover enhanced its diplomatic standing internationally. However, this also triggered a struggle for political predominance between Fatah and the Palestinian left, which emerged in this period as a serious contender for national leadership. Key to its rise was the convergence of strategic interests among key Arab states such as Syria and Iraq and the USSR at the start of the Second Cold War, although Arafat was ultimately able to utilize his control of the statist institutions of the PLO and of its sources of rent to co-opt the left and maintain his position internally. Statist competition and social transformation in the occupied territories. The PLO had emphasized the importance of political action in the occupied territories through successive PNC resolutions since January 1, 1973, but exerted little concrete effort to that purpose until the launch of the Egyptian-Israeli peace talks in 1978-9. Now its need to avoid strategic marginalization required. 465. Far more systematic mobilization of what was arguably its largest, and certainly most politically significant, social constituency. The establishment of a sovereign state in the West Bank and Gaza Strip, in the DFLP phrase, offered the only opportunity available, in prevalent Arab and international balances, to confront the national Qawmi dissipation of the Palestinian people and to restore and formulate its national Watani independent character. 1 However, the PLO faced a radically different context in the West Bank and Gaza Strip to the one in which it was already consolidating its state in exile. This was determined not only by the immediate reality of Israeli occupation, but also by the fact that the military government directly administered civilian affairs. Its absolute power to grant or withhold the permits and to issue or abrogate the legislation affecting every aspect of Palestinian life in the occupied territories was central to the pervasive and highly intrusive system of population control it maintained, backed by the Shabak General Security Service and the extensive network of informers and collaborators it maintained among the local population. 2 Yet the ability to punish or reward was only one dimension of social control. As significant was the impact of Israeli policy on the local economy. Israel aimed consciously to prevent the occupied territories from imposing a budgetary burden or competing with it economically. 3 Among the first measures taken by the military government in June 1, 1967 was the suspension of local banking and financial services, depriving Palestinian entrepreneurs of a source of credit. A host of administrative decrees issued in the form of military orders impeded industry and agriculture, but equally important were the highly unequal terms of Palestinian economic integration with Israel. Rapid expansion of Israeli industry, agriculture, and construction in the next 6 years absorbed a growing number of Palestinian workers who were attracted not only by the prospect of employment, but also by the higher wages offered by Israeli enterprises. The wage differential was reinforced by exclusive access of Israeli producers to government subsidies and easy financial terms, and contributed to the decline of their Palestinian counterparts. 4 Israel pursued a common market, but the combined impact of its political control, dual legal system, and ethnic segregation severely constrained the captive local economy and distorted development. 5 The PLO had also had to contend in the occupied territories with determined political competition from Jordan. Immediately following the June 1967 war, Jordan had endorsed a policy of non-cooperation with the Israeli occupation. Steadfastness, sumud, as it was dubbed, meant refusing to participate in social, political, or administrative activities directed by the Israeli military authorities, nor, consequently, to establish new institutions since that would involve registration under Israeli auspices. An important instance of this policy was Jordanian support for the open strike declared by Palestinian lawyers, judges, and teachers in the West Bank, who refused to recognize the legitimacy of the Israeli-run administration. Jordan paid their salaries, for which purpose it? 466. received an annual grant from the League of Arab States. It suspended this practice in 1970 but resumed it in 1975, and for the next 13 years continued to pay monthly stipends to 8,000 to 10,000 teachers and civil servants, or roughly 40% of the total number. 6 In 1978 this assistance amounted to $1.8 million. Jordanian hostility towards dealings with the Israeli-run administration lessened after 1970, but the fear that local Palestinians might seek a separate political and territorial arrangement with Israel prompted a continuing diplomatic effort to reassert Jordanian sovereignty over the area. However, the fact that Israel did not seek political, as opposed to functional, integration of the occupied territories made it possible for a degree of tacit cooperation with Jordan to arise by the mid-1970s. 7 There was no joint control, but the belief of the Labour government in the Jordanian option, a political solution in which West Bank population centers would revert to Jordanian sovereignty while Israel annexed border areas necessary for its security, led to an implicit administrative and political condominium. This was abruptly threatened when the Likud Party came to power in May 1, 1977, with its commitment to Greater Israel. New Agriculture Minister Ariel Sharon announced intentions to settle 2 million Jews in a security belt from Golan, through the West Bank, and into Sinai, and to establish a Palestinian state on the East Bank of Jordan as a means of resolving the Palestine conflict. 8 The potential threat to Jordan was an added factor in its gradual reconciliation with the PLO over the next year. From the viewpoint of the PLO, in any case, Jordanian administrative and repressive capacities in the occupied territories were inferior to those of Israel. The immediate priority of the mainstream leadership was therefore to contest Israeli, not Jordanian, social control. This demanded a combination of military and civilian resistance to Israeli occupation, and the parallel construction of an alternative system of social services and, to the extent possible, of economic opportunities. Nationalist patriotism provided an essential ingredient, but to achieve popular disengagement from the Israeli system and offer alternatives that were sufficiently credible, or at least not overly costly, to the public required novel approaches and structures, that could ultimately be effective only within a putative statist framework. Arab financial assistance after 1978 facilitated this shift by greatly augmenting the resources necessary for the extension of neo-patrimonial politics and corporatist tendencies to the occupied territories. However, it was a necessary condition, not a sufficient one. Crucial to PLO statist extension in the occupied territories was the opportunity offered by the fundamental transformations that had taken place in local society and economy since 1967. First was the marked decline of the traditional, pro-Jordanian sub-elite in the West Bank. It had played a leading role in the civilian protests immediately after the war, founding the Islamic Supreme Council and Higher Committee for National Guidance for that purpose, but the deportation of 514 social and political figures from the West Bank between extending the state Yazīd Ṣāyigh. 467. September 1967 and September 1, 1969 decapitated the movement. 9 Israeli measures affecting its capital and land weakened the traditional sub-elite further, as did the Israeli decision to devolve greater administrative authority on the municipalities. Yet Jordanian insistence on Sumud denied it the opportunity to build alternative institutions or run for municipal elections, thus marginalizing its ability to deliver patronage and exercise social control on behalf of Jordan. 10 An added consequence was to encourage some members of the traditional sub-elite to dissent and adopt a separatist national agenda, evident in the support for Palestinian statehood evinced in 1972 by the likes of Hebron Mayor Muhammad al-Jabari, J. Arasalem, physician Hamdi al-Taji al-Farouki, and Al-Quds newspaper journalist Muhammad Abu Shalbay. 11 The decline of the traditional sub-elite, and of Jordanian influence, was reflected in the sweeping victory of pro-PLO candidates in the West Bank municipal elections of April 1, 1976. The victors came partly from the diploma elite, as younger, white-collar professionals took 40% of all seats, while businessmen and merchants won a similar share, the rest being held by farmers and landowners. 12 Many members of the urban-based strata had been active in opposition politics before June 1967, many also came from families of the traditional elite, revealing that it was adapting to change, both politically and economically, rather than withering away. 13 The divergence in political attitudes and affiliations had become apparent following the municipal elections of April 1, 1972, in which traditional candidates took a majority of seats. The nationalist line adopted by their younger, better educated rivals was given voice in Al-Fajr, the Dawn, and Al-Shabi, the People, the two new newspapers that were launched in East Jerusalem immediately after the elections. The reason for the shift in allegiance and increasingly overt Palestinian nationalism lay in the circumstances said by the urban-based strata after 1967. The experience of Palestinian industry was indicative. Jordanian insistence that manufactured exports from the West Bank should contain no Israeli components and refusal to recognize enterprises registered at TICR.I on 1967 hindered local industry. 14 Israeli competitors drew labor away and inundated Palestinian markets with cheaper products, accounting to 90% of imports in the occupied territories by the late 1970s. The gradual conviction after 1970 that Jordan and the Arab states would not soon rescue them from Israeli control deeply affected the political outlook of these strata. Yet, at the same time, the ability of the military government to effect trade through control of licenses and permits, and by imposing travel and export bans on specific towns or areas as a form of collective punishment accentuated a localistic approach to entrepreneurial activity. Companies that rebased operations in Jordan flourished, while those staying put stagnated and tended to think small. The effect was to impede the coalescence of a cohesive, territory-wide middle class. The situation in Gaza differed markedly. There a distinct middle class did not emerge to challenge traditional social leaders, for a combination of reasons. 468. The sharp dichotomy between the relatively small number of original residents, muwattinoon, and much larger number of refugees, lajian, was one. The farmers generally owned what land and capital there were in Gaza, and it was from their ranks that the middle class was also drawn. The effective absence of industrial and financial sectors, low levels of education, and limited prospects for university graduates meant that there was little opportunity for a distinct middle class to emerge from other sources before 1967. The subsequent decline of agriculture weakened the resident families, but the spread of wage labor, proliferation of small workshops feeding Israeli industry, and import of Israeli products to local markets encouraged the appearance of a multitude of middlemen, not of modem middle-class strata. In any case there were few channels to compete for political or administrative power, whether before 1967, because of the clear demarcation between local society and the Egyptian staffed military administration, or after, because the Israeli military government upheld the lack of provision for municipal elections in the inherited Egyptian law. The defeat of the armed resistance movement in Gaza led to a prolonged period of political quiescence after 1972, and to the concentration of nationalist politics and organization in the West Bank for well over a decade. Their professional and entrepreneurial strata tended to oppose a return to Jordanian rule and to support Palestinian statehood, and did so increasingly explicitly from 1973 onwards. Yet the debilitation of their economic base and the vulnerability to Israeli controls of the institutional framework they captured in April 1, 1976 still constrained their political influence. These strata did not seek to assert their own primacy, and instead devoted much of their effort to affirming the leadership of the PLO, in contrast to the preference of the dwindling number of traditional leaders of the older generation for a return to Jordanian control. At the same time, although the professional and entrepreneurial strata brought a new ideological orientation and political rhetoric to the debate, they had no economic or social agenda that differentiated them from the older generation. Their narrow focus on nationalist politics discouraged any effort to construct a system of social control to counter that of Israel,
and led to a continuing emphasis on the strategy of sumit and extension of services, rather than one of social mobilization, generation of resources, and parallel institutionalization. Increasingly, the institutional initiative was being taken at grassroots level by a new generation of activists, not a few of them university graduates who had gained valuable political and organizational experience during their studies in neighboring Arab states or abroad. A key element in their emergence as a distinct FORCE was the establishment of 3 universities in the West Bank in 1972-5. By employing a significant number of graduates, the universities permit a critical mass of activists to gather, provided a ready organizational structure, and offered intensive contact with a crucial social category, students. The influence and aims of the young graduates were reflected in the nature of 469 academic programs. Yazīd University required its students to complete 120 hours of community work, including paving rural roads, harvesting crops, extending literacy, and conducting social surveys. Bethlehem University of FE read courses in community health work and other non-traditional subjects, and Al-Najah University set up a rural development center. 16 These programs revealed a conscious effort to go to the rural population, which accounted for up to 70% of the West Bank total and now provided a substantial proportion of the 6,000 students enrolled in higher education by the end of the 1970s, besides an estimated 15,000 studying abroad. 17 The attendance at university of a growing number of young men and women from the villages of the West Bank revealed underlying trends of change in the rural population, the social consequences of which were becoming apparent by the end of the 1970s. One was the spread of wage labor, due in large measure to massive land expropriations, restrictions on water supply, and other Israeli-induced pressures on agriculture since 1967. Thanks to a much improved transport system, the largest number of wage laborers commuted daily to work in Israel. This involved 69,000 officially registered workers, of whom 42,000 came from the West Bank, 77% of them from villages, or roughly one-third the total labor FORCE, with a sizable additional number in illegal labor. 18 A second trend was migration to the oil-rich states, which contributed heavily to the outflow of 10,000 to 20,000 Palestinians, including students, a year from the West Bank and brought remittances worth $55 million annually by 1978.19. Access to tertiary education was itself a third trend, that ultimately fueled the outward migration in search of jobs and higher pay, but also encouraged adoption of new agricultural techniques or ventures and movement into salaried or clerical employment. 20 Starting in the late 1970s, Israeli administrative and security policy also fueled the drain. As men in a certain age bracket who traveled abroad for study or work were prohibited from returning in less than 6 months, all Palestinian inhabitants of the occupied territories moreover risked the permanent loss of their right of residence if they did not renew their travel permits annually while abroad, and if they did not physically return within 3 years. These trends gave rise to a phenomenon of non-migratory urbanization of West Bank villages. 21 Palestinian cultivators were no longer peasants, since they were heavily involved in markets outside their villages, but the fact that they were not physically displaced enabled them to cling to traditional arrangements that guaranteed access to land and the labor of kin and neighbors. 11 Attachment to social solidarities and values was a natural response to the encroachment of hostile external forces, in this case Israel. However, such attachment by now glorified a peasant society that did not exist in reality. 13 The reality was that men, who made the large majority of wage laborers, brought back new values from Israel, the cities, or abroad, whereas women were drawn into the agricultural cycle to an unprecedented degree and became the sole bearers of traditional culture and the preservers of peasant traditions. 14 Parallel processes 470 were underway. On the one hand was the proletarianization of cultivators, although non-migratory urbanization, which allowed villagers to continue to derive part of their income from small holdings and to perform non-cash transactions,
and the unstable tenure of wage labor in Israel impeded this process, while on the other was the addition of a rural component to the Palestinian petite bourgeoisie. In all events, the rural population underwent a cleaving of traditional social moorings that enabled the mobilization of growing numbers within new political and organizational frameworks, although the same factors of market integration coupled with residual small-holding equally reinforced political inactivism and conservatism. 25. The social and economic transformations in the occupied territories were not uniform in their impact, nor led to similar political results. Yet they were sufficient to allow the PLO to redirect the political engagement and nationalist identification of significant sectors of the population towards its own, statist framework. Whether statist extension was to occur by mobilizing the political movement in the occupied territories from below or co-opting it from above was a moot question from the viewpoint of the mainstream PLO leadership, which saw both approaches as serving a single, integrative function. It faced two problems, however. First was the need to devise effective organizational means, both to mobilize overt resistance to the Israeli occupation and to co-opt key social forces. The second problem facing the Fatah-dominated PLO was the opposition of other guerrilla groups to its strategic objectives and general policy, reflected in ostensibly divergent attitudes to the role of local leadership and social mobilization. However, the political and organizational practice of the exile-based opposition revealed it to be concerned primarily with influencing the direction of central PLO policy and, ultimately, with capturing its statist structure. It was within this context that all the guerrilla groups sought allies and constituencies in the occupied territories, determinately retaining political and operational control in their own hands all the while. 26. Clandestine organization. Whatever its mode or purpose, mobilization in the occupied territories required a fundamental change of course in terms of organizational instruments and operational objectives. The PLO had grappled with this challenge since Sadat's visit to Jerusalem in November 1977, but the turning point came only after March 1, 1979. Until then, the purpose of political proselytization and clandestine organization remained almost exclusively to mount armed resistance to Israel. This was equally true of the only guerrilla groups with a significant following in the occupied territories: Fatah, the PFLP, and DFLP, despite modest variations in emphasis and method. The priority given to military action was reflected in the collective failure to translate the upsurge of civilian protests in the occupied territories after November 1, 1974 into a systematic 47-1 organizational effort. The consequences were demonstrated when embroilment in the Lebanese conflict prevented the guerrilla groups from building on the widespread disturbances that took place on what was celebrated as Land Day, on March 29, 1976, or on the sweeping victory of PLO supporters in the municipal elections held a fortnight later. Fatah explained the continuing primacy of military action by describing it as the most effective means to mobilize the energies of the people. 27 It put this outlook into practice with single-minded determination, its followers in the occupied territories accounting for twice as many armed attacks as members of the leftist groups. 28 The DFLP similarly insisted in 1979 that the armed struggle is the basic mainstay in the expansion and development of all forms of mass and political struggle. 29 Yet by 1981 DFLP Deputy Secretary General Abdi Rabu implicitly acknowledged an impasse, arguing that there could be no real way out for armed action in the occupied territories unless it turned from an individual effort into a mass phenomenon. 3 For all its stress on political mobilization, or mass action, Amal Jamahiri, as it was known, and interest in labor unions. The DFLP had not fundamentally altered its methods or devoted major resources to social mobilization by the time its second General Conference convened in May. 31 Even then, it reiterated that it was the combination of mass and armed struggle in the West Bank and Gaza that would make the costs to Israel of continued occupation outweigh the benefits. 32 The PFLP offered further evidence of the failure to formulate an effective strategy for mobilization. Speaking in summer 1981, Politburo member Mustafa al-Zabri admitted that even in its heyday the military and political momentum of PFLP guerrillas in the Gaza Strip lacked this depth, that is, it did not come into a comprehensive mass condition. The military level lacked an organizational depth, in the sense of establishing an organizational structure around it. 33 As a result, he concluded, the political activism of the largely unorganized population in the occupied territories had outstripped clandestine military activity since the late 1970s. To remedy the situation, the PFLP conference in April reaffirmed clandestine military activity as a FORMist organizational task. Point 3 Its appreciation of the relationship between political and military action and of objective circumstances in the occupied territories appeared flawed, however. The PFLP military doctrine manual offered a good example of wishful thinking, arguing that even a small, flat, and isolated area such as the Gaza Strip could be host to a successful guerrilla campaign if we follow tactics and techniques that are suited to the nature of the area. 35 Even then, the course of clandestine military organization in the occupied territories in the late 1970s had mixed results. The Lebanese conflict in particular had exacted a severe toll. The principal guerrilla groups threw all available personnel into battle against the Syrian army and Maronite militias in summer 1976, and in so doing lost a number of cadres responsible for the occupied territories. Communications between the clandestine networks and their commands in Lebanon were impeded or severed for much of this period, while the 472 punitive closure of PLO offices and training camps in Syria and the arrest or expulsion of staff caused further disruption. The end of the Lebanese conflict brought a badly needed respite. Fatah benefited most because it was allowed gradually to reopen its facilities in Syria from 1977 onwards. This was evident in the rising number of arrests announced by the Israeli authorities, from 800-900, involving 109 cells, in 1977 to 1,600, 146 cells, in 1978.36. Yet Israeli data showed that a majority, up to 83%, were being arrested before conducting any hostile act, and that up to 30% did not belong to a recognized guerrilla group. 37 The PLO acknowledged this lackluster performance, blaming it partly on the fact that the outward flow of 20,000 young men from the occupied territories each year prevented a more explosive situation from D1. 38 Evolving. Fatah had learned some lessons from its experience in the occupied territories since 1968. One was to organize members into small clusters tied separately to control officers based in exile, instead of the large, pyramidal structures that could more easily be dismantled by the Israeli security services. 39 This was not uniformly applied, however. The approach to recruitment and organization remained at best varied, at worst lackadaisical. Much depended on the disposition of the cadre responsible in each case, the heads of the geographically demarcated committees that Yazīd had revived after resuming command of the western sector following the death of Kamal Udwan in April 1, 1973 were mostly the same individuals who had started with him in 1968, and changed little in their eclectic and haphazard methods. Wazir had retained the Organization Committee formed by Udwan, the purpose of which was to feed the regional committees with a constant flow of new members, but in practice the various committees were riven by personal rivalries and petty disputes over recruits and budgets and rarely cooperated. Yazīd was disinclined by temperament to intervene, with the result that several committees split into two or more rival compartments, as in the case of the Gaza, Nablus, and Organization committees. The Western sector also boasted two information and research sections, with the usual lack of communication or sharing of 40 resources. Rather than impose discipline, Wazir simply approved separate budgets for the rival committees as a means of normalizing the situation in the Western sector. The creation in 1980 of a Regions Committee with the task of recruiting among the thousands of Palestinian students abroad failed to alter this pattern. No more successful was the formation of new political, organization, and supply committees following the Fatah General Conference in May,
Wazir used these bodies to contain the attempts by recently elected Central Committee members to involve themselves in the Western sector, and maintained his existing staff. 41 An even more serious trend was the growing role of money, used primarily to buy arms, explosives, and FALSE documents, obtain transport, and bribe border guards and other officials. The ready availability of funds, secrecy of use, and lack of accountability encouraged inflated budgets, war. 473. Ranted expenditure, and outright pilfering. Wazir overlooked such behavior so long as the job was done, and refrained from punitive action lest his subordinates seek the patronage of Arafat instead. 42 The situation was substantially different in the PFLP and DFLP, but not necessarily for the better. In an extensive internal review of operations in 1973-80, the PFLP noted the inexperience of its followers in clandestine activity and military skills. Excessive emphasis had been placed on theoretical and political issues, which it now recognized were not tied to the practice of struggle nor translated into specific action programs. The defeat in Jordan in 197 Q1 had exerted a long-term impact, as had the Lebanese conflict, but the PFLP also admitted that internal disputes had led to organizational indiscipline and laxity. 43 The cadres responsible for clandestine organization tended to guard their separate preserves jealously, and allowed their subordinates in the West Bank and Gaza little autonomy. The PFLP, which proudly proclaimed its ongoing self-transformation into a Marxist-Leninist party, continued to stress democratic centralism in relations between its leadership in exile and followers in the occupied territories. Yet it took no formal note of the need to separate political and military functions, nor of the importance of social mobilization, despite exhorting its membership in general, without specifying the occupied territories, to join unions and other social associations. 44 Indeed, not a single section of the 1981 conference report, let alone a chapter, was devoted to the strategy, requirements, or circumstances of action in the occupied territories. 45 A smuggled letter from PFLP members in Israeli prisons at the beginning of the year bluntly accused the leadership of focusing its military effort on Lebanon instead of the occupied territories, where there was no action. We appreciate fully the big part played by our comrades in the Lebanese arena, whether in the civil war or the battles of the south and the confrontation against the gangs of SLA commander Said Haddad, and we take great pride in their heroism, the letter stated, but then it asked pointedly, has our political leadership forgotten that the masses of our people still delight to the sound of bullets and the sound of exploding bombs and mines under the military vehicles of the Israeli enemy? 46 The PFLP killed collaborators, but this needed to be complemented with direct attacks on army, civilians, and installations of the Zionist enemy. Don't you believe that the faith of our masses in the revolution will increase and their uprisings will escalate? When they hear with their own ears and see with their own eyes the rifles and grenades of their vanguards reaping enemy soldiers, the letter continued. The prisoners came to a clear conclusion, even from a media point of view. We consider that a single successful military operation inside the occupied homeland, in the midst of the current sweeping uprising in the West Bank and Gaza Strip, will raise the rating of the group that undertakes it. 47 Although he rejected the criticism leveled at the PFLP leadership, Habash admitted to the April conference that there was confusion in arranging R. 474. Military and organizational situation in the occupied territories. As the Inter-NAL review explained, the branch for the occupied land had started out as a single command, and then developed into an organizational apparatus to which combat tasks were assigned, and then a military apparatus alongside the organizational apparatus, and so on. 48 The decision taken by the PFLP in 1978 to restructure itself as a Leninist party had only complicated matters. The party leadership in the occupied territories had failed to assume its natural place, as the PFLP noted 3 years later. 49 The solution was to set up a separate apparatus headed by a combination of military and organizational cadres with responsibility to 1. Kill as many enemy troops as possible and obtain their weapons and equipment, without suffering large losses in our ranks. 2. Direct blows at military and economic installations and at communications routes. 3. Liquidate enemy military and political leaders. 4. Liquidate collaborators. 5. Work to disrupt enemy plans in the occupied land. 5 degrees. The clandestine civilian networks would shield the military apparatus if any of its commanders were arrested. They would also gather intelligence about the enemy and his agents, and about enemy plans, analyze them and transfer them to the appropriate bodies. And prevent penetration and espionage against the PFLP and the revolution in general. The PFLP even intended ambitiously, if unrealistically, to build and organize combat units belonging to the front in Israel and especially in the Galilee. 51 The fact that these problems persisted and that such solutions were still being proposed as late as 1981 revealed the unresolved tension between the declared aim of building self-sufficient and autonomous local commands in the occupied territories, on the one hand, and the reluctance of Habash and his principal colleagues in exile to relinquish control over organizational and political matters alike, on the other. Mass action. It was the DFLP that embarked on the most serious changes in operational methods and aims in the occupied territories in this period, in contrast to Fatah and the PFLP. The DFLP first stressed the importance of social and political mobilization in 1972-3, but had minimal presence at the time and changed little in its method of operation. In 1976 it signaled a formal shift from the single-minded focus on military action in order to place a greater emphasis on mass action, but this too proved to be at most nominal. 52 Starting in autumn 1977, the DFLP resolved to lead its new strategy by constructing a Leninist party in the occupied territories. This mirrored the decision to build a hierarchical party apparatus in exile, wherever the DFLP had a following among Palestinians, in the Arab states or elsewhere. 53 The party branch in the West Bank and Gaza. 475. Was intended to be largely autonomous, however, with a locally based leadership and the full freedom to devise its tactics and daily tasks in the struggle, in the framework of the general policy that unites the DFLP and its action on the Palestinian level as a whole. 54 Whatever degree of nominal autonomy they were to enjoy, the local commands in the occupied territories were also instructed to ensure that their programs for action were in harmony with the unified strategy and general political line of the DFLP as a whole, and were approved by the Central Committee. 55 The DFLP military apparatus in the occupied territories would meanwhile be sundered from the civilian party body, in order to protect the latter from possible Israeli reprisals. It would also retain its thread-like chain of command individual members or combat cells connected not to each other but directly to cadres based in Jordan, Syria, or Lebanon in order to reduce security risks. 56 The DFLP's sister branch in Jordan, the Democratic Front's organization, Munazamat al-Jabha al-Demokratiya, would similarly be divided in two, albeit for different purposes. A local branch would maintain the involvement in Jordanian politics, while a specialized apparatus would take over support for the clandestine networks in the occupied territories. 57 A principal task of the party core in the occupied territories, meanwhile, would be to envelop itself with mass organizations that could undertake overt political and social activity, channeling recruits and proselytizing among the general public. Charitable organizations, voluntary agencies, and youth clubs were examples of appropriate social associations, but the primary focus was on trade unions, especially of workers. As DFLP Deputy Secretary General Yasser Abd Rabu later explained, the organization of 150,000 Palestinian workers, who form the Palestinian working class in the occupied territories, is the greater and formist task. We should act energetically to form new trade unions, by reviving old ones, or establish branches for existing unions.
There are open vistas to develop the action of the mass movement and to organize it. 58 This focus moreover served the DFLP's FORMist political objective to establish an independent state in the West Bank and Gaza, and was reflected in the devotion of a whole chapter in its 1981 conference report to the struggle in the occupied territories. 59 The document also explained the main point of divergence between the DFLP and rejectionist groups such as the PFLP, obliquely castigating them for raising slogans such as armed struggle until total liberation and protection of the phenomenon of armed struggle. This rhetoric disguised a policy of waiting for external factors to change the strategic balance, the DFLP argued, and diverted Palestinian energy into revolutionizing the other Arab peoples rather than themselves. 60 The Palestinians had to make their own distinct contribution to the historic struggle for the final national goal, above all by securing a firm, launch base QAI-irtikaz in the areas where a majority of the people reside on the soil of their homeland. 476. Namely the occupied territories. 61 Mass action was one of the means to that end. In paying increasing attention to political and social mobilization, the guerrilla groups merely followed the path charted by the Palestinian communists over the preceding decade. The West Bank communists had reactivated the General Federation of Labor Unions in 1969, and played an active part in the expansion and leadership of the dynamic voluntary work program among university and high school students from 1972 onwards. 62 However, they were unable to attract significant support outside Jerusalem and the main towns and nearby refugee camps of the central West Bank. Their following was far weaker in areas characterized by social and religious conservatism, the main towns of the northern and southern West Bank, rural areas, and the densely crowded and poverty-stricken Gaza Strip. The stagnation of Palestinian industry and its fragmentation into small-scale workshops also undermined the emergence of working-class politics, as did the high rate of outward labor migration and the growing dependence on work in Israel. This was reflected in the fact that only 4 to 10% of the West Bank labor force had joined unions by 1982. 3. The Israeli military authorities further impeded unionization by tightening inherited Jordanian legislation, itself already severely restrictive. 64 divisions among the communists posed an added impediment. Followers of FORMER JCP Secretary General Fahmy al-Salfati, who had broken away in 1971, still operated separately in the West Bank as the self-styled Leninist cadre. They opposed the increasing Palestinian nationalism of the local JCP branch and its deepening ties with the PLO, and criticized the JCP-dominated Palestinian National Front in September 1, 1973 for supporting the PLO's political program, which still called FOR Total Liberation of Palestine. However, their conviction after the October War that an independent state would emerge in the occupied territories prompted them to FORM the Palestinian Communist Youth Organization in 1975, renamed the Palestinian Communist Organization, Munazama, in 1977. Conversely, a militant wing declared itself in 1980 as the Palestinian Communist Organization, Tamzim, in Lebanon, PCOL, headed by Arabi Awad. Awad had been deported from the West Bank in 1973 on suspicion of preparing military action, and was now a member of the PLO Executive Committee. The PCOL attracted other deportees, students abroad, and local communists, but considered itself a branch of the JCP. It criticized the West Bank communists for failing to conduct armed struggle and for replacing the objective of establishing a secular democratic state in all of Palestine with the minimalist goal of a much smaller state in the occupied territories, coexisting with Israel. 67 The West Bank communists, for their part, chafed at the refusal of the JCP to allow them to reorganize as a separate Palestinian party. In 1975 they were permitted to FORM the Palestinian Communist Organization, Tanzim, but as a branch of the JCP. Another attempt to FORM a separate party was rejected in 477. 1977-8,
but the PCO finally won the support of the sister parties in the Soviet bloc and Arab countries to form the Palestinian Communist Party, PCP, in February 1, 1982. 68. Unlike the guerrilla groups or the PCOL, the Communists had firmly eschewed armed struggle since 1974, a political report issued by the local command committee in August 1, 1979 made no reference to military action. For example, although the JCP had reportedly urged its members to volunteer for duty in South Lebanon during the Israeli invasion of March 1, 1978. 69. As they later explained in a published discussion of this period, the Communists were acutely aware of the geographic and demographic difficulties of waging guerrilla war in the occupied territories. Besides, they noted, up to 90% of the clandestine members of the guerrilla groups were arrested even before carrying out military attacks. 70 These groups were at fault for continuing to structure their networks for military functions, although they no longer waged armed struggle seriously. 71 The Communists concluded that any call for them to conduct military action was an invitation to destroy the party, although the new program issued in 1983 by the First Conference of the PCP acknowledged it as a possible form of struggle, given appropriate conditions. 72 In spite of the success of their mass mobilization, or rather because of it, the Communists faced growing competition from the three main guerrilla groups for control over the voluntary work committees, social associations, and, above all, labor and trade unions. The DFLP had certainly learned this lesson by 1979, but by 1981 the PFLP was also insisting to its membership adamantly, if unsuccessfully, that everyone must enter the unions. 73 Fatah showed sustained interest in competing for influence among students, workers, and eventually women's associations as prime groups for mobilization and recruitment. Wazir in particular saw the need for a public political organization, from which is drawn the clandestine organization both political and military, and which is protected by a broad mass base. 74 Fatah, the PFLP, and the DFLP were not above forming entirely new, parallel bodies to compete for influence. For their part the Communists decided in 1979 to counter rival attempts to infiltrate the existing unions, by vetting new members and resisting the inclusion of new unions in the General Federation of Trade Unions, which they had controlled since reviving it in 1969. The intensification of the rivalry between the patched-dominated workers' youth movement and the loose leftist alliance the Communist-led Progressive Workers' Bloc, the DFLP's Workers' Union Bloc, and the PFLP's Progressive Unionist Action Front, not to mention the minuscule Ba'athist Workers' Vanguard Bloc, finally led to a complete rift and the creation of a second, Fatah-dominated General Federation in August 1, 1981. The left had already accused Fatah of splitting the unions and subverting the National Front in the occupied territories as early as mid-1979. 75 Fatah responded, with some justification, that the Communists in particular and the left in general were trying to operate closed shops against it. Even a leading figure of the leftist F-ation in Fatah such as Majid Abu Sharar, who coordinated closely. 478. With the leftist guerrilla groups, complained of exclusion from some unions. They were closed off, in the sense of delays in conducting elections, delays in subscribing new members, because what governs the act of subscription is a mentality that seeks continued control over this union or that. 76 As competition intensified, Fatah resorted to setting up cardboard unions, often among dubious labor categories such as cassette sellers or bread carriers, in order to inflate the nominal membership of its own General Federation of Trade Unions. 77 It was not alone in this practice, however. The DFLP was especially keen to attain leadership of the labor movement. In 1981 it embarked on a determined effort either to gain control of individual unions from within, by adding as many of its own recruits as possible to membership lists, or to form a parallel union to every one it could not dominate, and eventually form a third General Federation. In 1985,
.78 Yet the unions were not the most important arena of nationalist politics or social mobilization. More prominent by FAR was the role of the student and youth organizations established by the FOR main political actors in the occupied territories. This reflected the expansion of the higher education system, but it was equally the inadvertent consequence of loose really security measures over the years. By 1981 an estimated 230,000 to 250,000 Palestinians had passed through interrogation and detention for at least 24 hours or served actual prison sentences. 79 In contrast to the late 1960s and early 1970s, prisoners now tended to be young, educated, and familiar with the tactics of civilian disobedience and unarmed protest. In prison they received political indoctrination and instruction in security and organization from veteran guerrillas and cadres. 81 Prisoners were organized according to political affiliation and operated their own codes of conduct. They complained to the prison authorities about torture or mistreatment and demanded improved living conditions, conducted hunger strikes and boycotted prison labor, and worked systematically to eliminate informers. Combined with the educational programs, literacy classes, and ideological curricula taught by the prisoners themselves, the contest of wills with the Israeli authorities turned the prisons into unsurpassed cadre schools. Upon their release many prisoners entered universities or colleges of higher education, where they took leading roles in the student and youth. 8 Organizations. The struggle for political predominance. The activism of Palestinian prisoners and civilian protesters reinforced the image of widespread rejection of the Egyptian-Israeli peace talks and of plans for Palestinian autonomy. 83 By the same token they also enhanced the status of the PLO, and confirmed the rising prominence of new leaders and structures in the occupied territories. Foremost were the mayors, who divided into 2 broad trends. A pragmatic wing comprising both the traditionalist, pro-Jordan, 479. Mayors of Bethlehem and Gaza and moderate nationalists and Fatah supporters such as the mayors of Hebron and Tulkarm preferred to avoid confrontation with the Israeli military government, in the hope of securing municipal needs and a measure of political leeway. A hardline group, including the outspoken mayors of Nablus and Ramallah, leaned towards the Palestinian left and advocate total non-compliance with the occupation, while highlighting support for the PL. 84 The pragmatists refused to condemn Sadat for visiting Jerusalem in November 1977 and supported contact with the U.S. The hardliners, conversely, refused to meet U.S. envoys and criticized Fatah for maintaining a dialogue with Jordan, Saudi Arabia, and Egypt, as well as failing to coordinate closely with Syria. In the proud view of the Palestinian left, this group was offended by the compromises and divisive policies of the Palestinian right. 8. 5. The 2 wings moderated their disputes, however, in order to resist the aggressive settlement and land expropriation programs pursued by the Likud government. To this end pro-PLO mayors from various regions of the West Bank and Gaza, representatives of voluntary organizations, trade and students' unions, the religious establishment, business circles, and journalists formed the National Guidance Committee, NGC, in October 1, 1978. 86. Fatah was satisfied with minority representation in the NGC, believing that it could control the coalition, but was unable to overcome leftist opposition to its effort to include pro-Jordanian mayors. Another issue of major contention was the role of the Jordanian Palestinian Joint Committee and the steadfastness funds it started to disperse in the occupied territories in 1979. 8. 7. The strategy of Sumud had evolved considerably since 1967, and now consisted of several main components. One was to assist disengagement from the Israeli-administered system by funding infrastructure, especially in rural areas, where hundreds of West Bank villages received electricity generators, piped water, and paved roads for the first time. Urban standards of living were also to be improved by funding municipal projects. Ironically, this relieved the Israeli military government of a considerable financial burden,
but the PLO was determined to block the extension of Israeli-supplied utilities and basic services to the Palestinian population. With Jordan, it waged a protracted struggle to save the East Jerusalem Electricity Company in particular, and made similar attempts to provide the main cities and towns with alternatives to Israeli national carriers. A second aim of Sumud was to increase local income and raise employment, with the ultimate purpose of reducing the economic reasons for emigration. Agricultural marketing schemes, producer cooperatives, and agro-industrial projects received major funding, while industrial enterprises of varying sizes and nature were awarded individual loans. The contentious aspect of Sumud, however, was the utilization of steadfastness funds for political influence. Jordan sought actively to shore up its standing in the occupied territories by securing funding for bodies headed by its 480 supporters, especially municipalities such as that of Bethlehem and the agricultural cooperatives. In doing so, it quietly reduced long-standing allocations for these purposes in its own government budget, shifting the burden instead to the Steadfastness Fund. 90 The PLO tolerated this practice because it was compelled to accept joint disbursement of the $100 million annual Arab grant, and reciprocated by channeling funds to its own constituencies, with Jordanian acquiescence. An example was the allocation of funds to the trade unions, which were almost entirely dominated by the guerrilla groups and the communists. Any union could apply for assistance, a fact that encouraged the proliferation of cardboard and parallel unions, but the Joint Committee, with Jordanian approval, would only accept applications from unions that obtained the approval of the Fatah-led General Federation. Indeed, steadfastness funds were granted exclusively to the latter body after 1981.91. Besides, by acknowledging the material interests of pro-Jordanian elements of the established middle class, Fatah coaxed them into a wider national bourgeoisie that was coming increasingly under its own influence, whether by conscious design or political instinct. 92 The example of the unions demonstrated the third component of Sumud and AFORMist PLO priority, social subsidies. Universities and hospitals received regular grants to cover salaries and to provide education and health care in return for token fees. Steadfastness funds were also used, starting in mid-1981, to provide monthly stipends to employees on limited salaries, and to unemployed university graduates. Specific social categories were targeted with additional subsidies, notably the substantial housing loans offered to professionals and lower middle-class urban strata. 93 Higher councils were set up to oversee the provision of services and management of funds in education, health, and housing, and to coordinate needs between the West Bank and Gaza. Formally registered with the appropriate Israeli authorities, these bodies were dominated by Fatah, which also encouraged the establishment, with steadfastness funds, of a university college in Hebron and 6 new technical colleges, in addition to the existing 5, in 1980. Wazir played an instrumental role in extending the pattern to Gaza with the establishment of the Islamic University in 1978, securing Arab funds and academic accreditation from Al-Azhar University in Cairo. Total university enrollment in the occupied territories stood at 7,500 in 1980, and reached 10,000 by 1982.94. The rising proportion of students with a rural background, coupled with the extension of infrastructure and services, also increased Fatah influence in the villages. Not surprisingly, the Palestinian left reacted with growing ire to the political uses to which steadfastness funds were being put. DFLP Secretary General Hawatmeh spoke for all when he accused Jordan of employing the Arab steadfastness funds in the service of reinforcing its influence in the occupied territories, and exploiting the work of the Jordanian-Palestinian Joint Committee as a cover to spend most of these funds on clients and on administrative agencies and municipal and village councils that are loyal to the Jordanian regime and to 481. Its calls for annexation and subordination of the West Bank and Gaza Strip. 95 The DFLP later added that the Palestinian right could find support for its polides only among the remaining handful of big capitalists, large landowners, traditional family notables, and limited strata of the upper national bourgeoisie who have escaped the effects of colonial Israeli destruction because their principal economic activity relies on continued trade with Jordan and the Arab countries. 96. The PFLP went a step further, accusing the right-wing bureaucratic leadership of the PLO of actively assisting Jordan to expand the role of its clients. 97. Yet the PFLP was itself guilty of inconsistency. It had opposed PLO participation in the municipal elections of April 1976 and accused the new Nablus mayor Bassam al-Shaqai of seeking to foil the revolution at the behest of the Israeli military government, yet was now allied with some of the mayors, most militant of whom was Shaqai. 98. Abu Sharar accepted that whatever benefits we derive from the Joint Committee, the Jordanian regime derives more, but insisted that ultimately, we achieve a national goal by supporting the steadfastness of our people in the occupied territories. 99. Yet, as leftist critics pointed out, Sumud was leading to additional abuses. Palestinian employers received funding regardless of the performance of their enterprises, encouraging them to save on costs, reduce quality, and take summary action against staff in blithe disregard of work closures or market response. Recipients of commercial and housing loans from the Steadfastness Fund did not pay interest. Indeed, the tacit understanding was that the loans would not be repaid, turning them effectively into grants. 100. This was seen as further support for Sumud, but in any case political considerations, the discrete rivalry with Jordan and PLO concern to co-opt key constituencies encouraged a casual attitude towards financial accountability and led to massive waste and outright embezzlement. The expansion of Joint Committee activity prompted the PLO in mid-1981 to request an increase in the total Arab grant for the occupied territories, from $150 million annually to nearly $460 million. 1. There was already a shortfall in the original pledge and new funds did not materialize, but even so the revelation by Arafat that $1.72 million had been dispersed so far showed how substantial the stakes had become. 102. The left forfeited the chance to exert serious influence on these trends by boycotting the Jordanian-Palestinian Joint Committee. By the same token, it also lost the opportunity to gain direct access to its political constituency in the occupied territories. Wazir, conversely, eagerly established contact after spring 1979 with a wide range of social, political, business, and union leaders who visited Amman to apply for assistance or to meet him. Furthermore, Fatah controlled allocation of the additional $50 million annually in Arab assistance for the occupied territories that was channeled through the PLO independently of Jordan. Wazir set up an economic committee within the western sector to help disperse these funds, circumventing the PLO's economic department and the Palestine National Fund. 103 PFLP opposition to the Joint Commit. 482. T did not waver, but the DFLP now reconsidered its stance and nominated a delegate in August 1, 1979. However, this followed publication of a political statement by the DFLP Central Committee containing harsh criticism of the Jordanian authorities, which retaliated by refusing entry to the DFLP representative. 104 Dissatisfied with their inability to contain Fatah, despite their influence within the NGC, the leftist groups next tried to set up a new Palestinian National Front, PNF, in October 1979. 105 They formulated a political program that was more militant on all key issues than that of the PLO, yet urged the PLO to recognize the PNF as its sole political instrument in the occupied territories. The PNF would accordingly assume direction of the NGC while coordinating on strategic political matters with the PLO leadership, which it would continue to promote as the sole legitimate representative of the Palestinians. 106 This was an ambitious challenge to Fatah, which the PNF ran forced by advocating total non-compliance with the Israeli military government. It pushed matters to a head in November by calling on Palestinian mayors to resign their posts in protest at an Israeli decision to deport Nablus mayor Shaqai. Fatah opposed the call, fearing that it would mean ceding the advantage to Israel and losing PLO gains, but the left won a double victory.
first when Fatah was embarrassed into supporting the resignations, and then when Israel rescinded the deportation order in December. The Shakeh episode only deepened Fatah's determination to assert its control, which meant insisting on the central role of the PLO leadership in exile in directing political and operational matters alike in the occupied territories. At its urging, the PLO Executive Committee refused to recognize the PNF.107. Fatah also used its control of the Steadfastness Fund to direct aid away from the NGC and leftist-dominated bodies, although it was in this period that the latter, thanks largely to the Western-trained members of the intelligentsia who were prominent in their ranks, started to set up specialized private voluntary organizations and receive a growing flow of funds from international non-governmental organizations, based largely in the West. It was in this period too that Fatah launched its most sustained campaign to take over workers' and students' unions in the occupied territories, at times by forming electoral alliances with the increasingly active Muslim Brotherhood, with the result not only of weakening its leftist rivals and the PNF, but also of marginalizing the NGC.108. The DFLP spoke for the left when it bitterly decried the irresponsible policy of sabotage exercised by the Palestinian right wing towards the national movement in the occupied territories. That has caused the reversal of the mass movement, because it lacks the unified instrument of leadership and guidance. 109. It was equally clear that the rightist current in the PLO sees the uprising and struggle of our people inside as no more than a means of pressure and of support for its diplomatic moves in the Arab and international arenas. UO 483. The outcome of the struggle for influence was not a foregone conclusion in late 1979, however, and the left pursued its political offensive. King Hussein aroused its suspicion in September by calling for an international peace conference and a comprehensive, negotiated solution to the Palestine problem and Arab-Israeli conflict. His reiteration of this proposal at the Arab Summit Conference in Tunis at the end of November convinced the left that the PLO intended to form a joint delegation with Jordan and discard its demand for an independent Palestinian state. Habash accused the Jordanian regime and its agents in the West Bank of preparing themselves for a partnership with the PLO, in order to deviously implement the old conspiracy, the conspiracy of the United Arab Kingdom. 112. This was not an uncommon belief at the time. Fatah Central Committee member Khalif also expected the United Kingdom proposal, originally tabled by the King in 1972, to be revived if the PLO was weakened. 113. The reason for this sudden concern was the suggestion made in January 1, 1980 by Egyptian President Sadat that transitional arrangements for Palestinian self-rule should be applied first in the Gaza Strip and only subsequently in the West Bank. Sadat had first mooted this idea in February 1, 1979, but revived it as a face-saving device just as Egypt readied to establish full diplomatic relations with Israel on January 26, 1980. And for this time Palestinian opposition was unanimous. An editorial in the PLO Weekly roundly denounced the Gaza First Plan and accused Sadat of trying to woo local leaders. 115. It was reassured when the most senior among them, Gaza Mayor Rashad al-Shawa, called the plan a propaganda ploy and complained of recent Israeli measures designed to portray a false image of Palestinian self-administration in civilian affairs. 116. Israel was indeed reviewing its methods of control in the occupied territories, and hoped to undermine the influence of the NGC for its own reasons. From 1979 onwards, the military authorities extended discreet support to the Islamist tendency that had surfaced since the Islamic Revolution in Iran earlier in the year. Social associations, student groups, and charitable societies or voluntary committees mostly affiliated to the Muslim Brotherhood mounted an increasingly assertive challenge to the pro-PLO nationalists and the leftist groups from the beginning of 1980. 117. In 2 days of rioting in early January, Islamist demonstrators attacked a cinema, a youth center, and shops and cafes selling alcoholic beverages. They also burned the PRCS headquarters and attacked the home of its chairman, left-leaning Haider Abd al-Shafi. Contrary to their norm, the Israelis did not intervene until the crowd had already dispersed. In parallel, the Israeli military government worked to reduce the influence of the pro-PLO mayors in the West Bank. Starting in 1978, on the advice of its advisor on Arab affairs, Menahem Milson, it sponsored the establishment of village leagues. This effort only gathered pace in 1981, by which time a number of administrative functions had been removed from the jurisdiction. 484 The State in Exile, 1973 to 1982. Of urban municipalities and reassigned to Mukhtars or, as often as not, self-promoting individuals in the villages. By then the leagues were receiving a budget of nearly $3 million from the Israeli military government, which also provided training and light arms for their members. In 1980 the Israeli military government moved to repress Palestinian nationalism by making public identification or sympathy with a terrorist organization, by raising a flag, presenting a symbol or slogan or causing an anthem or slogan to be heard a criminal offense punishable by up to 3 years imprisonment. It also took a direct step to enhance the appearance of Palestinian autonomy by reorganizing the administration of civilian affairs in March. Yet as Gaza Mayor Shawwa described it, the Arab director is responsible for his department in FORM only, whereas the real director is an Israeli staff officer sitting in the room next door to the Arab manager, but in civilian clothes. 120 Unable to promote the emergence of a local leadership that would challenge the PLO, Prime Minister Begin cancelled the West Bank municipal elections scheduled for April 1, 1980. 12L. Preparing to capture the PLO. The rupture between Fatah and the leftover policy towards the NGC, PNF, and Jordanian-Palestinian Joint Committee deepened in the second half of 1979 as a result of the launch of a new diplomatic initiative to win Western European recognition of the PLO. In July Arafat met Austrian Chancellor Bruno Kreisky and the President of the Socialist International, Willy Brandt, in Vienna. Hani al-Hassan explained this as an attempt to drive a wedge between Israel and its allies in the West. His older brother Khalid later stressed that historical and geopolitical factors made Europe more sensitive to Arab concerns and more likely to distinguish its Middle East policy from that of the U.S. 122 The two Hassan brothers and Arafat insisted that they were engaged in a political struggle, not a political settlement, and argued that their diplomatic effort was intended to reap the rewards of the armed struggle. 123 The PLO Central Council approved the dialogue with Europe on August 12, and in the following months Arafat visited Spain, Turkey, and Portugal, while PLO Foreign Minister Kajemi visited Belgium, Italy, and Athens and EEC headquarters in Brussels. The Palestinian opposition suspected Arafat of seeking European mediation with the US in order to secure a place in the Palestinian autonomy talks underway between Egypt and Israel, as Habash argued. 124 Hawatma similarly accused the PLO chairman of seeking to join the peace process, although all proposed settlements derive from the American settlement or take it as a given reality. 125 As significant was open Syrian hostility. On August 5 the official Ba'ath newspaper stressed the importance of a common Syrian-Palestinian position, and pointedly reminded its readers that the power to liberate Palestine lay in 485. Damascus. 126 An editorial in Tishrin on the same day issued a thinly veiled warning to those engaged in a race to ensure dialogue and obtain conditional recognition. 127 Ṣāyigh Secretary General Musin and PFGC Secretary General Jibril echoed Syrian fear that the Vienna meeting signaled PLO intention to recognize Israel, and viewed it in the context of U.S. plans for the region. 128 Syria moreover suspected Fatah of covertly assisting the outlawed Muslim Brotherhood with funds, arms, and training, and by sheltering fugitive rebels in Lebanon. Apparently acting on hard intelligence, it imprisoned Abu Usama Muhammad, chief Fatah financial officer in Syria. The PLO was also coming under growing pressure from Libya to revise its diplomatic strategy. Gaddafi had already taken an active role in Palestinian politics by hosting an emergency conference attended by Arafat and the lead ERS of all the guerrilla groups in Tripoli on 13 to 15 June. The meeting reconfirmed the Tripoli document of December 1, 1977 as the basis for PLO policies and promised to develop the military capabilities of the Palestinian Revolution, and supply it with the weapons and all the material means for the defense of its presence and to enable it to escalate the armed struggle. 129 Libya pledged to provide all the requirements that the Palestinian resistance groups have requested. Little came of this, but Arafat's mediation effort in the U.S.-Iranian hostage crisis in early November was interpreted as a renewed overture to the U.S. His meetings in the same period with the Reverend Jesse Jackson and other black leaders from the U.S. pointed in the same direction. Exocyanial rhetorical militancy from Arafat, such as the call to strike at the head of the serpent, that is, U.S. interests in the region, did little to dispel leftist 130s USPLCL on S. Gaddafi directed increasingly acerbic public criticism at the mainstream PLO leadership, especially after it promised in November to suspend attacks on Israel from South Lebanon. He urged it instead to attack shipping in the Suez Canal and Arab oil wells, and accused Fatah of following in the footsteps of Sadat on the path of capitulation. U1 On December 9 Gaddafi ordered the deportation of the PLO representative in Tripoli, and the expulsion of 3 senior PLO officials a week later. Libyan security services now organized Popular Revolutionary Committees among Palestinian civilians working in the country, who were encouraged to take over PLO offices and assume responsibility for official dealings with government agencies. 132 Gaddafi meanwhile likened Arafat to Israeli Prime Minister Begin in his attempt to submit the Palestinian people to his will, and professed understanding for Lebanese parties that preferred to deal with Israel rather than Fatah. Libya finally placed all PLO offices in the country under seal on December 24, and formally severed relations with Fatah and suspended financial aid to it 12 days later. 133 In an official statement on December 9, the PLO Executive Committee deplored the initial Libyan measures and praised the Palestinian community in Libya for refusing attempts to impose formulas or experiments the popular committees on the Palestinian Revolution. At the same time it stressed 486 the importance of fraternal relations with Libya, and thanked it for its past support. 134 The deportation of the PLO representative provoked a sharper response, and the Fatah Central Committee now stated its determination to reject tutelage, containment, and lackeyism. In the defense of the independence of Palestinian decision-making. 135 As relations deteriorated in the next FEW weeks, Fatah Radio accused Gaddafi of instigating the revolutionary committees to occupy PLO offices and vowed not to allow the champion of revolutionary statements and dreamer on the sand dunes to impose his views. It added that Libyan financial aid to Fatah had ceased in 1975 and so the declared cut-off was meaningless, and protested that in any case Palestinian decision-making could not be bought for a few barrels of oil. 136 As the rift deepened, the Libyan authorities pressured Fatah personnel in the country to join the revolutionary committees. The sizable contingent of Fatah pilots and technicians in the Air Force resigned en masse, and were deported on January 27, 1980.137. By then, Gaddafi had already committed himself against Arafat. On December 26, 1979 he received the general secretaries and military commanders of the PFLP, DFLP, PFGC, PPSF, and Ṣāyigh. 138 Only Fatah and the Iraqi-backed ALF and PLF were absent. The opposition leaders had already agreed with the Syrian government to counter Fatah policy and shift the internal balance in the PLO, and came to a similar understanding with Gaddafi, who offered major military and financial assistance as a means of reinforcing their political influence. 139 In the following months the DFLP and PFLP each received 12 Soviet-made BM-21 multiple launchers and 6 single-tube launchers with 2001 2mm rockets, 12 SPG-9 recoilless rifles, SA-7 anti-aircraft missile launchers and 20 missiles, and 1,000 assault rifles. 140 Ṣāyigh and the PPSF received BM-21s each, but most favored was the PFGC, which received 14-16 BM2LS and large quantities of other weapons. The PFGC was the conduit for Libyan arms shipments to the other guerrilla groups and, some claimed, took an additional cut. 141 Libya also provided training in artillery, explosives, and aviation. According to Jibril, there were dozens of Palestinian pilots in Libya by August 1, 1979. PFLP pilots had received instruction in 1976-8, but a year later even the minuscule PPSF had air cadets in training. 142 The PFGC was also awarded a monthly subsidy of $1.5 million, the DFLP and PFLP $1 million each, and Ṣāyigh and the PPSF $400,000 each. 143. The high point of the left. Syrian and Libyan support, coupled with deepening ties with Algeria and South Yemen and with the USSR and Soviet bloc countries, took the Palestinian opposition to the high point of its strength in 1979-80. Even the communists, who tended to caution in comparison to the guerrilla groups, argued that despite the setback caused by the separate Egyptian-Israeli peace, international 487. Reality points to anything but the global hegemony of U.S. imperialism. Rather, the international balance of power is shifting steadily in favor of the forces of socialism, liberation, and peace in the world, as further countries in Indochina and Africa threw off the imperial yoke. Western capitalism suffered a severe economic crisis and growing working-class struggles, and the socialist countries achieved growing successes. 144 The effects of Arab and Soviet bloc support were most immediately obvious in the case of the DFLP, which had played a key part in mobilizing the anti-Arafat coalition and now strove to establish itself as the principal force on the left. It pursued the expansion and regularization of its grandly titled Revolutionary Armed Forces as a principal means both to strengthen the democratic forces in the Palestinian arena and to demonstrate its ability to create events. If necessary, it would achieve the latter aim by dragging the Arab states into confrontation with Israel, a goal well served by the acquisition of long-range artillery and other heavy weapons. 145 The military build-up also offered the DFLP the means to undertake a prominent role in countering the war of attrition being waged by Israel against PLO positions in Lebanon. It had received its first direct arms shipment from the USSR in 1978, and in the next period took delivery of additional supplies from East Germany, Bulgaria, and Cuba, as well as South Yemen, Algeria, and Libya. These included 14.5 mm anti-aircraft machine guns, 120 mm and 160 mm heavy mortars, 76 mm and 85 mm light field guns, and 6 or 9 tube 122 mm multiple rocket launchers. Libya provided an additional 6 12-2 mm D-30 howitzers and heavy-duty tunnel digging equipment. 146. Heavy weapons required crews and logistic support, but personnel increases necessitated reorganization and more developed command and communication systems. The DFLP had in FACT commenced expansion in March 1, 1978, when it ordered all civilian members to serve a tour of duty in South Lebanon following the Israeli invasion. They were encouraged to remain in the ranks, allowing full-time combat strength to rise to 800 over the next year. Libyan aid made possible a further increase to 1,200 to 1,600 by 1980, 1,800 by mid-1982, with a reserve FORCE of 800. 147 However, this expansion was deceptive, as it was achieved by the simple expedient of placing a majority of the DFLP's 2,000 militiamen on the payroll, and by placing skeleton battalions near refugee camps so that they could be brought up to strength when necessary. The militiamen also performed regular tours of duty in full-time units, as did all student members, who were subject to a FORM of conscription. 14.8 In this manner the DFLP formed 9 nominal infantry battalions and FOR artillery and anti-aircraft battalions, besides security, support, and reconnaissance units, central training camps, and a general staff. Yet it failed to develop a corresponding military doctrine, only 7 of 523 pages in the 1981 conference report dealt with military affairs, and then only with organizational matters, not operational methods or strategic objectives. 149 Political objectives were uppermost in the minds of the DFLP leadership. 488. The DFLP had resolved to transform itself into a Marxist-Leninist party at its first National Congress in November 1, 1971, but little happened until the Central Committee revived the effort in autumn 1977. 150. In July 1, 1978 a decision was taken to multiply the base of the democratic and military organizations and to reinforce their organized mass base. Translated, this meant the construction of a Leninist party core, around which the DFLP would form an outer shell. Membership of both was made easier in order to increase numbers, as the DFLP hoped to become a mass party with its organized supports in every Palestinian house, and in every factory, workplace, establishment, school, village, and refugee camp inside the occupied homeland and outside it. 152 This far-flung organization was supposed to be tied together through democratic centralism, although in reality the Central Committee was imbued with all the powers accorded by the internal statutes to the National General Conference and the Party Congress, including the power to decree the political program and amend the internal statutes. 153 Centralized control led to a marked authoritarian tendency. The DFLP guarded its expanding organization jealously, actively pursuing defectors to bring them back into the ranks and punishing offenders against party discipline. Several clashes took place in 1979 as a result of the attempt to arrest FOR members who had joined Fatah, including a bat near PLO headquarters in the Fakhani district of Beirut on May 15 that left 2 dead. 2 DFLP MEM bears were executed by firing squad AFEW months later. FOR failing to resist a Fatah attack on their office in the Shatila refugee camp. Widespread condemnation of these incidents produced a moderation in policy, however, and led to punishment of the overzealous officers responsible, headed by Central Committee member Taysir Khalid, known internally as the dictator. 154 Yet when a Fatah security officer, later revealed as an Israeli agent, instigated an assault on DFLP offices in Sidon at the end of August, DFLP artillery shelled the old city in retaliation, leaving further civilian casualties. Muscle flexing reflected growing self-confidence. The DFLP now viewed itself as the putative leader of a wide front, a focal point of the revolutionary democratic alliance between all the proletarian classes and democratic strata in Palestinian societies. 1 It would lead the various guerrilla groups professing Marxism-Leninism into a united communist party. Historical necessity requires the emergence of a new class vanguard, its political program asserted, and only the working class, in its leadership of the Revolutionary Democratic Alliance and of the Broad National Front, can fulfill this pressing objective need. The establishment of its united vanguard party becomes an utmost necessity. 157 The DFLP extended its effort in parallel by setting up party units in the guerrilla and militia forces. According to its revised internal statutes, and to the political and organizational program approved by the 1981 conference, the armed forces were now open to any volunteer willing to abide by the internal regulations, even if not a member of the DFLP or the party core. 158 The armed forces were to develop into a military. 489. Organization comprising all nationalist fighters ready to join its ranks. Full-time FOR combat against the enemies of the people and homeland, under the leadership of the DFLP and its party organization. 159 Ultimately, the DFLP hoped to secure Soviet accreditation as the principal Marxist party in the Palestinian arena, whether or not a single, unified communist party could be formed. It offered wholehearted support for Soviet policy in Afghanistan and Ethiopia, and for Soviet-backed South Yemen, Libya, and Algeria in various disputes with their respective neighbors. The DFLP roundly condemned the Iraqi government for its bloody repression of the Communist Party in mid-1979, and sheltered fugitive communists in Lebanon. 160 The Iraqi authorities retaliated by closing the DFLP office in Baghdad and deporting its staff at the beginning of May 1, 980.161 The DFLP condemned Iraq unequivocally and accused it of forming a reactionary axis with Saudi Arabia and Jordan following the outbreak of the Gulf War in September, and called FOR a strategic Arab coalition with Iran. 162. The DFLP was not alone. The PFLP adopted much the same stances on foreign policy issues, for example, supporting Soviet action in Afghanistan, and identified itself with a wide range of Soviet-backed allies and causes in Indochina, Central America, the Horn of Africa, and the Western Sahara. It similarly criticized Iraq for its stance on the Yemen conflict and for instigating clashes with Iran, and expressed its dismay that Iraq was now aligned with that bastion of Arab reaction, Saudi Arabia, and the lackey Jordanian regime. 163 The Iraqi authorities finally retaliated after the PFLP condemned their repression of the Communist Party, closing its offices in Baghdad and expelling the staff at the end of April 1, 980. When the Gulf War broke out in September, the PFLP was quick to denounce Iraq and declare its solidarity with Iran. It was unequivocal, this was a war planned by U.S. imperialism and encouraged by Arab reaction. In order to abort the Iranian Revolution and co-opt the Iraqi regime finally within the circle of imperialist designs. Closer to home, the PFLP cemented relations with Syria. This marked a significant shift since the beginning of 1979, when Habash still considered that our relations with the Syrian regime are tactical and nor strategic relations, because of our strategic contradiction with it. Naturally, this relationship cannot reach the level of the relationship with the regime in Iraq or Libya, he added. Yet a year later Syria had become the PFLP's FORMist Arab ally. This reflected the need to redress the strategic balance following the Egyptian-Israeli peace treaty, and continuing hostility towards Jordan, which was covertly assisting the Muslim Brotherhood in its armed insurrection against the Syrian government. 167 The shift in Arab alliances was also partly due to the drive by the PFLP to assert itself as a Marxist-Leninist party and win recognition from the USSR as a member of the international communist movement. For the same reason the PFLP expunged the previous praise for China and numerous quotations from Mao Zedong from its documents, which now accused China of apostasy and referred to the USSR instead for organizational models. 168 The 490 The State in Exile, 1973–1982. Shift was also reflected in the decision to disband the PFLP's nominal mother party, the ASAP, which had never come to life despite an attempted revival in 1974. 169. These changes were not lightly taken, nor were they the result of mere political opportunism. The PFLP was still prepared to warn that we will fight Syria if it commits treason, for example, and to issue public criticism of the Arab-Israeli peace plan proposed by Soviet Party Chairman Brezhnev in early 1981. 170. The PFLP gave further evidence of its unwillingness to compromise on principle by resolutely maintaining its opposition to an international peace conference, unlike the DFLP. It also continued to oppose firmly any linkage between the establishment of a Palestinian state in the West Bank and Gaza and negotiation with Israel. In April 1980 the PFLP announced that 83 of its members were in Jordanian prisons, besides tens of others held at the General Intelligence Directorate. It pointedly asked the PLO, where to in the relationship with Jordan. 172 The following month the Jordanian court sentenced Brike al-Hadid, Deputy Secretary General of the illegal Jordanian Revolutionary People's Party, originally formed by the PFLP, to life imprisonment after uncovering a plot to assassinate King Hussein during a visit to Spain. 173 In the meantime the PFLP, along with the DFLP, PFGC, and smaller opposition groups, mounted a flurry of guerrilla attacks against the Israeli-backed SLA in South Lebanon, in coordination with Syrian military intelligence. 174 The PFLP was willing to justify the Syrian failure to live up to a promise made in December 1979 to allow guerrilla attacks against Israeli forces on the Golan Front, arguing that the SLA is the obstacle that prevents the Palestinian Revolution from exercising its legitimate right to fight the enemy from all fronts. 175 It proudly claimed 28 attacks, 8 conducted jointly with other groups, in the first 4 months of 1980. 176. PFLP military activity in early 1980 was intended in part to underline its opposition to PLO diplomacy. Habash asserted belligerently in April that our masses have the right to question any political line calling for the liberation of Palestine that docks nor base itself on enmity towards reaction and imperialism. Our masses have the right to pose a big question mark about the correctness of this line even if it belongs to nationalist forces. 177 PFLP was equally unshaken in its faith in popular liberation war, which it continued to regard as the sole means of liberation, in the process of which the surrounding Arab regions will unite and liberate themselves in a new, revolutionary society. 178 In contrast to the DFLP, the PFLP continually refined an extensive articulation of classic theories of guerrilla war and people's war, which it published in official training manuals and general guidelines. Yet it was patently unable to develop clandestine military operations in the occupied territories, expand guerrilla units in Lebanon and upgrade battlefield command and planning, or revive the capability to strike Israeli targets abroad. 179 The disparity between ambitious political goals and organizational reality was equally obvious in the PFLP attempt to transform itself into a Marxist. 491. Leninist Party. It revived the effort in 1978, after nearly a decade off failures, by setting up a dedicated Qadr school in the Shatila refugee camp and dispatching many senior officials, including Politburo and Central Committee members, to the USSR and other socialist countries for ideological instruction. Yet it was compelled to admit 3 years later that it still lacked a systematic Qadr policy, and that supervision was patchy. 180 Its internal party circular, Al-Hayat al-Jadida, New Life, had ceased publication altogether in 1975-8 and appeared only erratically since 1979. Party rank and file were moreover guilty of not giving the circular the required attention in terms of reading it, using it to mobilize the masses, or working to spread and distribute it. 181 The PFLP found this distressing, since it advocated the unification of all Palestinian democratic forces in a single communist party. It saw this as part of a wider Arab communist movement, and referred to the success of Marxist groups in merging into a single party in Cuba and South Yemen. 182 Its political report somehow found grounds for optimism nonetheless, stating confidently that we are as close as possible to becoming a communist party. 183 Lax discipline and lagging performance were due in large measure to bureaucratization. Although it did not admit as much in so many words, the PFLP had used an influx of private funds in 1978 and Libyan financial assistance since 1979 to place many of its members in the party organization and militia on the payroll and to expand its paramilitary agencies, in line with the general trend among all guerrilla groups in this period. So it was with considerable chagrin that the leadership noted that when it had raised the revolutionary organizational and financial slogan of no membership without paying membership dues, many members left, some of whom were cadres and members of area commands, although the salaries of some were twice the top scale earned by any full-time member. 184 The trend towards Ta.Frigi Bekami even more pronounced with the influx of Arab assistance to PLO Kodlars starting in 1979. The PFLP now received a monthly stipend of $400,000 from the Palestine National Fund, as did every other guerrilla group. The PFLP, along with the rest of the Palestinian opposition, bitterly contested this minimal quota, which remained a key issue of contention with the Fatah-dominated PLO leadership over the next few years. Bureaucratization proceeded apace nonetheless. The financial report presented at the 1981 conference revealed that the PFLP had invested funds in productive and commercial ventures, but lacked an executive technical committee to manage money and take part in supervision, and follow-up. 18 Donations from the masses had sadly not lived up to expectations. 187 Revolutionary operations, armed robberies, ransom money derived from airplane hijacks, and protection money paid by airlines to avoid attack offered an alternative source of income, but experience showed that corruption and criminality could result from overdependence on unorthodox forms of revenue. 188 Yet special operations would remain one among other potential sources of revenue. After all, press reports suggested that in 1979 the PFLP had inherited an amount 492. Estimated varyingly at $45 million to $100 million following the death of the former head of its Special Operations Branch, Wad had 189 besides. The PFLP was worried by the degree of its reliance in the past 5 years on monthly stipends from nationalist progressive Arab governments. Such support remained insufficient for its needs, and left it facing a dangerous gap in resources that was all the more problematic because it found itself unable to reduce excessive expenditure on salaries, offices, houses, cars, and medical and education services. 190 These various trends were replicated in the smaller guerrilla groups. All now emphasized the strategic nature of the alliance with the Soviet Union. Even the taciturn PFGC, not given normally to grand rhetoric, devoted space in the terse political statement issued by its Fifth General Conference in mid-October 1979 to praise the socialist bloc headed by the USSR. 191 The PLF and PPSF adopted the same catechism and announced their formal adoption of Marxism-Leninism in this period, influenced in part by the material assistance they received from Soviet-backed South Yemen. 192 The Palestinian left was heartened by the addition in 1980 of the PCOL, which, though nominally a branch of JCP, adopted a militant stand on the key issues of the armed struggle and peace process. The smaller groups moreover utilized the flow of Arab aid and their quota of PLO funds to expand their salaried membership and bureaucratize their civilian and military agencies. The PLF gave a graphic example, taking membership to a grossly inflated 9,000 to 10,000 by placing immediate families on the payroll, although its core probably numbered 400 in reality and declined to 700 whenever funds were low. 193 Several groups supplement their income by sending hundreds of volunteers to Libya, which paid an additional monthly stipend in return for support in its armed dispute with Chad. The PFGC and DFLP were most active in this regard, the former offering the highest basic salary in the entire guerrilla movement. Arafat hemmed in, the left co-opted. Whatever its other gains in this period, the most heartening development for the Palestinian left was the marked rise of leftist influence in Fatah. This was evident in a number of statements that diverged from the policy direction set by Arafat. An example was the statement on February 9 by the Secretary of the Fatah Revolutionary Council, Majid Abu Sharar, who confirmed the alliance with Syria and renewed support for the Iranian Revolution at a time when the PLO chairman sought balanced relations with Iraq. 194 Central Committee MEM Bernim Rasolah threatened PLO relations with Saudi Arabia and other Islamic countries by openly backing the Soviet intervention in Afghanistan at the end of 1979, and renewed his criticism of the dialogue with Jordan and the surreptitious contacts with Egypt. Kajami echoed these stands, while Caliph reiterated provocatively that there would be no peace and no recognition of los real. 493. And that the PLO would continue to grasp the rifle. 195 He distanced himself from the left by advocating good relations with Iraq, but came closer by reaffirming the commitment to the moribund Arab Steadfastness Front. Confident of its own strength and buttressed by its implicit alliance with the Palestinian opposition and Syria, the leftist F-Asian pressed the Central Committee to convene a general conference. Arafat and his colleagues had resisted similar pressure in the past 2 years, but finally gave way and scheduled a conference for May 1980, the first since September 1971.
Apparently they felt the need to demonstrate Fatah unity and to renew the legitimacy of their leadership at a time of growing external challenges, although their detractors believed their purpose merely to be to defuse internal criticism. 196 In the event, the conference had sharply contradictory results. Leftist influence was clearly reflected in the militant tone and Marxist terminology of the new political program, which adopted a somewhat idiosyncratic class analysis of Palestinian history and adopted the standard array of Soviet-backed causes espoused by the rest of the Palestinian left. More importantly, the document deemed the U.S. to be the principal enemy of the Palestinians and called for action against U.S. interests, and urged a closer alliance with the USSR and the Soviet bloc. 19 Most dramatically, Abu Sharar and Sami Abu Quaik were elected to the new Central Committee, where they formed a distinct bloc with Saleh, while numerous leftists joined the Revolutionary Council, among them Musa al-Amla, later selected Deputy Secretary to the Council, and Said Moraga, later acting as Deputy Chief of Staff. The leftist affiliation had demonstrated considerable support among the 500 conference delegates. 198 Yet Arafat was not entirely discomfited with the results. He had insisted on putting his tenure as commander-in-chief to an open vote, separately from the secret ballot for the other Central Committee members, and was rewarded with a near-unanimous show of hands in favor. The electoral success of Abu Sharar and Abu Quaik was balanced by the election to the Central Committee of Arafat's political aide and diplomatic troubleshooter Hani al-Hassan, the dour but loyal Chief of Staff Yazīd Ṣāyigh, and the Fatah representative in Saudi Arabia, Rafiq al-Nacha. The conference also approved two key amendments requested by Arafat to the internal statutes, to give the military a mandatory 5% share of seats on policy-making bodies, and to expand the Revolutionary Council by including both the Central Committee and the Higher Military Council, which comprised officers of the rank of battalion deputy commander and above. 199 Expansion increased Arafat's control, since he determined military appointments, while diluting leftist influence. Last, but not least, the new political program appeared to endorse unconditionally all policy guidelines already approved by the PNC. Dissident Qatars accused the mainstream leadership of altering the text before publication, but Arafat had effectively won a rubber stamp to pursue his various political initiatives, the rhetorical militancy of the document notwithstanding. 200 Perhaps predictably, the leftist affiliation moderated its political behavior. 494. Somewhat once it had gained a stake in Fatah decision-making. Abu Sharar now proved himself to be a shrewd pragmatist who realized that the prospects for leftist influence were greatest in a united and autonomous movement. He rapidly emerged as the leading ideologue of the Soviet group in Fatah and a key political manager of the leftist affiliation in general, and sought a role in directing policy in the occupied territories by joining the Western Sector Directorate. Certain figures such as Saleh maintained their hardline stance, but Abu Sharar was at least willing to pursue the dialogue with Western Europe, which had received the endorsement of the Fatah Conference. The internal struggle was by no means over, but the leftist affiliation was able to translate its political influence into increases in central funding and allocation of posts, although Arafat typically sought to split its ranks by targeting resources and appointments towards competing currents within it. Much the same patterns applied to the Palestinian left in general, which stressed national unity even as it started to exert a major, demonstrable impact on PLO diplomacy and secured a tangible, albeit modest, share of PLO funds. 201 A case in point was the willingness of all the guerrilla groups to relinquish responsibility for paying compensatory stipends to the families of their martyrs and prisoners to the Fatah-dominated Social Affairs Department of the PLO, a step that deprived them of a means for claiming additional Arab funding and eliminated opportunities for inflation or duplication of registers. Another was the readiness of the principal leftist groups to join national unity slates with Fatah in union elections, often with candidates of the Fatah leftist affiliation appointed by Arafat, further confirming the corporatist character of the mass organizations. 202. The left had reached the high point of its political and organizational capacity and was as close as it would ever come to capturing the PLO,
but by the same token it had become deeply enmeshed in Palestinian statist transformation. After all, it, too, viewed the PLO as the framework that embodies the unity and autonomy of the national Palestinian entity and expresses its national character. 203 Whatever its negative aspects, neo-patrimonial bureaucratization was serving to channel and contain the opposition within this framework, stabilizing internal relations in a phase fraught with political tensions and ultimately enabling the mainstream leadership to reassert its control. This was especially timely, because from 1979 onwards the PLO was beset by spiraling violence in Lebanon. 21. No lull before the storm. The Lebanese quagmire revisited. The violence in Lebanon had not ceased since the Israeli invasion of March 1, 1978. The IDF mounted a number of commando raids on PLO bases in the next FEW months, and shelled the Tyre and Nabataya districts in August and September. A large ground attack on guerrilla positions near Aishia on January 19, 1979 marked a sharp rise in offensive action, as it was followed by 10 days of shelling that caused the flight of 50,000 civilians from the Nabataya district alone. A Lebanese army battalion deploying in the UNIFIL zone was shelled by the Israeli-backed SLA, which responded to the attempt to restore government authority by declaring the establishment of the Republic of Free Lebanon in the border zone on 1 April 8. This moreover coincided with the degeneration of Syrian Maronite tensions into open battles. From this point onwards the SLA attacked Lebanese villages under UNIFIL protection, while the Israeli Air Force stepped up its activity with raids on the Nar al-Bared and Bada'i refugee camps in the north and the village of Akbayah in the south on 6 to 8 May. International reactions to the air raids, not least from a group of Australian members of parliament and trade union officials who were caught in the latest strike, led to their cessation, but artillery fire escalated to unprecedented levels over the next 3 months. The Tyre district suffered 235 casualties in the last week of May, and 25 villages and refugee camps were struck on June 9 alone, contributing to the flight of 50,000 refugees in this period. 2 The Lebanese government stated the number killed in July at 309 and the wounded at 1,011, mostly civilians, while UN observers counted 5,180 Israeli or SLA shells in the first 3 weeks of August. 3 As the UN worked for a ceasefire, Israeli artillery struck 26 villages on 2 August 1 alone, and an estimated 170,000 people had fled the south by the time a truce was agreed on August 25. 4 The shelling slackened, but did not cease entirely, and Israeli and SLA troops mounted several attacks on guerrilla bases opposite Marfwiun in September and October. Israeli Chief of Staff Raphael Eitan now revealed that the IDF had conducted a total of 1,020 preventive operations in Lebanon in the year up to July 1979. 5. Constant Israeli pressure exacerbated the tensions between the PLO and a widening cross-section of the Lebanese population. This was expressed most 496. Frankly as opposition to Palestinian excesses, tajawuzat, arrogant behavior by PLO members, theft, extortion, damage to property, non-payment of rents, and physical injury. In response, the PLO announced in early June 1979 that it was closing its offices in Tyre and relocating guerrilla bases away from villages. It added that a special committee was to supervise assistance to displaced persons, while a security committee was to prevent excesses. The PLO promised to continue the payment of compensation to families that had suffered human or material loss as a result of enemy fire, and indeed dispersed some 17 million by December. 6 However, the PLO had decreed the closure of offices in Lebanese towns and cities on previous occasions with little result, and the latest announcement proved to be no different. Fatah Central Committee member Khalif admitted the PLO failure in September, stating that we took several decisions to remove armed presence from the cities but they have not been implemented 100% or nor even 80%. 7 He now insisted that we must put an end to these excesses because they are the root of the problem. We must oppose the feeling of the combatant carrying a gun,
whether a Palestinian or a member of the LNM, that he is on a higher level than the ordinary citizen, and that he can impose his opinion with the force of arms. The excess that we wish to fight the most is extortion. We have often raised our voices asking the victims of the protection racket to complain, to expose the aggressors, but people are afraid. The PLO was compelled once again in December to ban commercial dealings by its members, prohibit acquisition of property without payment, and order the evacuation of houses illegally occupied. It also felt it necessary to repeat its promise to close all offices outside the refugee camps and remove its armed presence from Lebanese population centers. 9 Excesses were only the tip of the iceberg, however. The root cause of tension was the unwillingness of the PLO to relinquish its freedom of action or allow the Lebanese army to deploy in areas under its control in South Lebanon. Khalaf indicated as much by echoing the reservations of the LNM about the sectarian and political imbalance in the army. 10 There could be no progress without national reconciliation among the Lebanese, he argued, and hinted that the army could not expect to deploy freely until then. He complained pointedly that the Maronite Lebanese Front, President Sarkis, and certain government officials focused their objections on the PLO's armed presence in the south, but ignored the activity of Israel and the SLA. 11 He anxiously denied that Israeli raids and aggression against Lebanon were due to the Palestinian presence in Lebanon. 12 Indeed, the PLO, as Chief of Staff Sail served, was convinced that the Israelis are deliberately targeting civilian consent rations in order to exert pressure on the Palestinian revolution and create rifts with the Lebanese people. 13 Arafat relayed this view to Sarkis on September 24, but promised to suspend guerrilla activity and facilitate army deployment. 14 The PLO renewed this commitment during the Arab Summit Conference in Tunis in late November, but sought an escape clause by Advocat. 497. In coordination with Syria, which it knew looked upon Sarkis with increasing disfavor. 15 The PLO was able to maneuver successfully at the diplomatic level, but faced resistance from the Lebanese Shiite Muslims, who had suffered the most in the continuing conflict between the PLO and IDF in South Lebanon. Growing numbers of LNM members had shifted their allegiance since 1976 to the Amal movement headed by the charismatic Imam Musa al-Sadr. Ironically, the disappearance of Sadr during a visit to Libya in September 1978 did nothing to dampen the trend. Quite the contrary, as the continued mystery about his whereabouts resonated with the belief of 12 Shiism in the hidden Imam and enhanced his appeal. The dramatic victory of the Islamic Revolution in Iran in January 1979 magnified the impact, and allowed Amal to assert itself as the principal party of the Shiite community. Arafat, who was the first foreign leader to visit Tehran in the wake of the revolution, sought to utilize ties with Iran as a means of ameliorating relations with Amal, but with little success. In November, Amal leader Hussein al-Husseini exerted public pressure on the PLO to assist in the liberation of the south from Israeli occupation by permitting the Lebanese army to deploy and facilitating the restoration of government authority. I must help the Palestinian to liberate his land, but he must help me liberate my land too, he stated, adding that although ties with the PLO were strategic, the Lebanese did not wish to suffer the same fate as the Palestinians. Palestinian land was lost in 1948 because the decision on confrontation was not Palestinian, and I am not willing to lose my land and to enable others to take my place in taking decisions. 16 Amal still hoped to come to terms with the PLO, but had already locked horns with the Palestinian and Lebanese left. The rift had not mended since the fall of Nabay to the Maronite militias in August 1976, and worsened after Sadr's disappearance 2 years later, as the left was closely allied to Libya. The growing tensions between Ba'athist Iraq and Islamic Iran in 1979 were also reflected among their ideological adherents and co-religionists in Lebanon. This was forcefully demonstrated on July 4, when militiamen belonging to the Nasirite Murabitan, LCP, OACL, Ba'ath Party, pro-Iraqi wing, and several Palestinian guerrilla groups, with discreet help from Fatah Battalion Commander Azmi al-Sgayyar, assaulted Hanaway, a village in the UNIFIL zone near Tyre,
killing 9 people. 17 The Palestinian left next opposed the deployment of Lebanese army units in the south. 18 Hawatma spoke for most in viewing this as a precursor to elimination of the PLO presence in Lebanon and, eventually, of the Syrian-dominated ADF. 19 Palestinian and Lebanese leftists resumed guerrilla attacks on the SLA in August. They also retaliated for the arrest of 9 of their comrades by UNIFIL, by taking 22 peacekeepers hostage on August 22, and killed 3 others in an ambush 2 days later. As tensions revived, PLO and LNM militiamen, Syrian troops, and Amal members clashed in Beirut on November 2. The Fatah leadership preferred neutrality, but its leftist faction, which had tried to assassinate Amal military commander Mustafa 498. Shimran in late 1978, openly urged action against what it disparagingly referred to as the Shiite Phalangists. 20 Most worrying for the Fatah-dominated PLO leadership, however, was the convergence between emergent threats in Lebanon and the deterioration of relations with Syria. The Syrian leadership similarly perceived a coincidence of challenges, starting with the revival of French and U.S. proposals in autumn 1979 for the evacuation of PLO forces south of the Litani River and the expansion of the UNIFIL zone. Western involvement could only encourage the Lebanese Maronites, who confirmed Syrian FERs by calling belligerently on 1 October 6 for the liberation of Lebanese territory, starting with the liberation of Beirut, and then pursuing the liberation towards the south. To the last of the occupied land. 21 Clashes broke out in November, and Syrian artillery shelled East Beirut. This coincided with the confirmation of Syrian suspicions that Fatah was covertly supporting the Muslim Brotherhood. On January 23, 1980, the Syrian command retaliated by suddenly withdrawing ADF units from the positions they had held between Sidon and Beirut since 1976, and on February 2 reduced its garrison in the capital, ordering the remaining troops into barracks. This imposed a severe burden on the PLO, which now had to spread its forces even more thinly by extending into the coastal region, and confronted it with the worrying possibility that the Lebanese army would redeploy in FORCE in West Beirut. PLO FER seemed to be confirmed on February 6, when the Lebanese government announced its intention to fill the security vacuum in Beirut. It also stated its firm opposition to the presence of any armed FORCE in all parts of Lebanon other than the forces of legitimacy, the army. 22 The PLO Executive Committee complained that this effectively abrogated the Cairo, Riyadh, and Beit al-Din Accords. 23 Prime Minister Hus hurriedly reassured the PLO that the decree did not affect existing agreements, but this provoked Maronite anger. 24 The Lebanese front had already warned, a few months earlier, that any withdrawal by the Syrian forces, in which they are replaced by Palestinian forces such as Ṣāyigh, in the commercial district downtown Beirut, is not in the interest of Lebanon. The replacement of one FORCE with another, is dictated by the interests of the occupier the Syrians and meets with the interests of the aggressor the Palestinians. 25 Yet when the Lebanese army proved unable to assume responsibility for security in the capital, the government was obliged to accept the deployment of the PLA Hidden and Qadisiyah forces instead. 26 The Phalanges Party now declared the Syrian army's presence in Lebanon to be in violation of its original mandate, and its followers clashed with Syrian units in the north. 27 The Syrian command cautiously withdrew its remaining troops from East Beirut on March 6. The Syrian withdrawal led to a hardening of PLO positions regarding army deployment in the south. Arafat openly attacked government policy and the sectarian bias of the army, and indicated his reluctance to change the status quo in the south. 28 Khalif was blunt: there would be no PLO withdrawal from the 499 main cities until national reconciliation between the Lebanese protagonists had taken place. 29 The Palestinian left concurred. Hawatma objected to the attempt to turn the temporary truce in the south into a permanent truce, and described army deployment as the first step towards expelling the forces of the Palestinian resistance, in contravention of the agreements regulating relations between the Lebanese state and the PLO.
The next step will be to raise the whole question of the armed Palestinian presence in Lebanon. For discussion 30. The ultimate aim of this hidden agenda, he added, was to secure the exodus of the ADF. It was partly for this reason that Syria endorsed the resumption of guerrilla attacks on Israel by the Palestinian opposition. Most serious was an ALF raid on Misgav Am on March 7, in which 3 guerrillas and 3 IDF soldiers died, and a PFLP attack on Hanada on 1 May 7, in which it lost 3 men. Habash meanwhile voiced renewed concern at the expansion of the Lebanese army, which was striving to build from a strength of 23,000 to 40,000. Israel depended on Lebanese forces to eliminate the PLO, he argued, because it could not reach PLO headquarters in Beirut or the refugee camps in the north. 31 Adding to Palestinian apprehension was the reactivation of the FEUD with Amal. 4 persons were killed in clashes in Beirut on 1 March 3, while 20 more died in 3 days of fighting between Amal and the ALF in mid-April. As many again were killed in the suburbs of Beirut and in various parts of South Lebanon towards the end of May. Rising violence was partly due to Shiite concern that the ongoing Palestinian autonomy talks between Egypt and Israel might lead to Tawton, the imposed resettlement of hundreds of thousands of refugees in Lebanon. This had long been an exclusively Maronite concern, but the Sadat Initiative and Camp David Accords now persuaded a wider Lebanese audience that Tawton was a distinct possibility. Little wonder that the official Fatah response to the Camp David Accords issued on October 4, 1978 deemed it relevant to reiterate Palestinian opposition to Tawton, while Khalaf relayed the same message in person to the Falangist leadership at the end of the month. 32 The Lebanese front remained unconvinced, however, and renewed its warnings in formal statements on 1 October 6, 1979 and May 20, 1980. 33. By now the Maronites were no longer alone. The new Secretary General of Amal, lawyer Nabi Berri, also felt it necessary to reject Tawton publicly in May 1, 1980. Having stressed the close ties between Amal and Fatah and his own childhood recollections of the 1948 war in Palestine, he warned that Tawton was a hellish idea to compensate for the rape of Palestine by committing the crime of rape against the land of another people, the Lebanese people. Amal and Fatah should stand hand in hand to confront this conspiracy, he urged, but warned that in all events this resettlement will not take place so long as the wombs of our women bear children. 34 His statement may have been intended to influence Fatah's FO Earth Conference, which was just convening, but it had little impact. Fatah's leftist faction was determined to prevent reconciliation, and shouted down delegates who advocated dialogue. 35 Wazir later stated that 500. The conference had devoted great attention to the affairs of South Lebanon, and stressed that the people of the South have given much in order to defend the Palestinian revolution. Their sacrifices were historic and should not, cannot, be forgotten. He insisted that Fatah opposed resettlement of the sons of Palestine in Lebanon, which is a myth invented by our enemies and picked up by those who wish ill to the Palestinian revolution, adding that the conference had discussed practical measures to alleviate the pain suffered by our brothers in the South. 36. However, Chief of Staff Sale admitted that the PLO simply did not have the means to offer adequate compensation for the growing losses incurred during Israeli attacks on Lebanon. 37 This admission came amidst a growing volume of Israeli attacks, as the IDF implemented a preventive strategy designed to disrupt guerrilla planning and operations from Lebanon. 38 Artillery strikes and infantry probes accounted for many of the 360 attacks conducted during 1980, while naval commandos killed 18 guerrillas in a PFGC recuperation center in Sarafand on April 17. Most dramatic, however, was the large ground assault on the Beaufort Crusader Castle at Amun during the night of 1 August 9, that left 29 guerrillas dead, for a cost of 3 Israeli dead, and obliged the Fatah command to rotate the defending garrison for rest and recuperation. 39 The IDF achieved more modest results in subsequent raids, which it now described as routine, but generally kept the PLO on the defensive and subjected it to a steady trickle of casualties.
40 The attack on Beaufort Castle prompted the PLO to step up its military build-up. In late August, Wazir traveled to China, Vietnam, North Korea, and Pakistan to request new arms shipments and training. The PLO Executive Committee ordered a general call-up at the same time, but amended this AFEW weeks later to affect Palestinian university students only. 41 The PFLP, which had opposed the mobilization campaign of 1976, and the DFLP, which had supported it, both welcomed the latest decree. 42 There were some 25,000 Palestinians at Arab and Foreign universities, a majority of them on scholarships awarded through the PLO, and it became the duty of the General Union of Palestine Students to arrange their arrival in successive batches to Lebanon. 3 Some host governments assisted by requiring the students to attend military service in order to continue or graduate. In Lebanon, recruits underwent basic training and then did 3- and 6-month tours of duty in regular combat units. The bulk went to loyalist PLA units, building their strength up to 2,000, while Fatah absorbed a large number, especially Force 17 and the Ajay forces, with the PFLP following in third place. 44 Despite its need for combat personnel, however, Fatah actively discouraged Iran from sending 10,000 young activists who had volunteered for service in Lebanon. 200 reached Syria in December 1, 1979, but Fatah insisted on rotating only 200 to 300 at a time through its combat units while confining the rest to barracks, until a majority tired of the enforced idleness and returned to Iran. 501. Political retrenchment, military escalation. The mainstream PLO leadership was truly on the defensive by May 1, 1980. However, the most significant challenge came not from Israel, Amal, or the Lebanese front, but from the Palestinian opposition and Syria, which had reacted with increasing vigor to what they saw as an attempt to revive the indirect dialogue with the U.S. administration in late 1979. Hawatmeh, FOR1, argued in October that U.S. proposals for a ceasefire in South Lebanon and a Palestinian military pullback were intended to draw the PLO into moderation and open the way for a formal dialogue. 45 An added cause for discontent with the PLO was its decision to send an observer to the Islamic Conference Organization Summit in Islamabad in January 1, 1980, which convened to condemn the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan. Returning to the theme in February 1, 1980, Hawatmeh derided the public and secret trial balloons of the U.S. dialogue which sought to mislead certain quarters in the PLO and to drug its ranks in order to paralyze the PLO's role and initiative in massing and grouping all Palestinian and Arab forces against U.S. policy. 46 Habash picked up the argument shortly after, condemning the PLO leadership for seeking to impede the process of polarization that became necessary after the Camp David Accords, and to revive illusions about the peace settlement within the Palestinian arena and adversely affect Palestinian national unity. 47 More ominous, though, was obvious Syrian displeasure with PLO attempts to revive an autonomous diplomatic strategy. Ṣāyigh Secretary General Issam al-Qadi spoke for Syria when he warned at the end of October 1, 1979 that any attempt by any state or guerrilla group to weaken the Arab stand, and especially the Palestinian stand, in confrontation with the enemy alliance is a form of treason no matter what the intentions. The PLO might have fond hopes of gaining a state by joining the military colonialist alliance, the alliance of Sadat, Carter, and Begin, but his sober conclusion was that there will be no independent Palestinian state, not even a Jericho state, so long as this alliance exists. Qadi also voiced Syrian opposition to the PLO dialogue with Western Europe, which Fatah Central Committee member Khalid al-Hassan did so much to revive in early 1980. Hassan's proposal to place the West Bank and Gaza Strip under UN trusteeship attracted especially strong condemnation. Syrian Vice President Abd al-Halim al-Khadim was now convinced that certain Arab and European states were working to find a Palestinian interlocutor in the framework of Camp David or something like it. 50 He pressed the message home in an opening address to the Fatah conference in May, stressing that there could be talk of a political settlement no longer,
and that armed struggle was the sole option remaining to the Palestinians. 51 As it happened, the mainstream PLO leadership was disappointed with the results of its diplomatic courting of Western Europe. The European community achieved something of a breakthrough by calling on June 7 for PLO involvement in the peace process. The PLO was disappointed, however, that 502 The Stat en Exile, 1973–1982. The Venice Declaration, as it was known, failed to recognize it as the sole, legitimate representative of the Palestinians and referred only vaguely to Palestinian self-determination. DFLP Deputy Secretary General Abd Rabu expressed a common view that the Europeans, though making a limited step towards Arab and Palestinian rights, had revealed only marginal independence from U.S. policy in the Middle East. 52 For the rejectionists, the Venice Declaration confirmed the acerbic assessment offered 2 months earlier by Habash of PLO diplomacy. Any shift in the positions of some imperialist quarters in favor of the Palestine cause has not taken place because of the suaveness of PLO representatives in London, Paris, or Rome, but thanks to the Palestinian rifle, thanks to tens of thousands of martyrs. Let Giscard d'Estaing and Brandt and K. Rysky understand that the Palestinian rifle will remain raised, to launch itself from Jericho to liberate Jaffa and from Nablus to liberate Haifa. 53 Arafat gave a token of his dismay with the Venice Declaration, or rather of the untenability of his position, by joining Habash, Hawatma, and Syrian President Assad on June 8 to criticize the Europeans for emphasizing UNSCR 242 excessively and for succumbing to U.S. pressure in support of the Egyptian Israeli peace treaty. 54 Arafat's seeming militancy, coming soon after the publication of the hawkish political program by the Fatah Conference, helped him defuse internal opposition. So did his effort to mend relations with Libya. The PLO chairman attended the FO Earth Summit meeting of the Arab Steadfastness Front in Tripoli in mid-April, at which the formation of a joint military command under Syrian leadership and of a unified security military FORCE was announced. 55 Fatah demonstrated its militant credentials by ambushing Israeli yeshiva students in the heart of Hebron on May 2, killing 5 and wounding 17, and lost 2 guerrillas in attacks on the northern Israeli settlements of Neot Hakakar and Akziv on 7–9 June. The relaxation of tensions with the Palestinian opposition and Syria was timely. Because regional developments during 1980 confronted the PLO with or additional difficulties. An early example was the sharp deterioration of PLO relations with both Algeria and Morocco in April, as it vacillated between supporting first one and then the other in their dispute over the Western Sahara. More serious still was the outbreak of the Iran-Iraq War. Syria, Libya, and the Palestinian opposition immediately took the side of Iran, but Arafat mounted a desperate bid to mediate between Baghdad and Tehran. Fatah Central Committee member Soleh and others in the leftist faction were also openly hostile to Iraq, although Abu Sharar dissented, describing the war neutrally as a waste of both sides. 56 Iraqi involvement in the conflict moreover deprived the PLO of a counterweight to Syrian pressure. The consequences were demonstrated as Syria urged an end to the PLO dialogue with Jordan, which was openly backing the Iraqi war effort. A senior Ṣāyigh official accused King Hussein of reneging on his commitments to Syria, for which he has been paid thousands of millions of dollars, and called for blows against U.S. interests in the Arab region and the 503 imposition of a total boycott of the U.S., and a sincere and loyal move towards the strategic ally. The USSR and all countries of the Socialist Bloc. 57 SA/QA and the PFGC announced their withdrawal from the Jordanian-Palestinian Joint Committee in mid-November, and severe Syrian pressure compelled an extremely reluctant PLO to take the unprecedented step of boycotting the Arab Summit Conference held in Amman on November 25. 58 To deflect criticism of Fatah's continued participation in the Joint Committee, Arafat reiterated his rejection of the Jordanian option and commitment to the establishment of an independent Palestinian state. 59 The victory of Cold War warrior Ronald Reagan in the U.S. presidential elections at this point hardly augured well for the PLO, but the publication in February 1981 of a Soviet proposal to resolve the Arab-Israeli conflict gave Arafat hope that revival of the peace process was in the offing. The Brezhnev proposal drew on UNSCR 242 to guarantee the right of Israel to a secure existence, but also endorsed the Palestinian right to self-determination in an independent state, and asserted the role of the PLO. The mainstream leadership and the opposition alike welcomed the plan, and gave it special note in the political statement issued by the PNC in mid-April. 60 encouraged, Arafat stated emphatically to the Council that there can be no solution, no stability, and no security in the Middle East without the attainment of the inalienable national rights of the Palestinian people, including its right of return, self-determination, and the establishment of an independent state, with Jerusalem as its capital. 61 The imminence of general elections in Israel influenced his outlook. The Labour Party was tipped to return to power, and a slight dovish shift in its political platform suggested that it might show greater flexibility towards the Palestinian issue than the incumbent Likud government. 62 The rest of the PNC debate was taken up with other perennial concerns. The DFLP renewed its demand for the adoption of proportional representation for all guerrilla groups in PLO bodies and affiliated M.L.'s organizations. The PFLP demanded replacement of the existing quota with proportional distribution of funds, as well as proportional membership in that P:/SC military police and PLO unified security apparatus. 3. Both groups also UTD toward inclusion of the PLF and PPSF in the executive committee, hoping to gain new allies. However, Arafat was able to deflect these pressures and resist opposition attempts to adopt a more hawkish political program. Whether for this reason or because of escalating military threats in Lebanon, the Palestinian opposition experienced a change of heart after the PNC. Habash qualified his earlier support for the Brezhnev proposal following the PFLP conference in May. 64 PFGC Secretary General Jibril was more direct. Addressing the PLO leadership, he scathingly observed that diplomacy would not offer an independent state with sovereignty and borders, and asked disparagingly, how can we get an independent state from Sabra and Shatila refugee camps? We say to all those who bet on European initiatives and capitulationist initiatives that these are all enemies. Who are the Europeans, who are the English, are they not the 504 grandchildren of Lord Balfour who gave Palestine to the Israeli enemy? Are the French not those who colonized our Arab homeland? 65 Also contributing to the dissipation of hopes raised by the Brezhnev proposal was the escalation of violence in various parts of Lebanon. Unidentified gunmen had fired on the U.S. ambassador and kidnapped the Spanish ambassador in East Beirut towards the end of August 1980, and in March 1981 there were further attacks on the U.S. ambassador and his embassy in West Beirut. Iraqi intelligence added to the bloodshed by assassinating several fugitive communists working with Palestinian groups, among them the deputy editor of the PLO Weekly, Filadin al-Thura, while Iraq's own opposition groups killed or wounded half a dozen Iraqi diplomats. Clashes with Amal in September 1980 were followed in November by vicious street fighting in West Beirut between the Nasirite Murabitun and Syrian Social Nationalist Party. Amal and the LNM briefly put aside their differences in February 1981 to criticize President Sarkis for failing to condemn Israeli policy in the south, but then clashed repeatedly in March and April. 66 In the south, the Palestinian opposition mounted two border attacks on Israel in November 1, 1980, while the PLF launched an unusual, if abortive, paraglider raid on March 7, 1981. For its part, Israel maintained its campaign to inflict casualties on the guerrillas and keep them on the defensive. 67 It resumed airstrikes against civilian targets in the Tyre and Nabataya districts on 3-1 December 1980, and at the end of January 1, 1981 countered the decisions taken by the Arab Summit Conference in Taif, to extend political, economic, and military support to Lebanon, with severe air and artillery attacks on 32 cities, towns, and villages in the south. 68 Israeli commandos maintained the pressure with raids on guerrilla bases in Kafir, Arab Salim, Al-Wadi al-Akhdar, and Zahrani in February and April. Syria demonstrated its commitment to the defense of the PLO and Lebanon by repeatedly challenging the Israeli air force, and lost FOR combat aircraft between August 1, 1980 and February 19, 1981. It was against this background that Lebanese forces commander Bashir Yazīd deliberately provoked a more serious confrontation between Syria and Israel. The ambitious Maronite leader had eliminated the rival Tigers militia in a brief but bloody campaign that left up to 500 dead in July 1980, and took advantage of renewed assurances of support from Israeli Prime Minister Begin to challenge the Syrian army FOR control of the Christian town of Zayla in the Bekaa Valley in December. 69. The first attempt failed, but Yazīd made a second bid in late April 1981. The new U.S. Secretary of State, Alexander Haig, had recently urged Begin to adopt a tougher line against the USSR and its Arab client states, a view supported by Chief of Staff Eitan and Agriculture Minister Sharon. Ignoring the warnings of several ministers and intelligence chiefs, Begin ordered the Israeli air force into action. 2 Syrian helicopters were promptly shot down near Zayla, but the Syrians responded by deploying SA-6 anti-aircraft missile batteries in the Bekaa Valley. 4 Syrian fighters were downed in aerial battles, while Israeli aircraft struck the entire coastal region. 505. From Tyre to Beirut and the Nabataya and Rihan districts, inflicting 49 casualties. A sudden Israeli artillery barrage on the crowded high street in Sidon also killed 20 civilians and wounded another 30 on April 20. Mediation by Special U.S. Envoy Philip Habib averted a wider showdown, leaving the missile batteries intact and the Syrians still in tenuous control of Zayla. The artillery war. The PLO had carefully avoided being drawn into the confrontation, but Israel now sought to compensate for the unsatisfactory outcome of its clash with Syria by renewing attacks on guerrilla positions in South Lebanon. 71 Eitan and Sharon moreover urged Begin, who desired dramatic successes ahead of the general election, to conduct a controlled escalation of the conflict with the PL. 72 The Chief of Staff had previously explained that the purpose of Israeli raids in Lebanon was to compel the PLO to reorganize along semi-regular lines, making it easier to destroy, and made considerable public play of the acquisition by the PLO of 60 T-34 tanks in February. 73 He noted that it had learned from IDF attacks and was improving tactics, communications, and firepower, and returned to the theme in the spring to confirm the deployment of a Libyan SAM-9 battery in South Lebanon under PFGC command. The Israeli cabinet approved a series of airstrikes against guerrilla positions at the end of May, in the course of which a SAM-9 launcher was destroyed and FOR Libyans, among others, were killed. 74 The raid ceased on June 3, but 5 days later the air force staged a spectacular coup by destroying the nuclear reactor in Baghdad. Begin rode the wave of public admiration to win the general election. Lebanon enjoyed a 5-week truce, but on July 10 Israeli aircraft launched heavy raids on PLO positions in Habush and on the nearby Zubida bridge. Artillery struck the entire Nabataya district the next day, followed by more air raids against Damer, Naama, and Deir al-Zahrani on July 12. Another day of shelling was again succeeded by further air raids against Asir and Zifta on July 14. Eitan explained Israeli action by arguing that the transformation of PLO units into a regular force, if allowed to continue, will produce extremely dangerous results for Israel in the future. 75 His obvious eagerness to escalate the conflict impressed Arafat, who maintained the caution shown during the confrontations of April and May for FEAR of providing Israel with a pretext to invade South Lebanon. On the 5th day, however, DFLP military commander Mamdouh Naufal went behind Arafat's back to persuade Wazir and Sale to approve a stronger riposte. 76 Over the next 10 days, Palestinian gunners poured a steady volume of shells and rockets into the northern Israeli settlements. The UN Security Council had called for an immediate ceasefire on 1 July 4, but Israeli artillery struck 46 villages and cities in South Lebanon 2 days later. 506. Killing 15 civilians and wounding 53 others.
Israeli aircraft also destroyed 5 bridges across the Litani and Zerani rivers in an effort to sever PLO communications and cut the terrorists off from their sources of supply. 77 The flow of water was low at this time of year, however, and field commanders requested PLO headquarters to lower it further by having the sluice gates at the Qur'an Dam in the Bekaa Valley closed. 78 PLO engineers constructed primitive culverts over the main FORDS to resume the movement of traffic, and swiftly repaired the damage caused by subsequent airstrikes. 79 The shelling of Israeli settlements meanwhile continued, killing 3 Israeli civilians and wounding 20 others in Nahariya, and triggering a mass flight from the border region. Unable to destroy Palestinian artillery or cow it into silence, the Israeli cabinet authorized an airstrike on PLO headquarters in Beirut on 1 July 7. The Central Operations Room, Arafat's office, and DFLP headquarters were hit, 150 civilians died and 600 suffered injury, besides another 126 civilian casualties elsewhere in the country. Yet Israeli sources estimated that as few as 30 PLO personnel had died, not one of them of senior rank. So Israeli spokesman insisted that the civilian casualties in Beirut were unintentional, but an editorial in one mainstream newspaper regretted that deliberate harm to citizens had become official policy. 81 UN observers estimated that South Lebanon was struck by 2,000 shells and bombs on 1 July 9 alone. Among the targets was the Zerani oil refinery, while Israeli commandos attacked a guerrilla outpost at Wadi Misalat on July 20 and made an abortive attempt against the Jiyah power station. 3 days later, the PLO did not change tactics, and maintained its fire on Israeli settlements. It was especially encouraged by the inability of the Israeli Air Force to locate its artillery. Only 1 gun was destroyed while actually in service, AFEW, others being lost in weapon stores that were successfully targeted. 82 Information now reaching the PLO revealed that Israel had put 2 mechanized brigades on the alert and was preparing landing craft in the Haifa dockyards for action, suggesting that large ground and amphibious operations were imminent. 83 The Palestinian command expected an Israeli offensive aimed at cutting off the south from the rest of Lebanon, especially after the Israeli Air Force had destroyed all 10 original bridges over the Litani and Hasbani rivers. 84 A ceasefire was close, but the PLO defiantly mounted a show of strength by ordering its gunners to fire 300 rockets and shells against Israel. By the time the truce went into effect on July 24, its gunners had fired 1,230 shells and rockets at 35 Israeli settlements and 7 army camps, causing the flight of some 40,000 civilians. Only 3,000 to 4,000 of the 17,000 inhabitants of Kiryat Shmona remained in the town by the end of the hostilities. 85 At 6 dead and 59 wounded, Israeli casualties were minimal compared to a total of 2,567 Palestinian and Lebanese casualties, 95% of whom were civilians, but the experience on the Israeli side had been unprecedented. 86 U.S. Envoy Habib once again played the central role in securing a ceasefire, relying on Saudi mediation with the PLO. UNIFIL Commander William 507 Callahan approached the PLO directly, shuttling between its headquarters in Beirut and Israeli government offices in Jerusalem to produce what was in effect the first negotiated agreement between the two FOEs. The PLO insisted that the truce applied only to South Lebanon, leaving it free to act on other fronts or inside the occupied territories. As a mere afterthought, it also demanded an Israeli commitment to suspend offensive air activity over the whole of Lebanon. 87 Begin and his cabinet had been sobered by the dislocation inflicted by PLO artillery on northern Israel, and accepted these terms. The one challenge to the truce was posed by the PFGC, which had attended the PLO meeting that approved the ceasefire, yet sent 2 BM-21 multiple rocket launchers through Syrian lines to shell Israel AFEW hours later. They fired 6 rockets, but Fatah guerrillas forced them to leave the area and set up a roadblock near Mashgarad to prevent their return the next day. The PFGC fired several 130mm rounds from a site near Syrian lines, but finally complied with the ceasefire. 88 For the second time in 3 months the Israeli government was dissatisfied with the outcome of its military activity in Lebanon. It had promised residents in the north that they would not be subject to Palestinian shelling, but the IDF had proved unable to force the PLO to cease artillery fire despite taking the battle to Beirut. Not only was the PLO now free to acquire new weapons and fortify its positions in South Lebanon without fear of Israeli attack, but it had also won indirect recognition by both the United States and Israel. 8-9 The Israeli cabinet might not have disagreed with the assessment offered by Ṣāyigh, who boasted that the guerrillas had shown the world community they were no longer a negligible military force, and that the PLO had won international respect both for its willingness to negotiate a ceasefire and for its ability to maintain 1.90 Israeli unease turned into alarm a fortnight after the end of the artillery war, when Saudi Crown Prince Fahd bin Abd al-Aziz used a newspaper interview on August 7 to present an 8-point plan for peace. His proposal called for Israeli withdrawal from the territories occupied in 1967, creation of an independent Palestinian state, and recognition of the right of all states in the region, implicitly including Israel, to live in peace. 91 Fahd had mediated between the US and PLO to secure the recent ceasefire in Lebanon, and so publication of his plan suggested that Israel might soon face peace talks involving the PLO. The knowledge that the PLO had resurrected an informal and indirect dialogue with the U.S. administration at the beginning of August. For the next 9 months a young U.S. citizen, John Mraz, acted as a go-between for Arafat and Secretary of State Haig, with the knowledge of President Reagan added to Israeli concern. 92 The Soviet decision on October 20 to extend formal recognition of the PLO as sole legitimate Palestinian representative and to grant its office in Moscow full diplomatic status. An unprecedented step in Soviet relations with a non-state actor also suggested that the superpowers might be preparing to revive the peace process. The assassination of Egyptian President Sadat on October 6 raised grave 508 doubts about the future of the ongoing Palestinian autonomy talks between Egypt and Israel, but they could still be revived if the PLO showed any willingness to join the peace process. The Likud government perceived a threat to its aim of eventually incorporating the occupied territories into Israel, and intensified its drive to reduce PLO influence there. The military authorities had already proscribed the NGC in April, and in August banned receipt of money from the Jordanian Palestinian Steadfastness Fund and reduced the amount of cash that Palestinian travelers could bring in to $1,000. The village leagues in the West Bank were relaunched in an effort to cultivate an alternative local leadership, while the Israeli claim to the land was marked by regrouping the 89 Jewish settlements established to date in the occupied territories in 10 regional councils. Yet the PLO continued to pose a potential diplomatic threat from its base in Lebanon. The conclusion, in the words of an Israeli scholar, was that Israel would either have to pursue a settlement with the PLO or to use all its power to deal the PLO a massive blow. If the PLO were to go political and gradually renounce military action and terrorism, it would increase the political menace, from the Israeli point of view, of a Palestinian state. To escape this trap, Israel could do only one thing: go to war. 93. The search for deterrence. The PLO also drew far-reaching conclusions from the artillery war. One was that external factors could constrain Israeli action in Lebanon. U.S. mediation during the missile crisis in April was a case in point, as were U.S. support for the UN Security Council ceasefire calls in July and the suspension of 16 deliveries to Israel. The PLO also came implicitly to assume that the presence of UNIFIL had impeded large-scale ground attacks by the IDF and would do so again in the future, for the Palestinian leadership was most struck, however, by its success in disrupting life in northern Israel. Chief of Staff Ṣāyigh argued that, in contrast to previous conflicts, in July the Israeli citizen felt the suffering of war, what it meant to flee, and what it meant to take refuge and sit in shelters for a long period. 95 He considered that Israel had ceased fire not because of international pressure, but because of the casualties and material and economic damages. such as loss of the tourist season that it had suffered. The PLO, Ṣāyigh argued, had created a rift between Israeli residents in the north and the government over its war policy. 96 Fatah Central Committee member Abbas, who had devoted considerable effort since the mid-1970s to the study of Israeli society and to a discreet dialogue with dovish Israelis, was convinced that Begin had only ordered a halt to the raids on Lebanon when PLO artillery struck Nahariya, because it was heavily populated by Ashkenazi Jews. 97 The key to the PLO's recent success, as Ṣāyigh explained, was its newfound ability to mass firepower against a given target. In the past, the smaller number of artillery guns and rocket launchers it had possessed could only 509 deliver light fire without any concentration, and failed to produce tangible or swift results. 98 However, the PLO did not conclude from this that it could force Israel to the negotiating table by launching an artillery blitz on the north. Rather, heavy weapons provided a credible deterrence against Israeli attacks on its positions and civilian constituency in Lebanon. PFGC Secretary General Jibril expressed the common view by stating that our acquisition of heavy weapons was to make the enemy understand that he could not continue to destroy Lebanese villages and terrorize their inhabitants while his settlements and settlers live in peace and security. We wanted the enemy to understand that we can inflict heavy casualties among his settlers just as he inflicts among our citizens, and that just as our citizens have to sleep in shelters, so too must his settlers sleep in shelters. 99 The reason why deterrence now occupied so central a place in the thinking of the Palestinian leadership was that it had come to the conclusion that Israel was determined to mount a major offensive in Lebanon. It was entirely justified. Begin desired the physical elimination of the PLO, and was firmly backed by Sharon, who had become defense minister in early August, Foreign Minister Yitzhak Shamir, Eitan, and Moshe Arentz, Israeli ambassador in Washington. Eitan had believed since May that war with the PLO was inevitable by the end of the year, and Sharon now took the lead in planning actively for this eventuality. 100 The lessons derived from the artillery war shaped their approach. Not only had the air raid on PLO headquarters in Beirut failed to achieve its strategic purpose, but the use of massive air and artillery power to such minimal effect considerably weakened Israeli deterrence. The PLO could not be defeated without a major ground attack. 101 In the following period, Sharon oversaw the preparation of various invasion plans labeled Little Pines, Medium Pines, and Big Pines, presenting their broad outline to Begin and the other ministers on September 20 and actively lobbying U.S. officials to secure their added support. 102 He confided to the IDF General Staff that destroying the terrorists necessarily meant operating inside Beirut, but cagily kept this from the cabinet. 103 Eitan next raised the alarm about PLO armament to the Knesset Security and Foreign Affairs Committee on November 3, while Western military media published unofficial scenarios of the invasion. The signs were plain to see, and Arafat was already worried enough to place PLO forces on the alert in late September. 104 Priority was now given to acquiring a credible deterrent against Israeli attack. Ṣāyigh requested Frog 7 surface-to-surface bombardment missiles, SA-6 anti-aircraft missiles, and anti-shipping missiles for coastal defense during a visit to Moscow in November. 105 The PLO believed that the ability to inflict, say, 500 casualties in an Israeli city with the Frog 7, which had the range to strike Haifa, Safed, and Tiberias, coupled with the defensive capability of the radar-guided SAM-6, could deter a repetition of the July air raids on Beirut. 106 The USSR refused to supply these weapons, however, and proved reluctant even to provide conventional tube artillery. Gaddafi promised to provide the Frog 7 missiles instead, and the PLO 510 prepared a transporter to move them into hiding once they were delivered to Lebanon, but nothing transpired of his offer. 107 Undaunted, Arafat, Wazir, and Ṣāyigh visited 14 Arab and non-Arab countries in October 1, 981 and January 1, 982 to seek military assistance. Armor, engineering, technical services, battalion commanders, and staff training courses for PLO personnel were stepped up in Soviet bloc countries.
The PLO acquired Soviet-designed infantry weapons including the guided SA-7 anti-aircraft missiles and Sagar anti-tank missiles from various sources, and was reported to have concluded a deal with the USSR FOR arms worth $50 million in February 1, 1982. The PLO had acquired FOR's Su-23-4 self-propelled anti-aircraft systems from the GDR in September 1981 and requested another 6 in April 1, 1982, although its crews were not trained to use their tracking radar. Fatah received a handful of BRDM-2 reconnaissance vehicles and BTR-60 armored personnel carriers in autumn 1981, possibly from Libya, which provided a number of 122 mm howitzers and 130 mm field guns. Fatah received 6 obsolete LOM anti-aircraft guns from South Yemen in March 1982, which it tied to a fire control radar to use FOR coastal defense. North Korea provided a dozen modified BM-21-32 rocket launchers and a number of towed 107 mm 1-2 rocket launchers, for which Libya may have paid. China supplied Fatah with 24 120 mm and 160 mm mortars, as well as 3 7 mm and 5 7 mm anti-aircraft guns and large quantities of infantry weapons, ammunition, and other combat supplies. 108 The various guerrilla groups fielded this growing arsenal in 8 artillery battalions and 2 rocket battalions, besides independent batteries. Fatah now had at least 100 aging T-34 tanks, which it organized into 3 armored battalions and an armored regiment attached to the PLA, while the PFGC received a dozen T-54/55 tanks from Libya, doubling the number it had received in 1980. Older artillery weapons were redistributed among infantry battalions, brigades, and headquarters to FORM additional fire support units. Anti-aircraft, Army tank, and mortar detachments were also FORMed at every level. By spring 1982, a typical Fatah battalion with a strength of 150 fielded 24 medium and heavy weapons, 3 12.7 I 14.5 mm machine guns, 723 I 37 I 57 mm anti-aircraft guns, FOR 75 mm Army tank recoilless rifles, 276 185 mm guns, 381 mm mortars and 3 heavier 1201 160 mm mortars, and 2 122 mm and 107 mm multiple rocket launchers. 109 To operate such an arsenal was well beyond the capacity of the understrength guerrilla battalions, but the added need FOR support services swamped them altogether. Every Fatah brigade and PLO group had its own vehicle workshops, mechanical and electrical sections, transport companies, and ammunition, petrol oil and lubricants, and spare parts depots. It also had its own military police, reserve, fire support, and anti-aircraft defense detachments, as well as communications and medical services. While the tail grew longer and heavier, the teeth declined in number and mobility. Sale had boasted in summer 198 that the semi-regular, semi-guerrilla military infrastructure of the 511 PLO offered a poor target and was resilient in the face of attacks on its supply routes and command posts, but the reality was different. 110 The irony was that as poor administration and low motivation led to high turnover rates among PLO personnel, it sought to reduce the shortage by relying on contract employment and non-Palestinians. Fatah and the PFGC signed Palestinian refugees from Syria on short-term contracts, and most groups employed expatriate Asian workers, Pakistanis, Bangladeshis, and Phatanese, in military construction and rear combat units. 1.11. This was besides the Arab volunteers, Syrians, Iraqis, Egyptians, Libyans, and Tunisians, who accounted for up to half of GC strength and for a large part of personnel in the DFLP's Nazareth Battalion, while Fatah also attracted hundreds of Yemenis and several dozen Turks. It was largely to compensate for the shortage of Palestinian personnel that the PLO reactivated its mobilization program in autumn 1981. An additional wave of university students were called up,
and all civilian personnel, in Lebanon and abroad, were ordered to attend military training. The PLO also called on Palestinian expatriates in Libya to volunteer for short-term duty, but the results were disappointing. By now most students had already served one tour of duty, and could not be made to lose yet another academic year. The last intake returned to their universities in March 1982, leaving a serious shortfall in combat manpower. To compensate, the PLO Executive Committee ordered a partial call-up of its strategic reserve, the Palestinian refugees in Lebanon, in early December 1, 1981. The PFLP had supported an earlier mobilization decree in April but objected to the latest step, while the DFLP tried opportunistically to direct as many recruits as possible into its own ranks. 113 The call-up was unpopular and elicited a negligible response in any case, and by March 1982 the latest conscripts were back in their homes or schools. Political pressures and the spiral of violence. The threat of Israeli invasion was by no means the only pressure on the PLO. The publication of the THAAD peace plan in August 1981 had provoked the Palestinian opposition, which bridled when Arafat considered the plan, which he had discreetly helped to formulate, as a positive step and an important basis for negotiations. Article 7, which implicitly recognized Israel and therefore undermined the right of Palestinian refugees to return to homes lost in 1948, aroused particular anger. The PFLP termed the proposal treasonous, and DFLP Secretary General Hawatma spoke for the left when he accused THAAD of attempting to lure all the Arab states to join Saudist Egypt, without Sadat, on the basis of U.S. solutions and conditions for recognition and normalization with Israel. 114 As regrettable in his opinion was that some right-wing and reactionary Palestinian voices propagate the THAAD initiative. Several Fatah Central Committee members, among them Khalif and Soleh, also shared this. 512. View. 115 Arafat reposted, with considerable justification, that the opposition had already approved broadly similar principles in the Brezhnev proposal earlier in the year. 11.6 He was obliged to disassociate himself from the THAAD plan, however, and in doing so incurred Saudi displeasure. In early September the Saudi representative in the Arab Follow-up Committee in Lebanon supported a ban on arms imports by any party other than the Lebanese government, much to the alarm of the PL. 0.117 The PLO was also under pressure to cede control over South Lebanon. Khalif had stated in July 1, 1981 that the PLO would not relinquish its hold to a government that cannot control the city and port of Junya and all public installations in East Beirut. Army deployment in the south could only take place following the establishment of a national government that will not stab us in the back, with a Lebanese army that represents the same national spirit and internal balance. 118 In private, Arafat informed the Fatah Higher Military Council that the PLO had already refused to hand over the Beaufort Castle or the bridges connecting central Lebanon to the south. 119 The PLO meanwhile sought to appease the local inhabitants. It bought the entire tobacco harvest to compensate farmers for the loss of markets during the artillery war, and distributed another $18 million to families that had suffered injury or damage. 120. It also launched an internal campaign against Tajawuzat, a particular target being the illicit sale of weapons by military personnel and quartermasters. This had little effect, prompting the head of the PLO's Palestinian Revolutionary Justice Committee to observe at the end of October that the punishment imposed on members of the Palestinian Revolution's forces who commit criminal acts does not deter, and so it will be made more severe for military personnel, by raising the minimum sentence called FOR by the law. Tzt As serious a threat was the campaign of sabotage and assassination in areas under PLO control. The French ambassador died in an ambush near the Green Line in Beirut on September 4, 1981, but even worse was the massive bomb that destroyed the Iraqi embassy, killed the ambassador and 26 other people, and wounded 100 on 1 December 5. An increasing number of attacks moreover targeted the PLO. A car bomb in the Fakhani district inflicted 250 casualties on October 1,
including 80 women who were trapped by a fire that swept through a nearby PLO sewing workshop. A fortnight later, Fatah Central Committee member Abu Sharar was killed by an explosion in his hotel room during a visit to Rome. The Israeli Mossad was presumed responsible, but the unknown Front for the Liberation of Lebanon from foreigners took responsibility for several explosions in Beirut in the last 2 weeks of September, contributing to the total death toll of 82 in this period. When one blast killed 20 civilians near the Fatah headquarters for the south, in a Sidon suburb, the PLO removed its offices from the vicinity and paid $12 million in repairs and compensation to local residents. 1:22. In Beirut, unidentified gunmen shot dead the former Secretary General of the ALF and Palestinian historian, Abd al-Wahhab al. 513. Kiley, on December 6. Nor could the PLO rely on the LNM to stem the growing tide of Lebanese disaffection. The LNM had been in steady decline since the assassination of Kamal Jumblat in 1977, and by 1981 it was in a state of asphyxiation. 12:3. The bombing campaign intensified towards the end of 1981, with 18 incidents in December alone. The PLO had introduced new security measures in 1980 to combat car bombings, and in late 1981 acquired a number of trained police dogs from the GDR to assist in the detection of explosives. It was usually circumspect in accusing parties other than Israel, but frankly blamed the Lebanese Exim Bureau and the Phalanges Party for the car bomb of October 1. The DFLP and the PFLP were less circumspect, accusing the Exim Bureau of organizing most bombings in this period, as well as a series of earlier attacks stretching back to July 1, 1979. 124. The PFLP argued that the Bureau wished to provoke the population in areas under PLO and LNM control to demand the return of the Lebanese army. 125. It also accused the Bureau of instigating at least some of the clashes with the Shiite Amal movement, including the bloody battles with the LCP that left 20 dead in the southern suburbs of Beirut in the second half of August 1, 1981. 126. Adding to the problem were repeated bouts of severe fighting in Tripoli, between Sunni Islamist militiamen sympathetic to Fatah and rivals among the Alawi community, who were linked to Syria. The toll reached 22 dead in August, and 14 dead and 86 wounded in December, besides 10 killed and 60 wounded in a car bomb in the city on December 10. Lebanese police statistics showed that Israeli attacks, internecine clashes, and car bombs had caused 2,100 deaths by the end of the year. 127. The spiraling bloodshed in Lebanon intensified the sense of impending conflict. The Knesset vote on 1 December 3 to extend Israeli law to the Golan Heights was officially perceived in Syria as an annulment of the truce and a declaration of war. 128. Sharon deepened Syrian apprehension in mid-December by stressing the US-Israeli alliance against the USSR and its radical Arab allies. He redefined the sphere concerning Israeli strategic interests to include not only the Arab confrontation states and the outer Arab countries beyond, but also countries like Turkey, Iran, Pakistan, and areas like the Persian Gulf and Africa, and in particular the countries of North and Central Africa. 129. Apparently worried by the U.S. veto against a UN resolution condemning the Israeli decision to extend legal jurisdiction over the Golan and by Sharon's reformulation of Israeli strategic doctrine, Syria issued a frank offer of peace at the end of January 1, 1982, an end to the Arab state of war with Israel, in return for full withdrawal from Arab territories occupied in 1967 and the establishment of a Palestinian state under the PL. 0.130. By now the deadline for the return of the Sinai Peninsula to Egypt was only 3 months away, and Israel rejected the Syrian offer out of hand. In his enunciation of Israeli strategic doctrine in December 1, 1981, Sharon had also lashed out at the PLO as a latent threat to the very existence of Israel and the framework for terrorist organizations operating against. 514. Israel inside her territory or all over the world. 131. Such rhetoric only heightened PLO anxiety, and prompted a series of measures intended to demonstrate its intention to resist an attack, and so to deter one taking place at all. 132 Training courses were stepped up and graduation ceremonies were widely publicized, as were Arafat's visits to induction centers and guerrilla bases in South Lebanon. Israel took particular note, as it was intended to, of 3 full-scale maneuvers by Fatah forces in the last 2 months of 1981. In one of them, tank, artillery, and infantry units of Fatah's Karama forces carried out an assault on a mock Israeli settlement. Arafat also used the anniversary of the 1965 launch of the Palestinian armed struggle to mount a massive military parade past PLO headquarters in Beirut, on January 1, 1982, in which the full range of PLO combat hardware was displayed. The PLO leadership knew that the IDF had prepared detailed invasion plans by December 1, 1981. It also knew that Lebanese Forces Commander Yazīd intended to run in the presidential election due in September 1, 1982, and FER'd the consequences of his ambition. Hoping to preempt a clash, Arafat and Wazir suggested a secret dialogue, but were defeated by opposition within the Phalanges Party. 134 PLO anxiety turned to alarm in early February when word reached it that Sharon had secretly visited Yazīd and other Maronite leaders in Junya. Its information suggested that the Israeli invasion plan was discussed, and that a link-up was envisaged between IDF units advancing north along the coast and Maronite forces circling round Beirut to meet at Damer, 15 kilometers to the south of the capital. 135 Sharon added that the IDF might extend its action to Beirut if the Lebanese forces would take part in the battle, and if they were prepared subsequently to sign a peace treaty with Israel. 136 The PLO now made a second attempt to ensure Maronite neutrality. Khalif met Amin Yazīd, and Fatah military intelligence chief Adila met his younger brother Bashir, on 3 occasions in early February. The PLO was unwilling to offer the concessions demanded by the Yazīd brothers, however, and the dialogue collapsed. Arafat now spoke with growing frequency of the accordion plan, in which the IDF and Lebanese forces would squeeze the PLO, LNM, and the ADF in Beirut. Begin confirmed the general FERs by warning publicly on February 22 of Israeli military action in South Lebanon. 137 This was accompanied by exaggerated references to PLO combat manpower, now estimated by Foreign Minister Shamir at 20,000 men, and to its arsenal, which Sharon claimed comprised an astonishing 3,000 guns and 200 rocket launchers. 138 This was pure fiction, but it worried the PLO that U.S. Secretary of State Haig repeated the Israeli estimates on 2 March. 139 Western media published substantially accurate details of Israeli invasion plans. Meanwhile, amidst reports that only the advent of bad weather had prevented their implementation in late February. 140 Shamir immediately denied these reports, but Moshe Arentz, the Israeli ambassador in Washington, reconfirmed them. 141 Predicting, preparing, and planning. 515 IDF war planning after July 1981 was matched by the Palestinian debate about the objectives and scale of its coming offensive. Indeed, Jibril addressed this question on the very day that the artillery war came to an end. One possibility was for the IDF to occupy the Nabataya district in order to distance PLO artillery from the border, while mounting amphibious landings to capture the Tyre pocket. 142 He considered an operation on this scale unlikely, however, because PLO weapons could inflict intolerable military casualties and strike back at the northern settlements. Israel would also refrain from occupying Nabataya, let alone the Bekaa Valley, in order to avoid confrontation with the Syrian army. 143 Speaking a few weeks later, Sale focused on 2 prospects, an Israeli ground assault through the Marjayun Gap, and landings at various points along the coast. 144 He was also convinced that the IDF would mount amphibious operations as far north as Damer, which had been the target of armed reconnaissance earlier in the year. The conviction that Israel planned a major offensive had become widespread by early 1982.
The PFLP and DFLP central committees came to the same conclusion at separate meetings in January and February. 14. Both expected a simultaneous Lebanese attack, whether by the Maronite Lebanese forces or the army. Indeed, Hawatma had a year earlier predicted aggressive Israeli combat operations in various FORMs that combine invasion with wars of attrition, and landings of enemy forces behind our defense lines. There is also the possibility that Maronite forces will pursue the expected Israeli US plan and that the Lebanese civil war will erupt once more. 146 The PFLP conference in April 1981 expressed special concern that the Lebanese police were building up to a strength of 20,000 and the army to 40,000, and in early 1982 went so far as to predict that the Lebanese army, rather than the IOF, would be the principal force to attack the PL. 147 It also predicted that the offensive would be on a larger scale than the invasion of March 1, 978, and added that the PLO, LNM, and Syria would all be targeted. 148 The debate focused from this point onwards on the extent of the expected invasion, although there was still some skepticism among the rank and file that it would take place at all. The FACT an offensive failed to materialize after Arafat had placed PLO forces on full alert at the end of February, persuaded many that he was crying wolf too often. Israeli preparations were increasingly obvious, nonetheless, an early example being the practice drill held by the IDF, Civil Defense and Fire Brigade in Acre, Nahariya, and Madalat on March 4. Israeli troops practiced combat in mountainous terrain in South Lebanon 5 days later, and conducted a night exercise on the Golan Heights on March 7 under the watchful eyes of Sharon and Eitan. Arafat was the most prescient among the PLO leadership, expecting Israeli landings north of Dahmer, at Dahmer, and south of Dahmer. 149 He was unsure if the IDF would push as far by land, but warned that it might reach Kalda, at the 516 southern approaches to Beirut, where it could link up in a pincer movement with the Lebanese forces. 150 Yet even then he did not predict a direct assault on Beirut. As he admitted after the war, he had not expected the IDF to reach the dunes of Beirut airport, which the Syrian ADF was supposed to protect. That is, I did not expect Beirut itself. 151 The most common PLO assumption was that an offensive would be confined to the south. An ad hoc situation assessment committee was sure, for example, that the Israeli advance would not exceed Sidon's shoulders, the hills to its east, or not Sidon itself, and definitely not as far as Beirut or Kalda. 15 Optimism was partly due to the belief that international pressure and the presence of UNIFIL would constrain Israel. Yazīd had taken this view at the end of the artillery war in July 1981, arguing that Israeli occupation of the entire south would have grave implications and entail political circumstances that the enemy would have to prepare for, while Jibril added that UNIFIL deployment limited Israeli options. 153 Acting Deputy Chief of Staff Maragall later explained that the PLO had specifically assessed, erroneously, that the presence of UNIFIL in the sector of the Qaqa bridge would prevent the enemy from using it as a principal route. 154 Sale argued, conversely, that UNIFIL would neither block nor deter a determined offensive. 155 He added that Israel could attack if it had U.S. approval, for which Sharon lobbied hard in spring 1982.156 Yet for all their anti-US rhetoric, even the PFLP and other leftist groups failed to realize adequately the new directions in U.S. policy, as they later admitted. 15 Excessive confidence in Soviet and Syrian support led them to exaggerate the strength of the Palestinian Revolution. 8. As a result, Hawatma was among those who did not believe that the IDF would even reach Sidon, let alone Beirut. 150 A subsequent report by the PFLP also noted ruefully that the Joint Command did not expect the enemy to reach Beirut, only Zerani or Sidon, despite incoming information. Indeed, several of Arafat's advisers when, certain on the eve of the invasion that Israel would not invade at all. 1. Fortunately for the PLO, the leading military triumvirate of Arafat, Wazir, and Sa'il were con/inst otherwise. The least they expected was a repeat attempt to decapitate the PLO by striking its headquarters in the capital, while multi-pronged advances and leapfrogging tactics would be applied to divide Palestinian defenses in south and coastal Lebanon into isolated pockets. To prepare for this, Arafat ordered the construction of alternative command posts in West Beirut, brushing aside the protests of disbelieving advisors. 162 A field telephone network and extensive wireless communications net linked underground operations rooms which were given number codes 3, 4, 5, 35, and 61 and administrative, logistic, and combat centers throughout the Beirut area. 163 The operations rooms were in direct radio contact with brigade headquarters and regional commands around Lebanon, and could communicate directly with combat units. Communications codes were changed more frequently to improve security, and antennae were strung out at a distance from 517 command posts to avoid location by Israeli tracking equipment. 164 Handheld wireless sets were distributed at platoon level and even to combat squads, while large numbers of spare sets, parts, and batteries were also stocked. 165 Regional commands and brigade headquarters were expected to fight on their own for a lengthy period, whether because of isolation by the IDF or because roads might be blocked by fire or clogged with refugees. 166 Each stockpiled weapons, ammunition, fuel, food, and medicine, and Intum provided its battalions with their own spare weapons, ammunition, and fuel, which were distributed in small caches to obviate the need to move under fire. 167 Large stores enough to last a 6-month siege according to Arafat were assembled in Beirut. 168 The derelict sports stadium now held large stocks of OOD and non-combat supplies. While ammunition was placed in metal containers and buried away from built-up areas. 169 The PLO also dug artesian wells in Beirut and southern cities. 170 A network of covered trenches was constructed around the strategic Beaufort Castle, and reinforced concrete shelters were dug into hillsides to shelter artillery. The PFGC even housed its entire combat force in underground bases fitted with sleeping quarters, kitchens, tiled bathrooms, and television. Bunkers and earth ramparts were constructed around refugee camps and military camps in the Beirut area, both to impede bombing and possible attack by the Lebanese army. 171 Two basement floors were added to the PRCS hospital in Al-Bais refugee camp near Tyre, but the most ambitious project was to start digging 3 parallel tunnels for the movement of people, ammunition, and military vehicles between the Ain al-Hilwa and Mayawma refugee camps near Sidon. The PLO meanwhile stepped up planning. Arafat repeatedly convened the Joint Forces Command of the PLO and LNM, the PLO Higher Military Council, and the expanded Military Council of Fatah, presiding over an average of FOR meetings a month from December 1, 981, and 7 in February 1, 982. He also visited brigade and battalion commands, guerrilla bases, and training camps in all sectors. His photograph was ostentatiously taken with the garrison of Beaufort Castle and checked fortifications, gun sites, and battle plans. Brigade and battalion commanders held additional planning sessions, and each battalion was instructed to prepare tactical plans and firing grids. At the end of May, Fatah's Castle forces issued Operational Order No. 4, and the PLA Operational Order No. 5. 173 These orders described road conditions and terrain, gave firing coordinates, and assigned combat tasks to individual battalions, companies, tank platoons, and artillery batteries. Special attention was given to likely advance routes for armor, but the likelihood of naval landings to isolate Tyre and Sidon was also noted. Artillery was to provide interlocking fire, and local commands were to retain reserve units. However, the operational orders made little provision for coordination between Fatah, the PLA, and other Palestinian forces. Units around the main cities were ordered to hold their ground while frontline forces gradually pulled back, but the stress was on set-piece tasks. Contingency plans in case of an Israeli breakthrough were not made. 518.
The flaws in planning were most evident in the eastern sector. Karama Forces commander Ghazi Adillah assembled his battalion and company commanders in mid-May to inform them that the IDF would strive for the Beirut-Damascus highway. The officers could not agree on how best to defend the sector, with the result that the brigade did no more than prepare 8 vehicle dugouts along the Hasbaya Road. 174. The Karama and Yarmouk forces were meanwhile instructed to draw closer to Syrian lines in the Bekaa Valley for Protección. In the coastal region, 3 of Fatah's tank battalions were now deployed between Zerani and the outskirts of Damar, while the equivalent of FOR gun and 2 rocket artillery battalions provided fire support for the entire western sector. Front-line units received newly arrived 160mm mortars and 107mm multiple rocket launchers for added firepower. Anti-aircraft detachments were posted to guard the coast from Beirut to Ramallah, and Arafat insisted on sighting guns in the hills of Daha to prevent landings at Khalda. 175 Force 17 was ordered to extend its deployment along the Beirut shore, and reinforced its garrisons near the international airport and the Lebanese army barracks at Uzai as an added precaution. 176. Countdown to war. From March, the Israeli invasion was only a matter of time. The IDF dug new gun emplacements in South Lebanon and moved self-propelled artillery, radars, and anti-aircraft missiles into place. It cut roads on Mount Hermon bypassing the Arqab, and brought mobile bridges into the Marjayun sector in early May. Israeli officials meanwhile sought to redefine the terms of the ceasefire agreement of July 1, 981. According to Sharon and Eitan, any attack on Israeli or Jewish targets anywhere, not just across the Lebanese border, would constitute a violation and be treated as casus bellum. 17 This interpretation was not formalized by the Israeli cabinet, but U.S. spokespersons repeated it on more than one occasion in March. 178 The PLO did not oblige by committing obvious violations, however, prompting Eitan to state in some desperation that stone-throwing by demonstrators in the occupied territories would be regarded as a ceasefire violation. 179 UNIFIL, conversely, blamed Israel squarely for 193 ceasefire violations in South Lebanon between July 1, 981 and March 1, 982.180. The PLO took great pains to avoid providing the pretext for an invasion. Arafat revealed the level of Palestinian anxiety on 1 April 1, when he predicted that the offensive would start within 48 hours. 181 Nothing happened, but Israel responded to the death of a soldier on patrol in South Lebanon on April 21 with airstrikes on PLO artillery near Daha, Saidiyat, Masbad, and Sidon, killing 17 and wounding 20, half of them civilians. PLO gunners retaliated with a handful of rockets on northern Israel, but on Arafat's instructions aimed at uninhabited areas to avoid escalation. Wazir and Sa'il hurried to Damascus too. 519. Consult with their Syrian counterparts, followed on April 28 by Arafat, who signed an agreement of strategic coordination with President Assad. 1. 82 The death of a second Israeli soldier on patrol in Lebanon provided the pretext for further raids against guerrilla bases near Zerani, Sidon, and Al-Hamiyah on May 9, leaving a toll of 12 dead and 20 wounded, again mostly civilians. Arafat preferred not to retaliate at all, but gave in to his colleagues and allowed 150 rockets to be fired at uninhabited areas in northern Israel. The provocative nature of the air raids prompted municipal officials and residents in northern Israel and opposition members of Knesset, among them Labour Party leader Shimon Peres, to blame the government for needless escalation. They urged it to observe the ceasefire, noting that no Palestinian rockets had been fired from Lebanon since July 1, 981. 183. Some Israeli analysts objected that government behavior weakened Israeli deterrence, while others disputed the claim put forward by Sharon and Eitan that any incident involving the PLO constituted a violation of the truce in South Lebanon. 184 Commenting on a raid by a Fatah squad in the Jordan Valley on January 29, the deputy leader of the Labour Party, Yitzhak Rabin, argued that such attacks did not offer a sufficient pretext for retaliatory action in Lebanon. 185 In any case, The IDF was not instructed to respond to PLO retaliatory fire. The PLO may have misread this restraint to indicate Israeli unwillingness to incur international criticism or risk renewed shelling against civilians in the north. 1. 8. 6. As the PFLP later observed, there was an underestimation of the enemy's determination to invade. Because of his unwillingness to suffer casualties or a protracted 18. 7. War. Besides, the PLO was distracted by the intensifying confrontation in the occupied territories since the launch of Begin's Iron Fist policy in June 1981, which was accompanied by new restrictions on Palestinian universities and newspapers, an escalation of curfews and trade bans, increased resort to beatings, and repression of activities or works expressing Palestinian national identity and culture. 188 Most significant was the Israeli decision to establish a separate civilian administration attached to its military government in the West Bank in September, and Gaza in December, which was partly intended to preempt the talks about Palestinian autonomy with Egypt by implementing the Israeli interpretation of the Camp David Accords unilaterally. More seriously, it gave the Israeli military orders issued since 1967 the same status as standing Jordanian and Egyptian law, reflecting the conscious aims of binding the occupied territories permanently to Israel, impeding Palestinian self-determination, and facilitating Jewish settlement and eventual annexation. 189 The inauguration of the civilian administration in November triggered widespread protests, but the unrest intensified after the publication of a military decree in March 1982, banning the NGC, and reached its peak in following weeks, by which time 28 Palestinian protesters had been killed, 500 wounded, and 1,000 detained. The head of the new civilian administration, Menahem Milson, now announced that the municipal elections due in April had again been postponed until PLO. 520 The State in Exile, 1973 to 1982. Influence is removed. 190 On April 28, a day before Israel returned the Sinai Peninsula to Egyptian control, it authorized the construction of 6 new settlements in the West Bank and Gaza, as if to demonstrate its resolve not to relinquish them. Security continued to deteriorate in areas under PLO control in Lebanon in the meantime. Clashes between Amal and the LCP at the beginning of 1982 left 12 dead and 40 wounded, but worse battles erupted between Amal and a coalition of Palestinian and Lebanese leftists in Beirut on January 25, and then spread to Ba'al and half a dozen villages in the Tyre district over the next FEW days. The toll in the south on January 30 alone stood at 25 dead and 30 wounded, and further clashes broke out in the Nabataya district a week later. A substantial portion of Fatah's combat manpower was now pinned down keeping the peace in She/Te villages, and the garrison in Uzai was discreetly reinforced to guard against strangulation of West Beirut by Amal. 191 Faced with the anger of local inhabitants, Fatah officers mediating between Amal and the left in villages in the Unifil zone withdrew. 192 Hardly had these clashes died down, when fighting broke out between Fatah and Ṣāyigh in Beirut on 1 February, leaving 19 casualties. Similar confrontations between pro-Fatah and pro-Syrian militias in Tripoli later in the month left 21 dead and 70 wounded. Fatah Central Committee member Soleh had openly supported the Syrian government in its campaign to eliminate the Muslim Brotherhood, but the Syrian authorities evidently suspected the mainstream leadership of sheltering fugitives in northern Lebanon. 193 Under both Syrian and internal pressure, Arafat led a high-level Fatah delegation to Damascus to conclude a strategic pact, but was subsequently accused by the Palestinian left of ensuring that it remained stillborn. 194 The PLO was being buffeted on every side. The LNM criticized Fatah for seeking neutrality in the conflict with Amal, and for supporting Islamist militias in Tripoli. The Progressive Socialist Party, one of the PLO's staunchest allies in the past, denied it permission to deploy combat units or communications posts in the strategic Shuv region. Yet traditional Sunni Muslim leaders were also joining in public criticism of the PLO, and pressed it on some occasions to move gun emplacements and ammunition dumps away from residential areas. Sheikh Muhammad Mahdi Shams Al-Oin, head of the Shiite Higher Council, took the unprecedented step of castigating the PLO on Lebanese state television in mid-April, following 6 days of vicious fighting between Amal and its rivals that left 94 dead and 243 wounded in Beirut and the South. 196 unidentified gunmen intensified Muslim anxiety by shooting a Sunni cleric in Beirut on April 16 and planting a bomb near the residence of the Sunni Mufti and longtime PLO ally, Hassan Khalid, on May 5. This coincided with further clashes between rival wings of the Ba'ath party and between pro-Fatah and pro-Syrian gunmen in Tripoli, in which 45 people died and 98 suffered injury. Internal discipline had all but disappeared, and the PLO-LNM alliance had fragmented to an unprecedented degree. 197. 521. Internal violence had become endemic, but hostile intelligence agencies were also actively involved. A car bomb that was defused at the Ain al-Hilwa refugee camp on March 13 contained 200 kilograms of explosives with Hebrew markings. The Front for the Liberation of Lebanon (FROM) foreigners reappeared on 2 May 1 to claim responsibility for 3 explosions that killed 10 and wounded 25 in West Beirut. A Nasirite militia was suspected of bombing the French embassy on May 24, while a car bomb elsewhere in the capital brought the day's casualties to 30 dead and over 3 dozen wounded. A Fatah security officer working for Israeli intelligence also instigated bitter clashes with the Nasirite Popular Organization, the staunch PLO ally in Sidon. The PLO hurriedly offered compensation for the LL 20 million in damages to the commercial center and withdrew its personnel from the city, but the harm to local relations could not be undone. The PLO had not only lost the hearts and minds of many Lebanese, but was also unable to deploy in a key stronghold that straddled the main route for an Israeli invasion. 2-2. Belief suspended. By the end of May 1, 982, the PLO had a remarkably accurate picture of Israeli war plans, thanks in part to information from a variety of diplomatic and intelligence sources: Soviet, French, American, and Egyptian, to name but a few. It had even obtained a detailed version of IDF General Staff plans, or so Yazīd later claimed, and lacked only precise dates. 1. The PLO now expected one of 2 scenarios. The first envisaged armored attacks through Nabataya and Tyre, linking up with amphibious landings at Kazmiya or Zerani, with helibomb or naval diversions at other points and a possible thrust towards Hasbaya. 2. The IDF might also circle round Sidon to link up with a major troop landing at the Awali River estuary to the north, and then drive towards a second beachhead at Dahmer. The PLO apparently viewed the latter option as unlikely. It envisaged 3 defense lines to the south and east of Sidon but left the Awali estuary and coastal road to the north inadequately defended. 3. In the second scenario, the IDF would drive to Kalda and, in parallel, push Syrian units in the Bekaa Valley to a line north of the Beirut-Damascus highway. 4. The PLO concluded that in either case the IDF would halt south of Sidon within 5 days, at which point the superpowers would impose a ceasefire and resume the peace process, this time with Syrian and PLO participation. This was a major misreading of Israeli and U.S. aims, but otherwise the PLO accurately anticipated the IDF's Little Pines, Medium Pines, and Big Pines plans, which, ironically, the Israeli cabinet itself had not seen. Fatigue and wishful thinking persuaded the PLO that the IDF would not reach Beirut, even in the worst-case scenario. The PFLP and DFLP were adamant that the capital was not a target, despite expecting a big operation. 7. For this reason the PFLP and other groups opposed the PLO decision in early May to conscript Palestinian men aged 16 to 39, accusing Arafat of over-dramatizing the invasion threat. 8. Reassurances from Damascus and other capitals reinforced the conviction that an offensive would not exceed Zerani, let alone Sidon, prompting the PFLP later to complain that the Syrian command had been unable to go beyond conventional thinking. 9. Indeed, when Wazir and Sale presented details of much broader Israeli plans to Syrian Defense Minister Mustafa Tlass and Chief of Staff Hikmet al-Shihabi at the end of May, the Syrians regarded the information as merely routine. 1-0 They rejected PLO 523 requests to deploy additional anti-tank and anti-aircraft units around Beirut and in the Shub Mountains, and even withdrew some air defense and armor units from the capital in the following week. 11 Among those pulled out, according to Wazir, were the 107 SA-7 anti-aircraft missile operators who had been based in the refugee camps since 1974.12. By now, even the PLO triumvirate had become inured to the imminent threat of invasion by the flood of detailed information, and lulled into believing that the IDF would not reach Beirut. They persevered in military preparations, remaining 1 to 16-year-old lion cubs into the Zayd bin Haritha battalion at the end of May, and offering on 4 June to place the sons of guerrillas who volunteered for duty in their FATHERS units on the payroll, but by now the invasion was only hours away. 13 At this late stage an Israeli attack on Syrian forces in the Bekaa Valley was seen as likely, but the Palestinian leadership assumed that the Syrian garrison in the Shub Mountains at least would stand fast, making an IDF advance along the coast towards Beirut highly dangerous and therefore improbable. 14 Arafat reflected this ambivalence by flying to Saudi Arabia immediately after Beirut was struck by massive air raids on June 4. Ostensibly this was to start a new mediation effort in the Iran-Iraq war, but his real purpose was to use the Saudi-US connection to ascertain the full extent of the coming Israeli offensive. 15 His hosts assured him that the IDF would stop at a line 40 km from the border at or before Sidon, and it was only upon his return to Beirut that he realized their error. Even then, Arafat did not grasp that the Lebanese capital itself was the final Israeli target. The Israeli invasion. In the evening of June 3, gunmen belonging to the renegade Abu Nidal F-Asian shot and wounded the Israeli ambassador in London, Shlomo Argov. 16 The British police quickly established the responsibility of Iraqi intelligence, not the PLO, but the Israeli government had the pretext it sought to invade Lebanon. 1 Defense Minister Sharon had recently briefed U.S. Secretary of State Haig on Israeli plans, and confirmed that Israel had a green light to proceed as it saw fit. 18 The Israeli Air RCE signaled the start of the invasion with heavy strikes on West Beirut and the Nabataya area in the afternoon of June 4, and followed up the next day with raids on a corridor 40 km wide stretching from Tyre to Al-Naama, just south of the capital. The start of the Israeli offensive should have come as no surprise after the shooting of Argov, but the initial reaction of the PLO revealed some confusion, despite the precision of the information reaching it and the accuracy of its own predictions. Its central operations room placed all units on full alert in coming hours because there is an Israeli-US decision to conduct a limited or expanded operation. Be ready to confront all possibilities. 19 Yet its caution was belied by the instruction to PLO gunners to fire over 1,000 rockets and shells at 20,524 settlements and towns in northern Israel, according to a preset target list, on 4 June 5. 20 Even then, when the ground offensive started at 1:01 a.m. on June 6, PLO outposts in the Tyre district believed the armored vehicles they observed driving through Unifil checkpoints to belong to the peacekeepers. The sector commander, Azmi al-Sugayyar, later radioed the Central Operations Room in Beirut to profess surprise that the IDF was attacking through the Unifil zone and to ask for instructions. 21 He was not alone in the naive assumption that the peacekeepers could impede the Israeli advance. Arafat subsequently accused Unifil of collusion with the IDF. 22 In any case, the PLO chairman, who returned to Beirut in the early hours of June 6, accepted the ceasefire call issued by the UN Security Council with alacrity. He informed PLO forces that we will adhere to it precisely, so long as the other side adheres to. 23 Arafat arranged to meet Unifil commander Callahan to confirm the ceasefire, and the Central Operations Room instructed all units to show extreme restraint. 24 PLO caution was to no avail. Additional IDF units entered the Unifil zone and FANNED out towards Bent Jabal, Jwaya, and Kana, and at 3 p.m. other task forces started the assault on the Nabataya and eastern sectors. In all, the IDF committed 75,000 to 78,000 men, 1,240 tanks, and 1,520 APCs to the invasion. 25 PLO full-time military personnel in Lebanon probably totaled around 15,000, but only 6,000 were deployed in the south, of whom at most 4,500 were regulars. They were equipped with around 60 tanks, many no longer mobile, and 100 to 200 assorted artillery weapons scattered in small concentrations. 26 The odds told, and PLO defenses gave way or drew into isolated pockets in most areas. Nabataya fell during the afternoon, followed by the FA Med Beaufort Castle in the evening, and at 9 p.m. the Central Operations Room ordered a general withdrawal from the sector. Tyre and the Bas refugee camp fell the next day. The BMJ al-Shamali camp held out for another 3 days and Rashidiyah for a week, but by then the IDF had already reached Beirut. The FACT that virtually the entire PLO command in Nabataya had been wounded in an artillery strike in the morning of June 6, coupled with the rumored death of Sugayar in Tyre and the loss of radio contact with many combat units, had a discernible impact on the defense. The second stage of the Israeli invasion was well underway even before the fall of Tyre. Naval commandos landed at the Awali estuary sometime after 10 p.m. on June 6, and were followed by the equivalent of a brigade of paratroops and tanks in 2 main waves between midnight and 2:30 p.m. the next day. 27 The PLO did not even realize that an amphibian operation was underway until a patrol reported at 1:01 p.m. that 2 jeeps had been ambushed on the coastal road. The duty officer at the Castle Forces Command was disbelieving and requested another patrol, by which time Israeli armor had also landed. 28 Even then no reinforcements or senior officers were sent to the area, and an irate Arafat sent a Force 17 detachment from Beirut to investigate. An officer finally reported seeing a landing attempt at 3:45 a.m., but Castle Forces Commander Haj Ismail Jabr only ordered a full counter-attack against the beachhead at 1:1525 a.m. on June 7, by which time other IDF units were approaching the city from the south. 29 He then abandoned his headquarters and moved to the suburb of Abra, pausing to oversee a futile attempt to retake the strategic Sharhabil Hill to the northeast, before escaping to Salhaya and then the Shuv, accompanied by Fatah's Martyrs of September Battalion Commander Kamal al-Sheikh, Popular Nasirite Organization leader Mustafa Esaid, and other officers. 30 Castle Forces Operations Officer Abd al-Aziz Abu Fida, PFLP Military Commander Fuad Abd al-Karim, and DFLP Chief of Staff Abu Mahmoud al-Dali remained in Sidon, but by then hundreds of fugitive guerrillas and militiamen from the Nabataya and Tyre districts were pouring into the city and adding to the general confusion. Many units had been ordered to retreat in the hope of preserving them, but the sight of armor and towed artillery driving past had a devastating effect on morale, and some evoked images of the Arab rout in June 1967. 31 Yet an afternoon assault by the IDF on the Ain al-Hilwa refugee camp involving an armored brigade and a mechanized infantry battalion, backed by 5 artillery battalions, was repulsed. 32 The IDF was finally able to push armored columns around and through Sidon on June 9, capturing the small Maya refugee camp in the process, but had suffered a critical delay in its drive for Beirut. Thousands of civilians assembled in an Israeli-designated safe zone on the beach, where hooded informers helped the IDF identify PLO and LNM personnel. The old city held out for another 3 days, Abu Fida fell prisoner, while Abd al-Karim and Dali hid for several days and then escaped with the stream of refugees. The last pocket of resistance in Ain al-Hilwa did not fall until June 14, having been subjected to relentless fire including, in the last 3 days, bombardment with napalm. 33 The IDF had already commenced its northward advance towards Beirut in the afternoon of June 7, and reached Saydiyat by evening. Its armor forced a crossing over the Dahmer Bridge by 3 p.m. the next day,
but the battle for Sidon was still delaying the arrival of badly needed infantry fighting vehicles. Then the unthinkable happened. The IDF directly assaulted Syrian positions in the Rihan mountain in the afternoon of June 8, triggering a precipitate Syrian withdrawal from the Jazin district and most of the Shuv. Fatah's Karama forces commander Ghazi Adillah had abandoned his post in the eastern sector on June 6, claiming the need to confer with the PLO leadership in Beirut and leaving his units to act as they saw fit, but reappeared in Shudra on June 8 and ordered a retreat behind Syrian lines. 34 Yarmouk forces commander Yassin Sa'ada meanwhile withdrew his brigade to Bi al-Bak in the northern Bekaa Valley, on instructions from the PLO Central Operations Room. At this point the US vetoed a draft UN Security Council resolution renewing the call for immediate Israeli withdrawal and threatening sanctions in the case of non-compliance. The next day the Israeli Air Force destroyed the Syrian SAM-6 batteries in the Bekaa Valley and shot down dozens of Syrian fighters, allowing 3 divisions to advance rapidly towards the Beirut-Damascus highway. The FALL of the Shuv similarly allowed the IDF to complete the circle round 526 Sidon and to approach Dahmer from the mountains to the east on June 9. The local command had informed PLO headquarters that it was under artillery fire from the east on June 8, indicating an Israeli breakthrough in the Shuv, but this was initially discounted. 35 Wazir then rushed to Muqtara to persuade Druze leaders to permit the PLO to place blocking forces in the Shuv, but could not sway them. He radioed the Central Operations Room to confirm the Israeli advance and warn of a pincer movement focused on Dahmer. 36 There some 400 guerrillas and 330 militiamen. Equipped with a motley mixture of T-34 tanks, gun and rocket artillery, and SA-7 anti-aircraft missiles faced 2 Israeli divisions. 37 The IDF easily brushed aside the defense or bypassed it by racing along the new coastal highway on June 9. But PLO stragglers continued to clash with Israeli troops for another 2 days, and in one ambush killed the IDF's deputy chief of staff, Yekutiel El-Adam, and several senior staff officers. The IDF paused at Namah in the evening of June 9 after its lead unit lost FOR vehicles in an ambush set by PLO fighters, Amal militiamen, and Syrian commandos, and after 2 attempted naval landings at Daha and Kalda were repulsed. 38 It meanwhile captured PFGC weapons stores at Deir al-Namah intact. The PLO leadership had been slow to grasp the implications of the rapid Israeli advance, until the IDF reached Dahmer. Sale had first expressed consternation when he received the news that it was already north of the Awali estuary, explaining that we arranged our affairs on the basis of 3 defensive lines, the last of which was the Arab Salim area. The enemy has now destroyed the 3 lines. Everything is now possible. 39 DFLP military commander Naufal later admitted that the PLO Higher Military Council only regarded Beirut as a target after the enemy had passed the Awali bridge. This was not taken into account at the first moment of the war, but became apparent to us around the Earth Day of the Offensive 40 as the gravity of the situation dawned. The PLO asked Jordan to dispatch the PLA Badr forces to Lebanon, 1 battalion deployed in Beirut and a second between Kabrishman and Kfar Mata on June 9. The Central Operations Room also sent PLA officer Abdullah Siyam and 30 fighters to bolster the defense of Kalda, consisting so far of 3 Syrian tank and commando companies and several dozen Palestinian and Lebanese militiamen. It was this mixed force that repelled renewed Israeli attacks in the Daha sector on 10 June. By this time U.S. envoy Philip Habib had persuaded Syria and Israel to observe a ceasefire, starting at noon the next day. The PLO was not formally included, and Israel rejected Habib's suggestion to apply the truce to Ain al-Hilwa and other pockets of resistance, where the siege of fire was resumed with new ferocity. 41 Typically, Israeli Defense Minister Sharon ordered the IDF to race against the clock with a night attack on Daha, and then to disregard the ceasefire in western Lebanon altogether, citing specious violations by the PLO. The IDF took the strategic mountain crossroads of Kabrishman at 6:30 p.m. on 1 June 1, following the withdrawal of the Syrian garrison,
although the Syrian command did not learn of this loss until noon the next 527. Day. 42 Still arguing that the ceasefire did not apply to the PLO, the IDF expanded its foothold in the mountains overlooking Beirut on June 12, and seized the Khalda junction briefly before pulling back in the face of a surprise night counter-attack by the ragtag FORCE under CM. Israel was now obliged by U.S. pressure to accept a ceasefire, but broke it yet again on 1 June 3 to reach Bsaba, where it finally linked up with the Maronite Lebanese forces. Arafat had often warned of the accordion that would close on Beirut, but the Israeli Maronite link-up threw the Palestinian leadership off balance. As the PLO chairman later admitted, "I was confused when the ring was dosed around us from the mountain. I had not conceived that the mountain would fall and be occupied with such speed." 43 The PLO had ended the previous day unaware of the full extent of Israeli gains in the mountains above Beirut, and apparently believed that the ceasefire would save it from an increasingly desperate situation. However, the IDF refrained from exploiting its advantage with an immediate assault on the capital, and the moment of opportunity passed. Instead it consolidated its grip around Beirut, occupying Sabneh, Jamhur, and Shuwaifat unopposed, after the commander of the Syrian 85th Brigade withdrew his units and allied PLA forces into the capital to avoid being outflanked. 44 Syrian units were also pushed uphill along the Beirut-Damascus highway to Jamhur on June 14, allowing the IDF to deploy along the Green Line in Beirut a day later. It was only at this point that the IDF developed its direct pressure on Beirut. Repeated attacks by the two armored brigades at Khalda had pushed the defense back by only a FEW 100 meters since June 13. CM still led a handful of defenders, backed by 250 guerrillas from Fatah's Ras Al Ain Battalion and Force 17 and by effective fire support from PLO and Syrian artillery. The guerrillas accepted heavy casualties in their determination to retain the junction, losing 13 dead and 18 wounded in a single counter-attack on 1 June 3 and 26 dead and 25 wounded in a second the next day. This followed a day-long assault on Khalda by two IDF battalions with air, artillery, and naval support, by the end of which the defense had ceded. CM died in this last battle, having won a grace of 6 days during which the PLO prepared Beirut to resist a major assault. This proved invaluable as the IDF launched repeated attacks on the southern and eastern runways of the international airport on 15-1 June 7. Syrian commandos armed with Sagir anti-tank guided missiles and a Syrian tank company bolstered Fatah units, which lost another 25 dead and 30 wounded blocking the coastal road on 1 June 5 alone. Israeli armor finally covered the 500 meters to the eastern runway by 1 June 7, but paused after an attempted naval landing behind PLO lines at Uzai was driven off. The battle for the runways convinced the PLO that the IDF intended to launch a full-scale assault on Beirut from the airport. 45 Sharon was not yet ready to order this, however, preferring to expel remaining Syrian units from the Alai mountain above the capital. The problem was that the link-up around Beirut had caused a furor in the Israeli cabinet and prompted U.S. envoy Habib 528 to return to the region. Prime Minister Begin was due to meet U.S. President Reagan on 2 June 1, and so combat operations in Lebanon were severely restricted, with Sharon and Eitan authorized to employ the air force only after obtaining cabinet approval. Chafing at these restrictions, Sharon secretly ordered a creeping offensive towards the major mountain town of Bamdun on June 20. It took the IDF 4 days to reach its target, by which time the Syrian army had withdrawn from the Alai mountain, leaving only elements of a commando battalion and PLO forces in Bamdun. 46 A bitter battle unfolded at daybreak on June 24, and by evening the IDF was in control, having lost 29 dead and 141 wounded in 2 days. Success also came at a political price. The cabinet demanded stricter control on military operations, and cracks appeared in the national consensus as the Israeli opposition and public realized that the IDF had greatly exceeded its declared objectives and now faced a protracted siege around Beirut. An added blow was the dismissal of Sharon's closest U.S. ally,
Secretary of State Haig, for reasons partly connected to his handling of the war in Lebanon. The Battle of Beirut. The Israeli government was caught between its reluctance to conduct a protracted siege around Beirut, and its unwillingness to relieve the PLO by withdrawing the IDF unilaterally to the line publicly declared as the objective at the start of the war, 40 kilometers from the border. The PLO, for its part, had little choice in the matter. The realization on June 9 that the invasion was aimed at Beirut had come as a shock, which Israel sought to exploit the next day by dropping leaflets from the air urging civilian residents and Syrian and PLO personnel alike to flee the city. Fortunately for the PLO, the Central Operations Room revived quickly enough to devise an impromptu defense plan that evening. It divided West Beirut and its southern suburbs into 7 sectors, each with a separate command and corps of regular combat units, as well as communications nets, weapons and ammunition stores, FOOD distribution centers, and medical stations. The bulk of personnel came from Fatah and the PLA, both loyalist and pro-Syrian units, but were also drawn from the LNM and Amal in some neighborhoods. All groups were represented in the PLO Higher Military Council, except FOR the Syrian Brigade and PLA Hittan and Qadisiyah forces. The Syrians were instructed by Damascus to confine themselves to barracks for the rest of the war, but the PLA units took front-line positions under effective PLO command. Both the Syrians and the allied PLA units also received their full requirements of OOD, fuel, combat supplies, and pay from the PLO throughout the siege. The PLO defense comprised some 8,000 armed personnel, but combat strength depended on a corps of 3,500 regulars and trained militiamen. Armament consisted of 24 T-34 tanks, 100 anti-tank recoilless rifles and guided missile 529 launchers, and an assortment of medium and heavy mortars, artillery guns and howitzers, and rocket launchers of all calibers, including a dozen BM-21s, numbering 150 to 200 in all. Rudimentary air defense was provided by several hundred machine guns, FOR's Su-23-4 vehicles, and a handful of SAM-7 launchers. Starting in the evening of June 9, PLO engineers and large numbers of volunteers threw up new earth ramparts, dug trenches, and laid minefields. The time purchased by the resistance at Kalda allowed additional ramparts and trenches to be prepared in the open terrain lying between the airport and nearby urban neighborhoods, once it became obvious that a major assault would come that way. The PRCS meanwhile set up first aid stations and field hospitals in various areas, while other civilian agencies organized FOOD and water distribution and other services for the thousands of refugees flooding into West Beirut from the suburbs, Dahmer, and other areas outside the capital. Military preparedness had reached a reasonable level and civilian morale improved distinctly, but the main problem now facing the PLO was the reluctance of the Arab states to exert serious efforts to lift the Israeli siege. Syria was unwilling to resume combat following the painful losses of 8-1 June 1, and studiously ignored public reminders from the PLO of their recent agreement on strategic coordination. It felt that it had done more than any other member of the Arab Steadfastness Front to fulfill the commitment to collective defense. Libya sent an air defense battalion to aid Syrian forces in the Bekaa Valley, while the two Yemen sent hundreds of volunteers to the PLO. When Syria refused an offer of more troops from Algeria, it instead placed an urgent order for Soviet weapons worth $20 million to be supplied to the PL-08 Saudi Arabia, followed by Egypt, which sought to escape its ostracization. Meanwhile mediated with the U.S., but the League of Arab States proved unable to muster enough support for an emergency summit conference. Arab foreign ministers were not to meet until July 29, 8 WCCKS after the start of the war. As serious a problem for the PLO was the pressure exerted by virtually the entire range of Lebanese political parties and leaders to withdraw from Beirut. Israel demanded publicly on June 13 that the PLO should lay down its arms and leave the capital under escort to the Bekaa Valley, with one or two exceptions, such as the Nasirite Murabatun, The LNM joined the traditional Muslim leaders in lobbying Arafat to consider this option. LNM leader Walid Junblat and Amal leader Nabih Berri joined the Council for National Salvation led by President Sarkis on June 14, in a move intended to facilitate negotiation of a withdrawal on Israeli terms. 9. Not that Palestinian views were uniformly opposed to withdrawal. One line of thinking saw no alternative to withdrawing PLO military forces from Beirut, but hoped for minimal political compensation, a formal PLO dialogue and guarantees for the remaining Palestinian presence in Lebanon, both civilian and military. 50. Holding this view were Jibril, Zaydan, and Gushada. 530. General Secretaries of the rejectionist PFGC, PLF, and PPSF respectively and Fatah Central Committee members Hani al-Hassan and Hayal Abd al-Hamid. 51. Several leaders, including Jibril, had apparently approved the dispatch of Fatah military intelligence chief Adila Adila to East Beirut on June 3 with an offer to negotiate with Israeli Defense Minister Sharon, although nothing came of the attempt. 52. However, Khalaf and Soleh opposed their colleagues, as did Habash and Hawatma. They realized that withdrawal was inevitable, but believed that the PLO could rely on its experience in urban combat and abundant supplies to stiffen its stance and negotiate for better terms. A consensus over two matters emerged over the next week, nonetheless, a commitment in principle to withdraw from Beirut, coupled with absolute rejection of the terms demanded by Israel and backed by the US. 53. The challenge for the PLO was how to explore various diplomatic options and negotiate terms for withdrawal, not only under fire, but also in a manner that would not undermine the morale of the general public and the motivation to fight among the rank and file. This became evident when news surfaced that Fatah Central Committee member Hani al-Hassan had held secret talks in East Beirut with French envoy Francis Gutmann on 15-17 June to discuss Israeli terms. 54. Press leaks suggested that Hassan had accepted the Israeli demand for PLO disarmament, necessitating an exercise in damage limitation by PLO media and prompting Arafat to vow on June 7 to turn Beirut into the Stalingrad of the Arabs. Israel meanwhile intensified its military pressure. 73 civilians died when a gunboat fired a guided missile at a residential building on June 5, and the PRC's Acre and Gaza hospitals received direct artillery hits in following days. Extensive use of airburst and white phosphorus artillery shells and air-launched cluster bombs pushed the mortality rate among the wounded up to 30 to 50%. Double the normal levels in war. 55 Israeli intelligence agents added to the carnage with a series of car bombs, the first of which killed 60 refugees on June 24. Contrary to Israeli intentions, the onslaught hardened PLO resolve. Field commanders raised morale by sending their men across the lines to raid IDF positions, and the Central Operations Room launched several artillery barrages to demonstrate PLO defiance and signal the abundance of ammunition. 56 On some occasions, officers who suspected the PLO leadership of political weakness or of negotiating on Israeli terms broke the truce and triggered an Israeli riposte deliberately. 57 Two additional factors reinforced PLO self-confidence. One was active French diplomacy, embodied on June 19 in a formal proposal that combined full Israeli withdrawal from Lebanon, renegotiation of the Palestinian presence between the PLO and the Lebanese government, and PLO withdrawal in return for the establishment of a Palestinian state in the West Bank and Gaza. 58 5 days later France tabled a draft resolution at the UN Security Council calling for an initial disengagement of forces, a key PLO demand, with the Israeli army pulling back 10 kilometers from Beirut and PLO forces retiring to the refugee camps, with UN observers, the Lebanese armed 531 forces, and possibly a UN military force being interposed between the two sides. 14 votes were cast in favor, but the US vetoed the resolution. Haig had adopted the Israeli demand for PLO disarmament as his own, and reiterated it in a final message to France on June 25, the day of his dismissal from office. The second encouraging development for the PLO was the stiffening of Lebanese resolve in late June. This was partly a reaction to the heavy toll of civilian casualties caused by Israeli fire, but it also reflected the alarm felt by both the LNM and the traditional Muslim leaders when the IDF allowed the Lebanese forces militia into the Ali Mountain following the capture of Bamdun. The Maronites mounted a campaign of murder, abduction, and pillage against the local inhabitants, similar to the action of the Israeli-backed SLA in South Lebanon. Angered by the helpless impotence of President Sarkis, Junblatt, Berry, and other leading figures resigned from the National Salvation Council in protest on June 25. By then, according to Lebanese police statistics, the IDF had inflicted a toll of 112 dead and 19000 wounded, of whom 84% were civilians. The IDF announced losses of 269 dead and 255 wounded to date. 60 Encouraged by these developments, Arafat took the diplomatic initiative on July 2 by presenting Lebanese Prime Minister Shafiq al-Wazn with a written commitment to the principle of PLO withdrawal from Beirut. The PLO chairman had shrewdly ensured the unanimous approval of the entire Palestinian leadership before resubmitting the document, which was relayed by Wazn to U.S. envoy Habib. The new Secretary of State, George Shultz, instructed Habib to respond positively by presenting a new U.S. proposal consisting of two main points. First, the PLO should regroup in the refugee camps of Beirut, while the IDF pulled back sufficiently to lift the siege. Second, the PLO could retain a political bureau and up to 2,000 personnel in the capital under the command of the Lebanese army, until all Israeli and Syrian forces had withdrawn from the country. 61 The U.S. ambassador to Israel, Samuel Lewis, conveyed these terms to begin on July 3, along with an offer to send U.S. troops as part of a multinational peacekeeping force around Beirut. The Israeli cabinet indignantly rejected the proposal outright, and the U.S. later abandoned it as well, but the episode confirmed the view of the PLO leadership that military resistance had strengthened its negotiating position. These exchanges worried Sharon and Eitan, who feared that diplomacy would prevent the utter defeat of the PLO and impede the installation of a government friendly to Israel in Beirut. At their urging, the Israeli cabinet had already issued what it cast as a peace plan on June 27, the demand that all PLO personnel should leave Lebanon forthwith, with no commitment to withdraw the IDF from the country. Israeli aircraft dropped leaflets over Beirut warning that Israel had not yet used its full strength and urging the inhabitants to flee for your lives. As if to underline the message, a car bomb inflicted 23 civilian casualties on the same day, while brief firefights broke out around the ground. 532. Perimeter. Combat aircraft also flew mock bombing runs and broke the sound barrier over the capital, sometimes at night, to increase the pressure. Sharon and Eitan had been obliged to rescind the order for a ground offensive on June 20 after facing strenuous objections from unit commanders, but now prepared for a major effort. 62 Overflights and ostentatious troop movements increased on July 2, and Israeli radio urged the besieged defenders to flee. IDF units replaced Maronite troops on the Green Line and imposed a FOOD and fuel blockade on West Beirut the next day, and then cut off electricity and water supplies over the next 48 hours. The U.S. peace proposal brought matters to a head. 1 hour after it had been delivered to Israel, at 1:01 p.m. on July 3, IDF artillery launched a massive barrage. With nearly 500 tanks in the wider Beirut region, the IDF could bring some 800 guns to bear on an area of roughly 48 square kilometers, besides the additional firepower of the Air Force and Navy. Elements of the three divisions now deployed from Dahmer to Bamdun started the ground attack shortly after midnight, focusing on the airport runways, which were held by 350 Fatah guerrillas in the first defense line and 300 in the second three. The decimated Syrian tank and anti-tank platoons had finally been withdrawn on 1-8 June. Fearing chemical attack, the PLO had distributed gas masks and antidote to its garrison earlier on the same day. Despite its immense firepower, the OV was repeatedly driven back over the open tarmac by well-directed shelling from PLO artillery,
This included fire from Fatah's 6th Artillery Battalion in Qanasa Mountain, which delivered a total of 6,000 shells and 900 rockets during the siege of Beirut, and its 2nd Artillery Battalion, which was rushed from the Bekaa Valley into the western mountains on July 4 to provide additional support. 64 Wazir was so impressed with the impact of massed fire in dispersing Israeli units attempting to assemble for the attack that on July 5 he instructed all PLO batteries to adopt the tactic. 65 Frustrated, the IDF riposted on July 6 with an artillery blitz that struck the entire southern sector and, for the first time, the heart of West Beirut, where the Syrian barracks and Soviet embassy were hit. A new bid to seize the airport at 6 p.m. failed after a 3-hour battle. The PLO reinforced its defense the next day with another 120 guerrillas, 45 Army tank weapons, and 5 T-34 tanks. The passenger terminal and the capital's main rubbish dump, on the coastal road, were the battleground over the next 5 days, during which an attempted naval landing behind PLO lines on July 7 was also repulsed. Finally, after a sudden PLO barrage scored direct hits on an Israeli ammunition dump, transport center, and infantry company on 1 July 1, killing 3 soldiers and wounding 28, the IDF hurriedly pulled back the bulk of its units from the exposed front line. Eitan, who had unwittingly provoked the barrage by boasting AFEW hours earlier that only 1 PLO gun remains in Beirut, accept the ceasefire, the 6th to date. In Israel, an opinion poll showed a majority of 2/3 opposed to an assault on Beirut, where the death toll had reached 2,683.66533. Stalemate. The new ceasefire allowed a revival of diplomacy. The FORMist U.S. concern was to ensure the evacuation of the PLO from Beirut, and so its contacts focused on finding willing Arab hosts. The PLO, for its part, insisted on adequate safeguards for the Palestinian civilians it would leave behind, and presented a new proposal to the U.S. through Wazan on 1 July 1. France and Egypt echoed PLO concerns and endorsed similar proposals in a draft resolution they jointly submitted to the UN Security Council. Yet when Syrian Foreign Minister Abd al-Halim al-Khattam and his Saudi counterpart Saud bin Faisal met US President Reagan and Secretary of State Schultz on 16-19 July, they failed to discuss the PLO plan, let alone support it. Indeed, Khattam had informed a PLO envoy before traveling to Washington that Syria rejected the latest French proposal and would ask the USSR to veto it at the Security Council. 6-7 Syrian contacts with U.S. officials throughout this period focused instead on the technical aspects of evacuating the PLO from Beirut. Faced with an impasse, the PLO appealed to Syrian President Assad for succor. As Khalaf later revealed, he and Nimr Soleh drafted a letter on behalf of all the guerrilla groups to Assad on 2 July 1, but had received no response by the end of the war. 68 Disappointed by the failure of one ally, Soleh had to be dissuaded from issuing a public statement criticizing another, the USSR, for its inactivity. 69 An irate Arafat hinted publicly at the end of the month that certain Arab states had given the green light to Israel to invade Lebanon, and the PLO subsequently complained that an Arab summit conference had not convened although a quorum in FAVOR had been achieved. 70 The Syrian attitude was explained partly by the embarrassing contrast between the hasty withdrawal of Syrian units from the Shub Mountain and South Bekaa Valley and the humiliating defeat of the Syrian Air Force, on the one hand, and the determined PLO stand in Beirut, on the other. The Syrian leadership was anxious to avoid wider confrontation with the IDF, and so sought an early end to the conflict in Lebanon. Its outlook was evident in the refusal to permit arms shipments to reach PLO forces in the Bekaa Valley. This included the recent donation from Algeria, but also, according to Wazir, 5,000 tons of combat supplies from China, the USSR, GDR, Hungary, Czechoslovakia, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, and the two Yemens. 71 Among the items held up in this way were 2,500 RPG-7 anti-tank rocket launchers. This was besides Fatah stores in Syria that were confiscated by the authorities.
A secret list compiled by the Fatah quartermaster in Damascus enumerated the loss of 1,050 pistols, 118 assault rifles and light machine guns, 78 machine guns and light anti-aircraft guns, 1816 0mm mortars, 800 RPG-7 anti-tank launchers with 17660 rockets, 6 recoilless rifles, 6 Sagar anti-tank launchers with 200 missiles and 80 SAM-7 anti-aircraft launchers with 500 missiles, 550 artillery rockets, 5,216 landmines, 37,399 hand grenades, 6,842,278 rifle and machine gun rounds, and 29,541 artillery and mortar shells. 72. 534. Syrian restrictions extended to PLO forces in the Bekaa Valley, which number bared 2,000 regulars and fielded 30 heavy artillery weapons. Some 3,000 Palestinian volunteers from other Arab countries and several hundred Yemenis arrived during June, although PLO commanders complained of inadequate training and indiscipline. 73 The Syrian army permitted Fatah artillery battalions to shell Israeli positions around Beirut, but discouraged guerrilla attacks from its zone of control. The commanders of Fatah's Karama and Yarmouk forces did not appear eager for combat in any case, but remnants of the Kastel forces that had regrouped near Shudra conducted an active campaign. Wazir and Sail coordinated guerrilla action from Beirut, using radios and civilian couriers to contact guerrillas who remained in hiding behind Israeli lines. The IDF estimated their number at 1,000 on July 4, among them at least 3 Fatah battalion commanders in the Tyre district. Cables reaching the PLO command reported 3 to 5 guerrilla attacks every night from the beginning of July, and the IDF suffered at least 69 casualties in raids during the month. It made between 30 and 60 new arrests in the main towns and refugee camps of the south every day, aided by informers and the SLA, swelling the population of the prison camp at Ansar to 9,000. To deter attacks, Israel declared that they would be regarded as ceasefire violations, and stated on several occasions that it held the Syrian army responsible for the compliance of PLO forces in its area of control. This prompted the Syrian command to ban further guerrilla activity from the Bekaa Valley on 17 July. 74 For obscure reasons it took the local command days to inform Central Operations Room in Beirut, but Arafat immediately radioed back in coded defiance, "The wolves' FORs must continue." 75 However, the PLO was equally intent on improving its defenses in Beirut. The Central Operations Room trained hundreds of volunteers, and FOR met a new artillery battalion officered by veterans from the south and equipped with guns taken out of storage. It brought all artillery batteries into 2 integrated sectors. The Central Operations Room could override the sector commands when necessary, and direct every one of the 150 to 200 gun sites through a common communications net. In the meantime, guerrilla patrols made repeated journeys through Israeli and Maronite lines to carry in RPG-7 anti-tank launchers and other needed weapons, while Fatah's tiny naval unit brought in munitions by boat from Tripoli. The most rewarding source of combat supplies proved to be local arms traders and Lebanese forces militiamen. PLO agents bribed Maronite guards, and Israeli soldiers, at the checkpoints on the Green Line to allow carloads of banned food, fuel and medicine and the occasional weapons into West Beirut. Of equal importance was the effort to maintain public morale and welfare in West Beirut. The IDF eased its blockade on only 2 occasions to allow the entry of international relief shipments, but smuggling assured the city of fresh meat and vegetables on most days. The IDF also restored a limited supply of water and electricity on July 20 after coming under U.S. pressure, but switched 535 it off again 5 days later. PLO and Lebanese government agencies countered by ensuring that local hospitals and communications centers received regular supplies of fuel. Their teams also drilled new artesian wells, and toured residential neighborhoods with mobile generators to pump up water for household use. Arafat meanwhile made a point of visiting hospitals and orphanages,
and often broke the Ramadan fast with families of Palestinian and Lebanese refugees. He also made frequent, highly publicized visits to combat units, and local newspapers daily published photographs of him filling sandbags or observing the enemy from forward positions. PLO media reinforced the impact by running a 24-hour radio program and producing a new daily newspaper and several weekly magazines. The Battle of Beirut resumed. Sharon was well aware that the PLO was busily reinforcing its position, and urged the Israeli cabinet to authorize a final, full-scale assault on Beirut. Without waiting for its response, he instructed the IDF General Staff to prepare combat plans. 76 Looking beyond the expected defeat of the PLO, Sharon defined a central task as the destruction of the refugee camps in Lebanon and the mass deportation of the 200,000 Palestinians from that country. According to a critical Israeli history of the war. 77 Cabinet permission was delayed in the event, but the IDF moved 2 more brigades and 130 tanks to Beirut on July 13 and maintained the pressure with mock bombing raids. A car bomb in the city left 32 casualties on the same day, and Israeli troops instigated daily firefights from 1 July 8. Although the cabinet remained divided on the question of a major ground assault, Sharon persuaded it to allow the Air Force to bomb FORA week. The southern part of Beirut must be destroyed, razed to the ground. 78 Citing alleged PLO and Syrian ceasefire violations, the IDF launched the Blitz the next day with intense air raids and artillery strikes that left 182 casualties in Beirut and various towns in the Bikavaye. It lost a combat aircraft during an attack and destroyed 3 Syrian SAM-8 vehicles in the valley on July 24, triggering day-long tank and artillery duels with the Syrians. The bombing now focused exclusively on the Beirut area, and on July 27 the heart of the city was targeted systematically for the first time, leaving 120 dead and 232 wounded. The toll rose by 203 dead and 297 wounded the next day, again mainly civilians. U.S. envoy Habib won a 24-hour respite, but the barrage resumed on July 29, only hours after the UN Security Council had approved a French-Egyptian peace proposal linking the siege of Beirut to resolution of the Palestine problem. For once the US did not veto the resolution, but Sharon disregarded the ceasefire arranged by Habib in the evening of July 30 and ordered the bombardment to resume AFEW hours later. The League of Arab States Council of Foreign Ministers had also convened that day, but adjourned without taking firm decisions. 536. Having declined an Algerian suggestion to recall the Arab ambassadors from Washington. 79 Beirut was effectively being left to suffer another bout of intense violence. Despairing of Arab succor, a Fatha editorial on 3 July 1 signaled the PLO intention to accept terms for withdrawal by arguing that we should avoid an Andalusian tragedy that threatens the Arab nation. The IDF General Staff had demanded 10 days of preparation before it would countenance an assault on Beirut, and by dawn on August 1 it was ready. This was ironic, as the PLO had agreed a working paper based on the proposals of Habib, including a timetable for withdrawal from Beirut, by the end of July. The Arab foreign ministers had moreover met in Jeddah on July 29 to debate the ways and means of accommodating the PLO evacuees. Indeed, the fact that the US and PLO were close to agreement may have prompted Sharon to order a sudden thrust towards Uzai in the early morning of July 29, but its failure presumably convinced the IDF General Staff not to bring the planned offensive forward. When the offensive finally came, it was preceded by an intense pre-dawn artillery barrage, and by 5 p.m. the IDF was at last in control of the entire airport area and part of Uzai. The PLO reported 30 dead and 50 wounded, while the Lebanese police announced total casualties of 238 dead and 480 wounded in the city. A tense calm followed, while the IDF prepared a new pincer attack. The artillery barrage resumed at 1 p.m. on August 3, and 5 hours later the equivalent of 3 brigades rolled forward on FOR main axis. The defense gave way in Uzai shortly after 5 a.m.,
but Wazir rushed to nearby Jannah to rally the troops, running from one building to another under the rain of shells. He was soon on the other side of Beirut, joining PLA soldiers deployed in the grounds of the city's FA Maus racetrack. Here, as in the downtown port area, the PLA made full use of the dense urban terrain to shrug off Israeli bombardment. Its losses for the entire war were only 28 dead and 59 wounded, and repel repeated armored attacks throughout the day. The IOF made greater gains in the open terrain around the airport, but was eventually stopped at the first line of buildings running through Jannah, Bir Hassan, Ghazar, and Burj al-Barajana. It announced losses of 19 dead and 64 wounded, while on the other side the toll stood at 300 dead and 670 wounded, of whom less than a tenth were military personnel. There was to be no further ground movement, although Sharon ordered further attacks in the Jannah and Museum sectors between 6 and August 12. The air and artillery bombardment now reached unprecedented intensity, as the IDF sought to destroy PLO anti-aircraft and artillery weapons. These were forced into silence, but the use of decoys and the tactic of sudden, simultaneous fire by all available weapons confused the pilots and kept losses down. 80. Artillery Deputy Commander Wasif Urakat later claimed that his sector had lost only one gun during the siege, and that overall losses came to a mere 2% of total strength. 81. Fatah's two artillery battalions in the Bekaa Valley similarly lost a single gun between them in combat, while the PFLP lost only 3 BM 537. 21s and FOR 107 mm multiple rocket launchers during the entire war. 82. Most anti-aircraft crews and weapons in Beirut also survived, including 3 FOR ZSU-23-4 vehicles. The IDF also redoubled its efforts to kill PLO leaders, employing agents inside the city to direct air strikes on specific locations. 83. The Central Operations Room was hit a few hours after its staff had vacated it on August 5. While a second strike the next day demolished a residential building that had been briefly used by the PLO command at the beginning of the war, killing over 200 Palestinian refugees. A car bomb left nearby exploded as Arafat arrived on the scene, but missed him. Captured SLA agents later admitted planting 3 other bombs that inflicted scores of casualties among Lebanese refugees in the Wadi Abu Jamil area, on Israeli orders. The added tragedy of the slaughter was that PLO and Lebanese government negotiators had already drafted an evacuation agreement on August 3, which received U.S. approval the next day. Reagan reacted with unusual vigor to the Israeli offensive of August 4, pressing Israel to relinquish its gains of the day and observe a ceasefire for the next 2 weeks. Yet the IDF continued its onslaught even after all technical details relating to the PLO evacuation and the arrival of multinational peacekeepers had been agreed, and inflicted an additional 25,600 casualties in Beirut between 9 and 1 August 1. The Israeli cabinet finally approved the evacuation agreement in the morning of 1 August 2, but the city was struck by 220 air sorties and tens of thousands of shells until 5 p.m., by which time some 300 people had died. 84. Sharon still preferred a full-scale assault on Beirut and, in the laconic words of Habib, would have aborted the evacuation had he been able in order to get the PLO fighting man. 85. Sharon was to be disappointed. Officers of the multinational FORCE arrived in Beirut to prepare for the PLO evacuation and Israeli withdrawal. The IDF continued to inch forward at Jannah, sent armored units through the Maronite heartland towards North Lebanon, and organized a further 5 car bombs on 18 to 20 August, but the ceasefire held. From evacuation to massacre. Israeli behavior augured ill, but the PLO evacuation proceeded without a hitch. 2 peacekeeping battalions, 1 French and 1 American, arrived in time to secure the Beirut port for the departure of 400 Palestinian guerrillas to Cyprus on 2 August 1. Tens of thousands of residents lined the roads and crowded into the port to bid an emotional farewell as a total of 14,398 PLO personnel and PLA and Syrian soldiers left the city by sea or overland over the next 1 days. The various contingents went to the 8 Arab states that had offered to host them, Syria, Iraq, Jordan, Algeria, Tunisia, Sudan, and the two Yemens. Suspicious of Syrian intentions, the Fatah Central Committee decided not to concentrate its rank and file in Syria. Wazir sailed to Latakia, followed by Sale on the last ship on September 1, but Arafat delivered a deliberate snub. 538 The State in Exile, 1973 to 1982. By sailing to Athens rather any Arab capital. 86 The PLO had donated many heavy weapons to the LNM, and on September 3 its official representative in Beirut, Shafiq al-Hud, handed remaining weapons stores over to the Lebanese army. While the evacuation proceeded, on August 23, the Lebanese parliament elected Lebanese forces commander Bashir Gemayel to replace Sarkis as president of the republic. Sharon's grand design to reshape Lebanon seemed to be succeeding. Yet Reagan suddenly posed an unexpected challenge to Israeli policy by announcing a new proposal to solve the Palestine conflict on September 2. The Reagan Plan, as it came to be known, drew on the Egyptian-Israeli autonomy talks and the Jordanian option favored by the Israeli Labor Party to suggest Palestinian self-rule in part of the West Bank and Gaza, leading to an entity that would be linked to Jordan. Independence was explicitly excluded, leading to the suspicion that the real U.S. purpose was to preempt a proposal for Palestinian statehood being prepared by France for submission to the UN. Wazir, Kajemi, and Khalid al-Hassan criticized Reagan's rejection of PLO participation in the peace process and Palestinian statehood, but nonetheless described his plan cautiously as containing some positive elements. The Israeli cabinet, conversely, immediately expressed its condemnation of the U.S. proposal, as did most of the Palestinian opposition. 87 Apparently in response to the Reagan Plan, Israel now refused to withdraw from Beirut. As a new precondition, Eitan demanded the evacuation of the Nasirite Murabatun militia, which was composed predominantly of local Lebanese nationals. The IDF also rejected a request to return the airport to Lebanese government control, and threatened to enter the capital unless LNM militiamen withdrew from Jannah. 88 Its troops occupied Bir Hassan on September 3, only returning to their original positions 4 days later under U.S. pressure. Israeli aircraft had already been in action again, shooting down a Syrian MiG-25 on 3 August 1, and then destroyed SAM-9 vehicles in the Bekaa Valley between 9 and September 12 and left 40 civilian casualties in strikes against 7 Lebanese villages and towns the day after. President-elect Gemayel also provoked Israeli ire by informing a special envoy on August 23 that he would not openly ally Lebanon with Israel. 8 He reiterated his stand during a meeting with Begin and Sharon in Haifa a week later, and resisted pressure to reinstate SLA commander Said Haddad in the Lebanese army without at least going through the motions of a military trial for dealing with the Israeli enemy. Despite these various tensions, the U.S. suddenly withdrew its peacekeeping contingent from Beirut on September 10, offering no prior notice or explanation to its Italian, British, and French partners, who reluctantly followed suit by September 14. On that day, a massive bomb demolished the Falangist headquarters in East Beirut, killing Gemayel and leaving another 85 party members dead or wounded. A member of the pro-Syrian Syrian Social Nationalist Party was arrested and charged with the assassination, but the Falangist and Leba 539 Nessa forces commands refrained from issuing public accusations against Syria. Parliament hurriedly convened, and elected Amin Gemayel to replace his younger brother as president. Declaring that it wished to protect Palestinian civilians from vengeful Maronite gunmen, the IDF entered Beirut at daybreak on September 15. Later in the day official spokesman altered the official justification for the Israeli action, which they now explained was intended to flush out 2,000 terrorists who had remained in Beirut after the PLO evacuation. Some LNM militiamen fought back, but the IDF was in complete control within 48 hours, having lost 3 dead and 88 wounded and killed over 48 Lebanese. The Lebanese army had already taken control of the Burj al-Barajana refugee camp on September 9, where it arrested 230 inhabitants, but this left the Sabra and Shatila camps, which the IDF now surrounded on all sides. The Israeli occupation of West Beirut was to be brief, but it came to an end because of one final act of major violence. On 15 and September 16, Eitan and Amir Drori, commander of the IDF Northern Front, met Lebanese forces intelligence chief Eli Habika and other Maronite officers and agreed that the militia would enter Sabra and Shatila to kill or capture remaining PLO personnel. The IDF transported several hundred militiamen to Shatila in the morning of 1 September 6, and provided wireless communications, ammunition, FOOD rations, and nighttime illumination FOR the next 48 hours while the Lebanese forces conducted a systematic slaughter of every living thing, human or animal, they met. Much of the killing took place on the main road of Shatila, in plain view of Israeli posts on the ridge above. Israeli roadblocks in Sabra turned back terrified refugees trying to flee, and hundreds of prisoners were herded into the nearby sports stadium, where, in the presence of Israeli officers, Maronite gunmen led young men away for execution. 90 Sharon, Eitan, Drori, and military intelligence chief Yehoshua Ṣāyigh all knew what was happening by the evening of 1 September 7, according to their own subsequent testimony, but the massacre was allowed to continue for 12 more hours. Another 200 to 300 militiamen had already been allowed into Shatila by then, and the IDF also provided bulldozers which the Lebanese forces hurriedly used to dig mass graves. The militia was finally ordered at 8 a.m. on September 18, by which time at least 700 refugees had died by Israeli estimate. The Lebanese military prosecutor later stated that 328 bodies had been recovered and that 991 persons were missing, but the ICRC reported 500 dead and an independent international commission subsequently asserted that the final count was 2,750. 91. In Tel Aviv, 350,000 to 400,000 demonstrators demanded a formal inquiry, which a reluctant Begin finally set up 10 days after the massacre. The Commission headed by Chief Justice Yitzhak Kagan subsequently disclaimed direct Israeli responsibility, but acknowledged indirect responsibility. It criticized Eitan severely, faulted Begin and Shamir for remaining inactive towards events in Beirut, and recommended the reassignment of Drori, Ṣāyigh, and Brigade Commander Amos Yaron. The Commission reserved its most damning 540 conclusions for Sharon. It deemed him to bear personal responsibility and bluntly advised his resignation or dismissal from the cabinet, although this advice was stubbornly ignored. 92 The multinational peacekeeping force hurriedly returned to Beirut, but the IDF delayed its withdrawal until 27 September. During this time it continued to search for PLO and LNM personnel, occupied the Soviet and several other embassies, confiscated the contents of PLO offices, including the research center's academic library, and seized IDs from some local banks. The IDF meanwhile lost 6 dead and 42 wounded in hit-and-run attacks. On September 29 it pulled out of East Beirut and the airport to positions just beyond the municipal boundaries of the capital and southern suburbs, where it was to remain for the next year. Taking stock. The conflict in Lebanon was by no means over, but the summer war between Israel and the PLO was. Lebanese police statistics showed a total of 17825 dead and 30,203 wounded, although the death toll may have been inflated by unverifiable estimates of casualties in South Lebanon during the first week of the invasion. 93 The PRCS dealt with 5,675 deaths and 29,506 injuries in Beirut alone up to 1 August 5. 83.8% of the total were civilians. 94 Private hospitals in the capital received an additional number of casualties, the 3 largest receiving 515 dead and 2,200 wounded by 9 July. For example, the Syrian army did not publish its losses, but these were estimated at 1,200 dead and 3,000 wounded. 300 tanks, 140 armored personnel carriers, 80 artillery weapons, and 76 combat aircraft and 6 helicopters. 95 The PLO stated that 560 of its full-time personnel had been killed, and roughly an equal number of Palestinian and Lebanese militiamen may also have died. Grievous as these losses were, they were well below ITAN's claim that the IDF had killed 2,000 PLO members in the first fortnight of the war, and from Drori's later claim of a total of 3,000 PLO dead. The IDF, in contrast, announced the loss of 368 dead and 2,383 wounded on all fronts, besides some 50 soldiers killed in combat accidents. 97 The material costs of the war were also staggering. Israeli relief workers estimated that Tyre had suffered structural damage to the value of $75 million, and listed 310 destroyed dwellings and 550 damaged ones. 98 Israeli radio cited an official survey that estimated damages and destruction to 7,500 houses in Sidon at $100 million. 99 These were tentative estimates, and no comparable estimates were compiled. FOR Beirut. UNRWA gave more precise statistics. FOR damage in the refugee camps, from 16-20% of housing in Al-Bais to 100% in Ain al-Hilway, while the local popular committee in Shatila reported that 20% of all houses had been completely destroyed and 70% suffered damage. 100 Israeli officials claimed the capture of PLO combat supplies worth $1 billion, including 243 combat vehicles and 300 guns and 541 rocket launchers. Much of this weaponry was in FACT Syrian, and more sober estimates of PLO hardware referred instead to 38 T-34 tanks and light weapons sufficient to equip 5 infantry brigades. 101 Syrian losses included 84 combat aircraft and helicopters, 21 SAM-6 and SAM-8 vehicles, and from 400 to 800 armored vehicles. The IDF admitted the loss of FOR aircraft and helicopters, while U.S. government sources estimated its armor losses at 150 tanks and 175 personnel carriers. 102 In all, Israel incurred $2 billion in direct costs and $1.5 billion in indirect costs, according to Economics Minister Gad Yacovi. 10.3 If not the human and material costs, then the staggering blow to the Palestinian state in exile should have prompted the PLO to conduct a thorough reappraisal of its political, organizational, and military performance in previous years. Its stand in Beirut had galvanized broad popular support among Palestinians everywhere, and circumstances appeared favorable to apply the principle of internal accountability, conduct organizational reforms, and achieve national unity. This, at least, was the expectation of many in the rank and file, who demanded an explanation for the precipitate withdrawal and investigation of commanders accused of abandoning their units. Sale and several other members of the higher military council who sailed with him on the last ship from Beirut shared this outlook, and agreed to start with a detailed reconstruction of events in every combat unit during the war. They devised a questionnaire, but the assassination of Sale in the Bekaa Valley on September 27 apparently put an end to this inquiry. 104 Arafat later came under renewed pressure within Fatah to order a full investigation into the conduct of the war in Lebanon, and eventually formed a committee of inquiry headed by the director of the Revolutionary Justice Department, Mahmoud al-Ruzan, and military intelligence chief T/Tala. It interviewed over 100 officers, including Kastel Forces Commander Jabra and Karama Forces Commander Ghazi Adila, but concluded its work without producing a final report. Arafat subsequently placed the records under strict embargo, and Fatah conducted no other analysis of the war. Virtually the only self-critical comment came a year later in an anonymous article in Filastin al-Midla, Occupied Palestine, which admitted that Palestinian performance had displayed clear flaws but insisted, even then, that these were all beyond the control of the leadership. 105. Some of the other guerrilla groups conducted internal inquiries. The DFLP took disciplinary action against its chief of staff, for instance, but did not seriously question pre-war military strategy and organization. Their criticism was largely directed against the failure to predict the full scale of the invasion or against specific operational shortcomings. The PFLP admitted that it had belittled the possibility of a large-scale war against the PLO, FOR example, and that it had disregarded the prospect of a major Israeli offensive even when Zionist aircraft started to raid the city of Beirut and other joint forces positions in the south in the morning of 4 June. 10. 6. In all cases, it went on, we did not expect the 542 enemy to besiege Beirut. 107. The PFLP also bemoaned the lack of military unity and of a united plan, and revealed that it had expected the IDF to clear each sector systematically before advancing further, which it patently avoided doing. Another faulty assumption was that the Lebanese army, not Israel, would be the principal instrument of the offensive against the PL. 0.108 DFLP military commander Naufal similarly admitted that the DFLP had not seriously expected the IDF to reach Beirut, although its formal report on the war was not so explicit. 109 It devoted even less attention than the PFLP in its official publications to reassess its basic assumptions about military strategy and organization, but was openly critical of the gap between predictions and measures that had appeared during the war. 110 Naufal again offered the most specific comments, although he too focused much of his public criticism on operational maneuvers. In his view, FOR example, the failure to prepare FOR contingencies was the consequence of the atrocious flaw in assessing the situation by the commanders concerned in the south, their lack of cohesion, and their lack of interaction with the fighting base. 111 Central Khomeini member Suhail Natur added more generally that the PLO and its Lebanese allies had entered the war without the appropriate level of unification of military forces and capabilities. 11. 2. If the limited Palestinian criticism aired in private or public was remarkable for anything, it was the lack of serious disputes or recriminations between the guerrilla groups over responsibility for the general outcome of the war. The consensus was strongest concerning the decision to leave Beirut. This was a potentially explosive topic, but even the PFLP expressed its conviction that the leadership of the Palestinian Revolution led the process of military confrontation with courage and heroism, and also conducted the process of negotiation with proficiency. The tactics it followed in this process were generally correct. 113 The evacuation represented the best terms possible in light of the given political, military, local masses, and Arab and international realities. 114 The PFLP was blunt about the strategic consequences of the war, however. It acknowledged that the PLO and its principal active and public presence in the Lebanese arena had been dealt a major blow. The PLO might have achieved a political and moral victory in view of the vast military superiority of Israel, and its various FOEs might find it extremely difficult to eliminate the revolution completely, but the Palestinians faced daunting new challenges. Not least was to conduct armed struggle in the occupied territories, preserve the guerrilla forces still deployed in East and North Lebanon, and ease the dislocation suffered by hundreds of thousands of Palestinian and Lebanese civilians. The PFLP also noted the damage done to the LNM, morale of the Syrian army, cohesion of the Arab Steadfastness Front, and reputation of the USSR and Soviet-supplied weaponry. 115 The DFLP echoed much the same strategic outlook, but stressed certain positive results. Not only had Israel suffered serious cracks in its national consensus while its army was at war, FOR 543. The first time in its history, but it had also failed to destroy the PLO or its armed forces. Indeed, the war had forcefully reaffirmed the PLO, more than ever, as an important and basic party without which there can be no solution to the Middle East conflict. 116 Arafat and Fatah might not have disagreed with the overall assessment offered by the PFLP and the DFLP, but there was a clear divergence over the implications for future direction. The PFLP now regarded the biggest threat facing the PLO as the attempt by the reactionary Arab regimes to contain the Palestinian Revolution and tame it politically,
and to drag it step by step into the swamp of the liquidationist political settlement in accordance with the plans and objectives of the imperialist Zionist reactionary alliance. 117 The DFLP adopted a more cautious, middle-of-the-road position, warning against the nihilism and revolutionary rhetoric of the rejectionists and insisting on the importance of preserving the gains of 18 years of armed struggle and of the pains of 34 years of dispersal. 118 The mainstream PLO leadership, for its part, saw an opportunity to relaunch its diplomatic strategy, a choice that was soon to polarize Palestinian politics as never before. Th's page intentionally left blank. PARTIV. Squaring the Circle, Statehood into Autonomy, 1983 to 1993. Unlike previous Arab-Israeli wars, the strategic impact of the Israeli invasion of Lebanon in summer 1982 did not extend appreciably beyond the principal protagonists. Yet its effect was immense on the PLO, which lost the territorial base of its state in exile, its headquarters, and the bulk of its military infrastructure. The blow to the neo-patrimonial system of political control managed by Arafat and to the interests and influence of the bureaucratized elite provided the opportunity for Syrian-backed F-Asians to lead a major split within Fatah and then to expel FORSs loyal to the PLO chairman from Lebanon by the end of 1983. As importante, the loss of its territorial base removed a main pillar of the mainstream PLO leadership's diplomatic strategy. It sought to compensate by forming a diplomatic alliance with Jordan and effecting a limited reconciliation with Egypt, but the problem lay in the loss of its other pillars, above all of Arab and Soviet support. In the first case, the grueling Iran-Iraq war distracted Arab attention from the Palestine conflict and consumed substantial financial resources. The Gulf Sheikdoms provided Iraq with at least half its foreign credit, in loans and grants, during the conflict, and were further drained by the decline of oil revenues in real terms starting in the early 1980s. This reduced the official assistance reaching the PLO, and restricted employment opportunities for expatriate Palestinian labor, especially from the occupied territories. The Iran-Iraq war and the Iraqi-Syrian feud so divided Arab ranks that a full summit conference could not be held until 5 years after the Fez meeting in September 1982. 1 The same topics wholly dominated the agenda when the summit finally reconvened in Amman in November 1987, with the Arab-Israeli conflict and the Palestinians receiving only token mention, much to the chagrin of both Syria and the PLO. The latter derived modest satisfaction from the formal return of Egypt to the Arab fold at the summit, but when the Gulf conflict ended in August 1, 1988, the feud between Iraq and Syria was resumed with undiminished intensity. As significant for the PLO was the shift in Soviet foreign policy during the decade. Soviet displeasure with the orientation of its diplomatic strategy towards the U.S., through Jordanian and Egyptian offices, was reflected in the sharp downgrading of contacts during the brief tenures of Yuri Andropov and 546. Konstantin Chernenko, who succeeded each other following Brezhnev's death in November 1982. The succession of Mikhail Gorbachev in March 1, 1985 eased relations with the PLO, but a full thaw was delayed until April 1, 1987, when Arafat effected a reconciliation with the principal Palestinian opposition groups. By then, however, application of Gorbachev's new thinking was fundamentally altering the Soviet stance towards the Arab-Israeli conflict and U.S. peace initiatives. Global developments meanwhile minimized the influence of Western Europe and the Third World, such as it had ever been, in support of Palestinian rights. The international polarization caused by the Cold War in the early 1980s constrained European inclination to diverge from U.S. Middle East policy, while the decline of US-Soviet competition for Third World support in the second half of the decade tended to marginalize the developing countries, which were primarily concerned to overcome the debt crisis and obtain new Western credit. Compounding the diplomatic drift of the PLO, ironically, was the loss of U.S. interest in the Middle East peace process. The publication of the Reagan Plan in September 1982 offered momentary hope of progress in addressing Palestinian concerns, but it proved to be largely motivated by the desire to preempt a more far-reaching French initiative and was not pursued with any vigor by the new Secretary of State, George Shultz. Shultz was more interested in achieving a peace treaty between Lebanon and Israel, and his efforts were crowned with the troop withdrawal agreement signed on 1 May 7, 1983. His utter disregard for Syrian interests and influence proved disastrous, however. The USSR had fully replaced Syrian equipment losses since June 1982 and, indeed, had upgraded Syrian capability with SS-21 tactical ballistic missiles, long-range SA-5 anti-aircraft missiles, and modern T-72 tanks and the loan of an estimated 5,000 Soviet operators and instructors. In September 1, 1983, Syrian-backed Lebanese opposition militias mounted a successful offensive against their Maronite rivals and army units loyal to President Amin Gemayel in the mountains overlooking Beirut. On October 23, Hezbollah suicide bombers killed 230 U.S. Marines and 58 French paratroopers in Beirut, and four U.S. aircraft were shot down during raids on Syrian positions on 4 and December 5. The disintegration of the Lebanese army finally gave the opposition control of West Beirut in February 1, 1984, the multinational FORCE withdrew, and the new unity government immediately abrogated the agreement with Israel. Taking this as a personal affront, Shultz petulantly distanced himself from the Middle East peace process for the rest of his 6-year tenure. PLO diplomacy still strove to attain two objectives: to place Palestinian statehood on the political agenda, and to ensure its own participation in negotiations dealing with Palestinian rights. Bereft of other means of persuasion, it sought to circumvent U.S. opposition by formally aligning its diplomacy with that of Jordan starting in 1983. Jordan, for its part, was alarmed by the renewal in 1982 of statements from Israeli government officials that Jordan is Palestine. In August 1984, Cabinet Minister Ariel Sharon argued that the East Bank of the 547 Jordan River belonged to Israel and would one day be settled by Jews. To reactivating the peace process after 1982 and engaging the U.S. was necessary to preempt these threats, but there could be no viable Jordanian diplomatic option without the PLO. Besides, in its weakened state the PLO would be more amenable to a central Jordanian role. Yet the hawkish stance of the Israeli government was itself under pressure. The human and material costs to Israel of the invasion of Lebanon and the continuing occupation of much of the country told, with some 600 military dead by the end of 1984 and annual inflation of nearly 450%. Begin resigned in September 1, 1983, and his successor Yitzhak Shamir was compelled to cede the premiership to Labour Party leader Shimon Peres for a 2-year period following the election of a hung parliament in July 1, 1984, which led to the formation of a coalition government. The alliance between the PLO and Jordan was cemented in February 1, 1985 with the conclusion of an accord on joint diplomatic strategy that was designed to meet U.S. terms for Palestinian participation in the peace process. This divided the mainstream PLO leadership from the principal opposition groups more deeply than ever, and alienated the USSR even further. It also prompted a Syrian-backed offensive by the Shiite Muslim Amal militia against the Palestinian refugee camps in Beirut and South Lebanon, where Fatah had been steadily rebuilding its military presence. This moreover took place amidst an escalation of terrorist attacks and Israeli reprisal raids in late 1985. The violence was insufficient to deflect PLO diplomacy, but the unwillingness of its leadership to accept UNSCR 242 unequivocally and to relinquish a direct role in negotiations led to the collapse of the agreement with Jordan in February 1, 1986. King Hussein mended relations with Syria, apologizing publicly for past Jordanian support for the outlawed Muslim Brotherhood, and went further by closing PLO offices in the kingdom and establishing a functional condominium with Israel in the occupied territories. The PLO was completely adrift, its presence almost entirely overlooked at the Amman Summit Conference in November 1, 1987. It was at this point that the mass uprising erupted in the occupied territories, catapulting the PLO, which hurried to assert its control over the political direction of the Intifada, back into the international limelight. The revolt spread quickly throughout the West Bank and Gaza, and defeated a half-hearted peace mission by Schultz in early 1988, that again ignored the PLO. Faced with the parallel collapse of Jordanian influence, King Hussein took the equally dramatic step of severing the kingdom's 40-year-old administrative ties with the West Bank on July 1. The challenge was daunting, but Arafat seized the political initiative. At a session in mid-November, the PNC implicitly accepted UNSCR 242 and 338 and Israel's right to exist in the guise of accepting all UN resolutions relating to the Palestine conflict and of endorsing the UN partition plan of 1947, UNGAR 181, that had called for the establishment of both an Arab and a Jewish state in Palestine and renounced all forms of terrorism, while 548. Asserting the legitimacy of armed struggle. This was not enough to elicit U.S. recognition, but weeks later Schultz approved the start of an official dialogue after Arafat had unequivocally met U.S. terms. The PLO, too, seemed at last to have obtained the opening it had long sought. Palestinian hope was misplaced, however. General elections in Israel had resulted in another hung parliament and a coalition government headed by the hawkish Shamir in November. The new U.S. Secretary of State James Baker strove to relaunch the peace process in early 1989, but, FA said with Shamir's insistence on excluding the PLO and limiting initial negotiations to the selection of alternative Palestinian interlocutors from the West Bank and Gaza, his subsequent diplomacy focused on Israeli proposals presented in April and May. The US-PLO dialogue marked time, and even the USSR, which advocated an international peace conference and a comprehensive settlement, urged flexibility towards US bridging proposals. The Intifada was losing its mass elan by now, and Islamists were challenging the leadership of the more secular nationalists of the PLO. As serious was the lack of effective Arab support, both diplomatic and material, despite repeated pledges of financial assistance from June 1, 1988 onwards. The Arab states were riven by political disputes and drained economically. Food riots broke out in 1984-9 in Tunisia, Egypt, Sudan, Algeria, Jordan, and Morocco in response to stabilization and structural adjustment programs, while other countries, such as Syria and even Iraq, conducted more controlled privatization and economic liberalization. Civil war dragged on in southern Sudan and started in Somalia. The Iraqi army waged a brutal military campaign and a forcible relocation program against the Kurds in 1988-9, and in 1989 the Syrian-Iraqi feud was played out with considerable violence in Lebanon. Economic pressures and the Soviet global retreat prompted political retrenchment at home and restructuring of regional relations. The Gulf Sheikdoms had already formed the Gulf Cooperation Council in February 1981 as a protective device against their powerful Iraqi and Iranian neighbors, and had since steadily reduced their financial commitment to oil-poor Arab states. Precisely 8 years later, the 5 North African countries formed the Arab Maghreb Union to cushion themselves against the impact on trade, aid, and immigration of the inauguration of the European Union in 1992, while Egypt, North Yemen, Jordan, and Iraq formed the Arab Cooperation Council. Much was made of the strategic might and economic potential of the latter grouping, but like the others, its formation revealed uncertainty about the implications of external changes and the sense of siege internally. Most threatened was oil-rich Iraq. The war with Iran had left it with an estimated $200 billion in material and economic losses and up to $90 billion in external debts, besides a massive reconstruction bill and the potentially explosive problem of unemployment among demobilized personnel of the million-strong army. The inactivity of the international community towards a major war in the world's most important oil-producing region, coupled with its toller 549 ants of the brutal campaign against the Kurds in 1988, suggested to Iraq that it would be free to act against its oil-rich southern neighbors in order to ease its financial crisis. Speaking on February 24, 1990, President Saddam Hussein warned against submission to the dictates of the sole remaining superpower, the US, and called for decisive action to preempt its hegemony. The discovery of Iraqi efforts to acquire non-conventional weapons led to the exchange of bellicose threats with Israel and the US in the next 2 months, and in May Hussein prepared the stage for major escalation by accusing Kuwait and the UAE of exceeding their oil production quotas and depressing oil prices, which constituted a kind of war against Iraq. He now demanded that Kuwait and Saudi Arabia give war loans worth $30 to $40 billion, the return to Iraqi control of the Rumaila oil field and payment of $2.4 billion by Kuwait in compensation for extracted oil, and Kuwaiti cession of islands controlling Iraqi access to the Gulf at Ern Kasr. Even as Arab mediators sought to defuse the crisis, the Iraqi army occupied Kuwait on August 2. Contrary to Iraqi expectation, the international community reacted fully to the occupation of Kuwait. A US-led coalition massed some 500,000 troops in Saudi Arabia, and expelled the Iraqi army from the emirate after a 6-week air campaign and a four-day ground offensive that ended on February 28, 1991. The League of Arab States had been unable from the very outset to achieve a diplomatic solution to the crisis, and was now paralyzed by the bitter divisions among its members. The PLO paid especially heavily for its alignment with Iraq. Barely a week after the war, Baker launched a new peace initiative with joint US-Soviet sponsorship that envisaged 2 negotiating tracks. One consisted of separate bilateral talks between Israel, on the one hand, and Syria, Lebanon, and a joint Jordanian-Palestinian delegation on the other. The other comprised multilateral talks involving the same parties along with other Arab and non-Arab Middle Eastern states and extra-regional parties, to deal with matters of general concern. The PLO was to be denied a direct role in the talks, which were intended to lead to a 5-year period of Palestinian autonomy in the occupied territories, following which further negotiations would decide the final status of the West Bank, Gaza, and Jerusalem. Shorn of options, the PLO reluctantly accepted these terms, but worked over the next 2 years to obstruct substantive progress by the delegation of Palestinians from the West Bank and Gaza that it had chosen. This strategy worked, insofar as the government of Yitzhak Rabin, who came to power in June 1992, finally reversed policy and concluded an agreement with the PLO in September 1, 1993. In it the PLO accepted a formula for Palestinian autonomy that was not taken from the proposals made in the context of the autonomy talks between Egypt and Israel in 1979–82. The phase in Palestinian history that had started in 1948 ended with the exchange of mutual recognition between Israel and the PLO in 1993, but the terms and nature of Palestinian statehood, if it was ultimately to be attained, were yet to be determined. Th's page intentionally left blank. 23. Assault ting the state in exile from within. Opportunity or threat? In the immediate wake of its departure from Beirut, the mainstream PLO leadership was less concerned to reassess past performance than to obtain what it saw as the political dues it had earned by dint of sheer survival. This expectation was not unreasonable. The Arab heads of states, who were assembling to convene a summit conference in the Moroccan city of Fez on September 6, gave Arafat an unprecedented welcome by meeting him at the airport. The publication of the Reagan Plan 5 days earlier indicated that the U.S. administration had come to the conclusion that lasting stability in the region required resolution of the Palestinian problem, and the PLO and Arab states hoped to seize the opportunity. Arafat had already reflected the same by adopting a relatively positive, if guarded, attitude to the plan in public, saying that we do not reject the U.S. proposals, nor do we criticize them. We are studying them. The PLO Executive Committee echoed him in a statement issued at the end of its first meeting since the evacuation, on September 5, in which it avoided open criticism of the Reagan Plan and promised to continue to study it. 2. The cautious PLO response to the Reagan Plan equally reflected recognition of the greatly reduced state of its bargaining power. A common view was that Lebanon was a hostage in our hands that allowed us to negotiate,
but now we have lost that card. Point 3 The PLO therefore muted its objections to the Reagan plan, and instead worked to secure Arab support. A counter-proposal chat encapsulated its principal diplomatic objectives and signaled the terms it was willing to accept in return. The 8-point Fez declaration on the principles of settlement in the Middle East made a gesture to the U.S. position by advocating that the West Bank and Gaza be placed under UN supervision for an interim period of several months, following which an independent Palestinian state was to be established, with East Jerusalem as its capital. Point 4 This was predictable, but the key passage came in Article 7, which stated that the UN Security Council shall establish guarantees of peace between all the states in the region, including the independent Palestinian state. Arafat explained that this formulation made peace contingent on the establishment of a Palestinian state, but the implicit exchange was PLO willingness to recognize Israel and negotiate on the basis of UNSCR 242. 5. 552 Statehood into autonomy, 1983 to 1993. Arab support for the declaration was not unanimous, however. Libyan leader Gaddafi, who had boycotted the conference altogether, denounced it unequivocally. Syrian President Assad was unwilling to appear obstructionist and voted in favor, albeit with a deep reluctance that was to become worryingly apparent in following weeks. His objection was not to the implied readiness to recognize Israel. Syria formally offered recognition in return for withdrawal from all territories occupied in 1967 and Palestinian statehood, but to the surrender of an important diplomatic card ahead of negotiations. Point 6 Arafat's effort to keep the option of a dialogue with the U.S. open aroused particular suspicion, and prompted Syrian Information Minister Ahmed Iskandar to note acidly that his government dealt with the PLO, not its chair. Man. Point 7 As if to prove this point, Assad invited several opposition leaders who had attended the conference as members of the PLO delegation to return to Damascus in his aircraft. Among them was Fatah Central Committee member Saleh, who signed a joint statement with PFLP and PFGC delegates Ahmed al-Yamani and Talal Naji bitterly condemning Article 7.8. They were soon echoed by the PPSF and Ṣāyigh. Although Arafat was still able to obtain endorsement of the Fez declaration from the PLO Central Council. Point 9 An added bone of contention was the revival of the PLO dialogue with Jordan and references to an eventual Jordanian-Palestinian confederation, which Syria quickly described as a clear violation of Arab summit decisions, implying the 1974 recognition of the PLO as sole legitimate Palestinian representative. Point 10 King Hussein had dispatched his chief of court, Ahmed al-Lazi, and Foreign Minister Marwan al-Qasim to meet Arafat in Athens immediately following his arrival from Beirut, to offer renewed diplomatic coordination. The king supported the Reagan plan on September 14, and stated a few days later that the dialogue with the PLO should resume with the aim of formulating a confederal union between the Palestinian and Jordanian entities. 1. He also anticipated the formation of a joint Palestinian-Jordanian delegation to eventual peace talks. These proposals were intended to circumvent Israeli and U.S. objections to the direct involvement of the PLO and to the return to Arab control of the West Bank and Gaza. Arafat and King Hussein discussed these proposals in Amman on 9–10 October, and agreed to form a joint committee to prepare a diplomatic strategy. 3 Israel warned Jordan not to permit the PLO to establish guerrilla bases in the kingdom, and deemed the Jordanian-Palestinian alliance a direct threat to its security. Arafat also faced severe criticism from the Palestinian opposition, which objected that he had given the Jordanian government a mandate, Taji, vid, to negotiate on behalf of the PLO. In response, he insisted that the PLO would remain autonomous at all stages and a Palestinian state would have to be established before a confederal union could come about. 15 Wazir and Kajemi echoed Arafat, while the official Philastin al-Thara praised Jordan for seeking coordination on the basis of an alliance of equals, not from a desire to contain the PL. 0.16 In reality, Arafat had not distanced himself from Khan. 553. Federation so emphatically during his talks in Amman,
The 4-point peace plan he presented suggested negotiations on a Jordanian-Palestinian union, but did not make Palestinian independence a clear precondition. 17 The Fatah Revolutionary Council apparently accepted his diplomatic flexibility, as it approved the principle of confederation with Jordan during a meeting in Tunis on 9 November. 18 To develop its diplomatic initiative, the mainstream PLO leadership next sought to repair relations with Egypt, which had provided such active support at the UN during the siege of Beirut. Senior officials met in Paris on 6 November, amidst reports in the Egyptian press that the PLO was ready to recognize Israel. 19 PLO Executive Committee member Ahmed Sidki al-Dajani met Egyptian Foreign Minister Boutros Boutros-Ghali in Cairo 4 days later, and on 2 November 1 a PLO delegation visited Cairo, the first to do so openly in 5 years. Neither side was ready for a major shift in policy, however. Wazir, who publicly justified the contacts by saying that they were intended in part to regulate the affairs of PLA personnel based in Egypt, expressed his disappointment with the results of the political dialogue AFEW days later. 20 By now, Syria had taken an increasingly open lead in opposing the political direction of Arafat. On 1 October 1 its information minister criticized the proposals he had just presented in Amman and questioned his authority to negotiate without the approval of the PLO Executive Committee. The minister reiterated that Syria focuses relations on the PLO, not Mr. Arafat, while Syrian government media mounted a sustained criticism of the proposed Jordanian-Palestinian Confederation. The Palestinian opposition adopted a similar stance, with the PFLP arguing that the proposal was intended to eliminate the PLO and the Palestine cause, and to destroy national unity within the PLO and create tension between it and Syria. 22 The DFLP also opposed what it saw as the attempt to revive the United Arab Kingdom proposal of 1972, under a new name and with the support of the Saudi LEDRs. While the PFGC warned the PLO leadership that giving Jordan the mandat to speak in its name would be a brazen concession of legitimacy. Yazīd acknowledged the growing tension with Syria, but argued that it was as much the result of disinformation by Syrian intelligence as of PLO insistence on pursuing the dialogue with Jordan. 24 The PFLP, DFLP, PLF, and PNC speaker Khalid Al-Faham also qualified their stand, refuting a Syrian radio report that they had joined Ṣāyigh and the PFGC in a statement endorsing the Syrian information minister's attack on Arafat's visit to Jordan. 25 The launch of the PLO dialogue with Egypt hardened attitudes, however. PFGC Deputy Secretary General Talal Naji spoke for the entire opposition when he described reconciliation with Cairo as a direct threat to Palestinian national unity. 26 A statement issued by the PLO Central Council after a meeting in Damascus on 25 to 26 November revealed the political clash. On the one hand, it stressed the importance of reviving Egyptian-Arab relations, albeit from the Camp David Accords, and refrained from rejecting the Reagan 554 plan outright, despite complaining that it did not secure the inalienable national rights of the Palestinian people under the leadership of the PLO. On the other hand, Arafat was unable to win a formal endorsement of the Fez declaration. He was also compelled to allow the opposition a greater say in the remaining issues of contention, which were to be debated by a new, temporary body that comprised both the PLO Executive Committee and the General Secretaries of all the guerrilla groups. 27 The absence of any reference in the final statement to Syria or the Arab Steadfastness Front revealed the depth of disagreement over policy. Syrian media similarly ignored the presence of Arafat in Damascus. Despite the political truce, Ṣāyigh, the PFGC, and PPSF denounced Arafat for holding another round of discussions with King Hussein at the end of November. Private sources in Damascus suggested that efforts were now underway to establish an alternative PL 0.28. That this was not idle gossip was indicated by the Syrian decision to allow the Abu Nidal Foundation to set up a headquarters in Damascus, in addition to his offices in Baghdad. Fatah Central Committee member Khalaf riposted to the media campaign by publicly airing PLO resentment of Syrian behavior during the siege of Beirut, stating that we had hoped that Syria would intervene more seriously in Lebanon,
but nothing of the sort happened. 29 The rupture was not yet complete, however. The PFLP and DFLP openly opposed threats to the status of the PLO, and cautiously kept most of their senior leaders in Libya and the two Yemens FOR/FEAR of Syrian pressure. 30 The DFLP additionally distanced itself from the opposition by regarding the Fez declaration as a weapon in the hands of the nationalist FORs. 31 In any case, the opposition, with the exception of the closest Syrian allies, Ṣāyigh and the PFGC, attended scheduled discussions with Fatah and the PLO Executive Committee in Aden on 3–5 December. Although there was little agreement regarding the Reagan Plan and relations with Egypt, the internal PLO dialogue produced an informal consensus that there could be no confederation with Jordan unless an independent Palestinian state was established first. 32 This view extended to Fatah, with Caliph emerging most vocally against Jordanian-Palestinian union of any type and at any stage. 33 The dialogue was to continue, however, and Wazir, Hani al-Hassan, and, most surprisingly, DFLP Deputy Secretary General Abd Rabu took up residence in Amman on 1 December 2. To ease tensions with Syria, Kajemi met Foreign Minister Khattam on 1 December 6 and then headed a Fatah delegation that met the Ba'ath Party's deputy chairman towards the end of the month. The futility of these gestures was demonstrated by increasingly open Syrian support. FOR Fatah Central Committee member Ṣāyigh, who had opposed Arafat's earlier visits to Amman. 34 Ṣāyigh supporters were allowed to put up posters castigating Arafat in the streets of Damascus in late November, and he was shown several times on state television in the company of President Assad and other senior officials. 35 Ṣāyigh joined Ṣāyigh and PFGC in renewed media attacks on the 555 Jordanian-Palestinian Committee in mid-December, in which he identified himself totally with the Syrian position. 36 The mainstream PLO leadership finally crossed the Syrian red line when it published a FOR point agreement with Jordan on 26 December. 37 The text asserted the Fez declaration as the basis for a peaceful settlement of the Arab-Israeli conflict, but aroused the greatest furor by revealing that Jordan and the PLO had opted for integral coordination to the point of FO. Remaining a single delegation to prospective negotiations. 38 This could only mean that Arafat had resolved to join the peace process under U.S. auspices, a conclusion reinforced by his offer of PLO mediation to restore Arab ties with Egypt, itself an important intermediary to the U.S. 39 His customary New Year's message only added insult to Syrian injury. Using literary metaphors, the PLO chairman extolled the fraternal ties that bound the Arabs of the two Yemens, Maghreb, Sudan, Jordan, Palestine, Egypt, and Iraq, but references to Syria, Libya, and the oil-rich Gulf states were pointedly missing. He did not accept Syria when he accused the Arab states of lacking the political will to fight Israel, and pointedly confined his praise for the defenders of Beirut to the Palestinian resistance, the Lebanese nationalist FORs, and with them those of the Syrian ADF who were besieged. 40 The PLO also diverged from Syrian policy in Lebanon, where the Yazīd government had commenced talks with Israel over security arrangements and a peace treaty. Fatah did not denounce the talks, in contrast to the Palestinian opposition, partly because it wished to maintain dialogue with the Lebanese authorities. The latter had deported 300 Palestinians and detained some 600 by the end of 1982, but Arafat, Wazir, and Caliph overlooked this when they offered on numerous occasions in the latter part of 1982 to evacuate remaining PLO FORs in order to expedite Israeli withdrawal from the country. 41 They wished to retain a token military presence and the right to conduct political activity, but urged the Lebanese to use PLO evacuation as a card for leverage in negotiations with Israel. 42 Syria, in contrast, viewed Yazīd with deep hostility. The Fatah Central Committee made a half-hearted attempt on January 6, 1983 to mend relations by calling for improved ties with Syria and criticizing the Reagan Plan. 43 This had no effect, and Wazir now acknowledged the clear divergence of views over political activity. 44 King Hussein next visited Washington, and held talks with Arafat in mid-January to discuss a new U.S. proposal, the PLO could approve the Palestinian members of a joint delegation with Jordan, but could not nominate PLO officials, and the negotiations with Israel would be based on UNSCR 242. In return, the U.S. would pressure Israel to cease settlement activity in the occupied territories. 5. Arafat, who had just been to Moscow to win the backing of new Soviet chairman Yuri Andropov for an international peace conference, declined the U.S. offer, but his willingness to discuss it with King Hussein alarmed Syria and the Palestinian opposition. 556. The die is cast. Also antagonized by PLO policy was Gaddafi, who invited the leaders of the PFLP, DFLP, Ṣāyigh, PFGC, and PPSF to spend a week in Tripoli discussing the future of the PLO behind closed doors. Presiding was his second-in-command, Abd al-Salam Jalloud, who steered the debate towards a central aim, to overthrow Arafat, not from within, but by establishing a parallel, alternative organization. 46 Libya would provide financial, military, and political assistance, he stated, and would place its 2 battalions in East Lebanon under the command of a joint operations room. Jalloud also called for an escalation of guerrilla raids in Israel and the occupied territories and for special operations against Israeli and U.S. targets abroad. The PFLP and DFLP were unwilling to undermine the PLO, insisting on the need to protect Palestinian national unity, and indeed reinforce it within the framework of the PLO. 47 Nonetheless, they signed a joint statement on 1 January 6 rejecting the Reagan Plan, Fez Declaration, joint diplomacy with Jordan, and any easing of the boycott of Egypt. The signatories concluded with the 3 no's pronounced by the Arab Summit Conference of August 1, 1967, no peace, no recognition, and no negotiation with Israel. 48 This ran counter to the DFLP program and Hawatma's own recent call for mutual recognition between the Israeli and Palestinian peoples, but he subsequently justified his support for the joint statement by stressing the need to preempt Libyan plans to split the PL. 0.49 Syria now signaled a hardening of political attitude. Rescinding its approval of the Fez Declaration on 1 January 50, it stepped up consultations with the Palestinian opposition, bringing in Fatah dissidents Soleh, Sami Abu Quaik, Musa al-Amla, and Said Moraga. This preceded a meeting of Fatah's Revolutionary Council in Aden on 25 to 27 January, at which Moraga read out a memorandum citing a long list of political grievances and calling for radical internal reforms. He accused the Fatah Central Committee of neglecting the rank and file since the evacuation from Beirut, and of failing to return PLO forces from exile to East Lebanon. He also faulted it for disregarding proper procedures, including the requirement to meet regularly and take decisions by collective agreement. Moraga bitterly decried portrayal of the Battle of Beirut as if the PLO had fought alone, arguing that this was a defeatist view propagated by the leadership in the hope of persuading its constituency to end the armed struggle and accept any diplomatic solution that is proposed to them before the opportunity is lost. 51 Some of his harshest criticism was directed at the Fez Declaration, which threatened an end to the state of war with Israel and to the raison d'etre of the PLO itself. To recognize Israel, conduct dialogue with Israelis of any hue, empower Jordan to negotiate on behalf of the PLO, accept the Reagan Plan as a basis for negotiation, or ease the boycott of Egypt would violate the PLO founding charter and Fatah political program. Moraga urged Fatah to oppose the Israeli-Lebanese talks and denounce the reactionary Arab regimes as imperialist allies, and conversely to cement the alliance with Syria. The 557 Steadfastness Front, and the Soviet bloc. He concluded with a call for an emergency conference to be held within the next fortnight. The more militant, Syrian-backed members of the Palestinian opposition had secretly taken part in drafting the memorandum, which Syrian agencies helped to disseminate during the Revolutionary Council meeting in Aden. 52 The Fatah leadership was well aware that it faced a concerted campaign, prompting Khalaf to declare that the imminent session of the PNC would be held in Algiers rather than Damascus, in order to escape Arab interference. 53 Libya and Syria intensified their contacts with the opposition, which was urged by the leftist faction in Fatah to boycott the PNC altogether as a means of compelling the Central Committee to accept its demand for a general conference. Its opposition partners refused to do this, but on February 8 they helped to draft an alternative political program for presentation to the PNC. The text reiterated the militant position on the usual range of topics, and was signed by the PFLP, PFGC, Ṣāyigh, PPSF, and the Democratic Nationalist Current, the name now used by the Fatah dissidents. 54 The DFLP and PLF stood aloof, as did the PCP. The Fatah Central Committee was aware of these contacts, and responded by suspending Soleh and Abu Quaik. Soleh was also dropped from the Fatah delegation to the PNC. The dissidents suffered a further blow when the opposition failed to adhere to the common political program they had prepared together. The PFLP and DFLP proved especially reluctant to undermine national unity, and in any case had a number of points in common with Fatah: formal commitment to Palestinian statehood, even if only in part of Mandate Palestine, and the principle of confederation with Jordan, despite continued vacillation by the PFLP. Even the generally pro-Syrian speaker of the PNC, Fahim, stressed in his opening address that the PLO did not wish to destroy any state in the region and confirmed that it sought only to establish its own state in the West Bank and Gaza. The final PNC statement issued on February 21 was relatively moderate, rejecting the Reagan plan as a suitable basis for peace but endorsing the Fez declaration instead. The PNC insisted that relations could be resumed with Egypt only if it abrogated the Camp David Accords, but did not condemn Arafat's previous contacts. It also urged a closer alliance with Syria, but gave formal support to the principle of confederation with Jordan, albeit to be implemented only after Palestinian independence. 56 The PNC had given Arafat sufficient leeway to justify further diplomatic flexibility, much to the chagrin of his Palestinian and Arab opponents. Their ire increased when he called for a direct dialogue with the U.S. in early March, prompting Syria to warn those who are ready to declare joining the Reagan camp that it would seek to prevent such a collapse with all means possible. 57 Undeterred, Arafat started a new round of talks with King Hussein on March 31, and assembled the PLO Executive Committee and other senior officials for their first meeting in Amman since 1970. The result was a draft agreement on the formation of a joint Jordanian-Palestinian delegation. 558. Without official PLO members, that would negotiate on the basis of the Fez Declaration, UNSCR 242, and the principles of the Reagan Initiative. 58 Arafat had gone too far, however. The Fatah Central Committee rejected the draft agreement when it was presented for discussion at a stormy meeting in Kuwait on April 8. Khalaf publicly insisted that it is impossible for anyone to be empowered to speak or negotiate on behalf of the PLO, while the dissidents happily considered that they had prevented the signing of a formal Jordanian-Palestinian agreement. 59 Faced with the setback, Arafat cancelled his intended return to Amman. Fatah expressed the hope that the dialogue would continue in a formal statement. Stung, the Jordanian government declared the talks at an end. It sulkily left matters to the PLO and the Palestinian people to save themselves and their land, but warned that Jordan would take any steps necessary to protect itself from the consequences of the continued occupation of the West Bank and Gaza Strip, and from the accelerated settlement program and systematic economic pressure on the Palestinian people intended to compel them to leave their land. 60 As if to give credence to this warning, Israel revealed plans to increase the number of Jewish settlers in the occupied territories from 30,000 to 50,000 within 18 months. 61 The PLO received a warning of a different type on April 10 when gunmen belonging to the Abu Nidal faction, which now took instructions from the intelligence branch of the Syrian Air Force, assassinated Issam al-Sartawi, a key figure in the dialogue with dovish Israelis, while he attended a conference of the Socialist International in Portugal. The suspension of the PLO dialogue with Jordan gave heart to the opposition, but by now the leftist faction in Fatah was preparing to mount an open rebellion. It had come to the conclusion after its abortive attempt to influence the PNC that radical measures were necessary to correct what it saw as deviation in the course of the revolution. Faced with that disappointment, Moraga later recalled, "We were left with nothing but an uprising, as the one and only solution." 6-1 exactly when planning for a mutiny started remains unclear, but a firm decision was taken in the first week of April, if not earlier. 63 A statement attributed to Fatah Central Committee member Khalif on April 22, revealing that the PLO would no longer insist on abrogation of the Camp David Accords before resuming relations with Egypt, only strengthened the resolve of the opposition to act, quickly and forcefully. In planning a rebellion, the Fatah dissidents built on the widespread sense of frustration and bitterness among the rank and file. Fatah personnel who had been evacuated to Syria suffered most, having largely been confined to their camps by the authorities. This restriction, which was not applied with any vigor to the opposition groups, contrasted sharply with the public pledge made by President Assad at the end of August 1, 1982 to grant the PLO full freedom in the country. 64 Qatars whose families had since left Lebanon to join them were allowed to seek accommodation in Damascus or other cities, but 559 often could not afford the rents, and so they moved into crowded apartments with relatives or other families. The Shatila massacre and the harsh treatment of Palestinians in various parts of Lebanon had an added impact on evacuees who had left friends and relatives behind, fueling an angry debate about the wisdom of withdrawing from Beirut and accepting U.S. guarantees for the safety of civilians left behind. Resentment of the leadership intensified as the PLO revived its diplomatic initiative at the Fez summit and flirted with the Reagan plan. A substantial number of Fatah Qatars were now pressing for reform. One prominent group comprised the heads of the Gaza and Nablus committees in the western sector, Subhi Abu Karsh and Ihsan Samara, PLO spokesman Mahmoud al-Labadi, combat officers Abu Munir, Abu Nidal Ismail, and Abu Ma'en, and civilian Qatars Abu Talib Hassan, Abu Majid Fanis, and Abu Said Tarawi. In an internal memorandum reviewing Fatah policy since 1967, they complained that the policy of relying on the support of Arab regimes has led to sabotage of the internal structure of Fatah, and criticized the narrow, parochial focus on Palestinian concerns, disregard for the Arab dimension of the struggle, and lack of progress towards national unity. Action in the occupied territories lacked seriousness and suffered from inadequate budgets. 6-5. The document attacked the paralysis inflicted on the civilian organization and the spread of the bureaucratic disease. The result was acute clan and regional loyalties and appalling bourgeoisification of a certain stratum of Fatah leaders and Qatars, in full sight and hearing of the leadership. A root of many afflictions was the domination of autocracy in decision-making in political, military, and financial affairs, which has led to the marginalization of organizational bodies. 66. A more scathing critique still came from nationalist leftist Qatars Nadi Abu Nidal and Abd al-Hadi al-Nashshash, who argued that the mainstream leadership had knowingly presided over the long-term decline of Fatah forces since 1971. The result by the end of the 1970s was a dangerous vacuum caused by the withdrawal of Palestinian fighters, to compensate for which the search began for contractees from here and there, most prominently Bangladeshis. In this situation of internal expulsion, Palestinian fighters headed for Berlin or the Gulf, or fell back into simple administrative work in the offices as guards, drivers, or bodyguards, while Bangladeshis under contract took their place in South Lebanon. This went hand in hand with the ethical decline and corruption that spread among the rank and file. The problem is no longer limited to certain individuals, but now stretches to entire agencies whose members perpetrate corrupt acts, thievery, smuggling, criminal trade, and protection rackets with utter impunity thanks to the support and protection of the senior influential leaders in the revolution, for whom many previously worked as first-hand aides. 67 The mainstream PLO leadership was indeed much to blame and contributed to the aggravation of its own position. Arafat persevered in his silent feud with 560. Assad, convening the PLO Executive Committee and Fatah Central Committee in Tunis or other Arab capitals rather than Damascus, and avoiding contact with Syrian officials on the few occasions when he came to Syria to head the PLO Central Council or Fatah Revolutionary Council. Wazir devoted most of his time to supervising the occupied territories from Amman. The leadership was moreover constrained by its commitment under the terms of the evacuation agreement not to re-enter Lebanon, and so PLO forces in the Bekaa Valley suffered the most neglect. Ṣāyigh returned to assume command following the Shatila massacre, but his assassination on 27 September in circumstances pointing to Syrian complicity left the PLO contingent leaderless and demoralized. 58 Replacing him as chief of staff was Ahmed Efana, a taciturn officer who lacked the authority of Ṣāyigh and spent most of his time in Damascus. Field Command in East Lebanon now rested on the discredited commanders of Fatah's Karama, Yarmouk, and Kastel forces, who acted as Efana's deputies. It was further weakened by the loss of many middle-ranking officers and by the decimation of many units in the war. The Martyrs of September Battalion had reassembled only 48 men, Beit al-Maqdis was down to 40% of strength, and even Yarmouk, which had restored morale by quickly organizing guerrilla attacks on the IDF, numbered a mere 90 men. 69 The drain on personnel was worsened by the series of decrees transferring officers and specialized personnel, training instructors, logistics officers, and technicians, to PLO camps in other Arab states. The leftist faction viewed this as a deliberate attempt to scatter the armed forces and pave the way for negotiation with Israel. It later insisted that the Central Committee had decided on September 14 to regroup all PLO units in Jordan, Egypt, and Iraq, and accused the leadership of threatening to sever the pay of guerrillas who returned to Syria or Lebanon without permission. Deepening insecurity among the military was a key factor in the rebellion that was about to break out in Fatah. As a critical observer later noted, this was because the military and paramilitary elites suffered fragmentation following their loss in the Israeli invasion of most of their military bases and offices in South Lebanon, from which they had derived the legitimacy required to justify their privileges and political role. 71 Syria had additional reasons of its own for assisting a rebellion at this stage, not least of which was the PLO decision at the beginning of 1983 to reverse course and transfer military personnel back into Lebanon. The prospect that the PLO might rebuild an autonomous sanctuary worried the Syrian command, which was already being held responsible by Israel for the growing number of guerrilla attacks on IDF units in Lebanon. The PLO move may have been partly intended to exert pressure on the Lebanese government in fact, but the Palestinian opposition revealed its own preferences by demanding the recall of PLO forces from Arab exile to Syria where, presumably, more effective constraints could be exercised against the mainstream leadership. 72 In Lebanon, the Syrian army ordered Fatah guerrillas in the Mathan Mountains to cease anti-Israeli operations and surrender their weapons, and 561 blocked the entry of vehicles carrying FOOD and combat supplies when they did not comply. 73 The split in Fatah. Conditions were ripe for rebellion by spring 1983. The leading Fatah dissidents had lobbied the rank and file in Syria and the Bekaa Valley tirelessly since September 1982, offering help with mundane problems such as finding accommodation or paying rent. It was easy to dwell, as Moraga did in his memorandum to the Revolutionary Council, on the widespread laxity, indiscipline, and disorientation that afflicted guerrilla units and their fear of the future, the prevalence of lassitude and indifference, the appearance of defeatism, and the search for personal solutions to wider problems. 74 Although Solah and Abu Quaik were important figures, it was Raga and Amla, and the FO-Remed Jordanian army officers grouped around them, who FO-Remed the real core of revolt. Sometime in March or April 1983, Moraga set up an informal headquarters at Hamra in the Bekaa Valley, FROM, which he coordinated contacts with sympathetic officers in various units. 75 Among them was Muhammad Badr, head of Fatah's training branch, who received supporters at the Ain al-Sauda training camp. The Syrian army meanwhile instructed its checkpoints in the Bekaa Valley and on the border to facilitate the movement of personnel carrying passes signed by Moraga. 76 The dissidents consolidated their political alliances in parallel. Solah boasted proudly to his colleagues that he had clocked up 18 hours of discussions with President Assad in recent weeks, culminating in a highly publicized meeting at the beginning of May, and considered himself the principal Palestinian ally of Syria. 77 Hashim Ali Muhsin, the former Secretary-General of the defunct ASAP, who styled himself as a dissident ideologue and biographer of the revolt, later insisted that there had simply been a coincidence of views with Syria, but admitted that there had been a dialogue with it for some time and that the leaders of the uprising would have hesitated to launch it had it not been for the Syrian position. 78 Also in this period, the exact date is unclear, Jibril accompanied the leading dissidents on a secret visit to Libya, where they obtained a pledge of $5 million in monthly assistance. 79 In early May, Saleh, Abu Quaik, Moraga, and Amla secretly agreed with the general secretaries and military commanders of the PFGC, PPSF, and Ṣāyigh to correct the course of the revolution. 80 They formed a joint headquarters and 3 military sectors in Lebanon, each led by a dissident Fatah officer and representatives of the other groups. The Abu Nidal F-Ation was not included, but coordinated separately with the Fatah dissidents. 81 Full details of the secret meeting reached Arafat, who immediately flew to Damascus to convene the PLO Higher Military Council and confront the plotters. On May 7 he appointed Ghazi Adallah and Haj Ismail Jabr as 562 commanders of PLO forces in the Bekaa Valley and non-Lebanon, and ordered the transfer of 40 dissident officers, including Moraga and Amla, to PLO headquarters in Tunis and military camps in other Arab states. Thoroughly alarmed, the anti-Arafat coalition went into action. 82 On May 8 Syrian military intelligence delivered 60 tons of weapons originally confiscated from PLO stores during the 1982 war to dissident Fatah officers at the Masna crossing point on the Syrian-Lebanese border. 83 On May 9 Moraga and 2 of the dismissed officers took over the command posts of the 1st and 2nd battalions of the Yarmouk forces and declared the stand of a corrective movement in Fatah. Saleh, Abu Quaik, and Amla declared their support from Damascus, followed over the next few days by Badr, Karama Forces Deputy Commander Ziad al-Sugayyar, Artillery Commander Wasif Urakat, Battalion Commander Mahmoud Isa, and other senior officers. The dissidents explained their motives and listed their demands in a statement published on May 13. They accused the PLO leadership of ordering the transfer of Palestinian nationalists committed to the revolution and liberation in order to pave the way for withdrawal from Lebanon and to remove the obstacles that prevented signing of the Jordanian-Palestinian agreement on the basis of the Reagan Plan. The dissidents were offended that officers who were not only deviationist, defeated, and wanted for trial, but also responsible for Palestinian infighting had been given command of PLO forces in Lebanon. This, combined with the exile of the best officers and cadres, represented a military and organizational coup d'état in Fatah. In their view, these measures revealed the determination of the PLO leadership to facilitate the U.S. settlement and deliberately tear apart the unity of Fatah, in accordance with the plot to eliminate Fatah and its armed forces. The dissident statement called for the transfer order to be rescinded, and for the dismissal of Adallah and other derelict commanders, who were to be brought before a revolutionary tribunal. It insisted on keeping PLO forces in Lebanon and deepening ties with nationalist Arab states and the USSR, and rejected the Reagan Plan, Fez Declaration, and confederation with Jordan. 84 The initial reaction of the mainstream leadership was confused. Yazīd issued an internal memorandum to all Fatah units on 10 May, in which he spoke darkly of an attempt to destroy the unity of our movement and revolution and warned that Fatah will not refrain from taking all steps to preserve its unity and strength. 85 Wazir and Efana next convened the expanded military council, and formed a delegation of neutral officers to parley with the dissidents. Arafat arrived in Damascus in the meantime, and joined Wazir and Efana for a tour of Fatah bases in the Bekaa Valley, his first visit to Lebanon since leaving Beirut. It was in response to this visit that the dissidents published their first political statement, bringing their rebellion to the attention of the media. A meeting of the Fatah Central Committee at this point revealed divergent views. Khalaf and Kajami expressed understanding for the demand for internal reforms and 563 generally adopted a more militant political line,
and urged their colleagues to conduct a peaceful dialogue with the dissidents. Arafat was either unaware of the extent of the rebellion or unwilling to regard it as anything but the result of external instigation. A circular issued from his office in Damascus on 1 May 5 spoke merely of a misunderstanding within the Yarmouk forces and insisted that only a few dozen guerrillas were still involved. 86 His anger was directed at intervention by Ahmed Jibril, who deployed a force of his own, and with it a force of some 40 men with weapons and ammunition from the Abu Nidal faction. Arafat hinted at Syrian and Libyan involvement by directing the finger of blame not only at Jibril, but also at those who stand behind him. At the same time, the PLO chairman called for a calm dialogue to resolve differences within Fatah units. 3 days later he stated that a mere 30 men have followed Abu Musa Maraga, arguing that the rebellion existed only in the accounts of the media. 87 The circular also sought to discredit the rebellious officers by insisting that they had been disciplined for misconduct, among them 2 offenders who had previously been expelled from Fatah for dealing in cannabis. Despite these dismissive and at times contradictory statements, the Fatah leadership authorized a delegation of widely respected combat officers to mediate with the rebels. The latter responded on May 19 with new demands, including the return of all PLO forces to Lebanon and the formation of a special committee to supervise Fatah finances, in order to halt the systematic acts of corruption and sabotage, by the use of money, and to investigate those who have become rich at the expense of the revolution. Another demand was for an emergency general conference to resolve the internal crisis. 88 The Central Committee issued its own response on May 20, in which it agreed to convene the conference by June 1, in Aden. It also approved the nominal reorganization of the military command in Lebanon and Syria into a single front headed by Afana, effectively cancelling the posts held by Adila and Jabr. The transfer of dissident officers to PLO camps in other Arab states was suspended. The leading rebels were to be attached directly to Arafat in his capacity as commander-in-chief, but were to be barred at the same time from having further contact with Fatah forces. 89 These measures failed to satisfy the dissidents, who took them to indicate that the Central Committee had rallied around Arafat and Wazir. The dissidents were probably encouraged to stiffen their stance by Syria, which was hurriedly mobilizing opposition to the Lebanese-Israeli agreement signed on 1 May 7. A declaration of moral and material support for the rebellion from Gaddafi on May 22 was another factor, although it also seemed to confirm Arafat's accusations of Libyan instigation. 90 The PLO chairman accused Libya of channeling weapons and $6 million in financial aid to the dissidents through the PFGC, an accusation denied by all parties concerned but subsequently proven true. 91 Khalaf, Kajami, and Hayal Abd al-Hamid had been swayed by now, and demonstrated their support for Arafat by joining him on a 5-day tour of Fatah. 564 bases in Lebanon on May 21, and by voting for the severance of pay and supplies to the rebellious units. Once again, the dissidents escalated, demanding the right to appoint half the members of the Revolutionary Council and half of the delegates to the General Conference. The Central Committee would also have to be divided equally between the two sides, with Maraga replacing W. Zaire as Deputy Commander-in-Chief. This emergency leadership would remain in place until a conference could be held. 92 These steps threatened to turn Fatah into a two-party coalition. Arafat offered instead to reinstate Saleh and Abu Quaik to the Central Committee in order to take part in selecting a new revolutionary council. He also held out further changes in military appointments, and agreed to establish clear rules of procedure for the Central Committee and to subject the budget to collective approval. 93 His sincerity may have been in doubt, but neither the dissidents nor Syria were interested in a peaceful resolution of the crisis. Assad assured Arafat of Syrian neutrality during a meeting on May 23, their first for nearly a year, but Syrian intelligence agents helped the dissidents to seize several Fatah depots, workshops, and transport pools in Damascus, as well as the PLA's finance office. 5 days later, Assad reiterated Syrian impartiality on May 31 and announced that he had delegated 3 senior Ba'ath party officials to help mend the rift within Fatah.
but this gesture was belied by Saleh's boast that we coordinate with the Syrians in the field. 94 Saleh also boasted that had it not been for our movement, Arafat would have gone to Washington by now. In private, as W.A. Zaire later recounted, Khaddam declared that if you wish to resolve your problems, you must conform to our policies, our friends are to be your friends, and our enemies are to be your enemies. The rebellion had reached a critical stage. On June 1 the former head of the Fatah Regional Command in Lebanon, Abu Akram, announced his defection to the dissidents with 10,000 combatants and revolutionaries. This was pure bombast by an unpopular official with a reputation for petty corruption. Hundreds of adherents of the leftist faction had sided against the Central Committee, among them most members of the so-called Vietnamese line, but key individuals such as Abd al-Rahman Mar'i and smaller internal factions such as the Palestinian Communist Workers' Party notably did not. The Abu Nidal faction, which now set up its first guerrilla bases ever in East Lebanon, provided the dissidents with military support, but the association may have alienated many potential supporters. 97 The dissidents also enjoyed the public backing of the PFGC, PPSF, and Ṣāyigh, but had yet to trigger a mass defection within Fatah. The neutrality of the main opposition groups, the PFLP and DFLP, did not help the dissidents. A joint statement in early June urged reinforcing the democratic forces, and restricting the role of the bureaucratic groups that have bourgeois aspirations, but argued at the same time that reform should be implemented within the framework of national unity and with adherence to the 565 principle of internal democratic dialogue. 98 The Arab Steadfastness Front was also divided, whereas Gaddafi roundly condemned Arafat and applauded his opponents on June 9, Algeria and South Yemen opposed a formal break and sent mediators to Damascus. The USSR expressed its opposition to a split in Fatah and its dismay at the strains in Syrian-Palestinian relations to Khalaf, who was received in Moscow on June 1. The rebellion appeared to be losing momentum. An internal circular issued by Arafat in this period instructed Fatah cadres to emphasize the role of the Syrian army, Ṣāyigh, and PFGC when explaining the crisis to members and the public, and to ignore the dissidents completely. 99 Support for the dissidents among Palestinians was weak in any case. On June 4 women protesters from the Wavell refugee camp in Baalbek compelled them to remove a roadblock following clashes that had left a number of casualties. The impasse pushed the dissidents to escalate militarily. On 18–19 June they attacked loyalist units near Tanail and Talbaya, with the support of PFGC tanks, but were beaten back. Syrian forces occupied the Fatah training camp at Hamuriya near Damascus, and attacked Fatah positions in the Bekaa Valley while Fatah's Revolutionary Council was meeting in the Syrian capital on June 20. The Syrian command admitted that the attack had taken place, but insisted that it was an individual act. 100 Yet Syrian armor renewed the battle on June 22, compelling loyalist guerrillas at Maghdal and Jar to pull out. It was no longer possible to disguise Syrian intervention, despite a statement by Assad on June 23 reiterating neutrality and urging a fraternal and democratic dialogue within Fatah. 101 That night, one of Arafat's bodyguards was killed and 9 were wounded in an ambush in northern Lebanon. The PLO chairman was not in the convoy, however, having secretly remained in Damascus. He reappeared to accuse Syria frankly of using the rebellion to bring the PLO under control. The Syrian government responded by expelling him from the Kunrari on June 24 and by declaring Wazir, who was in Tripoli, persona LLLTLGRL. The rift was complete. The public humiliation of Arafat made it obvious that a wider confrontation with Syria was imminent. Polarization of the situation posed a particular problem for the PFLP and DFLP. They were agreed on the need to cement ties with Syria. Habash feared that otherwise the PLO would become a refugee revolution but remained equally committed to a democratic dialogue within Fatah and to the non-use of arms to resolve internal differences. 102 The PFLP was openly hostile towards the Fatah leadership and held it largely responsible for the crisis, but at the same time concurred firmly with the DFLP on the importance of maintaining the unity of Fatah on the basis of democratic reforms and the integrity and independence of PLO institutions. 103 In a defensive move designed to protect their neutrality and preserve a degree of political autonomy, the two groups formed a joint political and military command on June 26, and subsequently agreed to unite their mass organizations, trade unions, and social institutions. 104 The DFLP, meanwhile, continued secretly to 566 smuggle ammunition to Fatah bases and help loyalist personnel pass through CHKP 10-5 Anan EC Amts. The dissidents rounded angrily on the PFLP and DFLP. One of their ideologues, a former communist from Gaza, bitterly accused the two groups of seeking to increase their credit among leftists and so preventing the recent opposition movement in Fatah from attracting the masses of the Palestinian left. 106 They were guilty of political confusion, since our principal enemy is the US, our immediate enemy is Israel, and our first foe is Arafat. 107 Hashim Ali Musin dismissed the DFLP for calling for an independent Palestinian state and mutual recognition between the PLO and Israel, and then lashed at his former comrades in the PFLP. The PFLP, he charged bitterly, has not only remained a lackey to the Palestinian right, but has also raised a large question mark about the seriousness of its opposition to the path of political settlement and about the sincerity of its commitment to the cause of liberating Palestine and of its refusal to recognize Israel. 108 As serious, arguably, was the Libyan decision to sever all financial aid to the PFLP and DFLP. 109 The PFLP and DFLP had been right to anticipate military escalation. An attack by a mixed force of dissident, PFGC, PPSF, and Ṣāyigh guerrillas on loyalist units at Raqqa and Kfar Zabad left some 50 military and civilian casualties on 27 to 28 June. From Tunis, Arafat accused Syria of giving part of the thousands of tons of weapons and ammunition confiscated from Fatah in 1982 to the dissident and Abu Nidal factions. 110. He also accused Libyan troops of supporting the attacks on loyalist units, while Syrian commandos joined the fighting on June 29 in an attempt to expel Fatah personnel from Bar Ilyas and Sad Nail. Some 50 loyalists were killed or wounded in the next 3 days as the clashes spread to Mazart Abad, Tanail, and Kfar Zabad, but no ground was exchanged. Arab and Soviet pressure prompted the Syrian command to suspend operations on July 3. A PLO executive committee delegation met Foreign Minister Khattam in Damascus, but was curtly told that Fatah would have to accept dissident demands before a dialogue with Syria could be started. 111 For their part, the dissidents refused to receive several members of the PLO delegation, among them DFLP Deputy Secretary General Abd Rabu, whom they considered too close to Arafat. 11. 2. The Fatah Central Committee offered another olive branch on July 6 by announcing new military command appointments, administrative changes, and the formation of supervisory bodies to monitor budgets. 3 days later, Arafat suggested that the PFLP should resolve the impasse by choosing an overall commander for Fatah forces, and in mid-July he renewed the compromise package proposals and offered to disengage forces in the Bekaa Valley. 113 Khattam responded negatively, reiterating that relations could be resumed only when the crisis in Fatah was resolved, to which Arafat riposted by accusing Syria of seeking to establish an alternative PLO. 114 Nonetheless, the Fatah Central Committee dismissed Aralat and Jabra and formed a new 5-member military command, in a unilateral goodwill gesture on July 21. 567. The latest Fatah step appeared to alarm the dissidents and their militant partners, who broke the 3-week-old truce with an attack on loyalist positions at Tanail and Talbaya on June 23. PFGC armor and Libyan crews helped take the battle to Raqqa, Kfar Zabad, and Jadida 5 days later, where the head of Fatah's Liberation Movement's Bureau, Halim, was killed and Brigade Commander Nasr Yusuf was captured. The attackers lost 64 prisoners, but Moraga and Arnla renewed the assault after bringing up reinforcements and artillery. 11-5. The Syrian army finally intervened, forcing Fatah units to evacuate Kfar Zabad and Jadida on 3 July 1. The renewal of combat was accompanied by sharp media exchanges. Syria accused Arafat of laying, agitation, and blackmail, while he characterized the conflict as Palestinian-Syrian combat backed by a small Libyan group, employing some token Palestinians. He argued that Syria was implementing a conspiracy to expel Palestinian forces from the Bekaa Valley and Bir el-Bak before September 1, 1983, in agreement with U.S. Secretary of State Shultz, which would be followed by a siege of Tripoli, as happened in Beirut. 116 His prediction subsequently proved self-fulfilling, if not prophetic, but a sudden calm prevailed on August 3. Palestinian Civil War. The reason for the informal truce was the surprise announcement by the IDF that it intended to withdraw from the Shub Mountains in the next few weeks. The PLO Central Council quickly launched a new mediation bid, and called on Arafat to seek dialogue with Syria, with whom the PLO should stand in one trench. 117 Fatah announced that it would halt the anti-Syrian propaganda campaign. 118 Attention now turned to the Mam Mountains, where Maronite and Druze militiamen clashed and units of the reconstructed Lebanese army were starting to disintegrate along sectarian lines. The Lebanese forces and SLA also expelled 5,000 Palestinian refugees from the Sidon area, which remained under Israeli control, in the next few weeks. 119 The battle widened when Amal and LNM militiamen took to the streets of Beirut on August 28, and traded sniper and artillery fire with the U.S. Marine contingent at the airport. The army regained control of West Beirut, but the sudden completion of the Israeli withdrawal triggered a major battle for control of the mountain ridge above the capital at dawn on September 4. The Palestinian opposition viewed the outbreak of fighting in Lebanon, with open satisfaction, as a reflection of the degree to which Syria had improved its position in the regional balance of power, thanks in large measure to sustained Soviet assistance over the preceding year. Speaking at the end of May, Moraga for one argued that the Soviets are here too, and it seems that many things have changed since last autumn. We are witnessing new realities. We can see now that the U.S. role has become much less effective. 1. 20 Soleh now referred enthusiastically to the Bekaa Gulf, a strategic arc of solidarity stretching from 568 Moscow through Damascus to the Palestinian forces in East Lebanon, while Hawatma observed in August that we are in a situation of a Soviet offensive. 121 The Palestinian opposition placed its forces on the alert on September 3, and quickly joined the battle that unfolded around Bamdun the next day. Soleh now spoke of a push by the Soviet Syrian-Palestinian alliance towards Beirut, and a new slogan "Forces of the Return to Beirut" was optimistically dogged on dissident vehicles. 122 The mainstream PLO leadership similarly saw an opportunity to return to Beirut, and immediately ordered the loyalist Yarmouk battalion into the fray. Advancing rapidly from its forward bases in Ras al-Matun to Alai, it isolated Bamdun and then helped the Druze-dominated Progressive Socialist Party, PSP, to clear most of the Suk al-Gharb ridge. The army and Lebanese forces still held the town of Suk al-Gharb itself, which became the focus of fighting for the next 3 weeks. Reinforcements took loyalist strength to 300, while the DFLP and PFLP guerrillas fielded an equal number. The dissidents and PFLP-GC provided another 400 guerrillas, the former calling up an additional battalion from Syria and the latter fielding artillery and tanks. 123. Fatah, the PFLP, and DFLP set up a joint operations room in Alai, while the other factions formed their own, separate command. The Loyalists helped capture the strategic Kabrishman crossroads on 8 to 9 September, and were joined by the DFLP to scout towards Beirut, reaching the slopes above Kalda, where they clashed with army outposts. A few guerrillas even reached the Burj al-Barajan refugee camp, while Moraga and PPSF military commander Mahmoud Hamdan briefly entered the southern suburb Hay al-Silam. The fractured nature of the Lebanese-Palestinian coalition arrayed against Suk al-Gharb impeded a decisive victory over the army, which successfully retained the town. It even expanded its positions on September 16, after Syrian pressure compelled the PSP to order the Fatah contingent away, leaving a vulnerable gap in the front line. It was at this point that Arafat suddenly appeared in the northern city of Tripoli, having risked detection by Israeli naval patrols to arrive by boat. Visiting the Badawi and Nar al-Barid refugee camps, he stated defiantly that the PLO is a giant revolution that nobody can contain or control. We shall preserve our independent national will, and support the nationalist Lebanese decision. 124 The challenge to Syria was unmistakable, and it responded on September 20 by ordering Fatah units to leave the Mathan Mountains. 125. The Syrian command was worried at the same time by the escalation of hostilities between its own units in the region and the US and French contingents around Beirut, and compelled its partners to accept a ceasefire on September 26. The Syrian command now moved to end the loyalist presence in the Bekaa Valley quickly. Backed by the dissidents, its units had already expelled Fatah's Carmel, 1st Artillery, and Jalil battalions and the Karama forces headquarters towards Tripoli on 2–4 September, while dissident roadblocks detained dozens of loyalist guerrillas and PLA soldiers. On September 23, the Syrian command, assaulting the state in exile 569, ordered remaining loyalist forces in the Bekaa Valley, now numbering nearly 1,200 after the Fatah withdrawal from the Mathan Mountains, to depart for Tripoli. Several attempts were made to disarm and detain the contingent, but the 100-vehicle convoy finally escaped its Syrian escort at Al-Jabab al-Humra and reached its destination on September 28, with its entire inventory of weapons. The Syrians now ordered all Palestinian guerrilla groups to withdraw from the Mathan Mountains 2 days later, allowing them to leave a token force only 200 strong. 126 Syrian attention now focused on Tripoli, where a steady flow of PLO personnel, weapons, vehicles, and non-combat supplies was arriving by sea. Alerted to the sea bridge, which operated largely through the Cypriot port of Limassol, Israeli naval commandos attacked PLO positions near the city on September 13 and arrested several dozen Palestinians on board various ships sailing to North Lebanon. Wazir, who had been in Tripoli since June, arranged the arrival of additional Fatah members by land from other parts of Lebanon, and expanded the loyalist contingent by placing local militiamen on the payroll. 127 He issued monthly stipends to local PFGC and PPSF officials to secure their neutrality and assisted allied Lebanese militias, borrowing from Lebanese merchants when funds ran short. 128 The arrival of Arafat heralded a rise of violence, as Fatah consolidated control around Tripoli. Clashes with the PFGC left 24 casualties on September 27, an anti-Syrian faction was formed, and remaining PFGC personnel were expelled from the entire area. Ṣāyigh members were faced with a similar choice, and a second, small anti-Syrian faction was formed, while PPSF offices were forcibly closed down. The PLF was by now effectively split between its three main leaders, but its branch in North Lebanon opted for Arafat. 129 The dissidents responded by seizing Fatah facilities in Syria, and on October 5 the government announced the confiscation of all Fatah properties and assets in the country. 4 days later the dissidents occupied a number of PLO offices, among them the Wafa news agency, with the help of Syrian intelligence. This antagonized well-known leftist writers sympathetic to the rebellion, such as Naji Alush, Yahya Yaklif, and Rashad Abushawar, who held a press conference to condemn the seizures. Unimpressed, the dissidents took the last 5 Fatah offices in Damascus on 10–11 October, killing 4 loyalists and wounding 7. Syrian intelligence threatened Fatah members with deportation or imprisonment if they did not join the dissidents. By this time an estimated 1,000 loyalists were already in Syrian jails. The mounting tension prompted the PFLP and DFLP to delineate their position in a joint program for unity and reform published on October 10. The document renewed their criticism of autocracy and factional domination, implicitly by Arafat and Fatah, demanded an investigation into the failings of the 1982 war, and called for PLO finances to be properly regulated, appointments to be based on merit and professional competence, and Palestinian unions and mass organizations to become truly independent. 130 Their appeal. 570. For democratic internal reform and peaceful resolution of the PLOCNSTS had little impact, however. 2 Syrian brigades had arrived near Tripoli in the meantime, and it may have been in response to this that Arafat now took steps to tighten PLO control inside the city. 131 Fatah stood by when a Sunni Islamist movement, Tawhid, launched a 2-day offensive on October 12 against the LCP, which leaned towards Syria, leaving a final death toll of 60 dead and 130 wounded. The communists angrily stated that the bloodshed had taken place within sight and earshot of brother Yasser Arafat and the leadership of the Fatah organization in Tripoli, with its sponsorship and J13Z encouragement. Matters were coming to a head. A statement issued in Damascus by PLA Chief of Staff Muhammad Tariq al-Qadr on October 17, in which he criticized Arafat and called for his replacement as PLO chairman, signaled Syrian intentions clearly. 133 SA/QA echoed Qadra's call, and gunmen belonging to the Abu Nidal faction were arrested a few days later while planning to assassinate PLO officials in Cairo. 134 Soleh now revealed that the dissidents were in contact with faction leader Sabri al-Banna, and had discussed cooperation after the expected elimination of Arafat. 135 In Libya, meanwhile, the authorities urged Palestinian expatriates to occupy PLO offices and turn them into popular committees. 2 days later, on October 24, a mixed force of some 400 PFGC guerrillas and Libyan troops, supported by artillery and armor, started 5 days of clashes with loyalist positions around the Nahr al-Barid refugee camp. 136 Dissident forces built up to 500 and Ṣāyigh and the PPSF to 100 to 200 each during this time, and on October 27 the PLA hidden forces also arrived in the area. The PLA Ajnadain forces, which had been formed by calling up Palestinian reservists in Syria during the 1982 war, were already deployed near Tripoli, taking PLA strength to 9 battalions, 6 infantry, 2 tank, and 1 artillery with 4,000 men. In all, the Syrian-backed forces fielded up to 90 T-54/55 tanks, 60 gun and rocket artillery weapons, and some 50 120/160 mm mortars, besides the usual inventory of recoilless rifles, medium mortars, and machine guns. By now the PLO had assembled 4,000 guerrillas and militiamen in the Tripoli area, armed with a dozen 120 mm mortars, 7 multiple rocket launchers, including 2 BM-21s, and 2 122 mm howitzers. An additional 4-5 PLA gunners arrived in great secrecy from the Ain Jalut forces in Egypt, along with rocket launchers of up to 24 mm caliber and supplies of rockets. However, the main PLO advantage was possession of detailed information about Syrian Ba'ath plans. Much of this came from sympathizers in the PLA and the opposition, who also provided wireless codes and frequencies. 138 One secret missive gave details of the planned opening attack on the strategic Turbul mountain overlooking the city, while another warned of an imminent assault on Nahr al-Barid, giving precise numbers and locations of attacking armor and artillery in the sector. 139 The most significant leak came from a PLA battalion commander renowned for his leadership during the siege of Beirut, who passed. 571. The Syrian master plan to the PLO at least 20 hours before the offensive was due to start. 140 Yazīd also used these contacts to arrange for mass desertions among PLA troops once the offensive started. 1. 4-1. Forewarned, Arafat placed loyalist forces on full alert at midnight on November 2. At dawn Palestinian, Syrian, and Libyan gunners launched a 40-minute barrage against the entire front line from Nahr al-Barid to Bada'i. 142 Infantry and armor then attacked Nahr al-Barid and the Turbul mountain. Directing the Ba'ath were the Syrian commander in North Lebanon, Sulayman al-Abs, and the head of Syrian military intelligence in Lebanon, Ghazi Ghanan, who presided over a joint operations room with PLA Chief of Staff Qadra, Ṣāyigh military commander Salah al-Ma'ani, Maraga, Jibril, and PPSF military commander Mahmoud Hamdan. 143 The attack almost immediately ran into difficulty, as dozens of PLA soldiers defected to the PLO, PLA and PFGC armor were brought up to resume the advance, and the loyalists had retreated in some sectors by evening. 144 The pattern was repeated daily for a week, by the end of which the loyalists had been pushed back into Tripoli and the Bada'i camp, having withdrawn from Nahr al-Barid on November 6 to spare it further destruction. The seesaw nature of the fighting showed that there was not much enthusiasm on either side. PLO claims of destroying or capturing 36 tanks and at least 28 other military vehicles showed that combat was bitter in some places, yet loyalist defenses also gave way easily in others. The incessant attrition in combat and political upheaval since June 1982 had left a deep impact. By the end of the battle for Tripoli in late December 1983, Fatah's Abu Yusuf al-Nayyar battalion had only 9 of its original members and the Bayt al-Maqdis battalion 10. 145 On the other side, another 215 PLA soldiers defected to the PLO in this period, while a number of artillery and tank gunners fired shells without fuses or deliberately missed their targets, and at least one senior officer was later court-martialed for disobeying orders to shell loyalist positions. 146 An official statistic from the Fatah dissidents later revealed that they had lost a total of 106 dead in the whole year from the beginning of their rebellion until May 1984. Since this included all clashes with the Loyalists and the Mountain War of September 198. 3, their losses around Tripoli cannot have been onerous, indicating a half-hearted effort by their combat personnel. 147 Palestinian demonstrators in the Yarmouk refugee camp in Damascus meanwhile protested the offensive on Tripoli, suffering dozens of casualties and numerous arrests as Syrian Security forces reasserted control. Against this background, Fatah's Yarmouk battalion, which had grimly held the strategic Fawar crossroads for the past 5 days, took 60 PLA soldiers prisoner and destroyed 7 armored vehicles in a surprise attack around Bada'i on 9 November. 148 It beat off several counter-attacks, and the joint Syrian-Palestinian command finally accepted a ceasefire in the evening. Syria was also under mounting Arab pressure. Saudi Arabia called on it to 572 work for an end to the conflict on November 5, and a day later King Fahd appealed to Assad to strive for a truce and dispatched a special envoy to Damascus. Egyptian President Mubarak made a similar appeal, and Jordan declared its support for the PLO on November 7, while the Kuwaiti parliament voted to suspend $265 million in annual aid to Syria. The foreign ministers of Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, North Yemen, Tunisia, and Algeria also arrived in Damascus, as did official delegations from the Gulf Cooperation Council and the USSR. Local associations in Tripoli also appealed to both sides to spare the city, and sent a delegation to lobby Assad for a lasting ceasefire. However, Tawhid leader Sheikh Said Shaban now encouraged the PLO to stay as long as it liked. It strove to shore up its defenses by hastily forming new combat units, a reserve FORCE comprising 320 PLA defectors, a special unit drawn from Fatah's western sector, and another composed of bodyguards of PLO leaders, and by purchasing the neutrality of potential FOES the Communists and Allahs. 149 The truce held until dawn on November 15. When an intense artillery barrage signaled the start of a new offensive against Bada'i and the nearby Quba neighborhood of Tripoli. Wazir rushed to the refugee camp to rally the defense, and by evening the attackers were back at their starting positions, having lost 51 prisoners and, the PLO reported, 14 tanks. 150 During the day a PLO shell hit the Syrian-Palestinian command, killing Ṣāyigh military commander Ma'ani and wounding the head of the Joint Operations Room and a tank battalion commander. PPSF military commander Mahmoud Hamdan had pulled his contingent back to the Bekaa Valley earlier, and now Ṣāyigh was also out of the battle. The PFGC and dissidents reinforced the depleted PLA units, and resumed the offensive against Quba and Bada'i at dawn on November 16. The battle for the camp ceased for the next 3 days, during which the Yarmouk battalion spearheaded 5 counterattacks, were the loyalists finally seated in the evening of November 18. Syrian commandos had taken part in the battle for Bada'i, and supported further attacks on Tripoli over the next 3 days. Syrian shells meanwhile hit 3 ships in the port and cut water and electricity supplies to the city. The loyalists gave no more ground, however, and the Syrian-Palestinian command declared a ceasefire on November 24. Syrian acceptance of the ceasefire followed a week of renewed mediation by Saudi Arabia. The agreement called for an indefinite truce, evacuation of all Palestinian forces from Tripoli, and initiation of a peaceful dialogue between the various guerrilla groups. Arafat immediately accepted these terms, but Jibril still demanded that the PLO chairman should be brought before a revolutionary tribunal on charges of political and ethical deviation. Morale in opposition forces was low, however. The Syrian-Palestinian command received regular requests for relief from its units, while PLA Chief of Staff Qadra felt it necessary to warn his officers during a staff meeting on November 22 that recalcitrants would be severely punished. 151 Syria was determined not to allow Arafat to escape, and had already transferred 2 battalions of the PLA Qadisiyah forces. 573. From the Golan Front to North Lebanon on 20 November. 152 The opposition now prepared to instigate a resumption of combat, presumably on Syrian instructions. According to Qadra, who briefed his officers on November 24, the opposition would announce that Arafat had recruited 300 Muslim Brotherhood members from Jordan and would demand their surrender. 153 The PLO would naturally be unable to comply, providing a pretext to launch the final offensive on Tripoli. Syrian plans were suddenly derailed by the announcement on November 24 of a large prisoner exchange between the PLO and Israel. The PLO had negotiated the release of 5,900 Lebanese and Palestinian prisoners from the Ansar camp in South Lebanon, in return for the repatriation of 6 Israeli soldiers captured by Fatah in September 1982. This was a major propaganda coup for Arafat, prompting the Syrian command first to delay, and then to cancel its planned offensive, scheduled to start at midnight on November 25. Protracted negotiations about a PLO evacuation from Tripoli ensued, during which its port came under sporadic artillery fire. Israeli gunboats also shelled PLO positions after a bomb killed 4 civilians and wounded 46 in a Jerusalem bus on December 6. And PLO positions came under naval and helicopter fire on 5 further occasions between 9 and December 18. Aiding the PLO was its knowledge of the impact that the confrontation with Syria was having on its wider constituency. Opinion polls in the occupied territories, for example, had showed support for Arafat running consistently at 92 to 94% since June and right up to December. 154 The PLO finally agreed to evacuate Tripoli after obtaining U.S. assurances of protection from Israeli attack and the offer of a French naval escort. The agreement marked an additional success for Arafat, who had utilized the diplomatic contacts during the battle for Tripoli to raise the costs of an assault to Syria and increase its discomfort. PLO wounded left by sea on December 17, while 166 loyalists who had been captured over the preceding 7 months were exchanged for 42 Syrian and opposition prisoners taken in the recent battle. The main evacuation took place on December 20, as 4,700 persons including the PLA defectors and 250 women and children sailed under UN flags towards PLO camps in Algeria, Sudan, and the 2 Yemens. Before leaving, Fatah distributed its weapons stores and surplus funds to various Lebanese militias, including Tawhid, Amal, and Hezbollah. The conflict had cost 438 dead and 2,100 wounded, according to the Lebanese police and local hospitals, but life slowly returned to normal in Tripoli and the shattered refugee camps. There was to be one last piece of political drama, however. As the ship carrying Arafat to Yemen passed through the Suez Canal on December 21, he left it briefly to hold an unscheduled meeting with Egyptian President Mubarak in Cairo. The Palestinian civil war was over, but, as the storm that followed the PLO chairman's latest act showed, the internal dispute was not. 2-4. Struggle with HIN, struggle without. Divided we stand. The surprise visit by Arafat to Cairo showed that the loss of the territorial base in Lebanon had freed the mainstream Palestinian leadership to undertake controversial steps in pursuit of its diplomatic strategy. By the same token, it revealed the degree to which Arafat had secured his own position within the PLO and Fatah. Both conclusions were confirmed by the ease with which he contained the dismay of his colleagues in the Fatah Central Committee. Few believed his protestations that the imperatives of protocol had dictated a courtesy call on Mubarak, but a formal statement on January 3, 1984 merely disassociated the committee from the visit, which it described as a personal initiative. 1 The PLO Executive Committee adjourned 4 days later without issuing a formal comment on the matter, let alone a condemnation, despite the efforts of PFLP and DFLP representatives Ahmed Al-Yamani and Yasser Abdi-Rabu and the Independent. Arabi Awad, who had traveled to Tunis especially for the meeting. Emboldened, Arafat renewed his effort to obtain PLO participation in the peace process. Israeli Prime Minister Yitzhak Shamir was sufficiently concerned to deem it necessary, on January 18, to reiterate his rejection of talks with the PLO, whether direct or indirect. 2 The PLO chairman persevered over the next few months, publicly reaffirming his willingness on April 24 to negotiate directly with Israel at an international peace conference, and to hold a plebiscite under UN supervision in order to determine the future of the occupied territories. 3 A week later he suggested that Israel and the PLO should exchange mutual recognition and hold peace talks under UN auspices, but the Israeli cabinet summarily rejected his proposals on May 5. Arafat may not have expected a positive response in FACT, and probably made these overtures as a means of buying time, as part of a general political strategy that included bringing the Iran-Iraq war to a close, restoring Egypt to the Arab fold, and involving the Maghreb more actively in the affairs of the Arab Mashriq. 4 Yet although the mainstream leadership no longer feared Syrian reprisal, as its repeated diplomatic overtures to Israel showed, it could not altogether ignore the need to legitimize its political direction internally. After all, it could only portray itself as a credible participant in the peace process if it were able to reaffirm the representative status of the PLO. The obvious means to do so was struggle within, struggle without. 575. To convene the PNC, and to this end it actively sought reconciliation with the Palestinian opposition. A mission by PLO Foreign Minister Kajemi to Damascus in mid-February proved a failure, but the PFLP, DFLP, PLF, and PCP distinguished themselves from the Syrian-backed opposition groups by forming a democratic alliance, on March 27. Its FO-undaying statement rejected dialogue with Egypt, opposed Jordanian representation of the Palestinians, and advocated a closer alliance with Syria and the USSR, but despite this militancy, the DO was encouraged by a joint declaration of Soviet and Syrian support for Palestinian national unity on March 14, and by South Yemen and Algeria, to offer a dialogue with Fatah. 5 The dialogue commenced on 1 April 8 and culminated, after 4 rounds of talks in Algiers and Aden, in an agreement signed on July 13 in the presence of senior representatives of the Yemeni Socialist Party and Algerian FLN. The Aden-Algiers Accord, as it was known, condemned Arafat's visit to Cairo and pledged to cease contact with Egypt, opposed formation of a joint Jordanian-Palestinian delegation, rejected the Reagan Plan and the Israeli Labour Party's Jordanian option, and called for improvement of relations with Syria. 6 Looking inwards, the signatories renewed their commitment to national unity and democratic dialogue, and promised to increase the powers of the PLO Central Council. This would give it greater authority over the Executive Committee, which would form a secretariat to oversee daily political management,
the implication in both cases being to limit the ability of either Fatah or Arafat to monopolize PLO affairs and take unilateral decisions. 7 Fatah also agreed to recognize the PCP as a formal member of the PNC, and to allow the PCP, PLF, and PPSF to take up seats on the Executive Committee, for the first time ever. The Syrian-backed opposition reacted angrily to the Aden-Algiers Accord. Kajemi had visited Damascus at the beginning of July for talks with Assad, but the president's refusal to deal with Arafat and Fatah's own insistence on the cessation of Syrian support for the dissidents made reconciliation impossible. 8 Parallel attempts by the DA to engage the other opposition groups in dialogue also broke down. On July 9 the Fatah dissidents, who had recently assumed the name of Fatah Provisional Command, Fatah PC, Ṣāyigh, PFGC, and the PPSF formed the rival National Alliance, NA. 9, the PEP Provisional Command, a splinter group that had broken away under Arabi Awad in October 1982, supported the NA but did not join it. The new coalition criticized the DA bitterly for conducting a dialogue with Arafat's Central Committee and immediately rejected the Aden-Algiers Accord when it was published. 10 The NA was especially irritated that the DA had agreed to convene the PNC on September 15, considering that Fatah had not yet conceded on outstanding disputes. The PLO effort to convene the PNC now became the focus of contention. The NA described it towards the end of August as a deliberate attempt to split the PLO, while PNC Speaker Fahim, who resided in Damascus, argued that the 576 Council should not convene until all Palestinian groups had come to an understanding. 11 If the opposition was not heeded, he warned, it might establish a second PLO enjoying the recognition of several Arab states. 12 Assad revealed the importance he attached to the matter by flying to Algiers on August 27, in order to secure the support of Algerian President Al-Chadli Benjedid for the postponement of the PNC. At this point the PFLP, which had been the most reluctant to repair relations with Arafat, broke ranks with the DA. It made attendance at the PNC dependent on completing the national dialogue and securing the unanimous approval of the Aden-Algiers Accord by Algeria, South Yemen, and, more significantly, Syria. 13 These were patently impossible conditions. Mediation by South Yemeni President Ali Nasir Muhammad in mid-September failed to sway Assad or the NA, but South Yemen and Algeria informed the PLO that they would not host the PNC until there was mutual consent. 14 Complaining bitterly of this stance, Fatah Central Committee member Khalif revealed that the PLO had asked the Greek government for permission to convene the council on board a rented passenger ship in Greek waters. 15 This was a theatrical gesture, since Baghdad and Amman had both been offered as venues. On October 1 Fatah opted for the Jordanian capital, confident that it could secure the attendance of the statutory two-thirds of council members. 16 The NA roundly condemned the decision and announced a boycott. The PFLP accused Fatah of forming a council composed of one color and lacking a legal quorum, and joined the opposition boycott. 17 Undeterred, the PLO Executive Committee decided formally on November 5 to convene the PNC and, when Fahim refused to do so, Arafat issued the invitations to its members in his capacity as chairman. The PNC opened in Amman on November 22, attended by 257 of 374 accredited delegates. Fatah assured a quorum, in part, by substituting loyalists for those former members of its official delegation who had joined the dissidents. It did the same with representatives of the mass organizations who belonged to Fatah, regardless of whether or not the original delegates had been elected by their union conferences. The PLF, which had effectively split three ways, was represented by the wing headed by Muhammad Abbas Zaydan and Ali Ishaq, while Abd al-Fattah Ghanem and Talat Yaqub remained in Damascus. The seats belonging to Ṣāyigh and the PFGC were similarly assigned to Qatars who had broken away during the Battle of Tripoli, while the ALP, which had loyally supported Arafat throughout, retained its usual share. Yet the fact that the mainstream leadership resorted to devices of dubious legality did not mean that it lacked broad support. nor that the PNC ran a serious risk of remaining in Kuwait. The DFLP quietly instructed those of its delegates who resided in Amman to be ready to attend the PNC if it became necessary to ensure the quorum, despite joining the formal boycott under Syrian and Soviet pressure. 18 Besides, popular interest was intense, and Jordanian television broadcast the debate live to audiences in the occupied territories and Syria. The rift with Syria dominated much of Fatah's official address to the PNC. Struggle Within, Struggle Without 577, which was delivered by Khalaf. He revived the long-standing accusation that Syria had sought hegemony over the Palestinian movement since 1976, and reproached it once again for leaving the IDF to conduct its siege of Beirut throughout summer 1982. It had subsequently robbed the PLO of its victory in Beirut, he insisted, by employing Palestinian killers to carry out the rebellion in Fatah and the offensive against Tripoli in 1983. 19. The dispute could ultimately be reduced to the fact that Syria under the rule of this regime does not back the independent Palestinian state, nor the PLO as sole legitimate representative of independent decision-making. 20 Khalaf next indicated the direction of PLO diplomacy by strongly advocating the resumption of ties with Egypt, despite its adherence to the peace treaty with Israel. We know that 7 years of curses against Camp David have taken us neither forward nor back, he explained. We must establish this relationship, and Egypt must assume its role. 2-1 The references to Egypt underline the determination of the mainstream PLO leadership to pursue an autonomous diplomatic strategy, but a special relationship with Jordan was central to making it viable. King Hussein had stood firmly by a free and legitimate PLO during its internal crisis, despite a series of attacks by the Abu Nidal faction that had left 6 Jordanian diplomats abroad dead or wounded since October 1, 1983, and he now sought to persuade the PNC of the need to chart a new course. 22 In a careful but frank 35-minute address, he urged the delegates to endorse UNSCR 242 and the Reratory FOR peace formula as the basis for face-to-face negotiations, which would be held at an international peace conference attended by the PLO, on an equal footing with the other parties. He avoided mention of a joint delegation or future confederation, but stressed that the international position at large is one that perceives the possibility of restoring the occupied territories through a Jordanian-Palestinian formula. Should the Council decide nonetheless on going it alone without Jordan, he added, then we say to you Godspeed, you have our support. In the final analysis, the decision is yours. 23 In the event, the PNC concluded on November 29 with a general call for continued dialogue and coordination with Jordan and renewed its support for an eventual confederation between an independent Palestinian state and the kingdom. 24 It also endorsed a diplomatic strategy based on all UN resolutions relating to the Palestine question, but withheld from accepting UNSCR 242 specifically. The PNC also praised Egyptian support for the PLO during the internal crisis of 1983, and empowered the Executive Committee to discuss the administrative and legal needs of Palestinian residents in Egypt with the relevant authorities. Most significantly, the leadership was authorized to develop the bilateral relationship, subject to Egyptian reaffirmation of the PLO as sole Palestinian representative and to continue PLO rejection of the Camp David Accords. 25 This was a considerable victory for Arafat, who had won the diplomatic leeway he sought. The leaders of the NA, who had used Syrian government media to launch 578 bitter attacks on the mainstream PLO leadership over the preceding week, denounced the PNC resolutions with predictable vehemence. 26 Diverging clearly from the Habash asserted that Arafat was firmly set on the path of alliance with the Camp David regime, Egypt and the Jordanian regime, and at the same time of enmity towards Syria. Arafat is saying by his alliance with Jordan that he is indirectly with US imperialism. The alliance of Hosni Mubarak, King Hussein, Saddam Hussein, and Arafat will not achieve anything that is nationalist for us. 27 Violence followed. The Abu Nidal faction, which accused Arafat and PLO and Fatah security chiefs Khalaf and Abd al-Hamid of working for the CIA and Israeli Mossad, was believed responsible for an abortive attack on a Jordanian diplomat in Athens and the murder of a second in Bucharest in the last 2 months of the year, apparently acting on Syrian orders. 28 It was also suspected of the assassination in Amman on December 29 of PLO Executive Committee member Fad al-Khawazma, although a PLO investigation later showed dissident leader Emla to be responsible. 29 In either case, Wazir insisted, the order had come from Assad, the embodiment of Arab Zionism. 30 The death of Khawazma had little impact on PLO policy. In his New Year message on January 1, 1985, Arafat stated bluntly that Egypt deserves of us a serious and responsible effort to enable it to recover its historic Arab role. 31 Assad replied irately 4 days later that the most dangerous thing facing the Palestine question and the Palestinian people is the plot that is being concocted through the slogan of independent Palestinian decision-making. 32 It was against this background that Arafat and King Hussein announced on 1 February that they had formulated a draft statement of the principles for achieving peace with Israel. The Amman Accord, as it was known, called for total Israeli withdrawal from the occupied territories in return for comprehensive peace as established in UN and Security Council resolutions. That this included Israel was more clearly indicated in the confirmation that negotiations would involve all parties to the conflict. As remarkable was the statement that the Palestinians will exercise their inalienable right of self-determination when Jordanians and Palestinians are able to do so within the context of the formation of the proposed Confederated Arab States of Jordan and Palestine. Not only did this tie Palestinian statehood to confederation with Jordan, but the PLO also committed itself to forming a joint delegation Jordanian-Palestinian delegation, 3 to the peace talks. The Amman Accord triggered a veritable storm of protest. The PFLP decried the destructive, divisive path of the mainstream PLO leadership, while Syria described the Jordanian PLO agreement as treason. 34 The dissidents and Abu Nidal F-Asian announced that they were forming a joint command intended to defeat the accord and topple Arafat. 35 Even the DFLP, which had directed much of its public invective during the PNC at King Hussein, condemned the accord as a reformulation of U.S. proposals. 36 Fatah Central Committee member Kajemi also joined ILI attack, firmly rejecting UNSCR 242, the Reagan Plan. Revealed the difficulties of defining, let alone maintaining, a nominal majority in a movement based in a scattered exile and subject to the conflicting pressures of different Arab hosts. The appearance of a rival structure such as the PNSF that might challenge its representative status threatened the Fatah-dominated PLO leadership, in particular because the polarization of Palestinian politics now deprived it of the claim to speak for the most important members of the opposition. PLF co-leader Talat Yaqub, who had previously adopted a centrist position in the PLO dispute, now aligned his affiliation with that of the militant Abd al-Fattah Ghanem to join the PNSF. Most significant, however, was the PFLP decision to abandon the DA in favor of a leading role in the Syrian-backed PNSF. This reflected its long-standing conviction that Syria had a big role to play as the cornerstone of any Arab front against Israel, and explained in part the belief, voiced by Habash in December 1, 1984, that Arafat was a willing actor in the plot to encircle and confuse Syria, which refuses to follow the American initiative. 48 The two remaining members of the DA, the DFLP and PCP, issued a joint statement condemning the Amman Accord at the end of March, but were ostracized by the PNSF for refusing to take their opposition to the mainstream PLO leadership further. 49 The Camps War. Seen from Damascus, the alliance with Jordan and reconciliation with Egypt were not the only threats posed by the PLO to Syrian strategic interests in early 1985. Of added importance was the growing presence in Lebanon of Fatah, which had steadily rebuilt a clandestine military capability over the preceding year. The opportunity to do so had come with the collapse of the Lebanese government in February 1, 1984, following an uprising by an alliance of Amal and LNM militias. This was followed by the withdrawal of the multinational peacekeeping FORCE and the formation of a caretaker cabinet on March 5. Its first act was to abrogate the Lebanese-Israeli troop withdrawal agreement of 1 May 7, 1983, and on April 30 President Yazīd appointed Rashid Karami to head a national unity government, in which Amal leader Nabih Berri and PSP leader Walid Junblat took up ministerial posts. The change of government came as an immense relief for the Palestinian refugee community. Following earlier clashes with Lebanese militiamen at the end of December 1, 1983, the army had brushed aside the Italian peacekeepers to enter the Sabra and Shatila refugee camps and detain over 500 Palestinians. 5 Degrees UNRWA recorded the abduction or murder of 28 others by unidentified gunmen in the 2 months up to February 1, 1984, while Palestinian homes and shops were dynamited on 26 occasions. A number of veteran Fatah officers took advantage of the change of government in Lebanon to return illicitly. They set up safe houses, communications. Struggle within, struggle without 581. Networks, and weapons stores in Beirut and Tripoli and revived dormant sections of the local organization. Fatah claimed 1,000 members in the Bekaa Valley alone. For example, 51 It initially avoided the refugee camps, however, where the opposition and Syrian intelligence kept close watch for Arafatists. 52 Conversely, the PSP and DFLP gave covert assistance, providing fake military passes and helping to smuggle Fatah personnel and weapons through Syrian or Amal checkpoints, while mainly Sunni militias, such as the Tawhid movement in Tripoli and Popular Nasirite Organization, PNO, and Amaya Islamiyah in Sidon, offered shelter and contacts. 53 The DFLP had in fact taken hundreds of loyalist Fatah members into its ranks since 1983, as a tacit means of enabling them to remain in Lebanon or Syria while escaping Syrian or dissident wrath. 54 Some Fatah dissidents were themselves willing, for that matter, to turn a blind eye as their FOR loyalist colleagues started to extend into the refugee camps. 55 By mid-year, Fatah had organized a regular flow of personnel and funds to Lebanon, allowing it to establish a formal payroll, expand recruitment, and purchase weapons and supplies. As a result of this build-up, Fatah resumed its role in the guerrilla campaign against the IDF in Lebanon. It was hardly alone. The PFLP and DFLP cooperated actively with the LCP, LCAO, and ASAP, which together operated as the Lebanese National Resistance Front, while Amal and the nascent Hezbollah played an increasingly prominent part, along with myriad smaller groups of various ideological persuasions. 56 Guerrilla attacks had risen from 15 in September 1982 to 64 in May 1983, and then declined during the September Mountain War, but climbed again to an average of 75 to 80 a month by summer 1984. Increased Israeli patrolling at sea and air strikes on suspected guerrilla bases on 14 occasions in 1984 had minimal impact, nor did the assassination of a key Fatah military coordinator in a dissident ambush near Tripoli in July. The reconstruction of Fatah clandestine networks in and around the refugee camps of the south led to a marked upsurge of activity. From September, it claimed the loss of 60 members in anti-Israeli attacks by February 1985. 57. The IDF, for its part, lost 28 dead and 275 wounded in nearly 900 attacks during 1984, taking its total death toll since June 1982 to just over 600. 58. The overall cost of its military involvement in Lebanon had already reached $4.5 billion by spring 1984, at which time the expense of maintaining its occupation was running at $200 to $250 million annually. 59 The IDF gradually reduced its garrison in Lebanon to 100,000 at the end of 1984, from 30,000 a year earlier. On February 16, 1985 it pulled out of Sidon, prompting a dramatic rise in guerrilla attacks, which reached 160 in February and 200 in March. The IDF next withdrew from most of the Nabataya district on 1 April 1,
releasing 750 prisoners from the Ansar prison camp and transferring the remaining 1,100 to Israel. It then evacuated the Tyre district, Barak Mountain, and Jazin area by April 29, and pulled out of the Bekaa Valley to Hasbaya at the beginning of June. Some 60 suspected collaborators were killed in its wake, while the Israeli Armed National Guard collapsed. 582. And the SLA lost 1,000 defectors. 60 The Maronite Lebanese forces were also expelled from Sidon, were regrouped to attack the Maya refugee camp on March 29, killing 40 civilians. Fatah had already sent 20 officers to Ain al-Hilwa earlier in the month, and landed another 450 guerrillas from its camps in Algeria and Yemen by sea on 29-31 March. 61 Maronite shelling inflicted 110 casualties among the refugees and prompted 30,000 others to flee, but the guerrillas counter-attacked on 3 March 1 and swiftly captured the overlooking hills, aided by a Lebanese army battalion that mutinied against its command. The IDF withdrawal from Nabataya led to renewed clashes, and on April 20 a joint Lebanese-Palestinian offensive routed the Lebanese forces from dozens of villages in the Iklim al-Tufa and Nabataya districts. The resurgence of Fatah in the Sidon area, following closely as it did on the conclusion of the Amman Accord and the formation of the PNSF, thoroughly alarmed Syria. At the end of April it bluntly accused Arafat of attempting to ignite Lebanon, and argued that he, along with the leaders of Egypt, Jordan, Oman, and Iraq, was one of the worn-out instruments that U.S. policy depends on. 62 Syrian anger intensified after the PLO and Jordan launched a new diplomatic initiative on May 8, as Arafat and King Hussein separately visited the capitals of one or other of the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council to lobby for support for the Amman Accord. The PNSF, which had done little since its establishment, reconvened at Syrian urging and ostentatiously assigned various duties to its members. 63 Khaddam attacked the rightist deviation of Arafat, who aimed to liquidate the Palestine cause, and vowed that the Arafat-Hussein agreement would be overthrown just as the Lebanese-Israeli troop withdrawal agreement had. 64 Also alarmed was Amal, which feared that the reappearance of Fatah in South Lebanon might provide Israel with reason to prolong its occupation of mainly Shiite areas or resume reprisal raids. The death of 20 Fatah guerrillas at sea and capture of 8 others on their way to attack military targets in Tel Aviv on April 22 was a case in point, as was the death of 5 guerrillas off the coast of Tyre on May 8. The potential revival of the traditional alliance between Fatah and the Sunni militias in Sidon and Beirut was equally worrying, not least because it would threaten the fragile integrity of the Lebanese state, in which Amal was staking a major claim for the Shiite community. As Amal military commander Akif Haider later explained, the Shiites were now the primary victims of the clash between the logic of the Lebanese state and the logic of the Palestinian Revolution. 65 Other officials stressed that following the unconditional withdrawal of the Israeli occupation, there will be no guerrilla action, Lebanese or Palestinian, unless it is part of a comprehensive Arab strategy. 66 Amal demonstrated its resolve by mounting a 2-day offensive, with the PSP, in West Beirut against the Nasirite Murabatun, the Sunni-led militia long allied to Fatah, killing dozens and driving hundreds into hiding on 17-19 April. Unable to prevent the violence, the Karami government resigned. By now Amal was believed to field 8,000 to 10,000 full-time militiamen, rising to 20,000. Struggle within, struggle without. 583. When fully mobilized, and exerted considerable influence over the Army's 6th Brigade. Amal had initially permitted Palestinian guerrillas to enter the refugee camps on short-term passes following the uprising of February 1, 984, but changed radically after its victory in Beirut. It now set up checkpoints around the refugee camps of Beirut and Tyre, and particularly impeded the entry of visitors from Sidon. As it did so, however, it alienated its former ally, the PSP, which perceived a bid by Amal for outright control of the capital. Finally, following an altercation between local militiamen, Amal launched a massive infantry and artillery attack on the Sabra and Shatila camps towards midnight on May 19, citing provocation by Arafatist fighters. 67 The attackers, estimated at 2,000, heavily outnumbered and outgunned the 250 to 300 defenders in Sabra and Shatila and 500 to 600 in nearby Burj al-Barajana, but the latter counter-attacked vigorously under the command of clandestine Fatah officers. Two truces came and went the next day as the 6th Brigade and Army Armour intervened in support of Amal, which mounted repeated human wave attacks and extended the battle to Burj al-Barajana. Amal repeatedly promised to decide the issue by evening, and regain control over the camps, but was instead pushed out of the Fakhani district and nearby Tariq al-Jadida, where Lebanese Sunni militiamen suddenly wrested control. 68 Amal Fa said a further unexpected setback when PNSF and DFLP artillery in the Alai mountain intervened on May 22, pouring up to 500 shells and rockets on Amal positions and targeting the Shiite southern suburbs 2 days later. The PSP reportedly smuggled 150 Fatah guerrillas into Burj al-Barajana in the next FEW days, while dissident officers transported reinforcements and ammunition for the loyalists, albeit without the knowledge of their command. 69 sympathetic Sunnis in the Lebanese army similarly assisted the Palestinian defenders, as did some Amal members who had formerly belonged to Fatah. 70 Clandestine Fatah members and Lebanese allies meanwhile waged an urban guerrilla campaign, mounting 85 attacks on Amal and army targets in Beirut by June 3. Frustrated Amal militiamen killed dozens of Palestinian civilians in revenge and detained 2,000 in other parts of the capital in the same period, prompting at least 150,000 more to seek refuge in areas under PSP control and other main cities. 71 By then Amal and the 6th Brigade had lost at least 170 dead and 430 wounded. 72 Their preponderance told nonetheless, and they had boxed the defense into Shatila by May 26. No more ground was given, but the camps were subjected to a total blockade of food, fuel, and medicine. The lack of surgical equipment and antibiotics led to high mortality rates, with 47 out of 267 wounded in Shatila alone dying of their injuries by mid-June. 73 The intervention of the Palestinian opposition in the battle had come as a rude shock to Syria. It ordered the PNSF and DFLP to cease artillery fire, blocked their reinforcements and combat resupply, demanded full personnel lists and detailed inventories of weapons and ammunition, and suspended publication of the PFLP, DFLP, and PFGC weeklies. 74 Habash wisely left Syria. 584. At the end of May, prompting the authorities to impose a travel ban on other Palestinian leaders. They also detained 500 refugees during 5 days of protests in the Yarmouk camp. Unconfirmed reports spoke of 30 Palestinian dead and 1,800 arrested throughout Syria. 75 While 10 refugees were killed in similar disturbances in the Nahr al-Barid camp on May 26. Even the PFGC was not immune. Several guerrillas were arrested after confronting Amal and Syrian troops at the Wavell camp. The PFGC also lost politically in another way. It concluded an exchange of prisoners with Israel on May 20, in which it returned 3 Israeli servicemen captured in 1982 and obtained the release of 1,150 Palestinians from Israeli jails, of whom some 600 were allowed to return to their homes in the occupied territories, but this drama was overshadowed by the camp's war. Unsure of Palestinian loyalties, the Syrian command subsequently withdrew the PLA hidden forces from Lebanon and ordered the PLA Badr forces back to Jordan. 76 Amal leader Berry was openly bitter about the role of the members of the PNSF, sneering that they have fallen into the trap set by Arafat. They are his best pupils. 77 Both Amal and Syria were coming under political pressure in the meantime. A unanimous vote by the UN Security Council for a ceasefire on June 1 allowed the evacuation of 79 wounded and 40 corpses from Burj al-Barajana and the burial of 40 dead in Shatila, but Amal resumed the systematic demolition of the Da'uk and Hirsch quarters of Sabra and Shatila the next day, provoking a wave of protest from Sunni political and religious leaders. Defense Minister Adil Uzairan complained that he had not authorized participation by the 6th Brigade in the siege. 78 Amal relented slightly, allowing 83 more dead in Shatila to be buried, but Shiite gunmen reacted to a meeting of the Council of Foreign Ministers of the League of Arab States by commandeering a Jordanian airliner and blowing it up on the ground at Beirut airport on June 9. Another Amal group hijacked a TWA aircraft to Beirut, where Berry, negotiating on their behalf, demanded the release of 766 Lebanese prisoners from Israeli prisons. 79 Amal exploited this distraction to attack the Mar Ilias refugee camp on June 9 and launch massive human wave assaults on Shatila 6 days later, backed by the Lebanese army with armor and artillery and by the Assad battalion of the pro-Syrian wing of the Ba'ath Party. The PNSF defied Syrian orders and resumed its shelling, prompting an exhausted Amal finally to accept a lasting ceasefire on 17 June. 80 The camp's war had cost the lives of 638 people in the refugee camps and caused injury to 2,580, of whom were civilians. 81 Palestinians abducted elsewhere in Beirut and later killed numbered over 100. Mass graves were still being discovered at the end of July. 82 Civilian losses in the Shiite suburbs were unknown, but Amal had suffered up to 600 dead and over 1,000 wounded and the army another 300 to 400 casualties. 83 The PLO later revealed that it had spent or dispersed $37 million for repairs in the camps. 84 As significant was the impact that the camps' war had on political relations between Syria and the Palestinian opposition. The alliance was sorely tested, as indeed was the loyalty of Palestinian personnel in Lebanon, who were unwilling to obey in struggle within, struggle without. 585 struck ions from leaders in Damascus to remain neutral in the conflict. This prompted a determined Syrian effort to bring its various allies to heel, starting with the PNSF, which issued a statement after meeting President Assad on June 25 reaffirming the alliance. 85 The DFLP also came under intense pressure, as a result of which Hawatma and such Politburo members as Qais al-Samara'i pressed its field command to expel Fatah personnel from the ranks and to distance itself from Fatah militarily and politically. 86 Syria undertook additional measures during the summer to contain the apparent threat from Fatah. Sporadic clashes between Syrian troops and allied Lebanese militiamen and the Islamist Tawhid movement had left 360 casualties by mid-September, while the PNO was pressured into confiscating a Fatah arms shipment on July 20. 4 days later Khattam stated that Syria is determined to confront the line of Arafat and intends to take deterrent measures, by land and sea, in order to prevent repetition of the smuggling of weapons to those loyal to him in the camps of Sidon and the South. 87 Amal, the PNSF, PNO, and a grouping of pro-Syrian parties in Lebanon now agreed to form a joint security committee which, with the assistance of Syrian observers, would track down agents of Israel and members of the capitulationist Arafatist line and block arms supplies to the refugee camps. 88 2 days later Fatah dissidents acting on the orders of Amla shot dead a loyalist battalion commander and 3 aides near Sidon. 3 more loyalists were killed in the next 5 weeks. 89 This followed the earlier assassination by Syrian intelligence of a former Fatah activist and his entire family in Beirut in mid-July. In response to his role in bringing independently minded Sunni and Shiite clerics and Islamist thinkers together in a joint body, the continuing Syrian campaign against Fatah inevitably affected the refugee camps of Beirut, which remained under partial siege. Amal was especially concerned to prevent the entry of building materials. 90 In July the Syrian army donated 46 T-54 tanks to Amal, which announced that 500 militiamen had undergone training in armored combat, while allied units of the Lebanese army received another 32 T-54s. 9 There were brief clashes at Burj al-Barajana and Burj al-Shamali on July 22, and Amal later revealed that it had arrested Palestinian and Lebanese civilians in the Tyre district accused of smuggling weapons to Fatah and Hezbollah. 92 Burj al-Barajana was again targeted in mid-August, and was subjected to a week-long offensive in early September that left 53 dead, including 19 refugees killed by vengeful Amal militiamen in one incident, and 250 wounded. The arrival of Syrian army observers the next day marked its first overt presence in Beirut since summer 1982. The PLO adrift. The violence around Burj al-Barajana was now overtaken by a series of dramatic events, starting with the murder on September 25 of 3 Israeli yachters in Cyprus by Fatah's Force 17, which alleged the victims to be Mossad agents. 586. Spying on the PLO sea bridge to Lebanon. Israel retaliated by bombing PLO headquarters near Tunis on October 1, killing 73 Palestinians and Tunisians. The UN Security Council condemned the raid, but the PLO lost any political advantage 6 days later, when PLF gunmen hijacked an Italian passenger ship, the Achille Lauro, on its way to Tel Aviv. The hijackers finally surrendered to Egyptian police in Alexandria, after murdering a crippled American Jewish tourist, and were put on a flight to Tunisia in the company of PLF leader Zaydan. However, U.S. combat aircraft FORCED the Egyptian Airlines plane to land at a U.S. airbase in Sicily, where Zaydan and his followers were detained. Their leader was released following strong Egyptian and Italian protests, but the PLF hijackers were taken into Italian custody and later brought to trial. The PLF hijack dealt PLO diplomacy a severe blow, not least because of the damage to the relationship with Jordan. The kingdom was under pressure from Israel, which blamed it for providing Wazir with a base to organize an upsurge of armed resistance in the occupied territories. Wazir supervised some 30 safe houses in Amman, in which members of the clandestine networks were trained and briefed, and arranged additional training at the Fatah camp in Jordan, which was under the nominal control of the PLA Badr forces. A total of 349 attacks were conducted in the occupied territories in 1984, in which 5 Israelis died and 108 were wounded, but the monthly average more than doubled during 1985. Israeli Prime Minister Peres was reported to have used U.S. diplomatic channels to request the expulsion of PLO leaders from Jordan at the end of August, while Deputy Chief of Staff Don Shamran urged the same in public. 93 By late September the tension between the PLO and Jordan was such that Fatah Central Committee member Khalaf publicly accused Jordanian intelligence of deliberately sowing dissent between the two sides. 94 Most important to the decline of relations with Jordan, however, was the continuing inability of the mainstream PLO leadership to defuse Soviet, Arab, and Palestinian opposition and its stubborn unwillingness to accept U.S. conditions for a formal dialogue. The Achille Lauro incident pushed matters to a head, prompting King Hussein to state openly that there was now a need to reassess relations with the PL. 0.9, the PLO, which had anxiously suspended the membership of Zaydan in the executive committee, suffered a further setback when the British government declined to receive 2 other committee members who were due to arrive in London on a pre-arranged visit in early November. Taking the advice of Egyptian President Mubarak, Arafat sought to repair the damage to the PLO's diplomatic standing by issuing a formal statement on November 7 that strongly condemned all forms of terrorism and promised disciplinary measures against PLO members who violated this commitment, while implicitly upholding the legitimacy of military action inside Israel and the occupied territories. The Cairo Declaration, as it was known, was too little, too late. King Hussein signaled a new alignment with Syria by apologizing publicly for the covert assistance that Jordan had given to the Muslim Brotherhood in the past, and by appointing Zayd al-Rafa known to advocate. Struggle within, struggle without. 587. Close ties with the northern neighbor, as Prime Minister. Rafai quickly confirmed the alliance by issuing a joint statement with Syrian Vice President Khattam on 1 November 3, opposing the conduct of separate or bilateral peace talks with Israel. The implied abandonment of the Amman Accord was not lost on the PLO, which was further discomfited by a new wave of terrorist attacks by the Abu Nidal F-Ation. Nearly 60 passengers died when an Egyptian airliner that had been hijacked to Malta was blown up during a rescue attempt by Egyptian commandos on November 25, while another 6 people were killed and 8 were wounded when gunmen opened fire indiscriminately on passengers at Rome and Vienna airports on 27 December. 96 The Abu Nidal Foundation also claimed responsibility for the murder of 2 Fatah Qatars in Jordan on November 28, and for the assassination on December 2 of West Bank lawyer Yazīd Ṣāyigh, who had long espoused coexistence between a Palestinian state and Israel. The PLO could not afford to lose the special relationship with Jordan, and Arafat spent much of January 1986 in talks with King Hussein and Jordanian officials. The king was merely going through the motions, however. He established contact with Paris later in the month through the offices of U.S. Special Envoy Richard Murphy, and then came to an informal agreement with the Israeli Prime Minister during a secret meeting in London in mid-February. 97 The rift became formal when, in the course of a major policy speech delivered on February 19, King Hussein announced the suspension of diplomatic and political coordination with the PLO. Among the many reasons he cited for taking this step was PLO refusal to meet U.S. conditions for dialogue and participation in the peace process, although, he revealed, Arafat and key PLO leaders had pledged privately to accept those terms. 98 Jordan had meanwhile come under punitive pressure from the U.S. Congress, which was blocking badly needed arms sales to Jordan. The PLO Executive Committee refuted the king's version of events in a formal statement issued from Tunis on March 7, but it was relatively restrained otherwise, reiterating its interest in a peaceful settlement based on the Amman Accord. It also accused the king of obscuring the role of U.S. rejectionism in defeating the Amman Accord, and later released the drafts it had prepared accepting UNSCR 242 and 338 in order to prove its good faith. 99 The mainstream PLO leadership resisted intense internal pressure to abrogate the Amman Accord, but was visibly irritated by the Jordanian campaign to mobilize support in the occupied territories, where the local Palestinian press had received the king's speech with unprecedented condemnation. Seeking to restore its sagging influence, the Jordanian government privately approved the appointment by the Israeli-run civilian administration of Zafar al-Masri, a youthful and well-regarded member of that wealthy local family, as mayor of Nablus. Masri only accepted the post after obtaining the backing of Wazir, with whom he was in secret contact, but was assassinated by the PFLP on March 3. 588. Some 50,000 Palestinians attended his funeral, which turned into a massive show of support for the PLO, much to Jordanian chagrin. The government persevered, securing parliamentary approval on March 27 for a new electoral law that increased the number of deputies from 60 to 142, divided evenly between the East and West Banks. 101 At the same time it punished West Bank journalists who had opposed the king's speech of 1 February 9 by refusing them entry to Jordan, and suspended public aid and civil service payments to the occupied territories in mid-April. 102 The Jordanian government took matters a step further by closing several Fatah offices in Amman at the beginning of April, but most serious was its covert backing for a new split in Fatah ranks. On April 8, military intelligence head Adila announced the launch of a corrective movement to combat corruption and political deviation within the PLO leadership. This was ironic, given his own unsavory reputation, but he claimed the support of 800 Qatars and officers, among them Force 14, Air Unit, Commander Hussein Uwaida and Battalion Commander Kamal al-Sheikh, later joined by FORMA Karama Forces Commander Ghazi Adila and many more guerrillas. Adila later convened a conference attended by 410 supporters, who elected him as caretaker PLO chairman instead of Arafat. This was pure fiction, but the presence at the much-publicized launch of Adila's movement of PLA Badr Forces Commander Naim al-Khatib, who was wholly subject to Jordanian military jurisdiction, signaled the direct involvement of the authorities. Official indulgence was also evident when Adila was allowed to seize Arafat's office on April 22, and in the deportation on the same day of 7 loyalist officers who had refused to join him. The PLO cautiously refrained from attacking the Jordanian government for its support of Adil, but a new issue of contention arose after Jordanian army and security personnel entered the Yarmouk University campus to prevent a one-day symbolic strike on May 5, killing between 3 and 35 students, depending on the account. King Hussein accused the PLO of escalating the clash, which it strenuously denied. Fatah's Revolutionary Council finally brought matters to a head on June 9 with a belated statement opposing the new Jordanian electoral law of March 27. The Jordanian government retaliated by closing down remaining Fatah offices and ordering Wazir to leave the kingdom on July 7. The PLO was suddenly buffeted from a different direction on July 21, when Moroccan King Hassan broke ranks with the formal Arab boycott of Israel by receiving Paris in Fez. Relations were severely damaged when Labib Hawari, who doubled as head of the PLO chairman's SCC Urairi apparatus and of Amn al-Manjabin, the security of PLO envoys and representatives abroad, organized an attempt to smuggle explosives into Morocco, presumably for a retaliatory attack. This led to a second crisis, as the Tunisian authorities requested the transfer of Hawari to another country and then demanded the removal of the bulk of PLO military personnel when Arafat refused to comply. The PLO chairman relocated his headquarters to Baghdad. Struggle within, struggle without 589. And Sana'a, and signaled his displeasure by avoiding Tunis on all but the rarest occasions in following months. Jordan had in the meantime launched a major bid to regain its political standing in the occupied territories. It had replaced Tahir Ghanan as minister for the occupied homeland at the end of April, failing to stem the loss of Palestinian support, and on 3 August 1 announced an ambitious $5 billion development plan for the territories, wholly sidelining the joint Steadfast Mess Fund with the PL 0.103. At the end of September, the Jordanian government also extended official assistance to the Gaza municipality for the first time, and decreed that Gazan refugees in the kingdom were now entitled to full Jordanian passports with 3-year validity instead of the previous 1-year travel documents. Israeli Defense Minister Rabin had called in March for an Israeli-Jordanian umbrella to administer civilian affairs in the occupied territories, and this now took shape as the Amman Cairo Bank was allowed to reopen its branch in Nablus. Jordanian payments to Palestinian civil servants in the West Bank were resumed, and 3 new mayors were appointed by mutual consent in various cities. 104 as telling a sign of the functional condominium, though, was the freedom of proselytization enjoyed by Adil's supporters in the West Bank and the ability of his personal representative to hold an official press conference in East Jerusalem in December. 105. In conflict lies unity. The PLO had reached a nadir by autumn 1986. The rift with Jordan removed the central pillar of its diplomatic strategy and deprived it of the principal political gain it had derived from the evacuation of Beirut in summer 1982. Having lost its territorial base in Lebanon, the Israeli air raid on Arafat's headquarters in Tunisia in October 1985 and the dispute with the Tunisian government in summer 1986 only reinforced the isolation and peripatetic nature of the PLO leadership. Its struggle for political survival now rested largely on the conscious use of the camp's war in Lebanon for political advantage. Ultimately, to mobilize nationalist sentiment and rebuild the consensus around the legitimacy of the mainstream leadership, and, externally, to reactivate Arab and international interest in Palestinian affairs and reassert the PLO as a significant regional actor. The reconstruction of its military base in Lebanon had been at most a secondary objective for the PLO leadership until the outbreak of the camp's war in May 1, 1985. The conflict offered a means to undermine Pax Syriana in the country and so counter Syrian threats to PLO diplomacy elsewhere, but even then it remained a sideshow that was useful primarily for its nuisance value. This was reflected in the modest effort made by the PLO to reinforce and resupply the camps around Sidon and Beirut, moving only 150 guerrillas to the latter area in the first 9 months after the camp's war. The picture changed. 590 statehood into autonomy, 1983 to 1993. Fundamentali after THESU Spenzion of The Amman Accordi by King Hussein in February 1986, however. In following months Arafat su Pervasi da substantial expansion of PLO involvement in Lebanon, best Swimbalized by the resumption of Radio Brahadicists fro an underground dstati on near the Ain al-Hilway camp in late March. THEPLO build-up came against a backdrop of renewed violence in Lebanon. The trigger was the Syrian, backed DTR apartheid agreement of December 28, 1985, in which the leaders of Amal, the PSP, and the Lebanese forces endorsed an equal division of parliamentary seats between Christians and Muslims and Grante de Syria sp Ishal status in Lebanese se Kuritai. Presidente Jamayil and Lebanese forces deputy, Commander Samir Jaja rebelled against this surrender of Maronite prerogatives. The DRO forces Commander Eli Habika from East Beirut in January 1986, killing 350 to 500 of his supporters in the process, and upgrade covered military ties with Israel. 106 Syria was probably responsible for a rise of retaliatory car bombs that inflict near RLY 300 casualties in Maronite areas by early April. Israel intensified Syrian concern by diverting a Libyan airliner to one of its air bases on February 3, believing the Notaire Sabri al-Banna and other Palestinian opposition leaders to be on board. It may have been in response that the Abu Nida el faction attempted to plant a bomb on an El Al-747 flying from London on April 17, on orders from Syrian Air Force intelligence, leading to the downgrading of European relations with Syria and deepening its beleaguerment. Syria called only fail Allah nn, therefore, when increased naval activity by Fatah Dru Israeli air raids on the Miyya Wma refugee camp on March 27 and Ain al-Hilway on 7 April and Threatened to provoke wider Israeli intervention. Amal now declared DTH at all illiterate activity in the South Hadi to go through special operations ROOM under its control. Ami DST reports that it had come to a secret understanding with Israel to prevent guerrilla attacks by the PLO and Hezbollah. 107 It had LREADY attack at Shatila repeat daily on 28 to 30 March, but blamed the clashes on Arafat, whom it accused DOFSE King to create disturbances in the CAMPS, in order to embarrass Syria. 108. THEPNSF dispute this, however, and the PFLP suggested that factions within Amal had instigate the fighting in order to re-INF or CETHEIR posit on a DOF the General Conference THAT the movement was about to convene. Whatever the case, Amal mount DSP Oradik attacks on Burj al-Barajana from 5 to April 10. Taking the total toll to 46 to AD nearly 200 wounded. It had no gains, but Syrian intelligence SC or a notable success when information from the Disida NT commander in Beirut, Ibrahim Hamidi, allowed it to capture Sami Nasr and Abu al-Fath, the Fatah OFFI Sers heeding the Defay NCE in Shatila and Burj al-Barajana, at Amal checkpoints in the next fortnight. The camp's war was causing severe strains within Amal, in its relations with other Lebanese militias, and in relations between Syria and its regional allies. Ths was revealed at the Amal conference in mid-April, as Barry Fa Cedhl Lenj Fro M Politburo member Emadi Hashim, who was report daily Friday and daily too. Struggle within, struggle without 591. Fatah and opposed to the war against the camps. 110 Barry swayed the conference in the event, warning that the growth of Palestinian military presence in Lebanon poses a threat to us, because it leads to a second war with Israel. It will also disrupt security and political stability in Lebanon. 111 However, the resumption of sporadic firefights around the refugee camps on May 19 finally degenerated on June 1 into widespread clashes in West Beirut between Amal on the one hand, and the PSP and mainly Sunni 6th of February movement on the other, leaving 30 dead and 70 wounded in the next 3 days. Syria was equally worried by the active mediation efforts of Iran and Algeria. To preempt outside involvement, it pressured Amal and the PNSF into forming a joint operations room on June 5 and signing a new security agreement 9 days later. 112 Seeking political advantage, Arafat published a formal proposal on 1 June 7 for the formation of an Arab or UN peacekeeping force to protect the refugee camps in Lebanon. 113 Khaddam responded to this challenge on June 20 by proposing the deployment of 2,000 PNSF fighters in the camps. Greatly alarmed, Berry warned that PNSF personnel would become Arafatists the moment they reached the outskirts of Beirut, and ordered a preemptive bombardment of Burj al-Barajna the next day. 114 The Syrian response was equally swift. Palestinian artillery in the Eali mountain launched a sudden barrage against the southern suburbs of Beirut, prompting Amal to cease fire 5 hours after it had started. It vented its frustration in the Tyre district, where 250 Palestinian families were expelled from the Jal al-Bahr refugee camp on June 27, but pulled back when 150 Syrian commandos and 1,000 Lebanese army soldiers deployed around Shatila and Burj al-Barajna on July 2. By then Palestinian casualties since May 19 stood at 96 dead and 524 wounded, while Amal and the 6th Brigade had lost 15 200 dead and 70 1000 wounded. 115 The slight easing of the siege allowed Fatah to infiltrate new commanders to Shatila and Burj al-Barajna, Ali Abu Talq and Sultan Ahu al-Aynan. Abu Talq, who had led the reconstruction of Fatah's clandestine organization in West Beirut since early 1984, now built on relations developed during years of service in the capital and Shiite areas of the South Fork 1982 to build new support networks, extending even into Amal. The initial defense of Shatila had been bolstered by such homemade devices as blankets sewn into sandbags and catapults made out of the inner tubes of car tires that were used to launch hand grenades. Now, with the additional help of the PSP and Hezbollah in particular, the defenders acquired an estimated 100,000 sandbags, pumps for the artesian wells it now dug, and fax machines for communication with PLO headquarters in Tunis, stockpiled FOOD and fuel, and equipped the field hospitals that the PRCS and FORAIN medical volunteers ran in Shatila and Burj al-Barajna. 117 The other guerrilla groups joined the unified command led by Fatah in each camp, and assisted the expansion of the tunnels under Shatila until they could shelter the entire population. The Fatah dissidents provoked a number of incidents with the loyalists and were accused by the PLO of passing information. 592. On fortification work to Syrian intelligence and Amal, but otherwise accepted the authority of the unified commands without joining them. 11.8 These measures stood the camps in good stead, as violence escalated in the rest of the country. The continuing rivalry between Syria and the Lebanese forces was believed responsible for 6 car bombs that left 720 civilian casualties in both halves of the capital between July 28 and 1 August 4, while a Syrian-backed attempt by Habika to invade East Beirut ended in a fiasco and another 62 dead and 200 wounded. Israeli aircraft also struck Palestinian bases on 9 occasions during the summer, while the guerrillas rocketed northern settlements 6 times and lost 3 naval teams in the same period. Fatah maintained the flow of reinforcements to Lebanon in the meantime. An estimated 3,500 guerrillas reached Sidon by sea between April and October, despite Israeli naval interdiction and the assassination of Fatah naval commander Mamun Raish in Athens on 22 October. 119 By then loyalist strength around Sidon stood at 6,00 Q 7,000, besides the local militia and civilian organization, with another 1,000 in the Beirut camps. Encouraged by the steady increase of Fatah strength in Lebanon, Arafat ordered selective military escalation in the Beirut area during the summer. His purpose was twofold: to provoke violent responses from Amal and so dramatize the Palestinian plight to international public opinion, and to demonstrate his ability to discredit Pax Syriana and so coerce the Syrian leadership into relaxing its own anti-PLO campaign. One means to this end was to instruct the infamous Hawari to organize attacks on Syrian intelligence agents in Beirut. More cynical still were the directions Arafat issued to certain loyalists in the camps, with whom he maintained contact by wireless or telephone, to sabotage the ceasefire with Amal deliberately. 120 Abu Talq, who had made a determined effort to ensure strict Palestinian observance of the ceasefire and to conduct a discreet dialogue with interlocutors in Amal, remonstrated strongly with Arafat, as did other Fatah commanders. The PLO chairman responded with the simple expedient of undermining the authority of his recalcitrant subordinates by diverting the payroll to other officers, until the battle with Amal compelled them to accept his dictate. There was a price to pay. At one point a Fatah commander in the Sidon region complained that rival Afghans in the refugee camps were on permanent alert against each other and warned that as a result our political credit with the masses is below zero. There is anger and regret at the return of the revolution's forces, and if things stay as they are the forces and everyone else will be expelled by the people of the camp. 121 However, in September an opinion poll conducted where it mattered more politically in the occupied territories showed the potency of Arafat's general policy. His popularity stood at 74% despite the divisive impact of the Amman Accord and the opposition of the DFLP, PCP, and PFLP against Maragha's 122%. The intensification of the FEUD with Syria coincided with the predicament of the PLO following its rift with Tunisia and the relocation of its main headquarters. Struggle within, struggle without. 593. Tours to Iraq. Possibly to deepen its embarrassment, the Abu Nidal F-Asian hijacked a Pan Am airliner to Karachi on September 5. FOR terrorists were captured after killing 21 passengers and wounding 100 in a shootout with Pakistani commandos. In a second attack the next day, 2 more terrorists were captured after killing 22 Jewish worshippers in a synagogue in Istanbul. This distracted world attention from the FOOD blockade that Amal imposed on the 20,000 refugees of Rashidiyah camp on September 8. By now, combat losses and defections over the preceding year had reduced Amal's strength to an estimated 4,000 to 6,000 regulars and 6,000 to 8,000 militiamen and the 6th Brigade to 2,500, with a combined inventory of some 70 tanks. 123 The reluctance of some regional commanders, such as Mahmoud al-Faqih in Nabataya, to mobilize their followers or to permit deployment of Amal units from other areas was an added constraint. 124 Amal refrained from mounting major attacks, but fitful clashes and continued violence against Palestinian civilians caused 17270 of 40,000 refugees registered with UNRWA in the Tyre district to leave by the end of October. 125 A large Amal attack on Rashidiyah on October 27 marked the start in earnest of the third round of the camp's war. Hoping to relieve the pressure, a joint Fatah DFLP-FORCE of some 800 guerrillas seized 7 suburbs and villages around Ain al-Hilway in the next 24 hours, threatening Amal communications between the south and Beirut. A stalemate ensued, but a determined Amal assault on Burj al-Barajana on 1 November 5 provoked Palestinian artillery deployed above Beirut to intervene, once again in defiance of Syrian orders. Food and other vital supplies were starting to run low in Rashidiyah and Burj al-Barajana, prompting the assembled commanders of the various guerrilla groups in Ain al-Hilway to open a major new front in the hope of coercing Amal into lifting its siege. Their resolve hardened when Amal occupied the town of Makdissa, which had been left neutral by common agreement, on 21 November, posing a direct threat to Ain al-Hilway. 3 days later Fatah and the DFLP seized most of Makdissa and nearby Zuqdraya in a surprise attack, at the cost of only 3 dead and 7 wounded. 126 The capture of Makdissa threatened the entire region to the south of Sidon, and triggered a hurried counterattack by Amal later in the day. The Palestinian garrison was pushed back under the pressure of repeated human wave attacks, but the arrival of reinforcements allowed it to regain most of the lost ground by the end of the day in bitter combat. Significantly, the sudden threat by Amal had prompted the local PFLP battalion commander to commit his unit to the battle against the orders of his leadership in Damascus, for which act he was later disciplined. MPPSF military commander Hamdan also defied orders to throw a guerrilla company into the fray, and was later placed under house arrest in Damascus, followed by the small contingents belonging to the PFGC, PLF, PCP, and PCWP, as well as the Abu Nidal faction and the Islamic League. 128 Only the Fatah dissidents refused to join the offensive, to the discomfort of their local commanders. The arrival of DFLP military. 594. Commander Mamdouh Nawfal in Ain al-Hilwa at this point raised his group's profile even further, alarming the Politburo in Damascus, which feared Syrian retribution. Amal retaliated for its setbacks by burning hundreds of houses in the Abu al-Aswad and Jamajim refugee camps near Tyre and expelling 7,000 inhabitants on November 27, and by evicting hundreds of Palestinians from Fakhani and Burhassan in Beirut. It also intensified its military pressure on Shatila, but a mutiny in a 6th Brigade unit the next day obliged it to pause. 129 This was followed by the defection of 135 soldiers on December 2 and an additional number the next day, who, Fatah proudly stated, joined the forces of the revolution. 130 Whatever the truth of Fatah claims, these incidents revealed the strains caused by the camp's war. An unidentified PSP official voiced a common belief by accusing Amal of working to redraw the social and confessional map of Lebanon, by transferring the Palestinians from Beirut, Sidon, and Tyre to the north, and by replacing them in the suburban refugee camps and West Beirut with Shiites from Baalbek and the south. 131 Junblatt criticized the Palestinian occupation of Maqdisa severely in public, but in private the PSP provided Fatah and the DFLP with shelter, safe passage, weapons, and ammunition. 132 Maqdisa had become a fixation. An attempt to replace the Palestinian garrison with a buffer force from Hezbollah on December 9 failed when Amal mounted a sudden attempt to seize the town. Under intense pressure from Syria, the PNSF groups pulled out their contingents on 1 December 4, but Fatah now stated that it would not withdraw before Amal accepted a general ceasefire, lifted the siege of the camps, and allowed a neutral party, Hezbollah, the PSP, PNO, or Islamic League, to deploy a buffer force in Maqdisa. 133 From Beirut, Abu Talq and Abu Al-Aynan argued that continued occupation of Maqdisa only inflamed Shiite anger and worsened the plight of the refugee camps. But the commanders in Ain al-Hilwa and the PLO leadership in Tunis were unwilling to relinquish the town for which they had already lost 100 to 120 military dead and 350 wounded. 134 The DFLP command in Lebanon similarly ignored entreaties to withdraw from the Politburo, whose members were subjected by the Syrian authorities to a travel ban in punishment. 135 PLO obduracy angered Syria, which considered itself the target of the ongoing war, which was initiated at a time when an immense international campaign is being waged against us, under the direction of Washington. 136. Syria also blamed the Palestinian opposition for being plus royalist KLEROI, allowing itself to be drawn by Arafat into the confrontation with Amal. Syrian commandos were secretly dispatched to Beirut to assist Amal attacks on Shatila. 137 This had little effect, as Amal targets in West Beirut were themselves coming under guerrilla attack from clandestine Fatah members and Sunni militiamen several times daily. Even the LCP, which had consistently blamed the camp's war on Arafat in the past, now criticized Amal publicly and accused it of repressing resistance to the IDF in the south. 138 Iran also signaled struggle within, struggle without. 595. Its displeasure with the Shiite militia, sending 2 envoys to join the besieged refugees in Rashidiyah, where starvation was imminent. Qaddafi was next to diverge from the Syrian position, condemning Amal on 1 December 8 and reopening the PLO office in Tripoli a week later. The DFLP and PCP had already resumed the political dialogue with Fatah, while the PFLP, PPSF, and PLF tacitly followed Fatah's political lead in the camps, prompting a disgruntled Berry to observe that he could no longer distinguish the PNSF from Fatah. Negotiating with Arafat, he added, might be the only way to resolve the conflict. 139 Negotiation between Amal and the PLO was not to be, however. The siege of the camps continued grimly. For Syria, the issue at stake was not the camps war, but the presence of Arafat and the PLO in Lebanon. 140 Refugees in Rashidiyah and Burj al-Barajana started to eat weeds and rats and to scavenge from rubbish dumps in January 1987, despite the delivery of a FOOD truck to the latter camp under the escort of Iranian envoys and Hezbollah. Hezbollah smuggled a second food shipment into Burj al-Barajana on 1 February 3, but the desperate refugees now obtained a fatwa from Muslim clergy in West Beirut permitting them to eat cats and dogs. Conditions were better in Shatila, despite widespread malnutrition, but the defense suffered a grievous blow when the Fatah dissidents, acting on orders from AMLA, assassinated Abu Tak on 27 January. 1413 days later the PLO finally handed Maqdisa over to the PNO and Hezbollah, which in turn withdrew, allowing Amal to regain the town. On February 13 Syria proposed the withdrawal of Amal and all Palestinian forces to positions held before October 24, 1986 and an end to the siege of the camps. However, the long-suffering PSP, Nasirite Murabitun, and LCP suddenly mounted a sweeping offensive on 1 February 5 that routed Amal from most of West Beirut and isolated the southern suburbs over the next 3 days. Assad, who felt that what is happening in Beirut poses a threat to Syria and its security, reacted with characteristic vigor, ordering the PSP to cease its advance from the south and announcing his intention to deploy a peacekeeping force to Beirut. 142 The head of Syrian military intelligence in Lebanon, Ghazi Ghanan, argued that the conspiracy is led by Arafat. In order to threaten nationalist gains in Lebanon, we will confront the plot and its instruments, whoever they may be. 143 On February 21, 7,000 Syrian soldiers deployed in West Beirut, closing down 70 offices belonging to various militias and banning them from carrying arms in public. The PNSF and Amal welcomed the Syrian action, while in Israel Paris, now Foreign Minister, and Chief of Staff Moshe Levy stated cautiously that the deployment of thousands of Syrian soldiers in Beirut does not represent a threat to Israel at present. We must wait, watch, and follow the course of events. 144 The IDF was more concerned with the Palestinian build-up, having discovered recently that Lebanese President Gemayel and Lebanese Forces Commander Jaja had allowed hundreds of PLO guerrillas to reach Lebanon through Junya in return for substantial payments.